When Yu Qingxian opened her eyes once more, she was truly astonished to find herself still alive. She sat up, gazing at her hands, pale and bluish, revealing that she was no longer a living being. This revelation sparked a question mark in her mind. Thus, she rose and made her way to the bathroom to gaze into the mirror. Indeed, she was no longer alive, she had become a zombie. Yu Qingxian was a person plagued by severe social anxiety and profound depression. Her parents had tragically passed away in a car accident 3 years prior, leaving her to dwell alone in an old residential complex. Her meager livelihood stemmed from writing short pieces online, just enough to keep starvation at bay. In truth, she harbored little attachment to the world. Just as she contemplated surrendering her life, the apocalypse arrived. She had consumed numerous apocalyptic novels, yet she lacked the prowess of their heroines. For an entire day, she lay in bed, resigned to becoming one of the first zombies. Regrettably, that transformation did not occur. With a sigh, she opened her door and, through the safety barrier, allowed a zombie to scratch her. Then, she returned to her bed. From the onset of fever to the subsequent body aches that rendered her unconscious, Yu Qingxian believed her life would end at that moment. She had no desire to escape or to embody the formidable heroines she had read about. Perhaps she simply wished to exist as a wandering zombie. However, by then, her consciousness had faded. Perhaps she would be slain by humans, driven by a craving for fresh blood, or perhaps she would lose her vitality due to a lack of sustenance and become a desiccated corpse. Yet, Yu Qingxian could hardly fathom that after becoming a zombie, she retained her consciousness. Is this what they refer to as being unable to die, even if one wishes to? Once transformed, she found herself aimlessly idle. She felt neither hunger nor thirst, even without clothing. She did not feel cold. At that moment, she resembled a soulless automaton. After several days in her abode, she could hear announcements and gunfire from outside. Even though Yu Qingxian possessed awareness, she dared not venture outdoors. After all, she was a zombie. Should she step outside, she would undoubtedly be mistaken for a human and likely shot on sight. Thus, she merely wandered the halls occasionally. In a corridor on the first floor, several zombies shuffled about, not particularly attractive in appearance, yet Yu Qingxian recognized them. Standing at her door, she observed these moaning figures as they ambled back and forth, sighing inwardly. Perhaps they, too, did not wish to die, unlike herself, who viewed death as a form of liberation. Alas, those who longed for death remain alive, while those who wished to live had become mere shells. For much of her time, Yu Qingxian remained sequestered within her home. It was not until half a month had passed, when it appeared that no living souls remained in her complex, that she felt emboldened to expand her range of activity. Under the blazing sun, the zombies were relatively inert. With an umbrella in hand, she strolled through her neighborhood. Despite having resided there for 3 years, she had never properly explored the area. Living on the ground floor, she could hear the gossip of the neighborhood aunties every morning and evening. Tales of who had given birth to another daughter or who had a husband with a mistress often provided the material for her writings. However, what lingered most vividly in her memory was the story of a neighbor sister she had never met, who had chosen to cycle across the country rather than marry. Although the aunties spoke of her with disdain, Yu Qingxian felt a sense of admiration and envy. At least she had pursued her desires. On the 16th day, the electricity in Yu Qingxian's complex was cut off, and the internet ceased to function. Previously, she had passed her time watching videos, but now, she found herself utterly bored. On the 18th day, she made a bold decision to embark on a journey across the country on foot. Without hesitation, she resolved to leave. The decision was made in the morning, and she set out at noon, carrying only a backpack, a map, and her sunshade. As someone with acute social anxiety, visiting scenic spots was an impossibility for her. Yet now, her fear had lessened surely. There were no living souls left at the tourist sites. As for the zombies, they would not initiate conversation with her. Before her departure, the socially anxious Yu Qingxian politely bid farewell to the zombified uncles and aunties in her complex. She might never return. "Uncle Lee, Aunt Lou, I'm off. Don't stick together too much, it looks rather inappropriate." She gently admonished the 2 wandering zombies before unfurling her umbrella and stepping outside. Though it was now December, the temperatures remained high. Yu Qingxian lived in a small city, one of lesser prominence, yet home to 2 million inhabitants. From the broadcasts and notification videos she had absorbed in recent days, she was aware that approximately 80% of the global population had succumbed to zombification. Meanwhile, their homeland had established its own bases, urging survivors to find their way to safety. These bases were where survivors sought refuge, yet they were precisely the places Yu Qingxian intended to avoid. Clutching her map, she studied the marked locations, each adorned with a large red cross designating them as the bases she must not approach. If she were to embark on a walking tour, she might as well begin in her own province. She resided in a region abundant with tourist attractions. Despite the warnings against venturing toward the borders, Yu Qingxian was inexplicably drawn in that direction. Upon leaving her complex, she encountered numerous abandoned vehicles on the road, some containing corpses and others zombies. The streets were also populated by wandering zombies. Unfamiliar with them, they paid her no mind, which alleviated her anxiety considerably. However, this leisurely pace lasted less than half an hour before the sounds of gunfire and vehicle engines reached her ears. Alarmed, Yu Qingxian hastily sought refuge behind a nearby structure. The zombies around her, upon hearing the commotion, gravitated toward the source. Yu Qingxian retracted her umbrella and seized a passing zombie, exclaiming, "Don't go over there. There are humans." The zombie, irritated by her grasp, bared its teeth and growled at her. Understanding its intent, she reluctantly released her hold, watching as the nearby zombies surged toward the sound. Their eagerness suggested the presence of something valuable ahead. Yet Yu Qingxian was acutely aware that humans were their mortal foes. Despite her social anxiety, Yu Qingxian possessed the intrinsic curiosity characteristic of her culture, a penchant for gossip. Her survival prior to this moment had largely depended on the daily tales shared by the neighborhood Annies and her online interactions. As the zombies moved toward the source of the noise, her own curiosity piqued. Under normal circumstances, she would have turned to flee, but now, she found herself emboldened. Stealthily, she followed the horde of zombies toward the sounds. In the distance, she spotted several vehicles, with even some plants emerging from within them. Any zombie that drew near was struck aside by the advancing vines. Realizing instantly, Yu Qingxian understood that there were supernatural beings within those vehicles. Chapter 1. Transformed into a zombie. When Yu Qingxian opened her eyes once more, she was genuinely astonished to find herself alive. She sat up, gazing at her hands pale and ashen, betraying her state as anything but a living being. A question mark formed in her mind. Thus, she rose and made her way to the bathroom to confront her reflection. Indeed, she was no longer among the living, she had become a zombie. Yu Qingxian was plagued by severe social anxiety and debilitating depression. Her parents had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, leaving her to dwell alone in an aging community. Her meager sustenance came from penning short stories online, enough to stave off starvation. She held little attachment to this world and had been contemplating the cessation of her own life when the apocalypse arrived. She had read her fair share of apocalyptic novels, yet she lacked the prowess of those formidable heroines. Instead, she lay in bed for an entire day, resigned to becoming one of the first zombies. Yet, to her surprise, she did not succumb. She opened her door and allowed a zombie to scratch her through the safety gate, then returned to her bed. What began with fever and body aches culminated in her fainting. Yu Qingxian presumed this moment marked the end of her existence. She harbored no desire to escape or to embody the strong protagonist. Perhaps she could simply exist as a wandering zombie. Yet at that moment, she lost consciousness. Perhaps she would be slain by humans in her quest for fresh blood and flesh, or perhaps she would wither away for lack of sustenance, becoming a mere husk. However, Yu Qingxian never anticipated that, even in her undead state, she would retain her consciousness. Was this what they meant by being unable to die, even if one wished to? After transforming into a zombie, she found herself in a state of inertia. She felt neither hunger nor thirst, and even unclothed, she was impervious to the cold. At that moment, she resembled a soulless automaton. Days passed within her dwelling, during which she could hear the distant sounds of announcements and gunfire. Despite her awareness, she dared not venture outside, for she was a zombie. Should she step beyond her threshold, she would undoubtedly be mistaken for a human and swiftly dispatched. Thus, she occasionally meandered through the hallway. In the corridor of the first floor, she encountered several zombies. Though they appeared grotesque, she recognized them. Standing at her doorway, she observed these moaning figures shuffling back and forth, and a sigh escaped her lips. Perhaps they too did not wish for death, unlike herself, who viewed death as a release. Regrettably, those who longed for an end had not found it, while those who wished to live had become mere shells. Yu Qingxian spent much of her time confined to her home until, after a fortnight, she discerned that her community had likely become devoid of life. Only then did she dare to expand her range of movement. Under the blazing midday sun, the zombies seemed languid. Armed with an umbrella, she strolled through the neighborhood, having lived there for 3 years yet never fully explored it. As a resident of the ground floor, she was accustomed to overhearing the gossip of elderly women during the mornings and evenings. Tales of who had given birth to another daughter, or of a man's infidelity, filled the air. Much of her writing material stemmed from these women's chatter. Yet, what lingered most vividly in her memory was the story of an unseen neighbor's sister who had embarked on a journey across the nation to evade marriage. Though the elderly women spoke ill of her, Yu Qingxian felt a mixture of admiration and envy. At least she pursued her desires without hesitation. On the 16th day, the power in Yu Qingxian's community was cut off. The internet vanished as well. Previously occupied with videos to pass the time, she now felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. On the 18th day, she made a bold decision to traverse the nation on foot. Without hesitation, she resolved upon the morning and set out at noon. With only a backpack, a map, and her umbrella, she embarked on her journey. Being a person plagued by social anxiety, visiting scenic spots had once seemed unthinkable. Yet now, fear had lessened surely. No living souls inhabited those places, and the zombies posed no threat of conversation. As she departed, she politely bid farewell to the zombie uncles and aunties of her community, perhaps for the last time. "Uncle Lee, Aunt Lou, I'm off. Please don't linger together, it may seem odd to passers-by," Yu Qingxian remarked to the 2 zombies ambling before her. With that, she opened her umbrella and stepped outside. Even in December, the temperature remained uncharacteristically high. Yu Qingxian resided in a small city of 18 lines, modest in size, yet home to 2 million inhabitants. From the broadcasts and video announcements she had heard, she learned that approximately 80% of the global population had transformed into zombies. In their homeland, bases existed for survivors to seek refuge. These bases were places of refuge for some, yet for Yu Qingxian, they were places to be avoided. She held a map, observing several marked locations, each adorned with a large red cross. These were the survivor bases, places she must not venture. Determined to commence her journey, she chose to explore her own province, renowned for its tourist attractions. Despite warnings against approaching the borders, Yu Qingxian found herself drawn in that direction. Upon exiting her community, she encountered numerous abandoned vehicles, some containing corpses, others housing zombies. The streets were populated with wandering undead. Yu Qingxian did not recognize them, and they paid her no mind, which afforded her a measure of relief. However, this tranquility lasted barely half an hour before gunshots and the sounds of vehicles pierced the air. Startled, Yu Qingxian quickly sought refuge. The nearby zombies, however, were attracted to the noise. She retracted her umbrella and cautioned a passing zombie, "Don't go over there. They're humans." The zombie, irritated by her grip, bared its teeth and snarled. Yu Qingxian understood its intent and released her hold, watching as the nearby zombies surged towards the commotion. Their eager advance suggested the presence of something enticing, yet Yu Qingxian knew all too well that humans were their mortal enemies. Despite her social anxiety, Yu Qingxian possessed an innate curiosity characteristic of her culturia penchant for gossip. In her previous life, her survival had hinged upon the daily tidbits shared by the women in her community and the internet. As the zombies moved toward the source of the noise, her curiosity piqued. Had this been any other time, she would have turned away, but now she felt emboldened. Stealthily, she trailed behind the horde of zombies, drawn toward the sound. In the distance, she spotted several vehicles from which strange vines emerged. Any zombie that neared was repelled by these tendrils. The realization struck her. There were supernatural beings within those vehicles. Chapter 1. Transformed into a zombie. When Yu Qingxian opened her eyes again, she certainly did not expect to find herself still alive. She sat up and gazed down at her hands, the pale, ashen skin revealing that she was no longer a living being. This realization sparked a question mark in her mind. She then rose to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Indeed, she was no longer among the living, she had become a zombie. Yu Qingxian was plagued by severe social anxiety and profound depression. Her parents had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, leaving her to inhabit this old neighborhood alone. Her only source of income came from writing short articles online, enough to keep her from starvation. In truth, she felt little attachment to this world. Just as she was preparing to abandon her own life, the apocalypse arrived. She had read her fair share of apocalyptic novels, yet she was not as formidable as those heroines. Instead, she lay on her bed for an entire day, awaiting her transformation into one of the first zombies. Unfortunately, that did not come to pass. So, she opened her door and allowed a zombie to scratch her through the security door before retreating back to her bed. Initially, she experienced feverish chills, followed by excruciating pain that caused her to faint. Yu Qingxian thought her life would end at that moment. She had no desire to flee, nor to be a legendary heroine. Perhaps she would simply become a wandering zombie. Yet, at that time, she had already lost her consciousness. She might be killed by humans in her quest for fresh blood and flesh, or perhaps she would lose her vitality due to the absence of sustenance and become a mere desiccated corpse. However, Yu Qingxian never anticipated that even after transforming into a zombie, she would retain her consciousness. Was this what they meant by being unable to die, even if one wished for it? After her transformation, she began to drift aimlessly. She felt neither hunger nor thirst, and even without clothing, she did not feel the chill. In that moment, she resembled a soulless automaton. After spending several days indoors, she could hear the sounds of announcements and gunfire from outside. Despite her awareness, Yu Qingxian dared not venture outside, for she was a zombie. If she were to step out, she would undoubtedly be mistaken for a human and shot on sight. Thus, she confined her movements to occasional strolls in the corridor. In the first-floor corridor, there were a few zombies that, while somewhat grotesque in appearance, she recognized. Standing at her door, she observed these shuffling figures and sighed inwardly. Perhaps they too did not wish to die, unlike herself, who viewed death as a release. Regrettably, those who longed for death had not found it, while those who wished to live had become mere shells of their former selves. For much of the time, Yu Qingxian remained in her home until, 2 weeks later, she realized her neighborhood was devoid of any living souls, allowing her to expand her range of movement. Under the blazing sun, the zombies were largely inactive. She ventured out with an umbrella, meandering through the community she had inhabited for 3 years, yet had never truly explored. Living on the ground floor, she often overheard gossip from the elderly residents about the neighborhood, whose family had a second daughter, whose husband had taken a mistress. Much of her writing material stemmed from the tales of these women. However, what etched itself in her memory was the tale of a neighbor's sister she had never met, who, disenchanted with marriage, had chosen to cycle across the country. Though the elderly ladies spoke ill of her, Yu Qingxian felt a mix of admiration and envy. At least she had pursued her desires. On the 16th day, the electricity in Yu Qingxian's community was cut off. The internet vanished as well. The once entertaining videos she watched for distraction left her utterly bored. By the 18th day, she made a bold decision to embark on a journey across the country on foot. The decision was made in the morning, and she set out at noon, carrying only a backpack, a map, and her umbrella. As a person with extreme social anxiety, visiting scenic spots had always been impossible for her. Yet now, fear had diminished surely. There were no living souls left at the attractions. As for the zombies, they would not initiate conversation with her. As she departed, the socially anxious Yu Qingxian politely bid farewell to the zombified residents of her community. She might never return. Uncle Lee, Aunt Lou, I'm off. Don't linger together too much, it looks odd, she cautioned the two zombies shuffling together. After delivering her parting words, she unfurled her umbrella and stepped outside. Despite it being December, the temperature remained surprisingly high. Yu Qingxian resided in a small city with a population of 2 million. From the broadcasts and notification videos she had overheard, she learned that approximately 80% of the world population had turned into zombies. However, their homeland had established bases for survivors to seek refuge. These bases were places survivors aimed for, yet they were exactly what Yu Qingxian intended to avoid. She studied her map, noting several locations marked with a large red X, indicating the survivor bases she must not approach. Determined to embark on a walking tour, she decided to start from her own province, known for its abundant tourist attractions. Although the announcements warned against venturing toward the borders, Yu Qingxian felt compelled to head in that direction. Exiting her community, she encountered numerous abandoned vehicles, some containing corpses and others zombies. The streets were populated with wandering zombies, none of whom she recognized, and they paid her no mind. This realization eased her apprehension considerably. Unfortunately, this tranquility lasted less than half an hour before she heard gunshots and the sound of vehicles. Startled, she quickly sought shelter nearby. The zombies around her, however, gravitated toward the noise. Yu Qingxian retracted her umbrella and grasped a passing zombie, urging, "Don't go. There are humans over there." The zombie, irritated by her grip, bared its teeth and growled at her. Understanding its displeasure, she reluctantly released it. She watched as the nearby zombies surged toward the sound, their fervent movements suggesting the presence of something valuable ahead. Yet, she knew that ahead lay humans, the sworn enemies of these zombies. Even as someone who struggled with social anxiety, Yu Qingxian possessed the quintessential trait of her culture, a penchant for gossip. Her survival prior had been thanks to the daily tidbits shared by the neighborhood Annies and the online world. With the zombies drawn in that direction, curiosity began to stir within her. Under normal circumstances, she would have turned and retreated, but now she felt emboldened. Stealthily, she followed the throngs of zombies toward the source of the commotion. From a distance, she spotted several vehicles, and even some plants emerging from within them. The zombies that approached were swiftly repelled by the tendrils. Yu Qingxian's mind raced. It was clear that those vehicles housed individuals with extraordinary abilities. Chapter 2. After all, others have a right to live. Yu Qingxian observed the zombies pursuing the vehicle being dispatched by the humans inside, and instinctively reached up to touch her own head. Though she was merely a spectator, she maintained a prudent distance, ensuring her safety. Inside the car were merely 3 individuals and a dog. As the vine receded, the front passenger door swung open, and a dog leapt out. Following it, a young woman emerged from the driver's seat. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she seemed 6 or 7 years younger than Yu Qingxian, and her striking beauty, combined with an air of confidence, reminded Yu Qingxian of the heroines she had encountered in apocalyptic literature. Yu Qingxian crouched beside the wall, watching as the trio entered a supermarket. The zombies were confined outside by the shutter door, helplessly watching as delectable food was brought within. They clawed at the door, muttering in frustration. While humans could not comprehend the zombies' utterances, Yu Qingxian, now one of them, understood their words. However, she had no intention of translating for the humans. Given that there were humans present, it was not appropriate for her to linger in the vicinity. Besides, having become a zombie, she had no need for sustenance. Although uncertain if starvation was a possibility, she felt no desire for human flesh or blood. Approximately 2 hours later, the 3 individuals and the dog re-emerged, the zombies at the entrance having dissipated. Upon hearing the commotion, they began to gather once more. Yu Qingxian watched as the trio loaded their acquisitions into the car and departed. Once she was certain they would not return, she ambled toward the supermarket. She had seldom visited such places before, but she had to concede that takeout had been a remarkable invention in the pre-apocalyptic world, providing easy access to necessities. However, walking freely through the streets and browsing a supermarket was a novel experience for her after 3 years. Since childhood, she had harbored a fear of crowds, rarely venturing out unless accompanied by her parents. Even after years of schooling, she had remained largely unrecognized by her classmates. Yet here she was, strolling confidently down the street and meandering through the supermarket. The store, however, was a disarray with food scattered across the floor. Yu Qingxian picked up a torn bag of snacks from the shelf and sampled its contents. It was neither particularly pleasant nor unpleasant, merely tasteless. Yet, she hesitated to indulge further, uncertain if her stomach could tolerate such fare. After perusing the aisles, she arrived at the clothing section. The neatly arranged garments piqued her excitement, and she playfully draped several beautiful dresses over herself. Despite her bruised appearance, she cared little for how she looked. After all, who would concern themselves with the fashion of a zombie? Content with her choices, she donned a teal dress and stashed a few more in her backpack. Though not large, the bag held only a handful of photographs of her and her parents. Yu Qingxian was not without relatives, but they regarded her as an oddity, often causing her to break down in tears when speaking to even unfamiliar faces. This had been her reality since childhood. Before turning 3, she had a different name, but she could no longer recall it, though her original name was recorded in her household register. That document had been lost in the fire that consumed her family 3 years prior. She had never sought to replace it, as her solitary existence and lack of social interaction rendered it unnecessary. Exiting the supermarket, she placed several hundred yuan on the counter, proclaiming, "I have purchased these clothes, even though I know money holds no value now." With that, she stepped out into the world once more. She ambled slowly, having traversed only a few kilometers by evening, without even leaving the city. As night descended, Yu Qingxian surveyed her surroundings and chose a seemingly decent hotel, pushing the door open. Behind the counter stood 2 zombies, their uniforms indicating they were hotel staff. Upon noticing Yu Qingxian and Oppos' in trance, their previously animated movements turned lethargic. While sounds could capture their attention, Yu Qingxian, as a zombie, did not provoke their interest. Consequently, the 2 resumed their aimless wandering behind the counter as she made her way toward the elevator. After pressing the button for some time without any response, she recalled that there had been a power outage the previous night. Thus, she opted to ascend the stairs instead. The stairwell housed more zombies, and remnants of those who had fallen from above lay scattered, long since decomposed. Yu Qingxian was accustomed to such sights and odors. Proceeding calmly upward, given the absence of an elevator, she preferred to locate a room on the 2nd floor to rest rather than climb further. The unoccupied rooms had their doors ajar, while those that were closed remained locked against her. Entering one of the appealing rooms, she decided to make it her lodging for the night. Initially, Yu Qingxian anticipated a tranquil night, especially in an apocalyptic setting. However, her expectations were quickly dashed. As she drifted into a deep sleep, a sudden explosion jolted her from her bed. Peering out the window, she spotted smoke billowing from a nearby building. In these times, such explosions could only be the result of human action, indicating that there were indeed humans nearby. This revelation left Yu Qingxian perplexed. Why was there always humanity surrounding her? Yet, she did not harbor a genuine desire for their extinction. After all, others possessed the right to exist. If she were human, she would certainly fear zombies and their monstrous kin, as well as the darker aspects of human nature. But as a zombie, her only concern was to avoid humans, thereby sidestepping a myriad of complications. Leaning against the window, she observed the distant residential building, reassuring herself that the chaos had subsided before returning to bed. However, less than half an hour later, she heard the distant rumble of approaching vehicles. Indeed, zombies possessed keen hearing. She could discern the sounds long before seeing the source. While this was advantageous for her, allowing her to evade an encounter with humans, she sensed that her situation might soon become precarious. As it appeared, the vehicle had stopped right outside her hotel. Then, voices reached her ears. "Let us stay here tonight. There aren't too many zombies around. And this hotel looks decent. It's on the edge of the city. We can rest here tonight and leave in the morning," said a man in Oppos' voice, sounding relatively youthful. "All right," responded a girl's voice, suggesting that she held a leadership role within their group. After her agreement, it seemed they prepared to settle in at the hotel. Chapter 3. Digging a grave at this moment, Yu Qingxian was engulfed in anxiety. She was a zombie, a foe of humanity. If her appearance had been indistinguishable from that of a human, she might have escaped detection. However, her visage unmistakably reflected that of a zombie. Perhaps it was due to the excruciating pain she endured during her transformation that left a deep gash in her mouth. Despite feeling no pain, her ashen skin and the jagged edges of her lips rendered her anything but ordinary. Yet, this was not the worst part. The most distressing revelation came when Yu Qingxian heard the sound of barking dogs. Instantly, she recalled the trio she had encountered earlier that day. Their prowess was something she had witnessed firsthand. Even 10 of her would have been no match for them, for she was merely an ordinary zombie. Fortunately, the room was well soundproofed, so she remained unaware of how many floors they ascended. It was only when her door was tugged that she panicked and lay on the ground, feigning death. The absence of electricity rendered the door lock ineffective, allowing it to be opened from the outside. As she lay there, she heard footsteps entering her room. The space was surprisingly clean, indicating it had likely been unoccupied. To her dismay, the leading youth cautiously ventured inside. Initially, he saw no one, but as he rounded the corner past the bathroom, he caught sight of Yu Qingxian sprawled on the floor. From his perspective, she appeared to be a corpse, breathless, pallid, with a deep fissure marring her face. Soon after, a girl entered the room. Upon noticing Yu Qingxian on the floor, she glanced around the room before stepping closer. Yu Qingxian's heart raced with tension. What were these people doing? With so many rooms in the hotel, why had they chosen this one? Regardless of her lack of breath and heartbeat, she resolved to remain motionless on the ground, bracing herself for the girl's examination. But instead of a cautious approach, the girl suddenly lifted her. "Sister Qing, what are you doing?" "She's dead." The boy, perplexed, followed the girl into the room. "I couldn't just leave her here to rot," the girl, Gu Wanqing, replied. "She deserves a proper burial." Yu Qingxian felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. "Sister, this is the apocalypse. You should be gathering supplies and heading to a survivor base, not burying a corpse here." "Yes, I am dead, but not entirely. There is no need to inter me in the ground." Yet, Yu Qingxian knew she could not speak. Doing so would surely lead to her demise. If fate had spared her thus far, she had no intention of succumbing now. Gu Wanqing placed Yu Qingxian in a vehicle, dispatching 2 approaching zombies with ease. Although Yu Qingxian kept her eyes shut, she understood that if she were to suddenly rise, her fate would be sealed. Thus, she found herself buried in a grave, her belongings placed beside her. Thankfully, she no longer required breath. Being interred did not cause her discomfort. Indifferent to the cold and warmth, she found the earthy scent pleasantly soothing, leading her to contemplate burying herself once she had traversed the lands she wished to explore. Lying in the ground was surprisingly comfortable. Yu Qingxian slumbered beneath the earth until she eventually emerged, greeted by a sky painted in hues of red. She had slept from morning until dusk, revealing her remarkable ability to rest. Glancing down at her new dress, now stained with dirt, she rummaged through her backpack and retrieved 2 clean dresses as replacements. After changing her attire, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she had ventured beyond the city limits, finding herself in a greenbelt near a toll station. Turning to observe the area, she noted the abundance of abandoned vehicles and the remnants of zombies, some wounds appearing freshly inflicted. These were likely the handiwork of Gu Wanqing and her companions. It seemed there was a survivor base nearby, which explained why Gu Wanqing had chosen to bury her here, even leaving a bouquet of flowers. This act caught Yu Qingxian off guard. She had anticipated that a person thriving in the apocalypse would be more callous, akin to protagonists in dystopian novels. Instead, she found compassion for a deceased stranger, a gesture that prompted Yu Qingxian to silently pray for the girl's safety in this harsh world. With resolve, Yu Qingxian set off toward her destination, the wetland park she had longed to visit, now devoid of life. It was a mere 50 kilometers away, easily reachable in a couple of days, especially since she did not require sustenance or rest. She estimated that she could arrive within a day and a night. With that thought in mind, Yu Qingxian began her journey along the highway. From her extensive readings of zombie novels, she knew that highways were usually congested in the aftermath of the apocalypse, with few survivors daring to traverse them. Most opted for rural paths, where resources were abundant and safer. Those who ventured outside in search of supplies were not ordinary folk. As a zombie, Yu Qingxian had no intention of courting danger. Hence, she chose the perilous highway. Navigating through the chaos of wrecked vehicles, she noticed some zombies trapped beneath the debris. Upon hearing the commotion, they glanced her way before resuming their desperate struggles and cries. Yu Qingxian comprehended their desires, hunger, a primal instinct. Yet, she felt no inclination to concern herself with their fates. Though they were akin to her, she maintained her humanity's perspective, instinctively regarding flesh-eating monsters as undesirable. Of course, this did not apply to her. She was a benevolent zombie, one who did not consume humans. Chapter 4. The party in progress. As Yu Qingxian walked forward, the night fully enveloped her. Although she was uncertain whether her transformation into a zombie had anything to do with it, the distinction between day and night seemed merely a slight dimming of her surroundings. Yet, the darkness did not significantly impede her vision, which was why she chose to continue her journey through the night. After walking for nearly 3 hours, she suddenly caught sight of headlights illuminating the area beside her. Startled, she crouched down, using the highway and Oppo's railing to conceal her presence. However, several zombies nearby became agitated by the light. As she crouched, 2 zombies approached her, completely disregarding her presence and attempting to trample her face. This left Yu Qingxian somewhat speechless as she pushed one of them away. The vehicle, it seemed, merely passed by, swaying momentarily before vanishing from sight. Upon standing, she found the zombie that had tried to step on her swaying right in front of her. Feeling exasperated, she shoved it over the railing, sending it crashing to the ground. Unfortunately, the zombie was oblivious to pain and quickly regained its footing, even seeming to gain newfound freedom from Yu Qingxian's retaliation. Watching the zombies meandering toward the nearby town, Yu Qingxian couldn't help but scratch her head. In her view, the elevated highway offered a certain degree of safety for the zombies. While they might perish from hunger, they were unlikely to be killed in the short term. She dusted off her hands and continued onward. Yet, after taking only a few steps, the sound of gunfire rang out. The noise drew all the zombies on the highway toward its source. Some were pushed over the edge by the throng behind them, tumbling down onto the ground. Yu Qingxian stood aside, observing as the zombies fell like dumplings into the abyss, only to rise again and head toward the sound. She had no idea how many living souls were in that vehicle, but the mere sound of gunfire had attracted the entire horde of zombies in the town. Though Yu Qingxian struggled with social anxiety, she had no desire to turn against humanity. Peering down from the highway, she noted that the drop was not too perilous. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to leap down, reasoning that it was prudent to ascertain the situation first. As long as she kept her distance from humans, she would remain absolutely safe. Once she entered the town, stealthily following the zombies, she finally spotted the vehicle. However, there were no signs of humanity. The wheels were damaged, and the windshield was shattered, indicating that the occupants had fled the scene. Had they possessed a functioning vehicle, Yu Qingxian believed their chances of escape would have been significantly greater. On foot, they would undoubtedly be surrounded by the town as zombies. She certainly could not emulate those heroic protagonists who carved a bloody path to freedom. However, neglecting the situation might mean that these individuals could either escape or be trapped indefinitely. A peculiar scent wafted to her nostrils, reminiscent of meat and cake. She had previously detected this aroma on Gu Wanqing and her companions, initially believing it to be food. In hindsight, it was not the scent of sustenance, but rather the enticing aroma that humans exuded to zombies. The pungent smell that would be repugnant to human senses was, to zombies, a delectable invitation. Even the unusual body odor of humans could signal their presence to the undead. To a zombie's nose, the various scents of humanity transformed into an array of appetizing fragrances. This indicated that there were indeed humans within the town, even if she could not perceive them. Following the zombies would suffice, for her ashen skin made her appear distinctly zombie-like, albeit one with less severe decay. Yu Qingxian observed the horde of zombies converging upon a multi-story building. Realizing this was likely where the humans were hiding. While they could remain concealed for a day or two, prolonged seclusion would either lead to their consumption by zombies or starvation. Hence, devising an escape plan was imperative. Surveying her surroundings, she stealthily diverted toward another direction. If the humans remained quiet and concealed, with a distraction to draw the zombies away, they could potentially escape. This was likely the only assistance Yu Qingxian could provide. Ultimately, their ability to flee would hinge upon their own fortune. Eventually, she arrived at the town's broadcasting station, where the recording equipment likely had a backup power source. She needed to connect to the broadcast system. If successful, the zombies would be drawn to her location. Hosting a midnight gathering for her fellow undead should not pose a problem, she mused. After much tinkering, she finally managed to establish the connection. Initially, she intended to urge the humans to flee, but reconsidered. Speaking could reveal her presence. Thus, she decided against it. Once the broadcast commenced, the zombies would be lured by the sound, and if the humans were astute, they would recognize this as an opportunity to escape. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingxian, the survivors hiding in the building felt utterly cornered. They had come to the town seeking supplies, only to find themselves pursued by zombies, leading to a tire blowout. Their vehicle had careened out of control and crashed into a wall, rendering it immobile. With no supplies and their vehicle abandoned, the zombies, stirred by the gunfire, now swarmed the area. The leader among them glanced at a trembling youth, feeling a sense of helplessness. No amount of blame would change their fate. Had it not been for the gunshots, the zombies would have been attracted solely by the sound of the vehicle. Yet, for reasons unknown, the youth had fired several shots, inciting a frenzy among the town's zombies. Trapped in the building, their escape seemed nearly impossible. While they had secured the doors, their dwindling food supply would not sustain them for long. What could they do? One individual appeared more composed than the rest. Standing by the window, he observed the gathering zombies below and posed a question. In truth, escaping was not entirely out of reach. They merely needed someone to act as bait. However, the one designated for this role would undoubtedly not survive. The dilemma remained. Who would take on this perilous task? Just as he finished speaking, the air crackled with the sound of a transmission. What was that noise? Others heard it too. It was unbearably grating. Presumably, it originated from the town's broadcasting station. But was anyone still inside? In the apocalypse, who could possibly endure a month in such a small town? As their conversation concluded, the broadcast unexpectedly began to play music. The volume was so loud that all the zombies below turned toward the sound, recognizing this as their best chance to flee. The survivors realized they might have been saved by the mysterious broadcaster. 5 of them descended the stairs and headed toward the town's outskirts. For the moment, they had indeed evaded danger. But what of the one who had initiated the broadcast? Surely, there was no one left, and even if there were, they would have fled. After all, if the zombies swarmed, escape would be impossible. No one could be that foolish, the leader remarked. Despite their conversation, they chose a safe spot to wait and see if anyone emerged from the town. Little did they know, the individual who had unwittingly saved them was busy hosting a lively party. Chapter 5 at present. Yu Qingxian's zombie senses were more acute than a dog's. Observing the horde of zombies converging towards the broadcasting room, she found the scene quite spectacular. The guttural growls of the undead did not induce discomfort in her. Indeed, it seemed that death had alleviated some of her social anxieties. Of course, this only applied to these particular zombies, as they would not engage with her in conversation. Even if she were to initiate dialogue, they would remain unresponsive. Yu Qingxian gazed down at the gathering of zombies below, uncertain if any of the people had managed to escape. Yet, there was little she could do. In her human form, she had always possessed average stamina. Though no longer fatigued as a zombie, she was certainly not a proficient fighter. Besides, she had plans for travel. Having attracted the attention of these zombies, Yu Qingxian stepped out of the broadcasting room. As she beheld their ravenous expressions, she clasped her hands together in apology, stating, "I'm sorry, there is no food here. But if you could linger a while, it should pose no problem." With that, she turned and made her way downstairs. The zombies had already ascended the building, but they ignored her presence, continuing their ascent. Yu Qingxian felt a pang of guilt. Although she had lured them here, denying them sustenance seemed somewhat unethical. Yet, murder was a crime, and despite their undead status, these zombies were harmless and did not engage in nefarious acts. Squeezing her way out of the throng, she avoided the main road. The last thing she needed was for those outside the small town to spot her and create complications. Thus, she crept like a thief, scaling the walls of a nearby house and then another. Being night, she hoped that even those with night vision goggles would not catch sight of her. It truly was a challenge for her undead form. Finally escaping the confines of the small town, she stumbled upon a gas station, where she noticed the flicker of movement. Alarmed, she quickly retracted her neck. Why were there still people here? She distinctly remembered leaving the town in the opposite direction. Had she truly encountered them again? Fortunately, her current zombie senses were remarkably sharp. Otherwise, she might have collided with them. Were they truly waiting for her? Feeling a sense of relief as she fled without looking back, she silently hoped they would do the same. They were becoming quite an obstruction. Yu Qingxian stealthily began to take a detour, eventually climbing onto the highway. Standing there, she could still hear the distant sounds of the town's broadcasts. As for the individuals at the gas station, she had done her part and would leave their fate to them. With that thought, she adjusted her backpack and continued onward, heading south to avoid survivor bases. There were numerous survivor bases in Huaxia, many established on military grounds. For instance, the survivor base near City K was a repurposed military installation, fortified with tall, sturdy walls and military presence, making it an ideal refuge. However, such sanctuaries were merely temporary. In the event of a zombie surge, they would inevitably fall. Thus, Huaxia was in the process of constructing larger, safer bases. Yet, this was of little concern to Yu Qingxian. As the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon, Yu Qingxian squinted against the brightness. Despite it being only 7 in the morning, the heat wave had already begun. Fortunately, she could withstand the current temperature. With the town nearby, she refrained from using an umbrella. Being spotted would likely invite unwelcome inquiries. As she walked, she noticed the traffic on the highway dwindling. It appeared that no vehicles would obstruct her path ahead. With 30 kilometers to the next exit, she needed to adjust her direction westward. Just as she prepared to turn, the sound of approaching vehicles caused her to crouch low. Peering out to see a somewhat dilapidated bus speeding along the national highway, carrying a dozen passengers and trailed by a pack of zombie dogs. Although transformed into zombies, the dogs were surprisingly swift. Captivated by the scene, Yu Qingxian took out her camera to capture the moment. After all, if she was going to travel on foot, she wished to document her encounters. Were she still human, she likely would not have taken the time to appreciate such sights. Just as she finished taking a photo and prepared to rise, a series of gunshots forced her to duck down once more. Her gaze shifted to a familiar off-road vehicle pursuing the bus. It was Gu Wanqing's car, from which the gunfire originated. The shots rang out, pop, 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 striking true and dispatching the zombie dogs, which flew off the road and ceased to pose a threat. With the danger eliminated, the bus slowed, coming to a halt as the off-road vehicle caught up. Though some distance away, Yu Qingxian could not discern their conversation. Yet the expressions on the bus passengers' faces suggested gratitude towards Gu Wanqing. After a glance at the bus, Gu Wanqing's gaze locked onto something before she maneuvered around the front of the vehicle and climbed inside. Curiosity piqued, Yu Qingxian wondered what Gu Wanqing intended to do. Although she had little fondness for humanity, she found Gu Wanqing's kindness towards her, even after her death, rather endearing. In such dire times, genuine kindness from a stranger was a rarity. Once aboard, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew chaotic. Yu Qingxian squinted at the bus, witnessing Gu Wanqing ejecting an individual through the window. The person hit the ground and lay still for a moment before suddenly springing back up, lunging a young man accompanying Gu Wanqing, who was armed with a long knife. The assailant was swiftly dispatched, half of his head severed. Clearly, the bus contained infected individuals who had concealed their condition. The passengers were stunned, realizing the peril they had unwittingly invited aboard. Had Gu Wanqing not pursued them, they likely would have perished. Not only was the driver shocked, Yu Qingxian herself was impressed by Gu Wanqing's prowess. Yet, the more formidable Gu Wanqing became, the more Yu Qingxian felt the need to distance herself. Should conflict arise, she feared she would not even have a chance to explain before facing dire consequences. Thus, it was prudent to flee. She could not linger to witness the unfolding drama. Cautiously, she shifted to the opposite side of the highway to avoid being seen. However, as she turned, a sudden jolt of fear gripped her as she caught sight of the approaching horde of zombies, an overwhelming mass, likely numbering in the thousands. She could not tell if the gunfire had attracted them, but the highway's barriers and a bend in the road concealed the advancing horde from Gu Wanqing and her companions. Yu Qingxian slapped her forehead, contemplating the dilemma of whether to intervene or remain uninvolved. Chapter 6. Silly, right? I got an umbrella, but how can I attract the attention of Gu Wanqing and the others? As Yu Qingxian pondered this, she suddenly recalled Gu Wanqing's dog. The animal's sense of smell and hearing should be quite acute. If there were any disturbances on the highway, it would likely notice them in a timely manner. With this thought in mind, Yu Qingxian glanced around and spotted a zombie approaching her direction. Her eyes brightened at the sight. She hurried forward, grabbing the zombie and guiding it towards Gu Wanqing and the others. Once they reached the edge, she squatted down and hoisted one of its legs with all her strength. The zombie dangled over the elevated railing. Its raspy groans immediately caught the dog's attention. Upon hearing the dog's barking, Yu Qingxian quickly crouched and dashed toward the nearby vehicle, pulling the corpse from inside and covering herself with it, resuming her act of playing dead. The boy followed the dog onto the highway, casually dispatching the zombie hanging from the railing. He found nothing of concern, yet the dog made its way toward Yu Qingxian's position, which sent a wave of anxiety through her. "Don't find me. Look over there." If her heart still beat, she felt it would leap from her chest. The debt of burying that corpse was indeed difficult to repay. However, the dog merely bypassed her and leaped onto the opposite side of the highway, baring its teeth in vigilance. The boy, hearing the dog's commotion, turned to look in that direction. Upon seeing the throng of zombies, he turned and fled, the dog in tow. At that moment, the boy felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, the dog had reacted to the zombie. Otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed. "Qingjia, hurry! A horde of zombies is approaching, likely numbering close to 2,000. We won't be able to handle them." The boy's voice echoed as he moved farther away. The dog sprinted down the road. Yet Yu Qingxian remained frozen in place. It was only when she heard the sound of an engine starting that she threw off the corpse and stood up. By now, the zombies had emerged from the underpass of the highway, densely marching toward the direction in which the vehicles had vanished. The bus and off-road vehicle had long departed, leaving Yu Qingxian standing on the highway, watching the vehicles disappear into the national road. Very well, very well. She and Gu Wanqing were now even. With this in mind, Yu Qingxian picked up her map and headed west. She observed the zombies moving in the opposite direction and tilted her head to watch them. Once they had passed, leaving a few incapacitated zombies in their wake, she finally descended from the highway. Glancing at the struggling zombies on the ground, she politely lifted a few of them back to their feet, even tucking their exposed intestines back into their bodies. She wiped her hands on their clothing as she remarked, "See, don't venture into areas thick with zombies. It's easy to cause a stampede." Though she rarely ventured outside, Yu Qingxian spent her days online. She was well aware that during certain holidays or events, stampedes could occur, which only deepened her aversion to humanity. Truly, crowds were terrifying. Yet, despite her comments, the zombies continued to drag their remnants in pursuit of the main group, paying her good-natured advice no heed. Yu Qingxian shrugged off the rudeness of these zombies. Good intentions often fall on deaf ears. Since a horde was approaching from that direction, it seemed unlikely that any living humans would be present for the time being. Her ensuing journey would likely be relatively tranquil. Nevertheless, she bowed toward the departing zombies, wishing them a safe journey. Once, humans were akin. Now, zombies had become her kindred. If only zombies were like her, abstaining from human consumption, perhaps they could coexist peacefully? But that was a decision beyond her solitary existence as a creature straddling life and death. As the sun ascended, Yu Qingxian, already intolerant of the sun as a human, found her discomfort heightened in her current state. She opened her umbrella and continued onward. According to the map, there were no toll booths for the next 30 kilometers, and the highway remained elevated throughout. This revelation eased her mind. As an elevated highway, the national and rural roads lay several meters beneath it. Moreover, there was a toll booth approximately 40 kilometers ahead, but it too would likely be clogged with wrecked vehicles. After all, the two toll booths she had passed were in similar disarray. Thus, between the two toll booths, while vehicles were present, humans would certainly not be able to drive onto the highway unless the area had been secured and the roads cleared. However, clearing the roads would not extend to unimportant highways like this one, given that the apocalypse had persisted for nearly a month. Any survivors in this vicinity had either fled or perished. Yu Qingxian regarded the zombies before her, wilting under the sun, and even found herself in a good mood as she greeted them. Alas, those zombies could only seek refuge in the shadows. This lifted Yu Qingxian's spirits even more. Silly, right? I and Appos. He got an umbrella. With a playful flourish, she twirled her umbrella as she bounced along. Initially, she had intended to traverse 50 kilometers in a day and night. Yet now, after a full day and night, she had barely covered 30 kilometers. It was evident that she had underestimated her inherent penchant for social interaction. Indeed, even with social anxiety, human nature yearns for connection. When the afternoon sun softened, Yu Qingxian finally stowed her umbrella. The highway, now devoid of humans, basked in the glow of the setting sun, surrounded by majestic mountains, creating a truly picturesque scene. Yu Qingxian pulled out her camera and captured a few photos. Suddenly, a flock of zombie birds flew overhead. She had previously thought that if humans resided on such an elevated highway, they might be safe, provided they dealt with the zombies at both ends. However, she had overlooked a crucial detail. While the zombie birds showed no interest in her, they were keenly attracted to humans. If humans inhabited such spaces, they would easily become targets for the zombie birds. And if they were besieged from both sides by zombies, this place would become exceedingly perilous. If she were human, caught between two hordes of zombies, how would she retaliate? Yu Qingxian pondered this as she edged closer to the side. Falling from a height of several meters might not be fatal, but should she only sustain severe injuries, she could find herself torn apart by zombies. Such a demise would be dreadful. Thus, residing on the highway was not a viable option. It would lead to a grim fate. With these thoughts, Yu Qingxian realized she had been idly contemplating. This was not the sort of reflection befitting her current state. As the sun set, Yu Qingxian felt her vitality returning. Passing through a small village, she noticed the zombies were unusually active, piquing her curiosity. In a village of merely dozens of households, if the entirety of its zombies had transformed, there would likely be only a couple of hundred. Yet why were these zombies so lively? In the face of humanity, Yu Qingxian was meek. Yet when confronted with zombies, she felt compelled to approach and observe. Thus, she strode boldly into the zombie-infested village. The zombies had congregated near the entrance of one particular residence. Yu Qingxian moved closer. This house was 2 stories tall, with a courtyard wall higher than those of neighboring homes. The entrance was a robust steel gate, yet a faint aroma wafted toward her nose. Clearly, there were living humans inside. A month into the apocalypse, and this small village still harbored survivors. Chapter 7. In this apocalyptic world, who possesses your leisure? However, it must be noted that she had never come across accounts in dystopian literature detailing how survivors in such quaint villages managed to endure. After all, the protagonists typically traversed vast bases and bustling cities, occasionally passing through a small town or a roadside hamlet. Rarely were there depictions of life in a tranquil village situated beside a highway. If luck were on their side, they might even escape by car. For each household in the village had its own small courtyard, effectively containing the lurking zombies. Hence, one could argue that such villages were relatively secure. In front of one household, a throng of zombies surrounded the entrance, likely having descended from the highway. It was possible that unsuspecting villagers had been ambushed by zombies as they set out in the morning, subsequently succumbing to the same fate. Nevertheless, for an ordinary person, encountering 40 to 50 zombies was akin to staring down one's own grave. Yu Qingxian cautiously approached, squeezing through the mass of zombies and peering through the crack of the door. The main entrance was firmly locked. Even if it were breached, another door lay beyond. Presently, rural doors appeared sturdier than those in urban areas. Moreover, if one resided alone in the countryside, stocking up on provisions for half a year seemed achievable. Thus, with a bit of frugality, one could easily survive for an extended period. After observing for a while, without catching sight of any inhabitants, she decided not to force the issue. Climbing over the wall would likely terrify anyone inside. Yet, as she turned to leave the zombie horde, she stumbled upon the remnants of several corpses beneath her feet. Startled, she quickly withdrew her foot from the visage of a zombie. "My apologies," she thought. "I did not mean to tread upon you." As she continued to apologize to the lifeless body, a sudden click of a door lock echoed, sending her into a panicked retreat. Those zombies were indeed audacious. She slipped into the neighboring house, greeted the resident zombie, and ascended to the second floor, where she had a clear view of the adjacent yard. At that moment, the front door of the house swung open, and a girl of about 17 or 18 emerged. The girl casually picked up a baseball bat from by the door and proceeded toward the entrance. However, she did not use the front door. Instead, She climbed up a nearby staircase and crouched upon the wall. The zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, surged toward her. Yet, the girl remained unfazed, swinging the bat with precision and reducing the first zombie's head to pulp. Yu Qingxian felt a wave of relief that she had not knocked on the door. Otherwise, that bat might have met her own head. What close call! Today was a splendid day for hot pot, and they had come to join the festivities. The girl, observing the fallen corpses, swung her bat again, dispatching a second zombie. After eliminating 5 zombies, she seemed to glance into the void before contentedly scaling the wall to return. Yu Qingxian realized she had been unnecessarily anxious. Anyone capable of living alone in such a place surely possessed some degree of skill. Indeed, heroes emerge in chaotic times. With the onset of the apocalypse, extraordinary individuals abound. She could not help but wonder who was more formidable between this girl and Gu Wanqing. The thought of them teaming up was thrilling, conjuring images of an exhilarating tale. It was impossible for Yu Qingxian not to feel envious. After all, everyone desires to live with such carefree abandon. Yet, some individuals, like Yu Qingxian, could only venture out once transformed into a zombie. Contemplating her circumstances, she resolved that it was best to vacate this area promptly. In any case, that girl posed a considerable threat, not only to humans but undeniably to zombies as well. Although she could not fathom the source of the girl's combat prowess, she realized that everyone harbored their own motivations. After confirming that the girl could fend for herself, Yu Qingxian decided to flee for her own safety. As darkness enveloped the sky, she departed from the village. Whether the girl had noticed her was of no concern. As long as she didn't come seeking retribution, all would be well. As Yu Qingxian left, a pair of eyes watched her intently. The girl was somewhat taken aback. Upon system analysis, she confirmed that this zombie was indeed harmless, with a danger level of 0 and a combat power of 8. It was worth noting that the combat power of an ordinary human stood at 10, while this zombie possessed a mere 8. As a human, one would often wake up feeling dizzy, and even a few steps would leave them unsteady. Now, as a zombie, she retained a combat power in the single digits. Typical zombies boasted a combat strength of 20. For humans, becoming a zombie was indeed an evolution. Yet for this female zombie, she was simply a living corpse. Initially, she had intended to linger in the village for a while, waiting for the base to be established before seeking it out and finding a team to accumulate points. However, this zombie devoid of any fighting capability piqued the girl's curiosity. She gathered her belongings and stealthily followed, eager to discover what this weakling zombie intended to do. Unbeknownst to Yu Qingxian, the girl had ulterior motives and possessed a system that found her intriguing. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian continued to consult her map, confirming her direction and forging ahead. Occasionally, she would encounter clusters of zombies, taking a moment to observe. Finally, early the following day, Yu Qingxian arrived at her first destination. This waterfall was unique, as it was a hot spring waterfall with warm flowing water. The springs were renowned, attracting numerous visitors year-round, particularly in winter. Naturally, the area was also teeming with zombies. The abundance of the undead effectively barred the girl from entering, leaving her to watch as Yu Qingxian ventured into the tourist area. The sheer number of zombies in the hot spring tourist zone surpassed 10,000. Although the girl possessed considerable strength, she believed it prudent not to tempt fate. No matter how formidable she was, she remained human. Yet, as she observed the seemingly defenseless zombie glide through the throng of zombies toward the ticket booth, she was astounded. Yu Qingxian proceeded to purchase a ticket, joining the queue and entering the hot spring tourist area. The girl, watching Yu Qingxian step through the entrance with a look of disbelief, could hardly fathom it. This zombie had come to indulge in leisure activities. You chose not to visit when you were human, but now that you are a zombie, you seek recreation? How absurd! Yet, the absurdity was intriguing. At that moment, Yu Qingxian was merely following the customary steps for entering a tourist attraction. Though no one was selling tickets, the zombies were not lining up. They were merely obstructed by barriers. Nevertheless, she immersed herself in the atmosphere of tourism. Unbeknownst to her, someone was tracking her movements, deeming her quite peculiar. Upon entering the tourist area, she discovered that many places had indeed sustained damage. Yet for Yu Qingxian, this did not hinder her enjoyment. Various water attractions remained operational, allowing her to indulge in activities such as soaking in hot springs and river rafting. Yu Qingxian dragged a kayak toward the hot spring waterway, while the curious girl sought a way to enter and locate Yu Qingxian. To her astonishment, she witnessed the weak zombie truly engaging in merriment. In this apocalyptic world, who could rival her leisurely spirit? Chapter 8. It's time to bid farewell to the world. Yu Qingxian had made 2 visits, but during her third, she found herself capsized, plunging directly into the depths of the water. Had she been alive, she might have drowned. However, she emerged from the pond, dragging the small boat up to higher ground. Then, she proceeded to shove the nearby, swaying zombies into the boat, securing them with seatbelts before taking her own seat. Observing the zombies whose eyeballs had dislodged due to the rocking, she instinctively reached out to catch them. Once the boat stabilized, she carefully returned the eyeballs to their rightful place. She felt a twinge of regret. It seemed their eye sockets could no longer contain their eyes. Indeed, in this weather, these zombies, having not fed on flesh, would only continue to decay. The few submissive zombies she had gathered were particularly putrid. They followed her lead with little resistance, floundering as she nudged them into the boat. In stark contrast, those zombies that had not yet begun to rot were stubborn as mules, resisting her every attempt to drag them along. Each one possessed a distinct personality. Noticing that the innards of these zombies were nearly dislodged from their bodies, Yu Qingxian decided against further tormenting them and pushed them off the boat. She then indulged in the well-known attractions of the scenic area, despite being the sole conscious being present. Curiously, she did not feel lonely. Rather, she felt an unexpected sense of freedom, reveling in the liberty her situation afforded her. After exploring the popular attractions, night began to fall, signaling that it was time for her to move on to the next destination. Just as she was preparing to depart, she spotted a convoy heading toward the hot spring park. Intrigued, she wondered what these individuals could possibly want here. The hot spring park was not a repository of essential supplies. Aside from the springs, it was filled with various entertainment facilities and, of course, an abundance of zombies. Surely, they couldn't be here to collect zombies. With zombies present everywhere, it seemed unnecessary for them to visit a tourist spot. Yu Qingxian hesitated to remain indoors and opted to venture into the forest. If not for the transparent water of the hot spring pool, she would have felt safer lying submerged in the water. She scanned the trees and the soil, pondering the whereabouts of Gu Wanqing. Perhaps she could bury her in the ground, ensuring that even if someone stepped on her face, she would remain oblivious. Her thoughts meandered until she found a vantage point, stealthily observing the newcomers. Upon noticing that they were clad in military uniforms, it became evident that this was no ordinary operation. Given that it was the army, it likely pertained to a higher-level initiative. However, what could possibly be of interest in this scenic area? As night enveloped the surroundings, the zombies exhibited heightened agility compared to daylight, prompting the military to manage the wandering zombies outside and establish a camp. They would first employ night vision drones to assess the number of zombies and then devise a strategy for a daytime assault. Yu Qingxian wondered if the drones would catch sight of her. With this concern in mind, she gathered several branches to shield herself, reasoning that, as a deceased individual, she would likely go unnoticed even by thermal imaging drones. Just as a drone approached her direction, her gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. This was no zombie. It was a human, one she recognized from the small village, particularly due to the distinctive baseball bat that had left a lasting impression on her. This young girl had somehow followed her. How had she managed to do so without Yu Qingxian noticing? If not for the presence of the military, she might have remained oblivious to the girl's pursuit. Had the girl struck her with that baseball bat, Yu Qingxian would have truly bid farewell to the world. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingxian discarded the branches and made her way behind the mountain, determined to leave the area. As for her destination, she would seek refuge in a safer place first. Thus, she circumnavigated the rear of the mountain and headed towards the city. For Yu Qingxian, areas teeming with zombies felt increasingly secure. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, she finally escaped the hot spring resort. Once in the city, she took a moment to explore, aware that although her vision was keen, it was insufficient for distant observation. She realized that a pair of binoculars would have been prudent. Had she possessed them, she might have detected the girl trailing her much sooner. Fortunately, the young girl seemed uninterested in causing her harm. Otherwise, not even 10 lives would suffice against the force of that baseball bat. As Yu Qingxian rummaged through a pile of belongings, she suddenly experienced a piercing ringing in her ears, as if the world was spinning around her, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Yet, there was no audible sound. She slapped her face to regain her composure and began to ascend the many stories of a tall building. While she could not hear, the sensation of disorientation indicated a sonic attack. This area, devoid of zombies and nearing the border, might soon become a military outpost. In these chaotic times, territorial integrity remained paramount. The hot spring resort was indeed an ideal location for a base, given its vastness and fortified walls designed to deter unauthorized access. This explained why zombies could not escape and why those outside could not enter. If the zombies in the hot spring area were eradicated, it would undoubtedly serve as a suitable border outpost, merely 50 kilometers from the frontier. By equipping it properly, any intruders could be apprehended immediately. Using her binoculars to survey the resort, Yu Qingxian spotted a large truck transporting ominous-looking equipment. Although she could not identify the object, its presence radiated danger. Thankful for her swift escape, she realized that remaining near the epicenter of that sonic disturbance would have rendered the zombies immobile, and this included animals with acute hearing. By controlling the zombies' movements, they would become easy targets. With silencers attached, they could practice shooting, ensuring accuracy with minimal training. Peering through her binoculars towards the road below, she caught sight of an off-road vehicle. Yu Qingxian thought, "Sister, how is it that you are everywhere?" The vehicle bore military insignia, confirming that Gu Wanqing was indeed a soldier. No wonder her marksmanship was so exceptional. She was a professional. Gu Wanqing's vehicle headed toward the scenic area. Yu Qingxian instinctively ran her fingers through her hair, nearly pulling out strands from her scalp. Now that she was deceased, any hair loss would be irreversible, and she had no desire to become a balding zombie. Quickly, she pressed down on her scalp, stowing her binoculars in her backpack before descending the stairs. What was happening? Though she intended to move toward the border, she encountered numerous people. Did this mean she was inadvertently moving inland? The presence of military forces along the border made it easy to come across them. Taking a seat on the steps midway, Yu Qingxian began to peruse a travel brochure, contemplating her next destination with more auspicious connotations. Thus, she started strategizing on the map before her. Chapter 9, in a place where one feels on the brink of a creative explosion, dictated by fortune rather than intention, is hardly a sanctuary for her thoughts. She ventured to this hot spring waterfall scenic area, only to find herself either buried underground or pursued by a protagonist of a post-apocalyptic narrative. She narrowly escaped being ensnared amidst a horde of corpses, nearly succumbing to a sonic attack. Reflecting on her journey, it has indeed been fraught with twists and turns. Thus, a change of scenery is imperative. She must distance herself from Gu Wanqing and that young girl. With such formidable humans around, Yu Qingxian feels she is perpetually on the verge of A and oppos, creative explosion and oppos. It is best to hasten her departure from this tumultuous locale. Previously, she believed that taking the expressway would shield her from both humans and zombies, providing a measure of tranquility. However, she now realizes that great concealment often resides in urbanity. Thus, she sets her sights on the metropolis, having visited only a handful of cities in her lifetime. Now, amidst the surge of zombies, she aims for the city. Once humanity reclaims the urban landscape, she will retreat to the mountains. After all, as a zombie, she will inevitably devolve into a mere puddle, at which point she can dig a pit and bury herself. As Yu Qingxian gazed at the city she had chosen, she found herself needing to circumvent the safety zone. The safety zone was off-limits, necessitating a detour. Armed with a travel guide of the province, she noted only tourist cities. The city she selected was nestled among mountains on 3 sides, with one side facing a river, a location easy to defend yet challenging to attack. If a safety zone were to be established in this area, she believed that J City would indeed be an excellent candidate. Regrettably, it is an ancient city, making permanent residence impractical. Furthermore, any base construction in this region would naturally require accessibility. Given the advanced highways and railways in Huaxia, J-City would not be a viable option for such developments. Thus, this location remains inherently secure. It appears she requires not only a travel guide, but also a national route map. Otherwise, she may inadvertently stumble into small towns that could be overrun and utilized as transit points. If she accidentally wanders there, she might become a pawn in someone else's quest for survival, though she wonders if she is worth a single point or 10. Reflecting on typical zombie narratives, where one must slay 10 zombies to earn a few points, she suspects she may not be worth even a single point. Having made her decision, Yu Qingxian set off before dawn. The swifter her escape, the less likely she would collide with humanity. The question of whether zombies might evolve loomed in her mind. Yet, she pondered, with the presence of supernatural beings, zombies must certainly possess levels of hierarchy. Upgrading one into Appo's powers requires the crystal cores from zombies, while zombies themselves must consume their kind to ascend. The thought of her own safety as a zombie morphed her into Edvard Munch's iconic painting, The Scream. Upon exiting the city, she felt an overwhelming urge to dig a pit and bury herself. After all, she felt quite at ease in the earth. Pretending to be human was an impossibility. Her face was rotting, her complexion lifeless, devoid of a heartbeat, and her blood no longer flowed. She could not even pass the scrutiny of a physical examination. Yet, in the realm of zombies, she might be considered an anomaly. In many tales, higher-tier zombies could regain a semblance of consciousness, not human awareness, but rather the instinctual knowledge necessary for survival and predation. Thus, as a zombie with such a frail corporeal form, she would undoubtedly belong to the category destined to be consumed. As she pondered, she continued her journey out of the city, determined to escape this perilous environment before dawn. Meanwhile, Wen Qian had lost track of the little zombie. Initially, she sought to evade the heat-seeking drones, only to discover that the authorities employed sonic attacks. These sounds had compromised the cognitive function of the zombies, rendering them even more sluggish. Would that little zombie succumb to the same fate and be eliminated? Despite employing her system to scour the entire hot spring area, she could not locate the small zombie. Clearly, it had fled. After all, it was a rare find, one that did not seek to harm humans and appeared to retain some vestiges of human consciousness. How could she let it slip away? Before the apocalypse, she had suddenly acquired a system. By slaying zombies, she could earn points to procure items from the system's marketplace. As long as she continued to eliminate zombies, she would not face starvation in this dystopian world. Additionally, she could purchase weapons with her points. However, given the current strength of the zombies, utilizing high-end weaponry would be a gross misallocation of resources, making her a target for others. A specially crafted baseball bat would suffice. With minimal effort, she could easily shatter a zombie skull. Wen Qian was an orphan, having navigated life as trials alone from a young age. Accustomed to solitude, she had been raised by her grandmother in a village, only to have their land seized, leaving them with a considerable fortune. Suddenly, her grandmother's children appeared, vying for their inheritance, only to be chased off by her grandmother wielding a kitchen knife. The thick walls and sturdy house erected for protection ultimately provided her with significant advantages during the apocalypse. A year prior, her grandmother had passed away, leaving Wen Qian as the sole survivor of her household. Years of labor alongside her grandmother had endowed her with considerable strength. Though only 19, she had grown quite self-sufficient. She held little interest in humanity, so when a small, seemingly non-threatening zombie appeared, her curiosity was piqued. Yet now, she had lost track of it. It seemed that finding the little zombie again would require it to enter her 3-kilometer range. Otherwise, she might never encounter it again. Despite her transformation, her ability to evade humans had not diminished. As for Yu Qingxian, her aptitude for avoiding humanity was formidable. After departing the city, she traveled eastward, needing to circumvent the survivor base, which meant an additional 100 kilometers of detour. However, this was hardly a concern for her. This time, she opted against the expressway, choosing instead to navigate through the city, for urban environments often harbored entertaining diversions. Of course, she remained vigilant to avoid human encounters. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she heard the sound of vehicles, more than one, evidently heading toward the city's hospital. The cars had already entered the hospital premises, pursued by a throng of zombies. Yu Qingxian observed the zombies passing before her and glanced toward the hospital. Hundreds of zombies were gravitating toward the entrance, yet the hospital doors had been secured. It was clear they sought medicinal supplies. However, hospitals are typically rife with danger. They are often ground zero for zombie outbreaks, as the injured and comatose are swiftly transported there. When these individuals transform, they are prone to attack medical staff and family members. Seeking medicine in a hospital is a perilous endeavor, or so she had gleaned from the novel she read. Of course, Yu Qingxian herself penned stories, though she seldom ventured into the realms of science fiction or apocalyptic themes. Yet, had she chosen to write such narratives, she would certainly share this perspective. As she watched the zombies jostling at the entrance, she slipped around to the hospital and Oppo's back door through a narrow alley. The rear was flanked by restaurants, shops, and lodgings, populated by numerous zombies. Yu Qingxian pressed against the wall, peering into the alley, only to lock eyes with a protruding pair of eyes from a zombie. Blinking in surprise, she looked up to see that this zombie had been slain, apparently having fallen from an upper floor and becoming ensnared on the wall. Strangely, the sight of the zombie did not frighten her. Rather, she feared the sudden emergence of a human. Chapter 10. She was exhausted. Yu Qingxian fixed her gaze upon the zombie, then inspected the wound. It appeared to have been inflicted several days prior, not today. She surmised that someone must have broken into this hospital in search of medicine, though she was uncertain whether they had managed to escape. Yu Qingxian was convinced that there were no humans near the back door, only zombies, which is why she ventured in that direction. Many restaurant doors stood ajar, with a few zombies staggering about inside. Upon examining the signs, she noted they all featured various place names followed by the word snack. Curiosity piqued, Yu Qingxian stepped inside. The ground was stained with blood, alongside some spilled vegetable soup, now congealed into unsightly blotches. After wandering through several shops, she turned her attention to the back door of the hospital. A considerable number of zombies congregated there, along with several deceased zombies. It seemed that someone had escaped through this exit, closing the door behind them to thwart the zombies' pursuit. Quite impressive indeed. Yu Qingxian's gaze swept across the building diagonally opposite, landing on the hospital's various structures. She did not dare approach too closely. As dusk approached and the convoy departed, she finally entered the hospital, with no humans in sight. Yu Qingxian strolled confidently inside. Numerous zombies lay on the ground, their heads cleaved by a long blade. Clearly, wielding heavy weaponry in such a place was tantamount to courting death. There were also fresh corpses, presumably those who, wounded, had opted for self-termination rather than succumb to zombification. Observing these bodies, Yu Qingxian realized that the convoy had moved swiftly and left them behind. It was likely they had no means to transport the corpses, given the sheer number of zombies. The bodies had already been feasted upon, and the cold blood and flesh held no allure for the zombies any longer. As she contemplated the gnawed corpses, Yu Qingxian made her way to the hospital's storage room, where she procured a shovel and a hoe. She then proceeded to excavate a sizable pit in the hospital garden. Though the task was slow, she felt no fatigue. Digging took her 4 to 5 hours, followed by an additional 2 hours to drag the bodies over. Burying them consumed yet another hour. By the time she finished, it was past 3 in the morning, an hour of deep silence. From the clothing of the deceased, Yu Qingxian discovered a list detailing various medications and their required quantities. Glancing at the mound of earth, then at the list in her hand, she turned toward the hospital's pharmacy. She fetched a cart and rummaged through several large boxes, comparing the names of the medications with those on her list, and doubled the quantities into her cart. By 5 in the morning, she was pushing a cart laden with numerous boxes of medicine toward the edge of the city. She was uncertain whether those people had returned or still resided within the city, but she resolved to deliver the supplies to the outskirts. Having not taken enough this time, she would surely have to return. She placed the cart along their likely path. Would it be prudent to write a few large words to offer guidance? Just as she pushed the cart out of the hospital, she suddenly spotted a vehicle parked in front of an office building. Wasn't that one of the convoy's vehicles? She recognized the insignia. Naturally, Yu Qingxian dared not move closer, as her position concealed the cart from their view. Venturing forward would risk detection by the lookout. At that moment, she longed to slap herself, Why meddle in others' and Oppo's affairs? Yet, if someone truly needed these medications, sacrificing so many lives for their procurement would only lead to more deaths. She found it rather convenient to undertake such actions. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Qingxian resolved that she had already acted and need not regret her decision. She pushed the cart around the corner. The individuals would likely focus on the direction of the hospital. If they glanced toward it, they would surely see the cart full of medications on the road. Yu Qingxian exerted herself to push the cart forward, causing its wheels to roll across the ground and attract a few zombies. The creatures approached the source of the sound, only to lose interest upon realizing it was merely another cart. With the cart now positioned in the middle of the road, Yu Qingxian immediately hunched down and ran toward the large building diagonally opposite. She wanted to ascertain whether the people could see the medication she had brought. Moreover, she had thoughtfully affixed a note atop the cart that read, "Take it, no thanks needed, it's not poisoned." In that moment, Yu Qingxian fancied herself a clandestine hero, silently safeguarding humanity. This notion made her stand with hands on her hips, utterly exhausted. "Brother Qin, we just heard a faint noise and turned to look. Suddenly, there's a cart over there, laden with some medical boxes. Should we investigate?" One of the lookouts abruptly pushed open the door and entered the room. The quest for medicine was indeed a perilous gamble. The demand for medications was immense, with many items not sold in pharmacies, prompting them to venture into the city. The entire convoy comprised 5 vehicles and 30 individuals. On their last outing, they had lost 7 members. 3 of these remained alive but injured, now bound and placed in one of the rooms. Among the convoy were only 2 ability users, one of whom was Captain Qin, a formidable fire-type ability user. The other was a water-type ability user, whose combat prowess was not particularly strong, yet indispensable to the team. If any of the injured individuals were to awaken their abilities, their outing would be considered a success, even without securing the medications. However, given their condition, the likelihood of zombification was high. The distinction between becoming a zombie and an ability user was significant. Those bitten by zombies would begin to develop a fever within an hour post-injury, subsequently falling unconscious with a pallid complexion. In contrast, ability users remained lucid, experiencing increasing pain at the wound site while becoming more alert. Thus, those who began to run a fever after being bitten were, with 99% certainty, on the path to zombification. Upon hearing the lookout's words, Qin approached the window, retrieving binoculars to survey the street. Though somewhat blurry, he could indeed discern the familiar medical boxes. He was certain they had not possessed such items during their retreat. Yet, as dawn had yet to break and the sun had not yet risen, the zombies remained agile. Having already lost 7 brothers, he could not afford to risk any more lives. Therefore, he decided to wait until daylight to investigate. Yu Qingxian, meanwhile, had been waiting from nearly 6 until after 7 when the sun finally emerged. She then witnessed a man leap from the 2nd floor, a gun strapped to his waist and a long knife on his back. He appeared to be the captain of the convoy. Cautiously, he approached, skillfully dispatching the few wandering zombies nearby before reaching the cart. The cart held 4 large boxes which had not been sealed, but on top rested a note. Qin picked it up and glanced at it, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, he folded the note and tucked it into his pocket before taking out his walkie-talkie, instructing, "Have the brothers pack up and prepare to withdraw. I need a few people to come to my location." Having examined the contents, he confirmed they were precisely what they needed, even in double quantities. This left Qin puzzled. Who, he wondered, could possibly extract such a substantial amount of medicine from that zombie-infested hospital? Chapter 11. Could it be searching for oneself? As Qin and 4 team members approached, they were greeted by 4 large cardboard boxes. The contents within were the very purpose of their journey. They were not affiliated with the official base. The survivor base they inhabited was repurposed from a breeding farm, situated over 200 kilometers away from the official stronghold. Many within this small base lacked the means to make such a journey. Here, they might extend their lives a bit longer, whereas venturing toward the official base could lead to demise along the way. Qin and his team possessed the capability to reach the official base, but should they depart, the remaining inhabitants would be left defenseless against zombies, lacking both supplies and the means to fight back. Moreover, in this civilian survivor base, they enjoyed a degree of freedom, notwithstanding the inherent risks they faced every few days. Yet, such risks were deemed worthwhile. Otherwise, death was the only outcome. Yu Qingxian observed as they loaded the medical supplies into their vehicle and departed before the zombies could encroach upon their vicinity. Yet, Qingxian couldn't resist casting a final glance around before leaving. Once the vehicle's windows were rolled up, he retrieved a crumpled note from his pocket. He scrutinized the scrawled lines, which resembled a child's haphazard doodles. It was unclear what message was intended. Perhaps the writer had attempted to communicate something but lacked the means to do so effectively. Nevertheless, the fact that the sender had successfully retrieved such a substantial quantity of medical supplies from the depths of a zombie-infested hospital suggested that they possessed a measure of self-preservation. Given that the sender chose to remain anonymous, Qingxian resolved to transport the life-saving medicine back to their base. As for the individual who provided the supplies, should fate allow them to meet again, gratitude would be in order. Yu Qingxian watched the convoy depart, feeling a sense of relief. However, she couldn't shake the notion that so many medical supplies left unused would be a waste. Since she had no urgent travel plans, she considered relocating all the supplies to the city and Apos, outskirts, where those in need could access them. This way, humanity could avoid the threat of being consumed by zombies. After all, zombies had become a part of her existence. Should they all be eradicated, her own survival would be jeopardized. Thus, Yu Qingxian wheeled her cart back toward the hospital. The zombies within the hospital showed little interest as she entered with her cart. A few appeared to be sensitive to sound, trailing behind her. Yu Qingxian, noticing their lack of assistance, felt a twinge of disappointment. As fellow beings, they offered her no aid. Well, she mused, she could not expect zombies to assist in transporting medical supplies. Thus, she continued her solitary labor, working tirelessly day and night. As she gazed upon the towering piles of medical supplies, she glanced up at the sky, uncertain if rain was forthcoming. Despite it being winter, the heat was palpable, and there were no signs of impending rain. There was no need for shelter, yet many supplies could not withstand direct sunlight. Consequently, she dragged a large umbrella from a nearby eatery to shield the supplies from the sun. After completing this task, Yu Qingxian felt more like an angel than a zombie. Upon returning to the survivor base and delivering the medicine to the doctors, the survivors rejoiced at the bounty brought back. Their small base had been in dire need of medical supplies. In this apocalyptic era, no one dared to fall ill, fearing that a mere fever could transform them into a zombie. 2 days after Qingxian returned, he prepared to venture out once more. His team, hearing of his intention, voiced their disapproval. They had already lost 7 brothers in their previous search for supplies. It was only by good fortune and the kindness of others that they had secured the medicines they had. Yet, their captain insisted on undertaking another expedition. "Do not worry. I can manage alone. If you do not wish to accompany me, remain at the base," Qingxian stated resolutely. He felt compelled to return and reassess the situation. Having studied the scribbled note for 2 nights, he believed he had deciphered its meaning. The scrawl indicated that the sender understood their needs and had even taken the initiative to assist them. However, the handwriting suggested a mind struggling for control. Even if one were to write with their foot after losing a hand, it shouldn't Apos, appear so chaotic. Moreover, if they were indeed injured, it would be impossible to retrieve so many supplies. Thus, Qingxian was determined to investigate further. Yet, upon hearing that he intended to go alone, his team members could not agree. Ultimately, 2 accompanied him, knowing that if Qingxian were to fall, their own reliance on him would vanish. They understood his character. Should they perish, he would take care of their families. Yet if he were to perish, their families would face dire straits. As they drove for 2 hours and beheld the mountain of medical supplies, all 3 were momentarily taken aback. Such a vast quantity would require days to transport. Even with multiple people, Qingxian, surveying the supplies, immediately contacted the base via radio, requesting a truck. Their off-road vehicle was inadequate for such a haul. "You stay here and keep watch. I will scout the area," Qingxian declared, convinced that someone had intentionally left these supplies behind, likely the same individual from days prior. But how could one person have procured such an abundance? Even the most skilled individual could not navigate a hospital teeming with zombies while collecting so many items. Considering the timeline, it was merely 3 days and 2 nights since their last excursion. A single person could not accomplish such a feat. Qingxian and Appo's gaze swept the surroundings, searching for any clue. Yu Qingxian was relieved at her swift exit. She had not anticipated his return would be so rapid. Typically, one would rest after a mission. How could he have ventured back into the zombie den within 3 days? What could he possibly be searching for? Surely, it couldn't be her. She deemed it entirely unnecessary, prompting her to flee once more. Yet this time, she felt a sense of urgency and, in her haste, collided with a post. The loud thud alerted Qingxian, who immediately reacted. Panic surged within Yu Qingxian. Feigning death seemed ill-advised. Indeed, the scarcity of zombies at the city's edge was not in her favor. Qingxian leaped over the roof of a derelict vehicle, heading in her direction. At his pace, he would capture her within a minute. Yu Qingxian felt her life was hanging by a thread. She had just aided him. She scrambled through a window and fled toward a denser area of zombies, reasoning that her immediate escape was paramount. However, just as she began to run, a metallic clang echoed behind her. She quickly ducked behind a wall, peering out cautiously. To her astonishment, she saw Qingxian draw a long knife, parrying a baseball bat. The sight of that familiar bat sent chills down her spine. Was it that little girl? Chapter 12, embracing her audacious act of usurping another and Appo's territory, Yu Qingxian dared not linger to observe the commotion. She turned on her heels and fled, her pace swift. Initially, she believed she had successfully evaded the young girl, yet to her astonishment, the girl had caught up to her. Was the girl unwell? What was the meaning of pursuing her, a mere zombie? With countless zombies around, could she not eliminate those instead? Though the zombies were her kin, sacrifices must be made when necessary. After 5 arduous days, when Qingxian finally located the small zombie, only to discover that a man had set his sights on her, when Qingxian could never consent to allow anyone to harm the small zombie. Qingxian had not anticipated being obstructed. Step aside, I am searching for someone. He had no desire to engage with the girl, but if she were affiliated with the individual he sought, his understanding deepened. The girl displayed remarkable agility, suggesting that the one who had fled must be equally capable. However, when Qingxian did not relent, she swung her retrieved baseball bat with ferocity. This man appeared far from ordinary. If he pursued the small zombie, it was certain he intended to kill her. The small zombie and Appo's combat prowess was inferior to that of an average human, and surviving in this apocalyptic world was no small feat. I'm afraid I cannot permit you to pursue her, Wen Qian declared. Qingxian recognized that he had exhausted all conversational avenues with Wen Qian. Thus, he resolved to defeat her and continue his search for the individual. Realizing that the situation had escalated, Wen Qian understood her chance of escape had dwindled, and she engaged Qingxian in battle. Minutes later, the system notified her that she had lost track of the small zombie, inciting her frustration. Drawing her pistol, she pressed it against Qingxian's chest. Disarm yourself, or I will shoot. Qingxian did not wish to escalate matters to a life-or-death struggle with Wen Qian. Dodging her bullet would not prove overly challenging. Yet, he still sheathed his weapon. Upon witnessing his compliance, Wen Qian furrowed her brow. What a bother, I've lost her again. The loss was particularly vexing, as she realized it would now be far more challenging to locate the small zombie. Previously, the zombie may have remained unaware of her pursuit, but now, seeing her again would likely lead the small zombie to believe she was being stalked. In the past, should the small zombie have encountered others, she would have likely lingered to observe. Yet today, upon encountering someone, she had fled without hesitation, covering 3 kilometers in just 10 minutes. Qingxian, hearing Wen Qian's words, raised an eyebrow, realizing the girl was also tracking the same person. A smile crept across his face. Since you and Appo's lost her, you cannot rest in a place teeming with zombies. I belong to a team of supernatural beings at a nearby civilian base. If you're willing to collaborate, I can assist you in finding that individual. Rest assured, I will not harm them. To survive in this apocalyptic world, one must ally with the powerful. The girl, despite her reckless movements, displayed agility and lethal precision. She was indeed formidable. First, he needed to recruit her into his team. As for the individual who had supplied them with medicine, perhaps this girl could provide insights. When Qian, recognizing her need for a stable team to accrue points, concurred. Relying solely on her own abilities was insufficient. Binding herself to this man was a practical decision. Thus, both individuals, each with ulterior motives, agreed to cooperate. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian dared not pause, for the girl was indeed following her. This was not mere paranoia. But what could the girl possibly want from her? And that man, could he not simply take the medicine and leave? It seemed she could not afford to be careless. Yu Qingxian ran aimlessly throughout the afternoon, only halting as dusk descended. She was uncertain of her whereabouts and realized she must continue until she found a signpost to ascertain her location. After half an hour, she stumbled upon a small town. A sign on the rural road indicated the town and Appo's name. Immediately, she retrieved her map and discovered she had run nearly 50 kilometers away from the city she had departed that morning. It turned out she could indeed cover great distances. Though Yu Qingxian felt little fatigue, she sought refuge in a nearby house, driving out the zombies that roamed within. She took great pride in her audacious act of seizing another's home. Securing the door behind her, she scrutinized the yard. The previous owner had been fond of life, cultivating an array of flora that now lay wilted. With no water for over a month and exposure to the sun, survival was improbable. Approaching the faucet, she turned it on. Water flowed, albeit tainted with the zombie virus, rendering it undrinkable to humans. She filled several buckets and poured the contents onto the flower beds, leaving their fate to chance. With water available, Yu Qingxian bathed and donned a fresh dress, having packed two. It appeared she would need to visit a clothing store soon to replenish her wardrobe. The discarded dress she did not bother to wash. Instead, she tossed it aside and sank into the sofa. Although the house had been vacant for a month, it bore little dust. Taking out a pen, she marked her map, identifying several destinations she must visit: the Southern Cross Sea Bridge, the Eastern Ancient Garden, the Northern Royal City and Snowy Terrain, and the Northwestern Sacred Plateau. These 5 locations were essential, each documented in numerous documentaries she had watched. Previously, whenever Yu Qingxian ventured out and interacted with others, she would return home feverish and unable to eat, expelling whatever she attempted to consume. Thus, she had no intention of visiting crowded tourist spots. Upon reaching J City, she could journey southward to see the Cross Sea Bridge. After organizing her belongings, she set out at dawn, heading toward J City. As she drew nearer, she had to navigate around the safety base, an official stronghold. Based on the broadcasts she had heard over the past few weeks, it was estimated that over 100,000 people resided within this base, a number that could easily overwhelm her. However, considering the populations in several districts, there were millions. A city-level base housing merely 10,000 survivors illustrated the catastrophic toll the zombie virus had inflicted on humanity. Should humanity perish, perhaps in several millennia, the Earth would give rise to new dominators, akin to the dinosaurs of old. This was humanity's end, but not the end of the Earth. As Yu Qingxian gazed at the rising sun, a new day dawned. She followed the road toward J City, where the proximity to the safety zone meant fewer zombies. She even glimpsed convoys racing along the road, causing her to withdraw, too frightened to make a move. Chapter 13. Witnessing a gruesome zombie feast, Yu Qingxian initially intended to take a detour, for there were signs of human activity within 100 kilometers radius. Unlike the desolate areas she had traversed previously, this place was teeming with life. Indeed, humanity proved to be indomitable, even amidst a zombie-infested landscape. They managed to carve out a semblance of existence. What resilience they possessed. Yet, Yu Qingxian found herself unable to embody such strength. The constant passage of convoys made her attempts to escape utterly futile. The mindless zombies, on the other hand, ambled along the thoroughfare with an air of nonchalance. Whenever vehicles approached, they lunged forward, only to be flung aside or crushed into a grotesque pulp. Over the course of the past month, the zombies in this vicinity had been significantly thinned out by official military forces and a handful of supernatural squads. With no option left, Yu Qingxian retreated. But to her astonishment, her withdrawal led her to witness a horrific scene, a zombie feast. Having retreated for several kilometers, She found herself approximately 20 kilometers from the official safe zone. For a vehicle, this distance might be traversed in a matter of minutes. Yet those fleeting moments could also spell the difference between life and death. Although Yu Qingxian had previously roamed freely, encountering both humans and corpses alike, she had never before witnessed a zombie devouring a human. Thus, when she saw a small car besieged by a horde of zombies, with a mother and daughter trapped inside while a man wielded a steel pipe in a desperate attempt to fend off the undead, her heart sank. The vehicle, either broken down or out of fuel, left a family of 3 encircled by the relentless creatures. The man, an ordinary individual clad in glasses, likely a former office worker, struck at the zombies with little effect. Acquiring firearms as a common person was a daunting task, achievable only within a base where one might form a task force to borrow weapons from the authorities. As Yu Qingxian observed the man succumb to the bites on his arm and thigh, he valiantly braced himself against the car door, determined to protect the women inside. It was not until he was overwhelmed by the zombies, his life extinguished and his warmth dissipated, that they finally turned their attention to the vehicle. The strength of these zombies was formidable. They shattered the car windows with ease, revealing the vulnerability of non-bulletproof glass. Should the windows break, the mother and daughter would undoubtedly meet a grisly end. In a moment of hesitation, Yu Qingxian retrieved a piece of paper from her bag and affixed it to her face, concealing the ghastly gash that marred her countenance, before charging forward. She pushed aside 2 zombies and positioned herself in front of the car, shouting, "Get away from here." To her surprise, the zombies seemed momentarily intimidated by her fierce voice and ceased their assault. Startled, she shouted again, and the zombies retreated, albeit begrudgingly. The mother and daughter, initially resigned to their fate, were taken aback by the appearance of the young girl standing before them. Though frightened, they realized that this girl had indeed come to their rescue. When Yu Qingxian turned to face them, even with the paper obscuring her features, her pale skin and singularly dark pupil caused them to recoil further. To them, she appeared as yet another zombie. Confused by their reaction, Yu Qingxian wondered why her appearance was so terrifying. She did not consider herself particularly unattractive, and with her mouth covered, she felt she should not evoke such fear. Nevertheless, she spoke, "Come down, the car is broken. I cannot wait here with you." Yet, her words only drew the mother and daughter closer together in terror, leaving Yu Qingxian perplexed. Had she not spoken intelligible words? With little time to ponder, she reached for the car door. The clattering noise summoned the zombies once more, prompting her to curse at them, causing the undead to assume a posture reminiscent of court eunuchs in a historical drama, standing in shame. After several vigorous attempts, she managed to wrench the door open, only for the mother and daughter to huddle even closer together. Yu Qingxian, feeling exasperated, ceased her efforts and stood aside. In the event of other zombies arriving, she would simply direct her ire toward them. The 8-year-old girl finally grasped that they had been saved by a zombie. No longer frightened, the little girl clambered out of her mother's embrace and leaned over the car's edge. "Dad! Daddy!" she cried, gazing at the mangled remains on the ground, her voice trembling on the brink of tears. The woman, too, soon realized the gravity of the situation and stepped out of the vehicle, her eyes swelling with grief as she beheld the corpse. Yu Qingxian stood with her back to them, believing their anxiety was the reason they had failed to comprehend her words. Yet, she was astounded by the zombies and Appo's unexpected respect for her commands. Having just scolded them, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, despite their fear and sorrow, the mother and daughter understood the dire circumstances. "May we bury my husband first? Then we will follow you," the woman implored, recognizing that this zombie did not intend to consume them. Yu Qingxian, without observing their expressions, empathized with the pain of losing a loved one. Yet, no matter the depth of sorrow, she had persevered. While she was not truly alive, she still wished for those who desired to live to continue doing so. Thus, she consented to their request, even assisting them in digging a grave to inter the man and Appo's remains. As Yu Qingxian labored, she couldn't help but reflect on the 2 hours that had passed without a convoy in sight. Was she truly destined to escort this mother and daughter to safety? They posed no threat, merely frightened and unwilling to harm themselves. As she diligently dug, The inquisitive 8-year-old girl began to wonder why a zombie would save their lives, and why this particular zombie dug with such proficiency, her movements surprisingly fluid and human-like. Yet the girl could not comprehend Yu Qingxian's speech. "Are you a zombie?" the brave little girl ventured to ask. The mother, hearing her daughter's question, cast a glance at Yu Qingxian. Indeed, she was a zombie, her skin color and eyes betraying her true nature. Yet, zombies were known only for their predilection for consuming humans. Never had one been witnessed saving lives. Yu Qingxian chose not to respond to the girl, instead gesturing toward the man's body in the grave, urging them to say their final words. Time was of the essence. It was already afternoon, and any delay could attract more zombies. The little girl seemed to understand Yu Qingxian's urgency and promptly pulled her mother to bow in farewell to their father. The woman's countenance darkened, yet she could not succumb to despair alongside her husband. Her daughter was still young, despite her deep love for her spouse. She could not be so selfish. After all, the girl was but 8 years old, not 18. Chapter 14. It turns out she is still a weakling. Yu Qingxian watched as the mother and daughter duo began to bury dirt into the pit, and she joined in, naturally working faster than them. Once the man was properly buried, Yu Qingxian took out a map to check the direction of the base. Yet, realizing her words seemed incomprehensible to humans, she pointed to the location on the map. The young girl immediately understood that this zombie sister intended to guide them to the base. She promptly translated for her mother, who, though surprised, recognized the urgency of their situation. Despite the high daytime temperatures, the nights would plunge to freezing. They could not afford to remain in the wilderness. The woman hurried to the car's trunk to retrieve their pre-packed backpack. As Yu Qingxian noticed that the zombies appeared to have left, she wandered about and spotted a vehicle in a garage. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she quickly led the woman to the garage. The woman shared her joy and dashed inside to search for the car keys, which fortuitously lay just inside the living room door. Most of the zombies here had already been cleared out. After helping her daughter into the vehicle, the woman started the engine. When she noticed Yu Qingxian hesitating to join them, she looked on in confusion, asking, "Aren't you getting in?" Yu Qingxian shook her head and removed the paper covering her face. The gash across her mouth conveyed her meaning. She was a zombie and could not go to the survivor base. Doing so would jeopardize her very existence. The distance from there to the base was merely over 20 kilometers, and since most of the zombies had already been dealt with, as long as they did not stop, none would be able to pursue them. Thus, Yu Qingxian felt relatively unconcerned about encountering zombies. Moreover, as dusk approached, any teams returning from missions would surely be making their way back. The young girl seemed to grasp this notion and poked her head out, saying, "Don and Oppos, T worry, zombie sister. We want an amp, Oppos, T tell anyone about you. Also, my name is Hang Eugene, and my mother an amp, Oppos, S name is Song Jing. We want an amp, Oppos, T forget you. So please Don and amp, Oppos, T forget us." Song Jing nodded in agreement and started the vehicle, wishing her a safe journey. If others were to discover Yu Qingxian, they would certainly kill her, even if she was a benevolent zombie. Not everyone perceived the kindness of zombies as genuine. In Song Jing's mind, encountering a zombie next time would not evoke her trust. She had to hone her own abilities, as any future encounters would necessitate others to protect her. As Yu Qingxian watched the vehicle fade from view, she felt puzzled. They would never meet again in this lifetime, so why reveal their names? Nevertheless, she took note of it. Thankfully, this mother and daughter were not the type to scream in danger or attack her upon realizing she was a zombie. Of course, Yu Qingxian hoped that when they next faced zombies, they would act decisively and eliminate the threat. After the car vanished from sight, she turned and departed, acutely aware that this place was unsafe. Should she encounter a team of superhumans from the base, she would truly be in peril. Hence, Yu Qingxian naturally steered clear of the base, distancing herself as far as possible. "Mom, will I ever see that zombie sister again?" Hang Eugene, seated in the passenger seat, asked her mother as they finally left the town. "I hope not," Song Jing replied. "At least it would mean she is safely avoiding humans." Although she could not fathom why this zombie retained any semblance of human kindness, she felt it best to keep such benevolence hidden. Not everyone would appreciate a zombie's goodwill. let alone a creature of the undead. Should her existence be discovered, there were only two fates awaiting her: death or captivity for research into her retained human consciousness. Yet, the manner in which the zombie carried a travel map and marked out the base's location indicated an awareness of the dangers of that place. She had circled several tourist destinations, suggesting that perhaps she wished to visit those locales. After all, J City, renowned for its ancient charm, lay in that direction. However, Song Jing was taken aback that a zombie would yearn for travel. It seemed baffling. But since it was the zombie's wish, no one could stand in her way, and she and her daughter would not question her motives. Once they arrived at the base, the mother and daughter exhaled in relief, having entered the quarantine zone before nightfall. They possessed little on their person, and after confirming they bore no injuries or fevers, they were directed to another room for isolation. This quarantine would last only one night, not the full 24 hours. As soon as one relaxes, their thoughts wander. After settling down, Song Jing, glancing at her daughter as she dozed in her embrace, was reminded of her husband, and her eyes welled with tears. But she quickly wiped them away. She could not afford to succumb to despair. Had her husband not stepped in to protect them, they might have fallen victim to zombies as well. Thus, she resolved to safeguard her daughter in this apocalyptic world, ensuring she would possess the survival skills necessary. She adjusted the blanket around her daughter and softly said, "In a few days, you should start exercising. And don't neglect your studies. Even if there are no exams now, we cannot allow you to become an illiterate." There were others nearby, but they paid little mind to Song Jing's words. Those who made it to this place merely sought a peaceful night's rest, free from the fear of encroaching zombies. "I'll remember everything you say, Mom," Heng Yi-jin suddenly interjected, clearly not asleep. Despite her exhaustion and newfound sense of safety, the memory of her father being devoured by zombies lingered. She felt a strong desire to grow stronger. If she had been capable of defeating zombies, her father might still be alive. Yet, everything was hypothetical now, and no amount of tears could bring him back. If she did not become stronger, she risked losing her mother next. They would not always be fortunate enough to receive help. As night fell, the zombies began to stir. After Yu Qingxian had driven the zombies away during the day, a question lingered in her mind. She had thought herself a weakling, yet she had managed to intimidate the zombies. Perhaps their lack of energy during the day had contributed to her success. Thus, when the moon ascended, Yu Qingxian found a group of zombies and unleashed another tirade at them. This time, the zombies merely glanced at her before ambling away, completely unfazed, unlike the previous day. Yu Qingxian realized, to her dismay, that she was indeed still a weakling. Chapter 15. Go on and become a great zombie. I believe in you. Although Yu Qingxian felt she possessed little combat prowess, she remained unperturbed. After all, she was a zombie, and there was no need to slay her kind. Perhaps the earlier encounter with that zombie was merely a matter of it showing her some respect. With that thought, Yu Qingxian turned to leave. However, upon pivoting, she encountered a zombie standing at the crossroads, its gaze fixed intently upon her. This unnerved her, as it emanated an aura of danger. Yet, after a brief moment of scrutiny, the zombie turned and departed. Its movements were notably different from those of the typical, stiff zombies. It resembled an ordinary person, walking steadily without the usual staggering. Despite her awareness of the potential threat it posed, Yu Qingxian felt compelled to pursue it. What if they could communicate? She believed that even as a zombie, she retained certain human tendencies, such as a penchant for socializing and meddling in others' and Oppo's affairs. This particular zombie was no exception. Although it was unlike its counterparts, Yu Qingxian and Oppo's speed ultimately surpassed its own. She caught up with it and called out, "Wait a moment." The zombie paused, and she instantly realized it could comprehend her words. Perhaps there existed a silent understanding among zombies. Seeing a halt, she moved in front of it. This zombie's visage bore little resemblance to that of its kin. It appeared more like a deceased human, unmarred by scars. As Yu Qingxian gazed at it, its dark red eyes met hers, a stark contrast to the typical vacant stares of other zombies. Its hair and attire suggested it had once been a high school student, still clad in a blood-stained uniform. Whether the blood was its own or the result of preying on others remained uncertain. As the zombie continued to fix its gaze upon her without making a move, Yu Qingxian and Appo's earlier trepidation began to dissipate. However, she pondered whether humanity had overlooked such a perilous creature and might pay dearly for their negligence. Should she compose a flyer to alert them? Yet, such information, devoid of a credible source, would likely be disregarded even if posted at the gates of a survivor base. Furthermore, she lacked the means to affix a note to anyone in Appo's store. Yu Qingxian concluded that warning humanity was impractical. Perhaps confining this mutated zombie in a steel cage would be more prudent. However, she recognized that this world likely harbored more than one such aberration. Capturing this one would necessitate a fruitless search for others, a waste of precious time. If only she could communicate with these zombies, that would be ideal, though the likelihood seemed slim. Not all zombies shared her requirements. The notion of asking one not to consume the flesh of the living was akin to inviting starvation. The prospect of a violent confrontation was ever present. With these thoughts, Yu Qingxian resolved to turn away. While the evolution of zombies was underway, so too was the advancement of human abilities, not her concern. With such formidable zombies drawing attention, those potent humans would be less inclined to target her. Moreover, areas teeming with zombies would deter humans from venturing close, rendering her existence comparatively safer. With this in mind, Yu Qingxian grasped the zombie's hand and shook it enthusiastically. Do your best to become a great zombie. I believe in you. Encouraging her newfound companion, she mused that a zombie, having evolved in just over a month since the apocalypse, could become powerful if it survived the initial human onslaught. The more prominent it became, the more ordinary she would appear in comparison. Embracing this notion, Yu Qingxian felt that the presence of additional evolved zombies could be quite beneficial. She decided to leave the high school zombie behind, but after walking a few hundred meters, she realized it was following her, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, neither too close nor too far. When she stopped, it did as well. This puzzled her. Was it intending to follow her until it seized an opportunity to attack? But was zombie flesh truly appetizing? Contemplating this, she began to sprint, confident that an ordinary zombie could not keep pace with her. Yet, she underestimated the upgraded zombie, which, as a former high school student, possessed long legs that nearly reached her waist. While perhaps an exaggeration, it was clear this young man had stood well over 6 feet before his transformation. Before long, the zombie caught up with her, much to Yu Qingxian's dismay. Had her brief glance back sealed her fate, now bound to this creature? She admonished it, "Don't follow me. Can you speak? Say something." Turning to face the zombie, she whimsically dubbed it a level 2 zombie, believing that it should at least be capable of basic communication. After all, she could comprehend the utterances of the typical level 1 zombies, albeit their words were instinctual and largely meaningless. Yu Qingxian felt certain this level 2 zombie could converse with her, as it had halted upon her command. Nevertheless, it remained silent, its crimson eyes locked onto her. This left her feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, she approached and began to rummage through its pockets. As a high school student, it likely possessed a student ID or some form of identification. When she reached for it, the level 2 zombie instinctively blocked her hand. "I'm merely trying to see your name. I won't strip you of your clothing." To her surprise, the zombie, once a socially anxious individual, now exhibited an unexpected confidence in the presence of an undead companion. It seemed this level 2 zombie truly understood her words as it lowered its hand, permitting her to search. From its pocket, she retrieved a student ID, a meal card, and a small notebook, all stained with blood. Fortunately, the name was still legible, Shi Xingyu. A second-year student, likely around 16 or 17 years of age, still a minor. Yu Qingxian examined it closely, noting the absence of external injuries, indicating that it had been among the earliest zombies transformed. What a fortunate being, spared the agony of a bite, transitioning to the undead in its slumber. After reading the name, she returned the student ID to its pocket. Yet, Shi Xingyu remained silent, continuing to gaze at her intently. Finally, she spoke. "Your name is Shi Xingyu. You're likely 16 or 17. That and Appo's. That's enough? I really must be going. Please don and Appo's. Follow me. I and Appo's am not appetizing. Go feast on other zombies instead." With that, she turned to leave, glancing back periodically to ensure the level 2 zombie did not trail her. Once she exited the county, confirming that Xingyu had not pursued her, she breathed a sigh of relief. After traversing a little over 100 kilometers, she will arrive in City J. Chapter 16. She is a zombie. She cannot help humanity. Yu Qingxian studied the map once again. In recent days, her pace had been swift. At this rate, she anticipated reaching City J within 3 days, provided, of course, that no peculiar incidents occurred along the way, such as an unexpected encounter with an extraordinary abilities team. She hastily dismissed that dreadful thought. If she were to truly cross paths with such a team, it would spell disaster. However, she was already over 50 kilometers from the base, and it was nighttime. The likelihood of encountering anyone from an abilities team seemed slim. Besides, she had already left the confines of the base. Yu Qingxian chose a well-trafficked highway, rumored to traverse the lake. This road, half suspended above the water's surface and half submerged beneath it, offered a stunning view. In autumn and winter, the forest lining the lake would display vibrant hues of red and yellow, beautifully mirrored in the water below. Pictures adorned the area, confirming its breathtaking beauty. Alas, the cataclysm had caused the lake's inhabitants to mutate, rendering it too perilous for humans to traverse. Yet this was precisely the opportunity she sought. Resolute, she set forth. This time, Yu Qingxian made thorough preparations. First and foremost, she needed a new camera, one with exceptional resolution. Even if she could not view the photographs, she wished to absorb the ambience. She also planned to bring along fashionable clothing, including several pairs of shoes. She could not continue wearing her ordinary and now soiled cloth shoes. This led her to consider the necessity of a suitcase, albeit not too large, ideally one powered by solar energy that could move on its own, allowing her to sit atop it while basking in the winter sun. Upon examining the map, she noticed a nearby county and decided to make a detour. She headed straight for a large shopping mall. Despite its location in a county, the area had developed remarkably well over the years. The 5-story mall offered Yu Qingxian a plethora of options, even in complete darkness. It might seem daunting to an ordinary person, but for her, it posed no hindrance. Numerous zombies roamed the mall, yet there were no signs of human presence. Items remained neatly arranged on shelves. She first ventured into the electronics section. As she roamed through the expansive mall, Yu Qingxian reflected on how unimaginable it would have seemed to her in the past to explore a supermarket, visit tourist attractions, and now wander a shopping plaza. After selecting a particularly attractive camera, she rummaged through her backpack. She was, in fact, affluent, aside from the insurance compensation following her parents and Oppo's demise. She had managed to save some money over the years. However, it had all become worthless paper in the current world. Deep in thought, she retrieved her bank card and placed it on the counter, then gathered several power banks to stow in her backpack. Her phone had been powerless for quite some time now. It was an old device, yet contained cherished conversations with her parents and treasured photographs. She had never anticipated the sudden loss of her parents or the onset of the apocalypse. Although she wished to back up those memories, she had consistently hesitated to venture outside, believing that tomorrow would suffice. Countless tomorrows had slipped by, causing her to waste 3 years in this self-imposed isolation. The less she ventured out, the more daunting it became to interact with others, creating a vicious cycle. Now, wherever she went, crowds seemed omnipresent. Her social anxiety had escalated beyond mere psychological discomfort. It had manifested physically. Yet now, as a zombie, her body was lifeless, sparing her from a nausea and fever that once plagued her. Although she still felt a twinge of anxiety in crowded situations, she accepted her identity with a sense of calm. Strangely, she found no fear in the zombies surrounding her. Her anxiety was directed solely at humans. With her acquisitions in hand, Yu Qingxian sought out a suitcase. She soon discovered one, labeled with an intriguing note. If fully charged, it could travel 20 kilometers. Satisfied, she placed her belongings inside. This solar-powered suitcase, though currently depleted, required merely an hour of sunlight to activate its mobility mode with a weight capacity of 200 kilograms. Dragging the suitcase, she made her way to a clothing store, selecting light airy dresses that suited her perfectly. After all, she had no fear of the cold. Passing by a supermarket, she paused to seek out masks. As she wandered through the daily essentials section, her gaze fell upon an array of sanitary products, prompting her to ponder. Most extraordinary abilities teams comprised men, primarily searching for food or medical supplies. Did the women at the base possess their own extraordinary forces? Such items were undoubtedly essential for their well-being. After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, she decided to leave, pulling her suitcase behind her. She was a zombie, and she could not assist humanity. Having found masks, she collected several to stow in her suitcase and backpack before turning to leave. However, she paused just before exiting the supermarket, returning to gather cardboard boxes to pack the sanitary products, sealing them with tape. One by one, she tossed the boxes down the stairs and transported them out of the supermarket. She glanced around, uncertain how long it would take to move the boxes to the roadside. Fortunately, several cars were parked nearby, though they could hold little. There were trucks, but she lacked the knowledge to drive one. Nonetheless, she was determined to try. After a series of attempts, she finally managed to open a truck's door, discovering the keys still inside. Not knowing the owner, she climbed into the vehicle and attempted to start it. To her relief, the truck appeared prepared for transport, with a full tank of fuel. As she settled into the driver's seat, memories of her first driving lessons with her mother surfaced. Though she had no desire for a second attempt, she familiarized herself with the controls and found it manageable. She drove the truck to the supermarket entrance, loading the boxes inside. Yet, there remained ample space. Yu Qingxian made multiple trips back and forth until noon the following day, finally filling the truck with food and supplies. She envisioned her escape plan and placed her suitcase in the passenger seat before setting off towards the official base. At this hour, she hoped to encounter few people. To her surprise, she realized how close she was to the base. It would only take 3 hours by car. As she parked the vehicle, she noticed a few cars approaching in the distance. Without hesitation, she honked the truck's horn, then opened the door to grab her suitcase and flee. Ultimately, her objective was achieved. Regardless of who it was, anyone who saw the truck would surely be drawn to its contents. Dragging her suitcase, Yu Qingxian hurried toward a nearby building, hoping her abrupt movements would not harm her belongings. Chapter 17. A living bodhisattva, Yu Qingxian is indeed an official. Coupled with her unique abilities and certain unspeakable secrets, she has risen to the position of supervisor for various official bases. In addition to aiding in the extermination of zombies and the procurement of supplies, she enjoys considerable freedom during her other hours. Having just returned from the border to the base, she intends to investigate the grave of a girl she had previously buried. When she passed by the site 2 days ago, she discovered that the grave had been disturbed and the flowers were missing. Naturally, the body was also gone. Could it be that the corpse had transformed into a zombie? It is certainly possible, if her memory serves her right. There was indeed a significant gash on the face of that corpse, a feature commonly observed in many zombies. Perhaps the body had truly risen and become one of the undead. Unable to venture deeper into the city, she could only survey the surroundings, finding no familiar zombies in sight. Qingjia, there's a truck up ahead, and it just honked. Should we check it out? A young boy inquired. If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared that someone had exited the driver's seat and dashed into the town. Let us go take a look, Yu Qingxian replied, snapping back to the present as she focused on the truck ahead. The vehicle had parked beside the road. The driver's door ajar and the keys still in the ignition, yet no one was inside. Yu Qingxian glanced at the adjacent vehicle from the passenger seat before stepping out. Qingjia, be careful. What if there is something else in the truck? The boy followed her, cautious. Meanwhile, the man seated in the back remained undisturbed, continuing to rest with his eyes closed. Yu Qingxian paid him no mind. He was merely a charge assigned to her protection. However, remaining in one place was not an option, so she had to keep moving. Fortunately, while he appeared aloof, he was quite compliant, accepting whatever food was offered and taking up residence wherever she directed. The man's name was Pei Yuan, the son of her superior's superior. He had been frail since childhood, and his parents believed no one else had the capability to ensure his safety, thus entrusting him to Yu Qingxian. She was, after all, the first ability user in all of Huaxia, having awakened her powers 3 years ago, not due to the apocalypse, but through her own means. This was precisely why Pei Yu and had been assigned to her for protection. The young boy accompanying her was a child from a laboratory where they both had been confined for 3 years. When the apocalypse struck and the facility collapsed, they were liberated. When Qingxian, the boy, cautiously opened the back door of the truck, upon seeing the entire cargo filled with supplies, he was taken aback. "Qingjia, it's supplies? This truck is filled with provisions," he exclaimed, astonished. Who could possibly gather such a large quantity of supplies in the apocalypse? Truly, a living bodhisattva. Gu Wanqing turned her gaze to the supplies, recognizing them as primarily feminine products and food, immediately discerning their intended recipient. "I'll drive the truck back. You follow in the car. I have an inkling of their intentions," she stated. After saying this, she called out to Xiaotian, her large black dog, who promptly hopped into the passenger seat beside her. When Qingxian did not object, and quickly returned to his vehicle to start the engine and follow the truck. At this moment, Gu Wanqing surmised that the person delivering this truckload of supplies was likely a woman. It wasn't that men couldn't think of necessities like sanitary pads. The presence of warm compresses suggested that the sender was indeed a thoughtful young lady. Yet, why had she abandoned the truck and its contents? This puzzled Gu Wanqing, but she decided to let it go for now. Yu Qingxian observed from the 3rd floor at a distance as the 2 vehicles departed. She felt somewhat reassured upon recognizing the 2 familiar figures. Though curious about why she kept encountering Gu Wanqing, she trusted that the supplies were in competent hands. However, she couldn't help but wonder if this young girl truly felt no fear while traversing the chaotic world. Yu Qingxian was astounded by these individuals. Not only did they possess the energy to navigate the apocalypse, but they also kept pets. She found Gu Wanqing to be remarkably capable. If she wished to raise a zombie, could she manage that as well? While it might not extend to keeping living humans, perhaps chickens, cows, or sheep would suffice, given that zombies consume living creatures. With this thought, Yu Qingxian contemplated whether she should explore a breeding farm. Surely there were still living animals around. Gu Wanqing's large black dog was likely a mutated creature possessing aggressive traits, and it was still targeting humans. Reflecting on this, Yu Qingxian silently prayed for humanity's safety. She then meandered through the terrain, making her way down a rural path. Setting her suitcase down, she conducted a thorough inspection to ensure it had not sustained any damage, and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming its condition. After checking the battery level, she found it could activate the riding mode. Without hesitation, she mounted her suitcase. The handle could transform into a steering wheel, akin to driving a small vehicle, which delighted her. Having seen many travel bloggers riding their suitcases, she too grasped her suitcase with one hand and raised the other high in joy, emitting sounds of sheer exuberance. Since her parents' passing, such happiness had been rare for her. Yet, when she heard the sound of an approaching vehicle, she was startled and hastily rolled off the suitcase, dragging it into the village. Joy proved fleeting. Once she took refuge in the village, she was met with a delightful aroma. To her surprise, there were indeed living people in this small settlement. After all, it was only 1 or 2 kilometers from the base, and the surrounding zombies had been eradicated. Additionally, there were likely monitoring stations several kilometers away, not for detecting survivors, but for tracking zombie movements. Without prior knowledge of zombie trajectories, the base could not be deemed secure. Only by understanding the movements of the undead could they better protect the survivors. It was quite possible that the cities surrounding this official base were monitored by teams equipped with long-range radios capable of early warnings. Generally, the movement speed of a horde of zombies is not rapid. A distance of 20 kilometers would be ample time for the entire base to prepare adequately. In the event of a horde numbering in the thousands, heavy weaponry would be employed, and if the count exceeded 100,000, a retreat would be ordered. Thus, the construction of fortified walls around the base became a top priority. Of course, all of this remained speculative on Yu Qingxian's part. The concrete realities would only emerge once the base was fully established. As Yu Qingxian followed the enticing scent, she noticed that there were quite a few residents in this small village, at least 20 or more. Yet, her immediate concern was not the humans, but the approaching convoy. The vehicles had come to a halt in the village, causing her alarm. Oh no, she had stumbled into their territory. Would her earlier calls have been heard? Chapter 18. She doesn't eat humans at this moment. Yu Qingxian found herself at the village's edge, while the residences of others seemed to be at the village's entrance. After all, behind the village's end lay a river, making it unsuitable for habitation. Yet, curiously, the households at the village's outskirts appeared more affluent, each boasting grand 3.5-story villas. The village entrance, however, was not without its merits. Yu Qingxian placed her suitcase by the door before ascending the stairs to explore. At this point, all usable items had already been removed from the upper floor. Indeed, when faced with the choice of scavenging in a place teeming with zombies, an ordinary person would naturally prioritize safety and opt for areas with fewer undead. Yu Qingxian climbed to the rooftop of the villa, cautiously peering ahead. She noticed smoke billowing from a nearby house, indicating that dinner preparations were underway. This moment presented an opportune chance for her to escape. Without hesitation, Yu Qingxian descended the stairs, grabbed her suitcase, and opened the courtyard gate, sprinting away. After all, dragging the suitcase across the ground would produce noise. While ordinary folks might not mind, one could never be too cautious with the possibility of superhumans around. The enhanced abilities of these individuals would sharpen their senses, making them more attuned to sounds. Meanwhile, in the village, a young girl peered curiously through the courtyard gate. The captain of a recently returned team noticed one of his members looking outside and inquired, "What is it? Did you hear something?" Indeed, she had heard something, but there was no heartbeat accompanying it. It was likely a zombie, she thought. This girl was a mutant, distinctly different from a superhuman. Mutants enhance specific physical abilities, such as vision, hearing, strength, or speed, but these enhancements remain tethered to the human body, unlike the external manifestations of superpowers. She was a hearing mutant, capable of detecting vibrations from sounds within a kilometer, including heartbeats or footsteps. Thanks to this ability, she had survived long enough to join the superhuman squad. Footsteps accompanied by a heartbeat indicated a human presence, characterized by a rhythmic pattern, while the erratic footsteps of zombies lacked such regularity. Other sounds were equally discernible. Zombies? Impossible, the captain retorted. The military has eradicated all zombies within a 10-kilometer radius. We are less than 2 kilometers from the base. How could there be any zombies here? However, he found himself questioning the truth of the girl in Appo's words. I thought the same, but the sound is indeed human footsteps, devoid of a heartbeat, yet not resembling the chaotic shuffling of zombies, and they're moving further away, the girl replied, retracting her head. So, even if it is a zombie, it poses no threat to us. Let us not dwell on it. It's just one, and we should focus on dinner instead. In this post-apocalyptic world, eating was of utmost importance. Who knew if they would have food tomorrow? Surviving the day was paramount. As the man's words faded, the girl realized the sound had vanished from her ears, indicating that whatever it was had moved beyond a kilometer. It was moving quite swiftly. Yet, was it human or zombie? It doesn't matter. We probably won't encounter it again. Let us treat it as if it didn't happen and prioritize dinner. She concluded. Yu Qingxian felt relieved that the superhuman squad had not pursued her. As nightfall approached, she unwound, knowing that once darkness enveloped the world, humans would cease their activities. Night belonged to the zombies. However, Yu Qingxian did not require sleep, so she continued her journey through the night. By the early hours, the sky appeared darker, devoid of stars. Since the onset of dusk, ominous clouds had gathered. Could it be that snow was imminent? Indeed, it was late December, and the new year was approaching. The weather, which should have turned cold, remained unseasonably warm. Observing the attire of the survivors, it seemed they were still experiencing warm weather. Perhaps snowfall was indeed possible, but would snow in the apocalypse retain its beauty? In this world, rain and snow could be deadly. Suddenly, the snow began to fall. As Yu Qingxian withdrew her gaze, she felt something descending upon her. A flurry of snowflakes, initially small, soon transformed into large, flattened discs, roughly the size of a palm. When they struck the ground, they produced a sound. At this rate, her surroundings would be blanketed in white in less than an hour. However, she found no shelter nearby. She hoped the snowfall would not be excessive. Although she felt no chill, she resolved to find a down jacket to conceal her identity as a zombie. If she wrapped her head, body, and limbs, and donned a windproof mask, no one would recognize her true nature. Yet, speaking posed a challenge. It seemed that humans could not comprehend her words, despite her understanding both her own speech and that of the zombies. Was it truly due to her lifeless body, which had rendered her vocal cords dysfunctional? After all, in many apocalyptic novels, zombies could communicate. How unfair. Why was she not granted such fortune? With these thoughts in mind, Yu Qingxian pressed onward. At dawn, she finally stumbled upon a small town. Given her pace, she had likely exited the base S radiation zone. As she began to see zombies, the presence of zombies indicated she was now over 20 kilometers from a base. As the sun rose, she found a suitable place to rest. The town boasted a clothing store, which, owing to the prior warmth, had an abundance of unclaimed down jackets hanging in its display. Despite it being November or December, who could have anticipated such a sudden change in weather? Yu Qingxian selected a beautiful down jacket to wear. Though she felt no difference in temperature, she gazed into the mirror, satisfied with her reflection. Not bad at all, she mused. Just then, she noticed a zombie approaching, its head adorned with snow. She playfully remarked, "This down jacket looks great, don't you think? Care for one?" The zombie merely glanced at the store before trudging away through the snow. After observing her own down jacket and the floral skirt beneath it, she decided to change into a longer jacket, which concealed her calves while allowing the lace of her floral skirt to peek out. Yu Qingxian twirled in front of the mirror, admiring herself. However, upon turning, she locked eyes with a pair of crimson orbs. To her surprise, it was sure Xingyu, who had been tailing her all along. This unexpected encounter left her somewhat exasperated. They were not of the same ilk. Why was he following her? She did not consume humans. With a sigh of resignation, Yu Qingxian contemplated closing the store and Oppos, roller shutter to ignore the young zombie. Yet he stood alone at the entrance, the heavy snowfall behind him accentuating his solitude. Did this child lack parents? Oh, how ironic, for she too had lost hers. Chapter 19. Oh, how I long to die. As Yu Qingxian's words faded, Xingyu entered and settled into a chair. It turned out that zombies could indeed sit. She had presumed their joints akin to rusted iron, incapable of bending, rendering actions like sitting or squatting impossible. Yet the very thought that a zombie and Oppos' joints could be immobile raised a question. How could they walk, run, or even tear limbs from a body? This clearly indicated that their limbs and strength had been significantly enhanced. After all, ordinary humans could hardly possess the capability to rip another apart. However, Yu Qingxian harbored doubts about a second-level zombie, especially one endowed with intelligence. Who was to say it wouldn't one day turn on her? Yu Qingxian donned a pair of fluffy long socks and slipped into snow boots. Fortunately, the clothing store was well-stocked. Once dressed, she glanced back at Xingyu, who remained seated, his gaze fixed upon her. This scrutiny left her feeling somewhat exasperated. Xingyu was still clad in that flimsy school uniform, although the bloodstains appeared unchanged. This suggested that during this time, he had not consumed any flesh. It seemed he believed that devouring her would expedite his evolution. How infuriating! She had not been targeted by humans, yet here she was under the gaze of a zombie. No, she had long been under the scrutiny of humanity. That girl with the baseball bat. Why was it so difficult to navigate life, even as a wandering zombie? Was there no justice left in the world? Given the circumstances, perhaps lying in a pit was the best option. No more traveling for her. Yu Qingxian was inherently a pessimistic person. Initially, she thought that becoming a zombie would free her from suffering, sparing her the struggle for survival. Little did she know that consciousness remained. The courage she had mustered was now utterly depleted. Ah, how she longed to die. Her morose thoughts surged forth. Yet, after a deep sigh, she steeled herself. Despite her desire for death, there were still things she wished to complete before her demise. As for why Yu Qingxian allowed herself to be scratched by a zombie, it was simply the result of the apocalypse. Her novels no longer required updates, and with her social anxiety, she found it impossible to survive in such a world. To endure in this new reality, collaboration with others was imperative. Are you capable of speech? Yu Qingxian pondered, anxious that someone might come to this small town in search of supplies, prompting her to leave. However, Xingyu and Oppos' appearance was unmistakably that of a zombie. Without some form of disguise, Any passerby would easily recognize him. Thus, Yu Qingxian had no choice but to wrap him up. She dressed him in a down jacket, affixed a mask, hat, and glasses upon him. This town is rather close to the base. We must leave. You possess the ability to protect yourself, but I do not. With that, she hoisted her suitcase and made her way outside. The heavy snowfall rendered her suitcase almost useless. It felt as though the heavens conspired against her. She had barely ridden for 3 minutes. Surprisingly, Xingyu followed obediently, silent yet compliant. Yet being a genuine zombie, donning the oversized down jacket made him appear somewhat clumsy. With every few steps, he stumbled. Nevertheless, Yu Qingxian paid him no mind and continued onward. The snow now reached nearly to her calves, showing no signs of abating. Progressing further became increasingly challenging. However, after half an hour, Xingyu and embarks as pace quickened, demonstrating that his long legs were an advantage. Watching him gradually move ahead, Yu Qingxian suddenly halted. She glanced around, then entered a nearby shop to procure a rope. Binding one end to her suitcase, she looped the other around Xingyu and embarks waist. It's all right, she reassured him, noticing his struggle, urging him to remain still. Once secured, she perched upon her suitcase, declaring, "Let us proceed. We must exit the town. I will guide you." Xingyu complied, resembling a snow-white dog pulling a sled. Obediently following her direction, transformed into a zombie, his physical prowess far surpassed that of a human. Dragging along her suitcase, which weighed less than 10 pounds. Alongside her 90-pound frame, barely affected his stride, allowing him to traverse much faster than Yu Qingxian could on her own. However, she couldn't help but wonder if being towed around by a zombie could still be considered hiking. In any case, with Xingyu's assistance, Yu Qingxian made remarkable progress. In just half a day, she found herself seated atop her suitcase, gazing at a breathtaking lake. Although it lacked the vibrant autumn foliage, it presented a wholly unique vista. The world was enveloped in white, the water's surface frozen, the banks blanketed in snow. Even the road was thoroughly concealed beneath a thick layer of snow. Fortunately, tall streetlights lined the roadside, guiding her to discern where the road ended and the lake began. In this tranquil expanse, the silent company of a taciturn zombie and a socially anxious one felt profoundly serene. As they trod upon the snow-blanketed road spanning the lake, the sky unleashed gusts of wind, swirling flurries of snowflakes down upon them. Yu Qingxian unfurled her umbrella, shielding herself from the snowflakes cascading onto her. As for Xingyu, she paid him little mind, seeing him merely as a nonverbal zombie. Xingyu seemed indifferent to the accumulating snow atop his head, continuing forward with unwavering resolve. Observing the surrounding scenery, Yu Qingxian suddenly called for a halt. Like a robotic companion, Xingyu stopped on command. She seized her camera, mulling over Xingyu's existence. She could not allow him to prey upon humans, yet she wondered how long a zombie could survive without consuming flesh. Though she had read novels depicting zombies surviving for 3 months, half a year, or even years, the uncertainty lingered. As Xingyu stood idly by, watching her capture photos, Yu Qingxian turned to him, gently removing the unnecessary coverings from his face. While his skin bore no life, it was evident he had once been quite handsome. Reflecting on her past, she recalled her high school days when she would shrink into her seat, knowing only 6 classmates throughout her education. During university, she opted not to reside on campus, resulting in a complete lack of friends. Yu Qingxian had never felt the need for companionship. Even now, she held the same belief. Thus, she could isolate herself for 3 years, whimsically choose death, and travel without attachments after becoming a zombie. But what of Xingyu? What kind of person had he been in life? Yu Qingxian had never sought to understand anyone, nor wished to be understood. Yet, the presence of this zombie, following her, left her perplexed. She possessed nothing extraordinary. Why would a second-level zombie choose to accompany her? In the realm of zombies, he was undoubtedly formidable, capable of assuming a position of dominance. Yu Qingxian snapped a few more photos, pondering that if zombies were ever to be eradicated, these images might one day serve as illustrations in textbooks. Regrettably, Xingyu merely gazed at her blankly, devoid of any smile. Well, she couldn't hold such high expectations of a zombie. Stowing her camera, she settled back onto her suitcase. Let us continue. Chapter 20. Her mind was sound, free from any malignancy. As they traversed the roadway across the lake's surface, Xingyu resolutely propelled Yu Qingxian forward, refusing to halt. In an instant, her entire being was dragged into the snow. She felt neither the chill of the snow nor the suffocation of being buried beneath it, for she had already transcended into a state of death. Was it possible that Xingyu shared this fate, hence his reckless venture into the snow-laden underpass? There were no vehicles in sight, as this road was designed for sightseeing rather than escape. Upon exiting the snow-covered area, a sudden brightness illuminated the path ahead. This scenic byway offered views not only above ground but below as well. The walls on either side were crafted from super-transparent, specially designed glass, ensuring unobstructed visibility while withstanding the pressures of the water without yielding. Even amidst the abrupt drop in temperature, the glass remained steadfast below ground, though the water had become murky. Occasionally, a few fish swam by, their bodies tattered and adorned with sharp teeth, though lacking in aesthetic appeal. They still contributed to the tourism experience. Stop, Yu Qingxian instructed. Despite her insistence that it was not merely a task, to Xingyu, this indeed felt like a mission. She resigned herself to wait until his boredom led him to leave of his own accord, or until hunger drove him in search of sustenance. Approaching the glass wall, she scrutinized the undead fish lurking beneath the surface. Although their scales had long since fallen away, exposing their skeletal structures, they possessed a certain allure in Yu Qingxian's eyes. It was a pity not to witness the autumnal maple leaves on the lake, which prompted her to muse aloud. Perhaps we should return next autumn. It's a shame not to see them this year. All right, came a slightly raspy voice, surprising Yu Qingxian. It dawned on her that it was Xingyu responding. Turning to him, she noticed that he was no longer fixated on her, but rather on the swimming undead fish. A realization struck her. Had this child, in life, never ventured beyond his immediate surroundings, much like herself? However, her previous remark had merely been an expression of her own longing. Socially anxious individuals may be reticent, yet that does not equate to a lack of desire to converse. Alone, she could be quite loquacious, even engaging in role-play while writing her novels. Hence, her reluctance to engage in dialogue with others did not imply an aversion to communication in general. The fact that Xingyu had never conversed with her, uttering even a single word, left her genuinely astonished. Yet, upon reflection, the image of two zombies exchanging words might strike others as bizarre. "So you can speak," she remarked, recalling how she had previously shared countless thoughts with him, only to be met with silence. Consequently, she had perceived Xingyu as a mute, soulless being. Now, however, he resembled a sealed vessel, rendered mute once more. Yu Qingxian did not expect any further utterances from him. She retrieved her camera to capture a few photographs and gestured toward a spot, instructing, "Stand over there. I'll take a couple of pictures." In terms of obedience, this silent figure was unparalleled. No, unmatched even among the deceased. Watching him comply, she snapped several photos, even considering composition. Despite his transformation into a zombie, Xingyu retained an undeniable charm, devoid of the grotesqueness typically associated with the undead. This young boy must have been quite popular in life, though now he instilled fear in all who beheld him. After capturing the images, Yu Qingxian urged the stoic figure to continue forward. As they crossed the underground glass walkway, Xingyu led her back to the surface where several abandoned vehicles lay scattered. Yet, the presence of zombies was conspicuously absent, as were any living souls. Outside, the snow continued to accumulate, growing increasingly thick. Having lived for 28 years, this was Yu Qingxian and Appo's first encounter with such a significant snowfall. While she had seen snow up to her calves during her childhood in her hometown, the current depth approached a meter. She settled on a suitcase, her head the only part visible above the snow. However, for Xingyu, the snow posed no obstacle. He moved through it as if he were a natural snowplow, clearing a narrow path. This development stirred a sense of unease within Yu Qingxian, though it dissipated after a few minutes. If he grew hungry, she could always reluctantly procure some live chickens or ducks for him. They reached J City by the morning of the fourth day. Although the snowfall had ceased, the accumulation was nearly taller than Yu Qingxian herself. Stepping into the snow, she would likely be obscured from sight. The ancient city, typically not prone to heavy snowfall, had succumbed to the weight of the snow, causing many historic structures to collapse. As a result, she could not appreciate the town's charm, only the remnants crushed beneath the snow's weight. Yu Qingxian lamented that she would not witness the town's splendor, wishing she had arrived a few days earlier or moved more swiftly. Yet, such thoughts were fleeting. Some sights are a privilege to behold, while others are simply left to fate. After all, she still yearned to glimpse the dinosaurs of the prehistoric era. Untying the rope from Xingyu, she began to pull her suitcase through the snow toward a building. However, after a few steps, she unexpectedly collided with a zombie. All right. It had been days since she had encountered any undead. She had momentarily forgotten the population of J City was likely substantial, and thus, so were the zombies. Consequently, encountering one was not unusual. As the zombie approached without yielding, Yu Qingxian stepped aside, allowing it to pass. How rude. However, as she moved aside, Xingyu surged forward, seizing the zombie by the throat and smashing its skull with a single blow. He then extracted a crystal core from the cavity of its head. The core was small, resembling a glass bead, and the entire sequence unfolded in an instant. As the zombie collapsed, half its head gone, Yu Qingxian found Xingyu's actions even more impolite. He had just cracked open someone else in Appo's skull. To her astonishment, she watched as he swallowed the crystal core without hesitation. The boy didn't even think to rinse it in the snow first. He displayed no sense of propriety whatsoever. Yet, witnessing his actions, Yu Qingxian instinctively covered her head. Surely, she did not have a super-powerful crystal core lodged within her own mind, did she? Was Xingyu planning to fatten her up for his next meal? At that moment, Xingyu's gaze fixed upon Yu Qingxian. Noticing her retreat with her suitcase, his crimson eyes flickered with confusion, as if he grasped something profound. Finally, the taciturn Xingyu spoke. You do not have one. 3 simple words sent a flurry of questions racing through Yu Qingxian's mind. I do not have what? A crystal core? Oh, how delightful. Her mind was indeed healthy, untouched by malignancy. Yet if there was no core within her head, what was Xingyu following her for? Surely, he did not intend to form a travel group with her. What nonsense. Chapter 21. Not very old, yet quite sturdy. Yu Qingxian paid no heed to Xingyu and made her way towards the towering buildings. Although J City is an ancient city, its other side is undeniably modern, separated by a millennium-old city wall. One side boasts contemporary urban life, while the other clings to its historical roots. Yu Qingxian ascended to her hotel, selecting a room with a splendid view. Xingyu did not follow. He was likely off hunting zombies for crystal cores. Yu Qingxian was indifferent to his absence, believing that the more zombies he dispatched, the more lives he might save. As long as he did not turn on himself, she wholeheartedly encouraged him to wreak havoc among the undead. For now, she was certain that Xingyu would not harm himself. After placing her suitcase down, Yu Qingxian stepped onto the balcony and began photographing the ancient city. Once satisfied, she returned to her room. Like a living being, she inspected the bathroom and tested the water, only to discover that not a single drop flowed. After waiting for a while and confirming the absence of water, she realized that her province, already in the southern region, had never experienced such heavy snowfall and lacked facilities to deal with freezing conditions. The pipes must have frozen and burst long ago. Consequently, Yu Qingxian fetched several buckets of snow and filled the bathtub, burying herself within. Half an hour later, the snow showed no signs of melting. Yu Qingxian mused, I truly am a cold corpse. 3 hours later, she finally emerged from the snow, changed into clean clothes, and, as darkness fell, lay down on the bed. It seemed she had not slept in quite some time. Although she did not require sleep, no one wished to stand all night. A night of rest was permissible. Unlike other zombies, Yu Qingxian could indeed fall asleep and do so quite deeply. Xingyu entered her room without disturbing her slumber. Standing at the foot of her bed, his crimson eyes fixated on the peacefully sleeping Yu Qingxian. He then turned his gaze towards the window, observing the gradual illumination of the sky. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he pulled the curtains to block out the white snow and the light from the heavens. He then retrieved a chair and sat at the foot of the bed, his expression vigilant as he watched the entrance. In his quest for crystal cores, Shi Xingyu had encountered a formidable zombie within the city. In that shopping mall, a grotesque heap of both zombie and human corpses lay strewn about, including 2 corpses of ability users. A zombie that could slay ability users must be extraordinarily powerful, likely on par with his own capabilities. However, its behavior suggested a feral nature, lacking in evolved intelligence. Any ability user with a modicum of wits could easily dispatch this zombie. Yet, as a fellow being, Shi Xingyu hoped for the strength of his kind. He had long forgotten his memories of humanity and no longer cared for a name. Upon noticing the zombie, he had initially mistaken it for a human, for it was so feeble that it couldn't even muster the energy of an ordinary zombie. Thus, he had turned away without a second thought. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly fragile creature would dare confront him and pilfer from his pockets. It turned out he did have a name and had once been human. Shi Xingyu followed her, observing as a zombie brought gifts to a human, watching her ride on a suitcase, laughing in a rather amusing manner. When she heard the commotion from the humans, she shrank back like a mouse encountering a cat. He had never seen a zombie like her. If he ignored her, such a weak zombie would inevitably be slain by humans, or perhaps even by her own kind. Unlike the zombie in the city that indiscriminately killed both zombies and humans, she seemed to embody a different spirit. Contemplating this, Shi Xingyu realized he was also in pursuit of strength, slaughtering his own kind for greater sustenance. With that thought, his expression turned cold, though a slight sound drew his attention back to the door. Yu Qingxian was roused from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, instead of a ceiling, she beheld the sky. What on earth is happening? She wondered, having merely taken a nap, yet finding her roof dismantled. Surrounding her were fallen stones, with her bed remarkably untouched. The wall before her remained intact, but upon glancing behind her, she spotted a gaping hole that pierced through several rooms. Even a fool would discern the chaos that had unfolded during her slumber. A confrontation undoubtedly had occurred, and the wall behind her had clearly been breached. Immediately, Yu Qingxian threw off the cold covers, donned her down jacket, and slipped into her snow boots. She crawled through the large hole to investigate the situation. Other rooms housed zombies, most of whom were in a pitiful state, with severed limbs yet still capable of movement, while some had completely lost their heads, truly dead beyond recovery. Reaching the final room, she finally laid eyes on the 2 zombies responsible for the destruction of her ceiling. One was Shi Xingyu, the other was a stranger. The combat prowess of these 2 zombies seemed comparable, yet they were significantly stronger than her and even the humans she had encountered. Clearly, Shi Xingyu was not merely a second-tier zombie, but rather one of at least the 3rd tier. Her earlier assumptions had been naive. The ability to comprehend her words indicated he was far beyond the capabilities of a second-tier zombie, which merely possessed the ability to run swiftly and leap over low walls. For instance, a 2-meter-high rural fence should pose no challenge to a second-tier zombie. Thus, the fact that Shi Xingyu could communicate with her suggested he was at least a 3rd-tier zombie. In just over a month of the apocalypse, 2 such formidable zombies had emerged. The future of humanity appeared grim indeed. Fortunately, she was a zombie herself. At that moment, Shi Xingyu found himself pinned against the wall by the other zombie. Being the outermost wall, it was also the thickest, which spared him from being smashed through. The length of the wall had been demolished by this creature. Not very old, yet quite sturdy. However, this grotesque zombie was bullying a mere 16 or 17-year-old zombie. Was that not a violation of some unwritten code? Seeing Yu Qingxian approach the other zombie, Shi Xingyu instinctively wanted to warn her to flee. Initially, he had assumed the other zombie was merely a brute, but to his surprise, it had mutated, possessing enhanced strength. Thankfully, it was Yu Qingxian who bore the brunt of the attack. Had it been her, she would have been reduced to a mere pile of mush. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yu Qingxian seized the mutant zombie by its scruff and hurled it away. Are you out of your mind? It an amp. Amp? Oppos. That's not even human. It an amp. Oppos. That's a zombie just like you. Why are you attacking it? High schoolers already bear the weight of their studies. How pitiful. After finally becoming a zombie and escaping the burden of learning, why treat him like a punching bag? If you have the strength, why not lift this building and toss it away? You only know how to bully the weak. How shameless. Yu Qingxian pointed an accusatory finger at the monstrous zombie, unleashing a torrent of invective. Sure, Xingyu was her loyal companion. If he were to meet an untimely end, where would she find another obedient zombie like him? Chapter 22. Proximity to kin spells doom for humanity. The mutated zombie lay discarded on the ground, its head pointedly berated by Yu Qingxian, who watched as it knelt. Trembling in fear, it appeared torn between fleeing and remaining still, clutching its head and attempting to speak. Do not utter a word. I have no desire to converse with a savage zombie. Yu Qingxian was genuinely incensed. After all, she had finally chosen a room to rest in, only to have it ruined. The zombie she had summoned to fetch her luggage nearly cost her life. Consequently, the brutish creature fell silent. At this moment, the gaze of Shi Xingyu, who stood protectively behind Yu Qingxian, shifted entirely. For a brief instant, he had sensed the terrifying power emanating from her, nearly compelling him to the ground. It was an undeniable force that instilled a complete absence of rebellious thought, even though it was not directed at him. Of course, Yu Qingxian remained oblivious to this revelation. Yet, as the zombie departed, she considered that despite its ferocity, communication was indeed feasible. Her retained human consciousness proved to be advantageous. After all, humanity had evolved language to avert physical conflict. Gentlemen speak rather than strike. Watching the brutish zombie flee, Yu Qingxian sighed with relief. How fortunate she was. Had it swung a fist in her direction, she would have undoubtedly been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. How splendid. Thankfully, it was reasonable. It is a commendable zombie. Surely, you did not engage in a proper discussion with it and ended up flattened? She assisted Shi Xingyu to his feet. Shi Xingyu gazed at the small zombie before him, which bore the appearance of a survivor, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Was she merely feigning ignorance? Or was she genuinely oblivious to the gravity of the matter? Observing her, he leaned toward the latter. Although Yu Qingxian found the brutish zombie relatively easy to deal with, a lingering apprehension remained. After all, even Shi Xingyu was no match for it. They ought to depart swiftly. 20 minutes later, Shi Xingyu watched as the diminutive zombie hastily dragged its suitcase ahead, remaining silent. Was her strength merely a fleeting moment? When she had scolded the zombie, her commanding demeanor had suggested that the mutated creature might take its own life. Yet, that audacious little zombie had nearly been frightened to death. Before dawn, she had hastily packed her belongings and fled. Her silhouette conveyed to Shi Xingyu that she was a formidable being capable of instilling terror in zombies, yet outwardly appeared weaker than the average zombie, often presenting an aura of near-death escape. What could possibly prevent her from recognizing the power residing within her? Nevertheless, he concluded that such strength was not something he could possess. He needed to devise a means to bolster her confidence. She possessed the ability to defend herself. It was remarkable, indeed, that, as a zombie, she retained human consciousness. Although he had reached level 4, humans, in his eyes, were mere sustenance. He felt no sympathy for food. Yet, for Yu Qingxian, it was evidently different. She was aware of her zombie nature, yet still chose to protect humanity, a truly laughable zombie. Shi Xingyu could never emulate her compassion towards food, nor could he protect it. However, he could teach her the fighting prowess necessary for self-defense, at least to ensure her ability to escape should she confront an ability user. If left unchecked, this zombie with human consciousness might ultimately perish at the hands of those she sought to protect. For now, he was certain that no zombie could harm her. Yu Qingxian felt a sense of misfortune. It was evident that the travel destination she had painstakingly selected was unsuitable. The previous location was now under official control, and the ancient city she sought to explore lay blanketed in snow, not to mention the presence of a formidable zombie within its confines. Run. Yet, as she was about to exit J City, she pivoted and returned, seeking a massive white cloth. Upon it, she painted a large yellow triangle, with a bold black exclamation mark at its center. After completing her artwork, Yu Qingxian attempted to haul the heavy cloth upstairs. However, after much effort, she found herself making little progress. Xingyu, suddenly struck by the phrase spacewalk, recognized that relying solely on her strength would mean dragging the cloth until next year. He grasped the other end and leaped to the second floor, his hand sinking into the wall like a sharp nail, pulling himself and the cloth upward to the rooftop. He had no desire to aid food, nor did he wish to enhance the strength of the mutated zombie. Solely relying on the city as zombies would not facilitate his growth. It was the two overconfident ability users that had expedited this zombie and oppos as evolution. Therefore, he remained vigilant. Perhaps an ability user would aid him in eliminating this adversary. Yu Qingxian watched Xingyu's agile movements with envy. How fortunate it was to be a powerful zombie, unlike her, who, in the face of danger, could only feign death. Observing him hang the warning sign, she nodded in approval. Now, anyone who entered the city would be forewarned of its dangers. Starve that violent zombie. How dare it prey on minors? However, once Xingyu descended, Yu Qingxian seized him and fled, running tirelessly for several days. Only when she was certain that the zombie would not pursue them did she finally pause. You should practice self-defense, Xingyu suggested. Yu Qingxian, who had not been running fast, was easily overtaken by an average adult. Her innate kindness blinded her to the fact that humanity now viewed her as an enemy. Perhaps she was aware of this. Otherwise, she would not flee from humans as if pursued by a ghost, running faster than humans would from zombies. She had witnessed zombies chasing humans, but had never seen a zombie being pursued before. Why? Yu Qingxian was astonished that this boy could articulate so much. Yet, she questioned why a zombie would need to learn self-defense. Wasn't self-defense a human endeavor? She had become a zombie. What need had a corpse for self-defense skills? Because you need to fight, Xingyu replied. Why must I fight? Yu Qingxian asked, bewildered. She merely wished to travel. Once she had visited all the places on her list, she would gladly return to the earth. If you continue as you are, you'll be killed by humans. You are too close to them. Xingyu pointed out her vulnerability. Proximity to kin spells doom for humanity. Humans do not believe zombies will refrain from consuming them. Upon sighting a zombie, they will seek to eradicate it. For if they do not kill zombies, they risk becoming the zombie's nourishment. The two cannot coexist. They are born enemies. Well, if I am indeed killed, so be it. It won't hurt, after all, Yu Qingxian replied, dragging her suitcase while scanning her surroundings, pulling out a map. She had wandered aimlessly through the snow, unsure of her destination. After a while, she finally spotted a road sign, quickly confirming her location. Are you seeking death? Xingyu asked, perplexed. Becoming a zombie grants you immense power. This world should rightfully be ruled by zombies. Humans should be domesticated as food. As you can see, if I wished to survive, I would not have willingly scratched a zombie. Yu Qingxian retorted, revealing her wrist, marred by a wound, a mark left by a zombie's claws. The sight of it left Xingyu astonished. It was the first time he had encountered a human willingly transforming into a zombie. Although he could no longer recall his memories of being human, he could gauge from the reactions of others that no one wished to become a zombie. Chapter 23. He is tempting. Xingyu was astonished by the sheer determination that Yu Qingxian must have possessed to act in such a way. He, of course, remained oblivious to the profound disappointment Yu Qingxian felt upon awakening to find herself not transformed into a zombie. In that moment, he surmised that if she had not become a zombie, she must be a person who truly cherished life, someone who adored traveling and capturing moments through photography. Yet, even in her current existence, she thrived, and even if she were to become a zombie, she would still have her passions. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xingyu inquired further. What do you mean? I and oppos, am dead, but peacefully so. If you don and oppos, to understand it and oppos, it's best to remain silent. Yu Qingxian retorted, retracting her hand, donning her gloves, and resuming her search for the name on the signpost. I found it. I've indeed strayed off course. She adjusted her map and aligned it with the signpost before turning towards her intended destination. Once she had confirmed her direction, she folded the map and lifted her suitcase. After a few steps, she noticed Shi Xingyu still standing in place, prompting her to turn back and ask, "Are you coming or not? If you choose not to, then we shall part ways here. Farewell." With that, she waved her hand dismissively and departed without a trace of reluctance. Shi Xingyu was left pondering. Was she truly human? Or had he overestimated her? She exhibited the traits of an emotionless zombie, departing without a hint of attachment. Yu Qingxian, however, felt no sorrow at leaving Shi Xingyu behind. She was accustomed to solitude, and encountering him had been an unexpected twist of fate. Yet, zombies were inherently solitary creatures. The reason they appeared in hordes to others was merely due to a shared destination. She did not perceive that Shi Xingyu and Apos as goal aligned with hers, but rather questioned the morality of aiding humanity and Apos as adversary. What if, in the future, Shi Xingyu harmed humans? She would then be complicit. What was just Shi Xingyu? One individual would not lead to humanity and Apos as demise. She had certainly underestimated the resilience of humankind. People had weathered countless tribulations and still persevered. If all humans were like her, they would have been eradicated in an instant. As these thoughts circulated in her mind, Yu Qingxian trudged through the snow, not glancing back even once, as if her interactions with Shi Xingyu over the past few days had been mere illusions. Observing her departure, Shi Xingyu found himself momentarily confused about who the real zombie was, himself or Yu Qingxian. He chased after her, resolved to ensure she learned to combat those with supernatural abilities. Especially during this heavy snowfall, when human activity was limited, it was imperative for her to hone her skills. This only exacerbated Yu Qingxian's impatience. She merely needed to flee upon encountering others. What could a zombie possibly learn about self-defense? It was unreasonable to expect so much from a corpse. Consequently, she disregarded Shi Xingyu's insistence. As they moved southward, the snow gradually thinned. Indeed, not even the fiercest blizzard could reach the warmth of the equator. Such extreme weather was merely a trifling annoyance to the earth. As this crossed her mind, Yu Qingxian's ears perked up, and she instinctively grabbed Shi Xingyu, pulling him into a snowbank. Just as he was about to ask her intentions, they heard the sound of vehicles approaching. A few cars passed by in the distance, their tires equipped with chains that crunched against the snow. Yet, Yu Qingxian's hearing was remarkably acute. She detected the vehicles long before they drew near, likely from a distance of several hundred meters. It seemed she could even hear the sound of cars from 1 or 2 kilometers away. After all, zombies were known for their sensitivity to sound. Yet Yu Qingxian's level of acuity was extraordinary. Once the vehicles had passed, they emerged from the snowbank, but Yu Qingxian noticed something was amiss with Shi Xingyu. Veins were protruding from his forehead. His crimson eyes glowed more intensely, and an unidentifiable liquid seeped from the corners of his mouth. Gazing at him, Yu Qingxian instantly understood. He was succumbing to temptation. She admired his restraint. After all, typical zombies would not be able to hold back. Yet, those advanced zombies from novels could blend into crowds. Perhaps the higher their rank, the better their control over their cravings. Yu Qingxian posed this query to Shi Xingyu, who responded as though he had heard something amusing. The higher the level, the greater the desire for living flesh. However, stronger zombies are less likely to lack sustenance. Thus, they can maintain control over their hunger for humans. Since that day, he began speaking. Shi Xingyu had finally opened up. Did this imply that his ability to restrain himself stemmed from his formidable willpower? Or was there a powerful, supernatural being among the vehicles? Shi Xingyu readily conceded this notion. Listening to his words, Yu Qingxian glanced back towards the nearly vanished convoy. A strong, supernatural presence? Why could she not sense it? It seemed she truly was weak. How did you perceive it? She pressed, feeling it was crucial to discern the danger posed by others. If she could anticipate a threat, she could escape in time. An instinctual awareness of strong individuals, Shi Xingyu replied. Not all zombies possess this ability. Mine is merely due to my unique evolution. As his words trailed off, Yu Qingxian playfully tossed a handful of snow at him, amused by his self-importance. Nevertheless, her instinct was simply to flee upon encountering any person, regardless of their strength. However, in such heavy snowfall, it was impossible to navigate without some degree of skill. Emerging from the snow, Yu Qingxian followed the path ahead, grateful that the passage created by the vehicles made for easier travel. Observing the tire tracks, it appeared the vehicles were also headed toward the bridge. However, this could not be confirmed just yet. After a day of walking, Yu Qingxian noticed a fork in the road ahead, where the vehicles had diverged. Continuing forward, she realized the road ahead was heavily trafficked. However, it was evident that the highway was likely congested with vehicles. As she pressed on, she discovered the surface of the road was uneven, with patches of snow varying in height. Clearing away the thick snow, she uncovered a zombie trapped inside a vehicle. Clawing desperately at the window, its body frozen and stiff. Even zombies could not withstand the cold indefinitely. After all, they were still corporeal beings, and many had perished from freezing. Naturally, the fittest survived, and those that remained had undoubtedly evolved to a higher level. This presented a new challenge for humanity. Perhaps this winter, many would become zombies, while others would awaken to supernatural abilities. However, this was not a concern for Yu Qingxian. As she prepared to continue her journey, the distant sound of gunfire reached her ears. The noise seemed to originate a few kilometers away. Typically, she would not investigate. Instead, she would drag her suitcase onward. Yet, the old cow she had picked up tugged her along, one hand grasping her and the other clutching her suitcase, hastening toward the source of the gunfire. Chapter 24. Is it truly wise to place two zombies amongst a crowd? Yu Qingxian never anticipated that Xingyu would drag her toward the source of the gunfire. As they drew nearer, the fragrance wafting from her intensified. Of course, Yu Qingxian was not a glutton and could not be swayed to salivate. It was merely Xingyu and Appo's influence that caused her to feel drenched by the metaphorical rain of saliva. However, with Xingyu clasping her waist, she had no choice but to scoop up a handful of snow and smear it across her face. She was perplexed as to why Xingyu felt the need to consume humans while bringing her along. Surely, he would consider offering her a piece of heart or liver. Was raw flesh truly delectable? Fortunately, Xingyu was not so twisted. He simply tossed Yu Qingxian into the thick snow. He then secured their luggage to a tree with 10 tight knots before vaulting over the wall. Yu Qingxian scrambled to her feet and peered over the wall, where she discovered two bodies lying on the ground, each with gory holes in their heads. At that moment, Xingyu was crouched down, gnawing on the two individuals. Their bodies were still warm, having just succumbed to death. Noticing Yu Qingxian and Appo's gaze, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his crimson eyes. After all, Yu Qingxian had not eaten in half a month. If this continued, even a most formidable zombie would eventually perish from hunger. Yu Qingxian observed Xingyu and Appo's gruesome act with minimal reaction, slowly retreating from a wall. Xingyu was baffled. After all, Yu Qingxian was a zombie and shouldn't be startled by such an act. Who will be frightened by someone dying? Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian was preoccupied with her suitcase, struggling against the tightly wound fabric that seemed impossible to untie. 10 knots. What was that old cow thinking? Her focus shifted to a small tree, which appeared to have grown for only 2 or 3 years. With a sudden determination, she grasped the sapling and snapped it in two. Although she felt a twinge of guilt towards the little tree, she managed to strip the fabric from its trunk and hastily made her escape with the suitcase in tow. Yu Qingxian did not object to Xingyu's cannibalistic behavior. After all, humans were merely sustenance to him. If she continued to accompany him, she feared he would eventually starve. Of course, if he did perish, she could consider it a service rendered to humanity by eliminating a formidable zombie. But at only 16 or 17 years old, he deserved to live beyond 30. Even that age would be considered short-lived. She resolved not to involve herself in the conflict between humans and zombies. The two deceased individuals were likely killed by their own kind. Perhaps they were from the same group that had previously traveled together. Why, then, had they turned on one another? No matter. She would not dwell on it. Instead, she would head toward the cross-sea bridge. Having been dragged off the highway by Xingyu, retreating was not an option. Doing so would waste precious time. Upon finishing his meal and leaping over the wall, Xingyu discovered that the tree had snapped, leaving both the suitcase and Yu Qingxian missing. He was somewhat speechless. How could this little zombie run so swiftly? Indeed, for Yu Qingxian, who possessed remnants of human consciousness, witnessing him devour a human would understandably be alarming. Yet, she shouldn't have dashed away without a word. As he tore strips from his down jacket, feathers, be they goose or duck, floated around him like snowflakes, drifting in the direction Yu Qingxian had taken. Yu Qingxian had initially intended to re-enter the highway, but to her astonishment, she found herself in the midst of a violent confrontation. Peering cautiously around a corner, she observed several houses ahead. It was no wonder that the gunfire had led to 2 corpses in this vicinity. The ongoing shootout was evident. She remained oblivious to the circumstances until she spotted a familiar figure, Gu Wanqing. What was she doing here? Was she among the formidable individuals from those vehicles? It made sense. One could not traverse the world without some degree of competence. However, as an official, why was she engaged in a shootout with the opposing side? This indicated that something was amiss with their adversaries. Yu Qingxian discreetly placed her suitcase in an inconspicuous location before approaching the group of suspicious individuals. She was determined to uncover their intentions. Yet, after only a few steps, she reconsidered. What good would it do for her to know? She decided instead to head toward the cross-sea bridge. As she maneuvered around the group, Xingyu caught up with her. Noticing that his down jacket was now devoid of feathers and the blood on his face had vanished, she refrained from commenting. It was as if she had never intended to abandon him. Seeing her unwavering demeanor, Xingyu understood that it was futile to dwell on the matter. Yu Qingxian donned a mask and eye cover, prompting Xingyu to reflect that with her face concealed, her ashen skin would be indistinguishable from that of a human. So long as she remained silent, she could easily be mistaken for a quiet, aloof individual. Otherwise, he would not have initially misidentified her as human. While Xingyu was momentarily distracted, Yu Qingxian seized the opportunity to place a mask over his face. In her eyes, Xingyu's complexion was slightly paler than her own. At first glance, he appeared excessively fair, while her skin bore a grayish hue that betrayed her zombie nature. Initially, she had attributed this to her facial wounds, but now she realized she could not masquerade as human. Xingyu had not intended to crawl along the ground like Yu Qingxian, who seemed timid yet eager to involve herself. However, observing her, he sensed she was not merely seeking excitement. At that moment, Yu Qingxian was indeed not seeking trouble. Had she known that Xingyu perceived her as being overly eager, she would have undoubtedly kicked him. They circumnavigated the residential area, and Yu Qingxian soon realized that there appeared to be no zombies in this town. This suggested a connection to the residents. As they rounded the area of conflict and prepared to ascend the overpass, a group of armed individuals suddenly emerged, demanding that the 2 of them halt. "Stop, or we will shoot." The 2 figures, clad in winter clothing and brandishing firearms, ordered Yu Qingxian and Xingyu to remain still. Yu Qingxian was baffled as to why these individuals had suddenly chosen to confront them. After all, they were merely 2 zombies. Nevertheless, she gently tapped Xingyu and Appo's hand, signaling him to remain calm and assess the situation. She then raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Xingyu was puzzled by her actions, but felt compelled to imitate her. Following this, Yu Qingxian sensed something pressing against her back, urging them to move forward. They were promptly taken into an underground chamber. Inside, Yu Qingxian observed a multitude of individuals, men, women, and children, imprisoned within. They appeared gaunt and wore summer clothing, clearly having been confined since before the snowfall. In an instant, Yu Qingxian grasped the situation. Since Gu Wanqing was an official, she must have come to rescue these people. Among them were likely individuals with skills necessary for the authorities, yet they had waited 2 months without any sign of assistance. Consequently, a rescue operation had been initiated. However, was it truly prudent to place 2 zombies amidst this throng? Chapter 25. Those you can consume upon observing Yu Qingxian and Xingyu. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers varied. Once they closed the door, darkness enveloped the room once more. However, for Yu Qingxian and Xingyu, the darkness held no sway. The individuals present were emaciated, appearing as if they subsisted on meager rations every few days. Among them were several small children. Yu Qingxian removed her down jacket and approached a woman who was holding 2 children. The woman, sensing movement exhibited signs of fear. Yet, Yu Qingxian could not utter a word. Should she speak, it would become evident to all that she was a zombie. She draped her down jacket over the two children and then turned, offering her tattered jacket, which had lost much of its down, to a nearby child. At this moment, she became certain. The survivors who had captured them were not virtuous beings. Since they were not good, it seemed more prudent to use them as sustenance for Shi Xingyu. Yu Qingxian pointed towards the iron door, and Shi Xingyu understood her intent. However, he was perplexed as to why they would have been captured in the first place. Merely 4 or 5 ordinary individuals could hardly present a challenge to him. Yu Qingxian remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. With a resigned sigh, Shi Xingyu stepped forward and kicked the iron door open. The clang startled not only those confined within, but also the guard stationed outside. As the door swung open, light flooded into the room. Finally, Yu Qingxian spoke. "You may consume those individuals." Naturally, Shi Xingyu comprehended this, while the others only heard the distinctive hissing sound unique to zombies, which heightened their terror. Before the 2 guards at the entrance could react, Shi Xingyu swiftly broke their necks. They then advanced towards the area where the humans resided. Most of these individuals were engaged in battle with Gu Wanqing's group, leaving only a handful behind. Nevertheless, their armament seemed considerable. Yu Qingxian approached the room. Upon hearing the commotion, the occupants emerged. Upon sighting Shi Xingyu rushing towards them, they realized there were only 3 individuals, and Shi Xingyu effortlessly dispatched them. Once they lay dead, Yu Qingxian peered in to retrieve her suitcase, which had remained unopened due to its combination lock. She pulled the suitcase along and glanced at the 2 handguns on the table, claiming them without hesitation, along with ammunition. Although she had never used a firearm, she believed she could learn, if only to intimidate others. When Shi Xingyu saw her smiling as she exited with her suitcase, he was somewhat bemused. "Aren't an amp. Amp? Oppos. To you fond of humans? How could you allow me to consume these individuals? Surely this is a form of harm reduction," he remarked. Yu Qingxian replied, "However, I did not anticipate that you would abstain from consuming them." Shi Xingyu felt that Yu Qingxian did not hold a particular affinity for humanity. Even in the apocalypse, there are those who could not bring themselves to harm the living, despite the monstrous appearance of zombies. Yet, Yu Qingxian exuded a completely different aura. Previously, he believed she was reluctant to harm either humans or zombies, existing in a nebulous space between the two. After making her statement, Yu Qingxian walked away, and as she passed one of the corpses, she inquired, "Are you truly not going to take a bite?" Shi Xingyu hesitated. "Hurry and consume it. It will cool quickly in this snow." Observing Shi Xingyu's reluctance, Yu Qingxian fiddled with the handgun in her possession and fired a shot into the air. The tranquil night was shattered by the sound of the gunfire. At least during the skirmish, the gun had been silenced, as nighttime not only attracted zombies, but also their animal counterparts. Shi Xingyu was taken aback to see Yu Qingxian brandishing the firearm. "Run quickly. If the strong ones arrive, we must be prepared," she urged, before stowing the handgun in her backpack and fleeing. She was unconcerned about an accidental discharge. As long as her head remained intact, she would survive. Seeing Yu Qingxian truly fleeing, Shi Xingyu had no choice but to follow. He found it difficult to decipher the thoughts of this little zombie. The gunshot reverberated throughout the quiet town. Gu Wanqing initially aimed to locate the stronghold of these individuals, but was hindered by obstacles. And the town was not insignificant in size. Uncertain of the number of adversaries remaining, the sound of gunfire in that direction signified a potential lead. "Ashung, hold them off while I rescue the captives," Gu Wanqing commanded. When Qingxing nodded, cautioning, "Sister Qing, be careful, take Xiaotian with you." Gu Wanqing signaled an affirmative gesture and beckoned to the large black dog, Xiaotian, who promptly followed. Observing Gu Wanqing venture forth alone, "Pei Yu and Oppos," and handed her his gun from his waist. Gu Wanqing accepted it without refusal and slipped away. Pei Yu and Oppos, and, watching her depart, then instructed, "Hand me the sniper rifle." One of those nearby passed him a lengthy aluminum case. When Qingxian shot him a glance, pondering what this frail individual intended to do. Was he truly capable of sniping? No wonder Gu Wanqing remarked he was merely unwell, not useless. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing reached the site of the gunfire, only to find corpses strewn on the ground. She entered the building and discovered several crates of munitions, then proceeded to an adjacent room that appeared to house a basement. The two guard at the basement and Oppos entrance lay dead, their necks grotesquely twisted, indicating they had been dispatched instantaneously, their expressions still frozen in shock. However, as Gu Wanqing approached the basement, a foul odor assailed her senses. Upon seeing the captives, a glint of surprise flickered in her eyes. They were emaciated, their bodies riddled with frostbite. She took out her walkie-talkie and stated, "The captives have been located. Show no mercy. Leave none alive." A quick glance revealed a discrepancy in numbers, suggesting they had arrived too late, and some had already perished. Upon receiving the news, Yu Qingxian gestured to his companions, signaling a decisive advance. With night vision goggles donned, they charged across the street, no longer needing to concern themselves with hostages. In just 20 minutes, they annihilated the enemy forces. The imprisoned individuals emerged from the basement and entered the warmth of the indoors. Yet at this moment, Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu had yet to depart. You may do all this, but those individuals will not express gratitude. They will only thank the human who appears unexpectedly. Shi Xingyu remarked, struggling to comprehend Yu Qingxian's motivations. After all, she had no means to articulate to humanity the good deeds she had performed. Nor could she ignore the looming threat of being discovered and killed by them. Chapter 26. Perhaps their hunger induced hallucinations upon hearing this. Yu Qingxian remained indifferent. Even in my absence, she would undoubtedly be capable of rescuing these individuals. It was you who kicked down the door, you who took lives. I have done nothing, Yu Qingxian asserted. This statement left Shi Xingyu speechless. Clearly, they had never been in peril from the outset. So whose fault was it really? Now, all the blame was being cast upon him. How cunningly the villain cries out first. As he contemplated defending himself, Yu Qingxian turned on her heel and departed. Do you trust her? Do you know her? Shi Xingyu caught up with Yu Qingxian. He noticed a peculiar glimmer in her eyes when she regarded that woman, almost as if entrusting the fates of these people to her would guarantee their salvation. She once buried me. She is a good person, Yu Qingxian remarked earnestly. If pressed to elaborate, Yu Qingxian would indeed say that Gu Wanqing bore a striking resemblance to a heroine from a novel, gentle yet formidable, decisive in action. Shi Xingyu appeared puzzled. What do you mean by an amp? Amp, Oppos. Buried you once an amp. Amp, Oppos. If she buried you, shootin' and amp, Oppos. Would that be a good thing? Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing assessed the condition of the group, relieved to confirm that they were merely malnourished and suffering from mild frostbite. As for their claims of being saved by a man and a woman, they could not possibly articulate the notion that those saviors might not be human, but rather zombies. Who ever heard of zombies rescuing anyone? Yet, they had distinctly heard the guttural growls of zombies, albeit with a somewhat feeble tone, as if one was quietly conversing with the man beside them. Since the interlocutor could comprehend the zombies' growls, it was evident they were also zombies. However, to declare that two zombies had come to their aid would be met with disbelief. Furthermore, should they reveal the truth about their saviors, they might find themselves pursued. And what if those two were not zombies? That would be an unwarranted slander. Nevertheless, only those leaning against the door had heard the zombie and Oppos rasping. Perhaps it was merely a hallucination born from their hunger. Thus, they exchanged glances and unanimously decided to affirm the existence of one man and one woman. Yu Qingxian immediately discerned their deceit, yet Gu Wanqing feigned ignorance. She merely nodded slightly before rising to address the group, apologizing for a failure to assist them in a timely manner. The survivors observed Gu Wanqing in silence, uttering few words. They were primarily the families of scientific personnel who had been sent to retrieve them. Even if the journey had become arduous, a month had elapsed, and they should have arrived by now. The delay indicated something had gone awry. Gu Wanqing had become the leader of this mission. As for those who had intercepted the survivor convoy, they had been criminals even before the apocalypse. Upon seeing the convoy, they had acted without hesitation, slaughtering the officials who resisted. Some family members had met a similar fate, and several young women had been taken away, never to return. Wan Qingxian could hardly bear to listen to such barbarity, yet Gu Wanqing remained composed, absorbing the grim tale. "I'll step out for a moment to check on the vehicles." When Qingxian declared, with dozens of survivors, it was imperative they procure a bus. Presently, Pei Yuhan had not spotted any infected individuals among the throng, alleviating Wen Qingxiang's concerns of an unexpected transformation into a zombie. As Gu Wanqing watched him leave, she redirected her gaze to the survivors. "Speak freely. What compensation do you seek? Rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf, except, of course, for the revival of your loved ones," she stated. At this juncture, apologies held no weight. It was far more prudent to offer something tangible. Only by assuaging these individuals could the scientific personnel enhance their weaponry, thereby facilitating the extraction of resources from her spatial pocket. Having departed the small town, Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu continued onward. 100 kilometers further lay the cross-sea bridge. Yu Qingxian had shed her down jacket, now clad only in a flimsy sundress, the biting cold pressing against her skin. "Birar, it's so cold." She suddenly halted, unable to contain her exclamation. This startled Shi Xingyu, who turned to regard her in surprise. "You can feel the cold?" he inquired, astonished that she, a zombie, could perceive temperature. "Surely not. I merely lamented. Were a living person to dress like this, they would undoubtedly freeze to death." Yu Qingxian waved dismissively, confident she felt no chill. However, prolonged exposure to such low temperatures would inevitably inflict damage upon her physical form. It was no wonder some zombies had succumbed entirely to frost, resembling icicles, frozen solid, along with their viruses. Yu Qingxian had no desire to become a mere statue. With that thought, she resumed her forward march. The following morning, she arrived in H City, her first destination not the cross-sea bridge, but rather to procure a warm-down jacket. She also outfitted Shi Xingyu with one, opting for a shorter style this time. Mindful of their previous encounter with the aggressive zombie, Shi Xingyu found it amusing how Yu Qingxian, as a zombie, could be so particular about clothing. Humans, in their desperate flight for survival, would hardly concern themselves with fashion, while zombies, bereft of sensation, would not wear superfluous garments. The clothing adorning zombies was merely remnants of their past lives, many of which had frayed and fallen away. Once Yu Qingxian donned a jacket of superior quality. She patted it contentedly, exclaiming, "So soft." She had never owned such a brand in life, deeming the price of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan unreasonable, especially as she rarely ventured outdoors. Now, however, she could wear it without cost. Clad in her new attire, Yu Qingxian set her sights on the cross-sea bridge. The snow in H City was not particularly deep, reaching only to her calves. Yet, for a place that rarely experienced snowfall, this was a once-in-a-century event, particularly with snow piled so high. If the South was like this, she could hardly fathom the conditions in the North, where snow fell annually. Surely, they must have ample facilities to cope with heavy snowfall. Even if it piled several meters high, there was little she could do. Yu Qingxian imagined herself shoveling snow for 30 years. Upon reaching the cross-sea bridge, she was surprised to find guards stationed at either end. It wasn't merely a sight. It was a scent that revealed their presence. The structures appeared entirely fortified, while the bridge itself was lined with barriers designed to halt the passage of vehicles. Yu Qingxian slapped her forehead in realization. If this area was occupied by humans, then the Eastern Gardens and the Northern Imperial City must also be under human control. What was the point of her journey, then? Instead, she could capture a few ducks, cultivate a plot of land, and farm right where she stood. Shi Xingyu watched Yu Qingxian glare at the checkpoint, nearly crushing the binoculars in his grasp from frustration. Yet he found the situation somewhat amusing. If you cannot go there, simply find another route. If you truly wish to proceed, you could always eliminate the guards. Shi Xingyu's words were always laced with an air of indifference towards humanity. Yu Qingxian swiftly delivered a chop with her hand. "These are official personnel. How can we kill them indiscriminately? If we were to eliminate them, who would respond if survivors sought help?" She paused, a sudden thought striking her. Chapter 27. If they are zombies, why not take action? Firstly, if the sentry is an official, it is impossible for him to be unaware that those passing through here would be intercepted. Moreover, Those individuals may not necessarily traverse that town. How, then, did they ascertain that there would be survivors coming from that direction? Additionally, there are more survivors than just those. Why have some managed to pass through this place unscathed? The fact that someone as significant as Gu Wanqing was sent to rescue them indicates that these individuals hold considerable importance. Could it be that they have captured these key figures in exchange for some terms with the authorities? How did these criminals come to know that these individuals were of great importance? This suggests that someone has investigated the identities of these survivors. Where could such an investigation take place? It could only be at the sentry on the bridge. When those survivors saw individuals clad in official uniforms, they naturally harbored no suspicions. Either these individuals have betrayed the authorities or they are imposters. Regardless, neither option warrants their continued presence. Of course, if I can deduce this, Gu Wanqing would surely be aware as well. You need not kill. Others will handle it, Yu Qingxian remarked. After saying this, Yu Qingxian sought a vantage point that was both secure and offered a good view to observe the area. Shi Xingyu could not comprehend why Yu Qingxian, upon seeing humans, would flee yet simultaneously revel in watching the scene unfold. Nevertheless, he refrained from stopping Yu Qingxian, curious to see who would come to deal with the situation as she had indicated. Sure enough, by midday, someone arrived, a vehicle with 2 people and a dog. Gu Wanqing had spent the entire night pondering an issue. How could these criminals accurately capture the family members of researchers? This indicated that they had prior knowledge of the situation, which led them to intercept these individuals. They even dared to target officials. Did they truly believe that, with the apocalypse upon them, they could act with impunity? As Shi Xingyu observed the woman before him, he could ascertain that the formidable power he had sensed earlier emanated from her. The woman opened the car door, and a large black dog followed her out. The zombies trailing behind, attracted by the sound of the vehicle, were swiftly dispatched by the vines she wielded, flung aside with force. Before they could rise again, those vines embedded themselves into their foreheads, obliterating their brains. In an instant, a dozen zombies were vanquished. Upon witnessing Gu Wanqing's actions, Yu Qingxian looked at Shi Xingyu with pride, which left him somewhat speechless. Those were humans. What was there to be proud of? She could eliminate 10 Yu Qingxians in a heartbeat. You're laughing for no reason. This time, she could easily dispatch 10 of you. Shi Xingyu voiced his thoughts. It's fine. I have no intention of provoking Gu Wanqing, Yu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. She was aware of Gu Wanqing's prowess. This was not news to her. Although Gu Wanqing had instantaneously slain over a dozen zombies, the remaining zombies felt no fear at the loss of their kind and continued to charge toward her. The current snowfall was not deep enough to hinder the zombies and Oppo's movement. Meanwhile, the sentry personnel, alerted by the commotion, opened a small window to observe the outside. Upon seeing the vehicle and Oppo's distinctive license plate, surprise flickered in their eyes. They had been discovered. Yet, the newcomers were merely a young girl and a dog, with another person seated in the back, appearing to pose little threat. What could a mere 2.5 individuals do against them? Initially, some inquired about Gu Wanqing and Oppo's purpose for being there, advising her against heading to the island due to the numerous zombies there, even mentioning that aquatic zombies had washed ashore on the beach. However, Gu Wanqing paid no heed to their words, directing her vines to strike. Her actions clearly articulated her intent. Within mere minutes, the sentry personnel were dealt with by Gu Wanqing. She ensnared them with her vines and discarded them over the bridge into the water, where they were quickly dismembered by aquatic zombies. Naturally, she spared 2 individuals alive, intending to interrogate them about their motives. Although Yu Qingxian could see Gu Wanqing's actions through binoculars, she could not hear her words, lacking the skill of lip reading. Her gaze remained fixed on Gu Wanqing until she suddenly sensed someone watching her direction. Instinctively, her eyes shifted to the SUV, where a man was indeed gazing in her direction. This startled Yu Qingxian, only to see him produce a long sniper rifle. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Shi Xingyu and retreated. However, the man did not fire. He seemed merely intent on using the rifle as scope to ascertain whether anyone was present. Was he perhaps overly sensitive? She had not even been observing him closely, so how could he have felt their presence? Seeing Yu Qingxian abruptly pull him into the building, Yu felt puzzled. Don't look, someone is using a sniper rifle to survey our location. We need to relocate, Yu Qingxian insisted. She was indeed intrigued by the unfolding drama, but this was a perilous situation, and she preferred to avoid it. Gathering her backpack and suitcase, she descended the stairs. The presence of someone here would certainly be reported to Gu Wanxing by that man. Should Gu Wanxing come, she and Yu would undoubtedly stand no chance. Just observing her movements made it evident that she was highly skilled in combat. Although Yu was uncertain of the accuracy of Yu Qingxian and Appo's his intuition, he nonetheless followed her lead. Yu Qingxian and Appo's instincts were indeed correct. Gu Wanxing would learn of their presence here. Yet, it was not Pei Yu and Appo's, and who had informed her. Rather, Gu Wanxing had deduced that there must be individuals present when she observed Pei Yuan aiming his sniper rifle in that direction. People? Gu Wanxing inquired. Zombies, Pei Yuan replied. Gu Wanxing was somewhat taken aback by these words. Pei Yu and Appo's, and possessed the unique ability to discern infected individuals among the crowd. Although Gu Wanxing was oblivious to the nature of the world as perceived by him, if those were indeed zombies, why did Pei Yu and Appo's and refrain from taking action? One of the zombies exhibited an unusual coloration, somewhat resembling her own, indicating a significant level, one that could not be targeted. Pei Yuan spoke the truth. He had noticed one of the zombies while preparing to take aim. Even with his speed, he could not execute a snapshot. Gu Wanxing, hearing Pei Yuan and Appo's and Appo's explanation, was taken aback. If there were zombies in each city of a comparable level to hers, then these iron structures would not suffice to contain them. Why had that particular zombie not attacked? And what was peculiar about the other one? After cleaning the blood from her hands, Gu Wanxing entered the vehicle, simultaneously questioning and starting the engine. This location could not be guarded by ordinary individuals. It required the presence of those with abilities. Otherwise, incidents like this would be most inappropriate. That zombie has not consumed humans. No, it has not fed on living beings, Pei Yu and Appo's, and continued to explain. This revelation left Gu Wanxing momentarily stunned. It is indeed the female corpse you buried. Pei Yu and Appo's eyes gleamed with interest, as if he had encountered something captivating. Chapter 28. Simply to facilitate humanity's acceptance of us, Gu Wanxing was indeed taken aback by Pei Yuhan's words. Although she suspected that the female corpse had vanished due to a transformation into a zombie, Pei Yuhan had remained silent at that time. This led her to believe that it was merely a tourist who had perished while away from home. Since she had inadvertently intruded into the woman's room, her intention was to ensure a proper burial. Little did she realize that the individual was, in fact, a zombie. If it were a zombie, then why did it not attack them back then, but chose to feign death instead? You didn't Appo's, asked me. Pei Yuhan stated matter-of-factly as he stowed away his long sniper rifle. Gu Wanxing thought it was absurd that she would engage in conversation with someone as eccentric as Pei Yuhan. Nevertheless, she decided to search further, as she had yet to encounter a non-carnivorous zombie. Yu Qingxian traversed the street, crossing the expansive road, and then passed through the guard post onto the cross-sea bridge. How do you know they would search for us in that direction? Yu mused, recalling how he had witnessed the vehicle heading towards their previous location, harboring some admiration for the little zombie. Whether she was strong or weak remained unclear to him. Intuition, Yu Qingxian replied. Having read numerous zombie novels, she believed that individuals close to someone like Gu Wanxing, who bore a striking resemblance to the typical female protagonist in such stories, should not be underestimated. Abilities could be diverse and peculiar, extending beyond the natural phenomena of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. What if the opponent could see through her identity as a zombie? After all, she had witnessed Gu Wanxing toss a person off a bus, who then rapidly transformed into a corpse. Thus, such occurrences were not beyond the realm of possibility. Do zombies possess intuition as well? Yu inquired, a hint of doubt in his crimson eyes. Why not? You mentioned your own instinct as a powerful being. So mine is akin to that of an author of novels. Clearly insufficient, Yu Qingxian countered. What does being an author entail? Yu questioned, finding much of what Yu Qingxian said rather perplexing. yet he refrained from probing further. Vehicles damaged along the bridge had been moved aside, clearing a 2-meter-wide path in the center. However, Yu Qingxian did not take this cleared route. Instead, she opted for the adjacent path, congested with zombies and abandoned vehicles. The 20-meter-wide roadway was filled with cars, and though there were gaps between them, they were teeming with zombies. Yet, these zombies were unable to traverse the vehicles that were roughly their height. Yu Qingxian, however, chose not to walk on the ground but to leap atop the cars, vaulting over them. Initially, she was cautious in her jumps, but soon enough, she began to revel in the activity. Red signified a bomb, white indicated a safe passage, and black meant to retreat a step. She even devised her own rules. Shi Xingyu perceived her as idly playful. Yet, it was true that she had little else to occupy her time. Otherwise, she would not be wandering about. Although he did not fully grasp the concept of tourism, he understood it to mean exploring the world. She handed her suitcase over to Shi Xingyu to carry while she frolicked atop the cars. The nearby zombies stared vacantly as she leapt over them. When Shi Xingyu noticed her step onto a black spot, causing her to genuinely retreat a step, he could only shake his head in resignation and continue onward. He chose to walk on the pavement instead, where a narrow sidewalk was available, free of vehicles. Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu found little beauty in the scenery. The sea was not like a lake, completely frozen. It remained tumultuous, with waves crashing. Occasionally, a few zombie fish and mutated fish could be seen entwined in conflict. Then, he witnessed a zombie being hurled overboard beside him. It struggled momentarily in the water before being swiftly consumed by a sea creature. Oh, falling spells disaster. It turns out that even zombies are prey for the creatures in these waters, Yu Qingxian remarked. Initially, she had only intended to leap atop the cars, but the zombie and Oppo's attempt to grasp her clothing caused her to tumble down. Although it did not hurt, falling from the vehicle meant the game was over, and she was enjoying herself immensely. In a fit of anger, Yu Qingxian seized the zombie and flung it over the railing, sending it plummeting to the ground. At that moment, Shi Xingyu realized that Yu Qingxian was not merely disrespectful to humans, but equally so to her own kind. Yu Qingxian had come to the cross-sea bridge to witness the sunrise. Gazing at the sky, she pondered when it might clear. Thus, she selected a relatively decent vehicle as her temporary abode, intending to wait for the sunrise. When Shi Xingyu saw her enter the car, he placed the suitcase inside and then spoke, "I shall search for crystal cores." Yu Qingxian extracted a book from somewhere and, upon hearing Shi Xingyu's words, waved him off, signaling him to proceed. However, once he departed, he did not return. When Yu Qingxian regained her senses, the sky had already darkened. She reluctantly exited the vehicle, glancing around. She had positioned herself near the middle of the cross-sea bridge, a good 10 kilometers from shore. This bridge was the longest cross-sea bridge in the world. Should she seek out Shi Xingyu? After a moment and Oppo's contemplation, she abandoned the idea. Whether searching for a person or a zombie was quite cumbersome. Moreover, if Shi Xingyu could not manage it himself, her presence would merely serve as an additional burden. There was no necessity. Instead of returning to the car, Yu Qingxian climbed atop the vehicle and gazed skyward. She believed she could see stars. Of course, it was also possible that her low blood sugar was causing her vision to blur. Squinting, she focused on the heavens, and before long, it was midnight. When Shi Xingyu returned, he spotted Yu Qingxian sitting atop the vehicle from a distance. She resembled a statue, her gaze fixed on the sky. Shi Xingyu placed a bag beside her, the sound of it colliding with the roof echoing like a stone. Yet, Yu Qingxian did not lower her gaze. "What are you looking at?" Shi Xingyu inquired. "Stars," Yu Qingxian responded. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingyu also lifted his gaze, but he saw no stars. Although the clouds had indeed dispersed somewhat, stars were nowhere to be found. "Where?" Shi Xingyu asked, unable to resist his curiosity. Realizing that Shi Xingyu did not comprehend much of what she said, Yu Qingxian smoothly continued the conversation. "Can you speak the language of humans?" She suddenly pondered. It dawned on her that advanced zombies could articulate human speech. If they wished to integrate into human society, they could certainly learn their language. However, it is unnecessary, Shi Xingyu clarified. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian's eyes remained fixed upon him. So it was true that advanced zombies could indeed speak human language. To speak human language is not merely to assimilate into society, but to facilitate humanity and oppose, as acceptance of us, Xingyu elaborated. In the eyes of humans, zombies were mere primitive beings acting solely on instinct. Yet, from the perspective of advanced zombies, it was humanity that was inferior, for they were merely food. So, language has become a means for you to prey on humans? Yu Qingxian could not help but inquire, reflecting on how she had never considered that the reason advanced zombies could speak was to approach humans for the purpose of predation. Chapter 29. You resemble a mouse, eager to ensnare its prey. This instinctive behavior must be an echo of my past human nature, thought Xingyu, who responded with utmost honesty. Although he struggled to comprehend certain phrases, the intuition stemming from his former humanity guided him on how to react and respond. Such instincts were innate to their existence as zombies. Unlike social creatures, zombies exhibited a heightened territorial instinct, especially the stronger ones. Devoid of emotions, their singular focus was on becoming more powerful. At present, Xingyu and oppose, as following of Yu Qingxian, was not solely due to his curiosity about her. He perceived her as genuinely formidable. By staying close to her, he believed he could survive encounters with zombies of a higher rank. Yu Qingxian, listening to Xingyu, refrained from further inquiries. Instead, she lifted a small pouch beside her, sensing a surge of energy emanating from it, most likely crystal cores. These cores held significance not only for those with abilities, but also for zombies. Giving her this pouch would entail the slaughter of numerous zombies, explaining the time it took. Nevertheless, Yu Qingxian handed a crystal core to Xingyu, stating, "You may keep this. I have no use for such things, but it would serve well as a game piece." She toyed with one in her hand and returned the rest of the pouch to him, surprising Xingyu. Although zombies had transformed into monsters, they still required sustenance. In the absence of food, they absorbed energy from crystal cores. This necessity often led higher-ranking zombies to slaughter their own kind to avoid drawing human attention, thereby amassing more cores. However, ordinary crystal cores offered diminishing returns for stronger zombies, necessitating the pursuit of cores from equally ranked zombies. Yet, such zombies proved difficult to eliminate, which led them to seek out human ability wielders. Even the cores of average ability users were exceptionally valuable to high-ranking zombies. The previously encountered mutated zombie, clearly devoid of intelligence, had gained its immense strength from 2 ability users. The unfairness of it all irked Xingyu, who now found himself accompanying the leisurely Yu Qingxian on this bridge, watching a sunrise obscured by clouds on a snowy day. As he reluctantly gathered some cores to return to her, she nonchalantly suggested using them for a game. In exasperation, Xingyu tossed a mutated mouse into the sea and resumed his search for zombies, while Yu Qingxian paid him no mind, attributing his rebellious behavior to typical teenage angst. As dawn approached, Yu Qingxian noticed the horizon lightening, even tinged with gold. She eagerly scrambled down from the car roof, retrieved her camera from the trunk, and called to Xingyu, who was distractedly dealing with zombies. "Come quickly, the sun is about to rise." Her cheerful demeanor was infectious. Xingyu, glancing at her smiling face, begrudgingly abandoned his task and approached her, pondering the allure of the sun, which he disliked. Upon reaching her, he gazed toward the eastern sea, where a thin golden line formed between the sky and water, as if someone had drawn a luminous stroke amidst the darkness. Although the clouds lingered, they could not obscure the sun rising from the sea. Yu Qingxian perched atop the car, snapping photos of the distant horizon. After capturing several images, she set her camera aside and focused intently on the spectacle before her. Though the sun rose each day, whether in rain or snow, she had never taken the time to truly appreciate its beauty in her 28 years, often only witnessing it through others in Oppose, travel videos. The thought of traveling filled her with both envy and trepidation, particularly as her parents had met their demise during a trip. This fear further deterred her from venturing outside. As she admired the breathtaking sunrise, Yu Qingxian found herself unexpectedly welcoming the dawn. "Isn't it beautiful?" she inquired of Xingyu. He squinted against the glare, retorting, "It's rather blinding." "Here, I have a little something for you," she said, handing him a pair of sunglasses. Before he could accept them, she donned a pair herself. Since becoming a zombie, her eyesight had improved significantly, making her sensitive to bright light. Though the sunrise was indeed magnificent, it was also painfully bright. Observing Yu Qingxian and Appo's relaxed demeanor, Xingyu reluctantly accepted the sunglasses and turned his gaze back to the rising sun. It an Appo's, as quite mediocre," he remarked. Having witnessed the sunrise from the bridge, Yu Qingxian felt a sense of completion. Despite the sunlight, the cold rays did not melt the snow on the ground. Packing her belongings, she cheerfully skipped toward the shore, while Xingyu remained perplexed by her desire to traverse the bridge merely to witness the sunrise. Was it truly necessary? She struck him as the most mundane zombie in existence, and he felt equally dull for following her. With a buoyant spirit, Yu Qingxian checked her map and marked on the bridge before heading east toward the gardens. Wouldn't I need to don ancient attire for a visit to the royal gardens? She mused. However, she dismissed the notion of changing now, fearing that if danger arose, she might soil her garments. The idea of wearing hanfu would remain on her list of future aspirations. With her resolve determined, Yu Qingxian hastily descended the bridge. The guard from the previous day had been killed by Gu Wanqing, and new personnel would soon be dispatched. Perhaps there would be ability wielders among them. Given her petite stature, she felt inadequate against any potential threats. Thus, her swift departure left Xingyu viewing her with a mix of amusement and disbelief as she stealthily glanced around. Having only witnessed humans fearing zombies, he found it laughable to see a zombie frightened of humans. Her fear was not solely a product of her undead status, but likely linked to her past as a human. If that were the case, would she forever remain confined indoors? Chapter 30. Running away at the sight of others. Yet still kind-hearted, "Why are you in such a hurry?" asked Xingyu as he followed closely behind. This place is a significant border area, so it is only natural for the authorities to dispatch formidable individuals to guard it. There might even be some with extraordinary abilities, Yu Qingxian explained. If I had delayed for a few more days, I would have been unable to descend from the bridge. I would have been forced to dwell on the bridge for eternity. Of course, such a scenario is impossible. I estimate that this location will be cleared out within a few years. This bridge holds considerable importance. Otherwise, there wouldn't be stationed troops here so shortly after the apocalypse began. However, after this incident, it is likely that the number of personnel will increase, perhaps even reclaiming the entirety of H City. After all, H City was once a city of great significance. Dragging her suitcase, Yu Qingxian passed through the checkpoint and suddenly turned to gaze at the sea-crossing bridge. "I hope I will have the opportunity to return. If I do, I must see the pristine and beautiful sea-crossing bridge," she remarked, seemingly addressing Xingyu. However, he understood that her words were directed at humanity as a whole. It was peculiar for a zombie to place such trust in humans, even believing in their ability to triumph over the undead. One might question this zombie and Appo's allegiance. Yet, if Yu Qingxian did not harbor such thoughts, Xingyu would find himself puzzled. Ultimately, it is Yu Qingxian, this zombie, who remains the enigma. As Yu Qingxian watched the sun gradually rise, she did not feel fatigued by the sunlight. Thus, there was no need for her to unfurl an umbrella. They proceeded eastward along the coastal road, which drew ever closer to the sea. Further along, they spotted some aquatic undead creatures crawling ashore, each bearing bizarre and grotesque forms. Of course, those brave enough to venture on land were not solely zombies. There were also some mutated aquatic beings. These creatures were indiscriminate in their diet, consuming even zombies. It is not surprising, given that many fish and aquatic organisms naturally thrive on decaying flesh. Perhaps the taste of zombies appealed more to these aquatic species. "I am quite adept at cooking. Would you care to try?" Yu Qingxian suddenly declared, catching Xingyu's attention. "No, thank you," he declined. "Zombies only consume living beings, fresh and warm. I use living beings to cook, and it is warm," Yu Qingxian teased, as if she possessed the ability to read minds, giving Xingyu a thumbs up. In her previous life, aside from writing novels, snacking, and watching various books and travel videos, her greatest passion was cooking. Yet, she often felt guilty about wasting food. Each meal she prepared was far too much for one person to consume. She promised to be more mindful of portion sizes next time. However, she inevitably found herself preparing more than one person could eat. Perhaps it was not her lack of consideration, but rather an unfulfilled desire for companionship at the dining table. Reminiscent of when her parents were still alive, Shi Xingyu observed the rare sparkle in Yu Qingxian and Appo's eyes and refrained from rejecting her offer. However, he felt compelled to inform her that zombies crave fresh, lively prey, not merely warm dishes prepared from the living. After all, zombies needed to absorb fresh blood and flesh to invigorate themselves. Consumed flesh, having lost its vitality, was akin to how humans might regard rotting meat. Adding spices would only render it less palatable. Yet, faced with Yu Qingxian and Appo's enthusiasm for showcasing her culinary skills, Shi Xingyu resigned himself to the situation. Naturally, the endeavor of preparing a grand feast would be thwarted by Yu Qingxian's inability to tolerate the scent of cooked meat, leading to her abrupt withdrawal from the process. She had not anticipated that the moment the meat was heated, it would assault her senses with the nauseating odor of decay. "You actually agreed to eat such a thing. You're impressive," Yu Qingxian remarked, once again giving Shi Xingyu a thumbs up. Were she in her previous life, she would have resolutely refused to partake in such fare. Despite already being dead, "It was you who insisted I eat it," Shi Xingyu countered, having already expressed his disinterest. After their culinary banter, Yu Qingxian continued to drag her suitcase eastward. This time, she did not need to bind herself to Shi Xingyu with a rope. He had taken the initiative to pull her suitcase for her. In Yu Qingxian's eyes, Shi Xingyu was increasingly fulfilling his role as a sturdy companion. It would be unfortunate if he were to starve to death while accompanying her. "I wonder, do you eat live chickens or ducks?" she inquired, perched atop her suitcase, leaning against the handle. "Any living creature will suffice," he replied. In this regard, he was not picky. Naturally, humans are the most delectable. "Then let us find a way to raise a few ducks. If you were to faint from hunger on the roadside, I would be unable to carry you and would have to leave you behind," she suggested while perusing a map. In such a large city, there should be some farms nearby. Although most have likely turned into zombie ducks, a portion may still be alive, mutated perhaps. Her words conveyed concern, but also an air of detachment. They had been together for nearly a month, and the thought of abandoning him if he were to faint struck Shi Xingyu as rather callous. This zombie, possessing human consciousness and memories, seemed far colder than he. A genuine zombie. "Do not worry about me fainting from hunger. However, I must ask, since becoming a zombie, have you truly not consumed any flesh?" Shi Xingyu posed the question. Many zombies who abstained from human meat for a month or two would grow weak. While they would not perish, some would gradually decompose. "No, I have no interest in eating humans," Yu Qingxian replied, flipping the map's pages. Recently, her equipment had multiplied significantly, including a comprehensive map of all of Huaxia. Such a resource was typically unattainable for the average person, yet she had acquired it simply by coming to H City. It meticulously documented every location in the country, a rarity not meant for mass production, available only in exhibitions. Each day, a few pages were randomly displayed at a swift pace. Yu Qingxian had previously glimpsed it in someone else in Appo's video. Indeed, no one had sought it. Yet zombies also require sustenance. "If you do not eat, you will perish," Shi Xingyu reminded her. Becoming a zombie does not grant immortality. Although they are significantly more resilient than humans, they are not invincible. "Let us wait until I am truly starving. If I feel I am on the brink of starvation and it becomes unbearable, I will take action," Yu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. After all, she had intended to forsake human interaction, which was why she sought to become a zombie. It was not that she despised humanity. Rather, she simply struggled to engage with them. Even though she knew there were many kind and wonderful individuals among them, she found herself unable to take that step. Surely, there must be others like her in the world. If these humans were still alive, could they truly overcome their psychological barriers and coexist harmoniously? If they could, that would be splendid. They must not emulate her and become zombies. Zombies are not particularly appealing. Take action. How would you do that? Shi Xingyu inquired, turning back to regard Yu Qingxian, who was now seated on her suitcase. Her combat abilities were non-existent. She fled at the sight of others and was far too kind-hearted. Chapter 31. I am here, just for sightseeing. Shi Xingyu had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet she had never envisioned herself pressing a handgun against her own temple. It turned out that when she spoke of taking action, it was not against humanity, but against herself. The very zombie, which had previously compelled her to devour humans, was now the one aiming a gun at her own head. You would rather end your own life than harm a human? I thought you were indifferent towards humanity, Shi Xingyu remarked. I simply do not care for those who inflict harm upon their own kind. However, I was once human. I do not wish to transform into a being that harms its own. That would make me no different from those I despise. Yu Qingxian earnestly replied to Shi Xingyu and Appo's inquiry. Of course, she did not expect Shi Xingyu, a zombie, to comprehend her words. After all, how could a zombie grasp the meaning of fellow beings? Shi Xingyu indeed failed to understand Yu Qingxian's sentiments or her actions. She would rather take her own life than lay a hand on a human. Yet, she pondered, when you humans slaughter animals, no one chooses to take their own life. This left her perplexed. Thus, I did not stop you from consuming humans, did I? Yu Qingxian looked up at Shi Xingyu. She had always understood this principle. Naturally, Yu Qingxian could not force everyone to share her views, nor could she compel a zombie to refrain from eating humans. Although Shi Xingyu could not fathom Yu Qingxian's thoughts, she realized that if the day ever came when Yu Qingxian was faced with defenseless humans, she would indeed raise the gun and end her own life. So, when you first took the gun, was it for this purpose? What do you need so many bullets for? 10 would suffice. Are you planning to take me down with you? Shi Xingyu inquired further. If she was capable of turning the gun on herself, then she would undoubtedly have no qualms about eliminating other zombies. Do not be anxious. The bullets are not reserved for you, but rather for those whom you are meant to kill, Yu Qingxian confirmed, having identified the location of the duck farm before closing the map. She gestured in a direction. Over there lies a large duck farm. If fortune smiles upon us, there may still be some alive. If not, I shall prepare a meal for you, she added. Shi Xingyu considered it, contemplating the prospect of starving instead. Hey, as a level 4 zombie, even without food for 3 years, I would not perish. He felt he was becoming foolish from spending too much time with Yu Qingxian. He began to head towards the direction she indicated. While Yu Qingxian contemplated a question, could it be possible for a zombie to genuinely develop feelings for a human, thereby refraining from attacking? After all, humans have trained animals as pets. Could zombies become pets of humans, or vice versa? Curiosity led Yu Qingxian to voice this question, which struck Shi Xingyu as somewhat fanciful. After posing her query, Yu Qingxian herself found it rather absurd. If she could not believe that zombies would refrain from eating humans, how could she expect others to? Thus, she continued, if I were human, but Shi Xingyu interjected before she could finish, you would be eaten. It was evident that he grasped her intended question, whether he would consume her if she were human. The answer was unequivocal. He harbored no reluctance towards Yu Qingxian. Zombies do not possess such sentiments. Shi Xingyu believed that if Yu Qingxian wished for peaceful coexistence between humans and zombies, it would be best for her to relinquish such hopes. Yu Qingxian was well aware of this fact. After all, there are tales of harmonious interactions between zombies and humans in literature. She was merely inquiring out of curiosity. If anyone genuinely sought to coexist peacefully with zombies, she would be the first to intervene and dissuade them from such delusions. Even she, a zombie with human consciousness, did not see anything wrong with zombies preying on humans. It was even more unlikely for zombies themselves to possess such concerns. Having spent a month in Shi Xingyu and Appo's company, she understood that if she were human now, he would still devour her without hesitation. This was the survival instinct of a zombie. In an apocalyptic world, the struggle between zombies and humans is inevitable. Peaceful coexistence is unattainable unless one side triumphs over the other. If humanity prevails, they remain the rulers of Earth. If zombies win, the dominion would shift to flora and fauna. Without humans, the food supply for zombies would be abruptly severed. This could be seen as a form of self-cleansing for the planet, reminiscent of the dinosaur era or even earlier epochs. But I bet on humanity and Oppos' victory. Yu Qingxian added. Shi Xingyu felt a sense of helplessness. If humanity won, all zombies, including Yu Qingxian, would perish. Yet, contemplating Yu Qingxian and Oppos' attitude filled him with despair. As they approached the duck farm, they had to traverse a significant portion of H City. If they were two living beings, they would certainly hesitate to undertake such a journey. However, Shi Xingyu was dragging a suitcase while Yu Qingxian leisurely perched atop it. After 20 minutes, Yu Qingxian suddenly sensed a slight tremor beneath her feet. Shi Xingyu halted as well. Yu Qingxian turned her head to look behind her and noticed that the surrounding zombies were beginning to scatter. She was puzzled. Was something extraordinary approaching? When a 5-meter-tall zombie emerged from behind a building, Yu Qingxian promptly dismounted from her suitcase. This zombie possessed an enormous head, but that was not its most terrifying feature. Its body appeared to be a mass of multiple zombies fused together, rendering it colossal. It was no wonder that the nearby zombies fled in haste. Any zombie that came into contact with it would be swiftly devoured. Only in a densely populated city like H could such a peculiar zombie exist. This zombie was evidently not an ordinary one. Yu Qingxian observed it closely, noting that while it was consuming other zombies, many were still clinging to its body, their heads protruding, desperately trying to escape. This led her to realize that the zombie and Oppos' capacity for consumption was nearing its limit. Otherwise, those heads would not be visible, nor would they have the chance to crawl out. Recognizing the threat of this zombie, Shi Xingyu understood that engaging it in combat would be unwise unless they attacked from distance. He grabbed his suitcase and prepared to flee in another direction. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian took out her camera and began to snap photographs of the enormous zombie. Consumption and evolution could be considered one method of zombie advancement, but this approach seemed too primitive and lacked elegance, resembling that of a beast. Yu Qingxian preferred Shi Xingyu and Oppos' method. At least it aligned more closely with human aesthetic sensibilities regarding consumption. In the midst of Yu Qingxian and Oppos' admiration, Shi Xingyu felt no sense of pride. Upon turning to see her photographing the zombie, he was suddenly filled with irritation. Are you here for vacation? Regrettably, as soon as he asked, he wished he hadn't and Oppos'. Sure enough, Yu Qingxian nodded. Indeed, I mentioned it before. I am here solely for sightseeing. Travel can be perfect or filled with unexpected events, but regardless of the circumstances, Yu Qingxian would face them with composure. Naturally, when the time came to feign death on the ground, she would not hesitate for a moment. Chapter 32. A maximum of 2 pounds. All right, can it weigh you down? After taking a photograph, Yu Qingxian jumped down from the suitcase. Suddenly feeling a loss of weight, Shi Xingyu stumbled a few steps. He turned around to see Yu Qingxian approaching the large zombie. What level of zombie is this? It must have a crystal core, right? If you obtain this zombie's crystal core, it should be more valuable than an ordinary crystal, Yu Qingxian remarked. First and foremost, this zombie can consume other zombies, which means it can also devour humans. Moreover, it appeared to be the type of zombie that is quite troublesome to deal with. If it truly manages to digest these zombies, it will likely become even more formidable. Additionally, judging by its appearance, the number of zombies it has consumed must be nearing its limit. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Shi Xingyu never anticipated that Yu Qingxian and Oppos' actions were for his sake. This zombie was a 3rd-level one. Although its current abilities were not particularly strong, if it finished consuming its prey, it would undoubtedly become more problematic. It was not a ranged zombie, despite having special abilities. If it managed to latch onto him and forcibly consume him, he would expend half his energy struggling. Most importantly, was Yu Qingxian underestimating this zombie? Despite its clumsy appearance, it had already consumed countless other zombies. Yu Qingxian drew a handgun from her backpack and fired a shot at the zombie and Oppos' face before turning to Shi Xingyu and instructing. Lead it to the area with more zombies. The more, the better. Shi Xingyu considered Yu Qingxian to be mad, yet he too had lost his senses. Willingly heeding her advice, he pointed Yu Qingxian in a direction, and after she confirmed it, she hurled a barrage of insults at the zombie. The zombie was immediately drawn to her, moving in her direction. However, inexplicably, upon seeing Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu, it turned and fled. Why did it run away? Yu Qingxian questioned. It fears you, Shi Xingyu replied. Indeed, in the realm of zombies, strength allows one to act with impunity. Shi Xingyu, observing Yu Qingxian and Appo's admiring gaze, found himself at a loss for words. This zombie had been frightened away by her insults. Guard your suitcase. I will drive the zombie towards that location. You should find a place to hide. Shi Xingyu began to understand Yu Qingxian and Appo's intentions. He thrust his suitcase into her hands, and in an instant, he shot off in the opposite direction. Watching Shi Xingyu vanish in an instant, Yu Qingxian mused that indeed, those capable must bear the burden, while the inept merely wander. Thankfully, she was the inept one. Otherwise, she would have had to engage in a fight. Yu Qingxian crossed over to the adjacent street, where the density of zombies was greater. Occasionally, she caught glimpses of the towering zombie through the gaps between the buildings. As for Shi Xingyu, she did not see him, but Yu Qingxian felt no concern for his safety. Ultimately, whether she dispatched any of the zombies, it would not be a significant loss for her. However, if the old cow were to perish, she would have to drag the suitcase herself and walk. Nonetheless, she had initially intended to travel in this manner, step by step, merely returning to her starting point. Ahead lay a square, densely populated with zombies. It was unclear whether they had gathered there while alive or after their transformation. Regardless, the snow on the ground had been completely trampled away by the zombies. Observing the multitude of zombies, Yu Qingxian made her way up the nearby building to capture a few photographs. Why had she not thought to document the zombie tide before? Video footage would suffice as well. Meanwhile, the zombie was being driven by Shi Xingyu toward the square. As it drew closer, more zombies stuck to its body, leaving behind dismembered remnants in its wake. These remnants were evidently undigested. Clearly, Yu Qingxian's strategy was sound. One could only lament the unfortunate luck of this zombie for encountering her. Already overstuffed, it became panicked after receiving a few scoldings from Yu Qingxian, leading it to become ensnared by even more zombies, which would eventually bring about its collapse. Yu Qingxian did not engage in the battle between Shi Xingyu and the zombie, thus remaining unaware of how their confrontation unfolded. Half an hour later, when Shi Xingyu returned, he was remarkably clean, holding a translucent crystal core in his hand. This core was significantly larger than an ordinary one, nearly the size of Yu Qingxian and Appo's palm, with beautiful hues flowing within it. Yu Qingxian could hardly fathom that such a visually stunning object could exist within the mind of such an unsightly creature as a zombie. Yet, when Shi Xingyu attempted to give her the crystal core, she firmly declined. I have no need for such a thing. Keep it for yourself, she insisted. After all, the zombie was slain by Shi Xingyu, and thus the crystal core should rightfully belong to him. However, Shi Xingyu did not store it away. Instead, he shoved it into Yu Qingxian and Appo's backpack. In Appo's, that's so heavy, Yu Qingxian complained. A maximum of 2 pounds, all right? Can it weigh you down? Shi Xingyu looked at Yu Qingxian, who was nearly collapsing under the weight, utterly speechless. This crystal core was far lighter than the camera hanging around her neck. It had not weighed her down, yet this crystal core could. Unbeknownst to him, this crystal core possessed attributes, whether human or zombie. Merging with this core would yield an 80% chance of awakening special abilities. Since he already possessed abilities, hastily absorbing the core would be a waste. It would be unwise to allow for an abrupt advancement. Better to save it for when this little waste of space deemed it necessary to gain some power. After all, attribute-laden crystal cores were rare finds. Yu Qingxian recognized the rarity of this crystal core. Otherwise, Shi Xingyu would not have chosen to let her carry it. Oh well, if I must carry it, so be it. If I don't use it now, I might just gift it to some kind, adorable and sensible little child someday. She mused. Shi Xingyu, noticing the wheels turning in Yu Qingxian's mind, understood her intentions. I'm doing this for your own good, Shi Xingyu replied with exasperation. Well, thank you very much. Yu Qingxian expressed her gratitude. It was amusing how someone so much younger than her spoke to her, as if he were her elder. Just as long as you know. Is there anything left to do? If not, we should be on our way, Shi Xingyu stated. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian straightened up immediately. Nothing left? Let us go. After speaking, she hopped back onto her beloved suitcase. Shi Xingyu felt as though he had been utilized. Indeed, Yu Qingxian, despite being a zombie, retained a human heart. Regardless of the circumstances, she aimed to minimize trouble for humanity. If that zombie were to digest all the zombies within it, it would indeed be a challenge to eliminate. If he were to kill the zombie, it would eliminate a potential threat to humanity. Conversely, if he were to perish, it would also rid the world of a formidable zombie. Such a cunning little zombie. Let us go. Shi Xingyu grasped the suitcase and began to drag it away. Hooray! Onward to the duck pond. Yu Qingxian raised her hand, issuing commands. After they departed, the deceased zombie transformed into a mass of viscous fluid, incessantly eroding the surrounding zombies and turning their flesh into a foul-smelling pool of blood. Chapter 33. What if I die out here? By the time when Qian arrived in H City, several days had already passed. Qian gazed upon the city before him. The snow had begun to melt slightly, yet it appeared that another heavy snowfall was imminent, perhaps even more substantial than the last. At this point, Qian and Wen Qian had developed a certain rapport. Previously, due to the presence of a survivor base, Qian had been unable to depart. However, after he returned with a considerable supply of medicines, he established contact with the official base, facilitating the entry of survivors from the civilian base into the official one in exchange for those supplies. Of course, this was done with the escort of official personnel. The survivors from the small base, comprised of merely 1,000 or two, were more than willing to relocate to the larger official base, which promised greater security. Moreover, it was evident to the survivors that Qian remained in the area out of concern for their safety. Hence, they were eager to transfer to the larger base, taking responsibility for their own well-being while granting Qian his freedom. A person of Qian and Appo's strength could traverse anywhere. Are you certain that person will come to H City? There must be numerous zombies here, Qian remarked, stopping the vehicle at the roadside, halting just before the city limits. A city of such magnitude naturally harbored a considerable population of the undead. Merely the survivors of the city could easily form another survivor base. Furthermore, given the proximity to a cross-sea bridge, it was certain that official personnel were stationed here. Yet, to thoroughly cleanse the city of zombies would likely take years. Uncertain, I suspect they will come here, Wen Qian replied, opening the car door and stepping out. If her intuition was correct, that little zombie would undoubtedly traverse all the renowned tourist spots, and the cross-sea bridge was a popular destination for many. Of course, she could be mistaken. Recently, personnel from the official base discovered a warning cloth in J City, marked with danger symbols. Though it resembled a child and Amp, Appo's, doodle, it was recognizable as a warning sign. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that 2 squads of ability users had ventured to J City and had not returned. This implied that those 2 squads had likely perished within J City. If even ability users could fall there, what manner of being could hang such a large warning cloth from the rooftops of J City? Combining the clues they each had gathered, it became evident that the entity responsible for the warning cloth was the very individual they were seeking. However, Wen Qian refrained from disclosing to Qian that this entity was not human, but rather a zombie. Yet, one could argue that a zombie who protects humans could be considered half-human. Having visited both the hot spring resort and the ancient city of J City, it was only logical that it would also arrive at H City's cross-sea bridge. Nevertheless, Wen Qian remained uncertain whether that little zombie had actually visited or not. The system was currently unable to trace its whereabouts, necessitating reliance on her instincts. As Qian observed Wen Qian exiting the vehicle, he glanced back at his own team. Originally, his squad had consisted of more members, but now only 5 remained. Given the nationwide journey ahead, it was inevitable that some would choose to remain behind. Staying at the base to join other squads of ability users was equally viable. There was no necessity to wander aimlessly. What if they were to die out here? The 3 accompanying Qian were naturally bound to him by shared experiences of life and death. Thus they felt compelled to follow. As for Wen Qian, Though she was a young girl of considerable combat prowess, it was her decision to leave the base. Nonetheless, the three had fought alongside her and entrusted their lives to her. She was undeniably deserving of their trust. At that moment, Yu Qingxian was busy catching ducks, completely unaware that the little abnormality had made its way to H City. Observing the zombie ducks in the duck farm, she activated an unfamiliar machine, crushing the undead fowl. Shi Xingyu, perched on the wall, watched Yu Qingxian rampage through the zombie ducks without any surprise. After all, these ducks had become man-eaters. The moment he saw the ducks transformed into zombies, he knew Yu Qingxian would not remain idle. Shi Xingyu had no intention of stopping her. In his eyes, the zombie ducks were merely low-tier undead. The mutated ducks were likely wild and had flown away, and, if not, they had been devoured by the zombie ducks. Once Yu Qingxian halted the machine, she realized it was intended for corn harvesting. The duck farm was likely fed with pure grain, and given its scale, it must have flourished before the apocalypse. Looking at the flattened zombie ducks, Yu Qingxian felt a twinge of guilt. She then entered the dwelling nearby and discovered an elderly couple, both transformed into zombies. Standing at the doorway, she addressed the two undead. "I apologize for the intrusion." With that, she stepped inside as if visiting a friend. Seeing Yu Qingxian genuinely enter the house, Shi Xingyu stood up, scanning for danger before leaping off the wall. Upon entering, he found Yu Qingxian already preparing tea with the household's tea set, while the two zombies merely wandered about without any intention of driving her away. Her tea-making was merely a formality. Without electricity, the kettle was useless, yet she went through all the motions. After pouring 2 cups of tea and placing them on the table, she stood up. Observing her serious demeanor, Shi Xingyu wondered what she was about to do. Unexpectedly, Yu Qingxian bowed to the two zombies, stating, "I'm sorry, your ducks have all been crushed by me." She then pointed to the 2 cups of tea and continued, "So, I made you 2 cups of tea as an apology." After saying this, Yu Qingxian dragged Shi Xingyu out of the room and locked the door behind them. Sealing it shut, Shi Xingyu looked at the door, now bound with various items, speechless as he regarded Yu Qingxian. Just a minute ago, she was apologizing, and now she had locked the owners inside the room. "I can't kill them, but I can't let them roam free to eat people. This is the best solution," Yu Qingxian explained, knowing full well what Shi Xingyu was about to say. He acknowledged that indeed, this was the most prudent course of action. However, it was unlikely anyone would come to such a duck farm. Even without sealing the door, there would probably be no issues. Yu Qingxian, glancing at the closed door, initially intended to capture a few ducks, but now she would have to leave empty-handed. Fortunately, Shi Xingyu was not on the brink of starvation, so she did not have to worry excessively. After departing the duck farm, Yu Qingxian and her companions continued their journey eastward. Little did she expect that after a month of travel, she would once again encounter that little abnormality. Chapter 34. It must be death by ignorance. Yu Qingxian observed 2 vehicles from a distance. One of them she recognized as belonging to a man she had encountered before. This man had connections with that peculiar individual. The appearance of his vehicle in this location could not be mere coincidence. What if that odd individual had incited him? Consequently, Yu Qingxian promptly called out to Shi Xingyu to take cover. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she entered a 3-kilometer radius, her movements were immediately monitored by Wenchang. When the system alerted her to the presence of the little zombie, Wenchang was so elated that she sprang from her seat. She had not anticipated truly finding it. However, alongside the little zombie was a level 4 zombie, a type she had yet to encounter. "What is wrong?" Qin inquired, noticing Wenchang's excitement with a hint of confusion. Wenchang and Qin shared the same objective, to locate the little zombie. They had become allies. Thus, she felt no need to conceal the truth from him. "I have discovered the whereabouts of the person you were searching for," Wenchang declared. She added, however, "I must clarify that it is not a human, but a zombie." The mention of zombies caused Qin to slam on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to an immediate halt as he communicated via the intercom to inquire about the situation. He simply replied that everything was fine and restarted the vehicle. A zombie? How could a zombie possibly assist a human in finding medicine? Qin struggled to comprehend. Only humans help humans. Zombies merely consume them. Whether you believe it or not, how could that person have entered the hospital, which you yourself have not, and retrieved so many medicines? Wen Chang retorted. It was precisely because it was a zombie that such feats were achievable. Qin and S' earlier doubts were now resolved. Hence, it became clear why someone could navigate through a horde of zombies unharmed and why they would seek refuge after providing medicine. However, since it was a zombie, there seemed little need to pursue it further. After all, if it was avoiding them, there was no point in searching any longer. What do you intend to do with this zombie? Qin asked curiously, as he had never previously questioned Wen Chang regarding this matter. Is it not peculiar for a human to chase after a zombie? She mused, but it is simply curiosity. Are you not curious? A zombie that harbors no hostility towards humans is intriguing to anyone. Wen Chang smiled, candidly confessing her fascination. Qin nodded in agreement. A zombie devoid of animosity could potentially become a formidable ally in the apocalypse. Yet, judging by its behavior, this particular zombie seemed to prefer solitude. Approaching the little zombie would prove challenging. Wen Chang sensed that it was stationary ahead, accompanied by the level 4 zombie, which remained still. Why is that? Qin wondered, though Wen Chang had previously stated that the little zombie possessed little combat capability. The presence of the level 4 zombie next to it complicated matters. Wen Chang openly acknowledged that she could not contend with a level 4 zombie. As for Qin, he was a level 2 ability wielder, already distinguished among his peers. But facing a level 4 zombie alone would still be perilous. Qin had not anticipated that the little zombie would be accompanied by such a formidable counterpart. To approach the little zombie, they would need to eliminate the level 4 zombie. However, their lack of understanding of the relationship between the two zombies rendered any impulsive action unwise. After expressing this, Wen Chang signaled for Qin to halt the vehicle. He complied and directed his gaze towards the location she indicated. There, atop a 10-story building, stood two figures, one tall and one short, approximately several hundred meters from their position. In an instant, the figures vanished from the rooftop. Yu Qingxian stood atop the building, binoculars in hand, scrutinizing the two vehicles. Indeed, she recognized two familiar faces. She immediately waved for Shi Xingyu to join her and handed him the binoculars. That man appears to be an ability wielder. The girl is unclear, but she seems formidable, almost as if she possesses a tracking ability. Wherever I go, she can find me. I suspect she has implanted a GPS device on me. She is quite bizarre, likely just a few years older than you. Yu Qingxian elaborated to Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu was taken aback to learn that these two humans were acquaintances of Yu Qingxian. Can they be consumed? He pondered aloud. Indeed, there was an ability wielder among them, and one who was detested by Yu Qingxian. Consuming them should pose no issue. Just be cautious. I suspect that girl possesses something peculiar. In any case, avoid provoking her, and the same goes for Gu Wanqing. Keep your distance if possible, Yu Qingxian urged, waving her hands dismissively. It's beyond the question of consumption. Their vehicle has halted, and that girl is pointing at us, Shi Xingyu observed. Upon hearing that they had been noticed, Yu Qingxian grabbed Shi Xingyu and made a hasty retreat. As they descended from the rooftop, they quickly changed their position. Are you truly that afraid of them? With me around, they wouldn't dare approach you, Shi Xingyu remarked, puzzled by her apprehension. Yu Qingxian felt that zombies were blissfully ignorant of danger. They lacked an understanding of what it meant to be the protagonist. No matter how formidable one might be, they would ultimately become nothing more than a mere crystal core in the protagonist's grasp. She pondered whether she needed to enlighten Shi Xingyu on the nature of protagonists. Some individuals simply appeared untouchable by fate. Yet, glancing back at Shi Xingyu, she could not help but remark, if you were to perish one day, it would undoubtedly be due to ignorance. Shi Xingyu, unfazed by her words, dismissed the notion of death as inconsequential. For zombies, life and death were trivial matters. They were driven solely by the instinct to consume, relentlessly advancing forward, unless faced with an adversary so powerful that it instilled fear within them. Such fear was only directed towards their own kind, as evidenced by the terror they exhibited when Yu Qingxian shouted at them, a fear that rendered them incapable of resistance. Is that so? Shi Xingyu's tone remained light, as he saw no reason to fear death. Yu Qingxian observed the indifferent expression on his face and realized that he rarely exhibited any significant emotions. Ultimately, they were not the same. "Do you have some ulterior motive for following me?" Yu Qingxian asked, taking her suitcase from Shi Xingyu's grasp, unable to resist her curiosity. She had never broached this topic before. Shi Xingyu did not insist on assisting her with the suitcase, and when she took it, he felt no particular attachment. "I merely have nothing else to do," he replied. Do a zombie's traits reflect their personality in life? Yu Qingxian could not help but inquire further. Beyond their memories and human cognition, other traits and speech patterns are likely remnants of their human habits, Shi Xingyu explained. Yu Qingxian nodded, realizing that Shi Xingyu had also been reserved in life, only speaking when others initiated conversation. He belonged to the slow-to-warm-up category. It seemed that among the students at school, he too was regarded as an oddity, much like herself. Chapter 35, Farewell for Now. Yu Qingxian refrained from handing her suitcase to Shi Xingyu, opting instead to carry it herself. Shi Xingyu observed the figure ahead of him, a strange feeling lingering in his mind. It seemed that Yu Qingxian had changed since their first encounter, yet there was an undeniable familiarity in her demeanor. They walked in tandem, the surrounding zombies merely brushing past them, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. At times, Yu Qingxian would pause before a storefront, leaning against the glass as though indulging in a leisurely shopping spree. Shi Xingyu considered this a waste of time, but upon glancing back at the listless zombies, he realized that they, too, were merely passing the time. Countless zombies would eventually decay into a mass of rotten flesh, never tasting the vitality of fresh blood. When Yu Qingxian finally shifted her gaze from the window, she turned to Shi Xingyu. "Let's part ways here," she stated abruptly, catching him off guard. Why was she bidding him farewell so suddenly? With no response forthcoming from Shi Xingyu, she tilted her head to gauge his expression. As if recalling something, she retrieved a crystal core from her backpack. "Oh, right, I must return this to you," she said. However, Shi Xingyu did not accept it. Instead, he seized Yu Qingxian's suitcase and sprinted away. By the time she realized what had transpired, he was already 100 meters ahead. What on earth? Is this zombie robbing me? Initially, she felt compelled to chase him down and give him a piece of her mind, yet she did not quicken her pace. As she passed an alley, she glanced inside and spotted a young girl standing there, clad in a white dress amidst the dimness. It was clear that this was not a human, but a zombie. Yu Qingxian and Appo's gaze met that of the zombie, reminiscent of her first encounter with Shi Xingyu. After a moment of contemplation, she averted her eyes and continued walking forward. Just then, Shi Xingyu returned, noticing Yu Qingxian lingering at the alley and Appo's entrance. "What are you doing? Don't you want your suitcase?" he asked. At his words, Yu Qingxian remembered that the little brat had taken her suitcase. "How dare you say that? You and Appo's, the one who took it." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind her and landed on her back, wrapping its arms around her neck. This unexpected weight caused her to lean back slightly, but instinctively she supported the figure on her back. The weight was not heavy, and the absence of a living creature in Appo's scent indicated that it was indeed a zombie. Realizing this, Yu Qingxian pulled the zombie off her back, discovering it to be the slender girl she had just seen in the alley. She had merely glanced at her, yet here she was. Shi Xingyu immediately sensed that this zombie was a level 3, capable of swiftly advancing to level 4. Her agility in leaping onto Yu Qingxian and Appo's back suggested intelligence beyond that of a mere brute. Zombies that evolve to possess consciousness are rare. Most pursue sheer power, preying on more humans without the need for the intellect to interact with them. Evolution in intelligence often comes at the cost of energy, resulting in zombies that are indistinguishable from humans, save for the color of their eyes and the absence of body heat, heartbeat, and breath. However, those that choose the path of intelligent evolution do so with subconscious intent. This indicated that the young zombie was reluctant to embrace savagery and was likely clever in life. The more intelligent an individual, the greater the likelihood they would evolve into an intelligent zombie after infection. Yu Qingxian regarded the small zombie, noticing that the snow had yet to melt, while the girl wore only a thin summer dress. Despite not feeling the cold herself, a shiver ran down her spine. Yet, she would not mistake the girl's youth for innocence. After all, She was a zombie, and evidently, a formidable one at that. Having already encountered a high-level zombie, Yu Qingxian felt that taking on another would be overwhelming. Thus, she gently pushed the girl away and continued forward. Sister, one and oppos, do you take me with you? You can bring him along, the young girl implored. Taken aback, Yu Qingxian realized that this zombie could speak and communicate, resembling Shi Xingyu in her intelligence. If she possessed such awareness, she ought to become a dominant force. With Shi Xingyu already in tow, adding another intelligent zombie would transform her journey into a veritable tour group. Yu Qingxian was unwilling. Her intention had been to travel alone, and she had only brought Shi Xingyu along because he could assist with her suitcase. What could this little girl contribute? Instinctively, Yu Qingxian felt that the girl was dangerous, perhaps even more so than Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu placed himself behind Yu Qingxian, scrutinizing the young zombie. Even as a zombie, he sensed the peril posed by this petite figure, likely having deceived many humans with her appearance. How many have you consumed? Shi Xingyu inquired. The young girl simply stared back with her large red eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend his words, fixated instead on Yu Qingxian, as if awaiting her response. It was clear that she regarded Shi Xingyu, a higher-level zombie, with disdain. As the girl continued to gaze at her, Yu Qingxian instinctively inched back toward Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu, this isn't good. She seems very dangerous. While Shi Xingyu was also a high-level zombie, he lacked the cunning that this girl possessed. It seemed as if she had multiple layers of shrewdness, and Yu Qingxian feared that if she took her along, one day, they might find themselves at the mercy of this young zombie. Though she lacked a crystal core, rendering her less appealing to ordinary zombies, Shi Xingyu was a different story. A level 4 zombie would view him as a prime target. Yet, why did it seem that this young girl had set her sights on Yu Qingxian? Determined to evade further interaction, Yu Qingxian seized her suitcase and, without exchanging further words, turned to flee. Shi Xingyu was caught off guard. Shi Xingyu, block her from me. We shall meet again, she declared, casting him aside without a second thought. For now, she needed to escape this perilous situation. What a turn of events. All Yu Qingxian had wished for was a peaceful journey, free from the chaos that surrounded her. Chapter 36. He is useless. I am not sure. Xingyu gazed at Yu Qingxian, who, after more than a month of companionship, had callously betrayed him. It raised the question of who the true heartless creature was. Yu Qingxian, despite being a zombie, still retained a semblance of human consciousness. The young girl, witnessing Yu Qingxian's escape, attempted to pursue her. However, the moment she moved, Shi Xingyu seized her by the calf and flung her against the wall. Yet, for a high-level zombie, such an impact posed no real harm. The young zombie had not anticipated Shi Xingyu and Oppo's remarkable speed to approach Yu Qingxian. She concluded that she must first defeat the zombie before her. In terms of combat prowess, she was certainly inferior to this formidable opponent. Thus, the dilemma arose: should she flee or engage in battle? Yu Qingxian was indeed making her escape. Though she felt guilty towards Shi Xingyu, circumstances left her with no choice. She had no intention of gathering a following. With 2 high-level zombies in pursuit, it was nearly impossible for her to feign death on the ground. Those with abilities could easily discern that she was not merely a corpse or an ordinary zombie. Carrying high-level zombies would only increase the likelihood of detection. Yet, Yu Qingxian found herself puzzled. How had that young girl managed to track her down? Had her thoughts been exposed? Otherwise, how could they have followed her to H-City? Would her journey to Dongfang Yuan Garden become known? As she ran, glancing back, she heard a loud crash. Although she was unaware of the circumstances, it was clear that a fierce battle was taking place. Would their commotion attract the attention of ability users, such as the girl following her and that man, whose name she did not know? Moreover, there was Gu Wanqing. If Gu Wanqing had not yet departed, then Shi Xingyu and the young zombie should be safe from peril. Yu Qingxian pondered this, only to dismiss her worries. Both were high-level zombies with intelligence. If danger arose, they would undoubtedly flee. It was wiser to concern herself with her own safety. However, little did she anticipate that 3 hours later, the 2 zombies would block her path. Yu Qingxian instantly knelt down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She surrendered without hesitation. Shi Xingyu observed the kneeling Yu Qingxian, a bead of sweat trickling down the back of his head. He then turned to the young girl beside him. This was the zombie she intended to follow? Truly unreliable. I have spoken with her. She is merely interested in you and does not wish to harm you. What she said can be taken as the truth, Shi Xingyu assured. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian turned her gaze to the young girl, who continued to look at her with wide eyes and a smile. What do you mean by and oppose? Can be taken as the truth and oppose. I don't even fully trust you, let alone her. Yu Qingxian and oppose. S words were blunt, yet they reflected her genuine feelings. In the presence of a zombie, such remarks posed no offense. Zombies were devoid of trust. They acted solely based on their own intentions. Though Yu Qingxian was indeed unique, in terms of raw energy, she was still inferior to a typical zombie. If her skull were to be cracked open, not even half a crystal core would emerge. Thus, for these high-level zombies, targeting Yu Qingxian would indicate a severe lack of sanity. But I'm only interested in my sister. I do not wish to pursue anything else, the young zombie stated, her hands clasped behind her back, her beautiful eyes sparkling like red agate. It was indeed peculiar to witness a human expression on a zombie and Oppo's face. Was this young zombie akin to the protagonists often depicted in apocalyptic literature, intelligent, powerful, and capable of leading other zombies? Intrigued, Yu Qingxian boldly inquired, Sister, can you command zombies? Yes, the young girl tilted her head in response. Oh my heavens! This marked the third instance she encountered a potential protagonist from an apocalyptic narrative. Shi Xingyu, uncertain whether Yu Qingxian would accept the young zombie, was taken aback by her question. How did Yu Qingxian know that this young zombie could command others? And the young zombie had confirmed her capability. This young creature was indeed extraordinary. After all, only a zombie king could command other zombies. Yet, her level was still beneath his. If he could not command zombies, how could she? Yu Qingxian, having risen from her kneeling position, declared, then there's no other option. Let us join forces. Upon saying this, she handed her suitcase to Shi Xingyu. He accepted it, and Yu Qingxian took a seat again. Both Shi Xingyu and the young zombie were surprised by her sudden change of heart. They could not fathom why she had suddenly agreed. Yu Qingxian had indeed abandoned her resistance. After all, protagonists often possessed a certain aura, coupled with their formidable abilities. Take Gu Wanqing, for instance. She was exceptionally strong, and Yu Qingxian had encountered her multiple times. Then there was that peculiar individual who displayed impressive combat skills, managing to survive for a month in the apocalypse and even cook hot pot during that time. Truly remarkable. Unlike Shi Xingyu, who failed to remember his own name, the young zombie, while lacking memories of her humanity, wore a bracelet on her wrist. She presented it to Yu Qingxian. Recognizing it as a medical identification bracelet typically worn by hospitalized individuals, Yu Qingxian noted that the young zombie's bracelet was red. This indicated that she had been a critically ill patient. The bracelet bore her name, age, and department. She was a 12-year-old heart disease patient, gravely ill before the onset of the apocalypse. She had become a zombie before her death, losing all memories of her human life. The young girl was named Xiao Ji, 12 years old. Yu Qingxian had initially assumed she was at most 8 or 9, given her frail appearance. It turned out she was indeed 12. Now, transformed into a zombie, she should no longer suffer the burdens of her heart condition. Yet, what purpose would it serve to follow her? Are you both comfortable following me? Will you not contend for the title of Zombie King? Yu Qingxian flipped open her map to ascertain her destination, anxious about that peculiar individual potentially finding her again. The coastal areas were perilous, thus she resolved to take the coastal route. After all, the three of them were zombies. Shi Xingyu remained silent, but Xiao Ji cheerfully replied, I am not interested in that kind of position. Even if you are disinterested, you can still engage in what intrigues you. Following me means there will be no humans to consume. Look at him. He hasn't oppose eaten a person in nearly a month. Yu Qingxian pointed at Shi Xingyu. This was indeed the truth. Since that fateful night when he had feasted on 2 corpses, he had refrained from consuming fresh flesh. He is useless. I am not. Xiao Ji retorted, clearly mocking Shi Xingyu, as if she had consumed countless humans herself. When she cast a glance at Shi Xingyu, she realized Yu Qingxian was observing her intently. Chapter 37. Not only will she feel uncomfortable, But you will too, one and oppose. To you? Xiao Ji gazed at Yu Qingxian, who was staring intently at her, and for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from this zombie. Do you think he won't be able to eat humans? Yu Qingxian retorted. Although Xiao Ji had lived a pitiful life as a human, her current demeanor as a zombie was nothing short of deplorable. Such a wretched disposition surely could not belong to a protagonist, could it? Yu Qingxian sat atop a suitcase, allowing Shi Xingyu to drag her along. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ji. Could it be that Xiao Ji was not the heroine, but rather an antagonist? Where could one find a protagonist with such a dreadful temperament? Surprisingly, Shi Xingyu had not anticipated that Yu Qingxian would come to his defense. He seemed unfazed by Xiao Ji and Oppo's remarks, as if he had long grown accustomed to such mockery. If he can consume humans, then why hasn't Oppo's done so in a month? Xiao Ji inquired, perplexed. Humans were merely sustenance. Why refrain from consuming them? Can you refrain from eating humans in my presence? Yu Qingxian closed her map with a serious tone. Even Shi Xingyu was taken aback. Throughout his time with Yu Qingxian, she had never prohibited him from feeding on humans. Nonetheless, he still harbored reservations about indulging in such behavior before her. While Yu Qingxian had witnessed him devouring human flesh without any visible disgust, she chose to explicitly address it with Xiao Ji, leaving Shi Xingyu puzzled about her intentions. In Shi Xingyu and Oppo's eyes, Yu Qingxian was a peculiar being, half human and half zombie. She showed no mercy towards certain humans while simultaneously feeling compelled to protect some zombies. Upon hearing Yu Qingxian's assertive inquiry, Xiao Ji felt a wave of relief wash over her. The mocking smile that had adorned her face vanished, replaced by a more genuine expression. That's a relief. I thought I was the only zombie in this world who abstains from consuming flesh. Xiao Ji quickly waved her hands, not wishing to be perceived as an anomaly. Even though she had forgotten her human memories, she still desired acceptance. Yet in the entirety of H City, she had never encountered a zombie that refrained from eating humans until she met these two. She had discreetly observed them for several days, confirming their abstention from human consumption, particularly that of the older sister, who didn't Oppo's to even consume crystal cores. Xiao Ji had no qualms about consuming zombie crystal cores, but she certainly did not wish to partake in the blood and flesh of the living. As a zombie, she was compelled to consume flesh, which is why she would occasionally rescue humans in H City, exchanging a bit of blood in the process. Fortunately, zombies differed from humans. Going months without food would not lead to death, only slight weakness. Moreover, it had been 2 months since she had encountered any communicative zombies. So when she finally met these two, she naturally hoped they shared her peculiarities. However, if they turned out to be flesh eaters, she would once again find herself as an outcast. Thus, she decided to test the waters. Upon hearing that Shi Xingyu had not consumed human flesh for a month, Xiao Ji felt an undeniable sense of joy. After all, it was improbable for a formidable zombie like Shi Xingyu to go days without feeding. Both Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu exchanged surprised glances at Xiao Ji's words. Did that mean Shi Xingyu's earlier taunts were intentional? In other words, was Xiao Ji also one who refrained from consuming humans? You don and Oppo's to eat humans? Yu Qingxian asked, astonished. After all, Shi Xingyu did consume humans, and she did not prevent him from doing so. The emergence of Xiao Ji, who abstained, placed Yu Qingxian in a predicament. While she indeed did not eat humans, it did not mean she deemed non-carnivorous zombies as virtuous. Of course, from a human perspective, a zombie that refrains from eating humans is considered a good zombie. Primarily, Xiao Ji resembled a human far too much, causing Yu Qingxian and Oppo's old habits to resurface. As Xiao Ji observed Yu Qingxian retching at the roadside, she felt momentarily at a loss. She turned to Shi Xingyu for clarification. What is wrong with the older sister? She's merely experiencing a bout of fear. It's nothing serious. Shi Xingyu replied, though his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji could not be considered an ordinary zombie. After all, in the over a month that Yu Qingxian had been beside Shi Xingyu, such a reaction had never occurred. This indicated that Xiao Ji was at least partially human. Otherwise, Yu Qingxian would not have reacted so strongly. It had been quite some time since Yu Qingxian had felt such emotions. It was as if Xiao Ji were not a zombie, but rather a living person. Yu Qingxian straightened her posture and distanced herself from Xiao Ji. I apologize, but I believe you are not entirely a zombie. The more she spoke, the further she retreated from Xiao Ji. Xingyu, observing her shuffling backward, cast a helpless glance at Xiao Ji. You see, she truly dislikes physical contact, and judging by your demeanor, you seem rather fond of humans. After stating this, Xingyu added, though she doesn't and amp. Amp, oppose, T consume humans, it doesn't and amp. Amp, oppose, T means she enjoys their company. If you continue to follow her, not only will she feel uncomfortable, but so will you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji and amp, oppose, S gaze shifted back to Yu Qingxian. So why does the older sister disguise herself as a human? If she dislikes humans, why pretend to be one? Precisely because she is not human, she must masquerade as one to avoid being slain by humans, correct? Furthermore, I have my own aspirations. Are you certain that you wish to pursue the same goals as I? Yu Qingxian looked at Xiao Ji earnestly. Of course, if you wish to travel. That is another matter entirely. Xiao Ji, perplexed by Yu Qingxian and Oppo's words, inquired, what does the sister wish to do? To embark on a journey across the country. Yu Qingxian responded. After all, this was not a taboo subject for zombies, and sharing it with fellow zombies posed no issue. I understand now. Having aspirations is wonderful. I should consider what I can do as well, Xiao Ji nodded. It was precisely because she was uncertain of her own desires that she wished to accompany these two zombies. They appeared to have a clear sense of purpose. You can speak the human language, right? If you still hold affection for humans, you could attempt to engage with them. In any case, my pursuits will surely differ from your own, Yu Qingxian stated with seriousness. The fact that this lifeless body could elicit such a response indicated that Xiao Ji was certainly not an ordinary zombie. She retained at least half of her humanity. Xiao Ji did not press further, standing still as she watched Yu Qingxian and Xingyu depart. As she pondered her next move while observing them, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Restaurant system activated. Complete the task to revert to human form. Please select a restaurant location promptly. The emergence of this voice jolted Xiao Ji back to reality. She had something to pursue. Although she could not accompany the older sister, it was indeed the older sister who had awakened her realization that she wished to become human again. And now, with a system that could assist her in transforming back into a human, Xiao Ji turned and returned to H City. This city held great significance, abundant in resources, and it was certain that survivors would emerge within its confines. All she needed to do was provide refuge for those being pursued by zombies before escorting them out of the city. Clearly, this was the very task she had undertaken before. In any case, she needed to choose a location first. Chapter 38. My gun was not meant for myself. Xingyu was oblivious to Xiao Ji's approach, clearly having come to a realization. Observing Yu Qingxian leaning against the trolley in silence, he refrained from further inquiries. Why Yu Qingxian was aware of Xiao Ji's affection for humanity remained a mystery to Xingyu, and he had no intention of probing further. Nevertheless, Xingyu was certain that Xiao Ji was unaware of Yu Qingxian and Amp, Oppo's true abilities, likely perceiving her as merely somewhat peculiar. Perhaps it was his own presence that made Xiao Ji overly cautious, preventing her from delving into Yu Qingxian and Amp, Oppo's identity. Had Xiao Ji considered more deeply, she would have realized that Yu Qingxian was merely a feeble little zombie, yet she could communicate effortlessly with advanced zombies. This alone would have raised suspicions among other powerful zombies. The reason Xingyu assisted Yu Qingxian with her luggage was partly due to his ignorance of why she, possessing the body of a low-level zombie, also harbored human consciousness. Additionally, it was the latent power she wielded to suppress all zombies that truly compelled Xingyu to remain by her side. While advanced zombies were formidable, they did not preclude the existence of even more powerful ones. For instance, had Yu Qingxian not been present in J City, although he might not have been killed by that particular zombie, he certainly would have sustained injuries. Yu Qingxian held a novel in her hands when a snowflake landed on its pages. Glancing up, she was met with the sight of a massive snowflake crashing on her face. Wiping the snow from her visage, she closed her book. Realizing that winter had not yet relinquished its grip, the true winter was only just beginning. If the snow in the south was this large, one could only imagine the magnitude in the north. The survival of humanity indeed teetered on the brink of peril. Let's find a place to escape the snow, Yu Qingxian suggested. Upon hearing this, Shi Xingyu directed his steps towards a nearby building. Although this area was the outskirts of H City, it was still under construction. Originally, these projects were not abandoned, but the onset of the apocalypse had rendered them as such. As Shi Xingyu guided Yu Qingxian toward these incomplete structures, she caught a whiff of a faint fragrance, prompting her to peer inside. It was evident that the building housed occupants. Naturally, if one possessed combat prowess, staying in a large city would increase their chances of survival, as urban areas provided easier access to resources. Establishments like small eateries often sprang up near such construction sites. While these establishments appeared rudimentary, they at least offered rice and seasonings, allowing for survival without the perilous journey to a base. Shi Xingyu sensed the ambience as well and momentarily halted. "It an oppose. That's fine. Let's go next door," Yu Qingxian urged. Shi Xingyu was different from her. He harbored a desire to consume humans. If he remained in the company of humans for 10 minutes, he might restrain himself, but what about half an hour or 3 hours? Yu Qingxian was uncertain whether Shi Xingyu could maintain his composure. Perhaps if he were of a higher rank, he could endure, akin to those zombie kings in novels who lingered beside the protagonists. Inside the under-construction building, dozens of survivors were present, including those with abilities. However, they were not the ordinary survivors that Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu had imagined. Within the room, 7 or 8 girls huddled together for warmth, while guards were stationed outside, armed with guns, and their leader was an ability user. Initially, they had harbored a glimmer of hope upon hearing that someone had arrived, yearning for salvation. Yet, upon learning that it was merely 2 individuals, that hope was extinguished instantaneously. 2 people stood no chance against them. However, they dared not cry out for help, fearing that it would attract zombies, leading to their being thrown out as bait. Originally, there had been over 10 individuals imprisoned there, but some, unable to bear the torment, had resorted to suicide. Yet, having survived, they resolved not to meet the same fate. If they were to perish, who would avenge their sisters who had been coerced into taking their own lives? Therefore, they vowed to endure. Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu arrived at the adjacent structure, where the snowfall intensified. The snow that had begun to melt was swiftly blanketed anew by the heavens, and the flakes were no longer the size of a palm, but rather the size of her face, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Yu Qingxian halted on the first floor, as they were not afraid of zombies and saw no need to ascend. They would wait until the snow ceased before departing. However, Yu Qingxian wished to avoid human entanglements, yet humans seemed intent on seeking them out. Within mere minutes, 3 men trudged through the snow. From their vantage point above, they had clearly observed a man and a woman, the latter seated upon a suitcase. "Are you survivors? Where do you hail from?" the leader inquired nonchalantly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Yu Qingxian regarded the 3 men with a fleeting glance before shifting her position, turning her back to them. Shi Xingyu remained silent. Although advanced zombies could mimic human voices, he was not inclined to engage with them. Their lack of response incited irritation in the trio. "We're speaking to you. Are you deaf? If you don't respond, we'll feed you to the zombies," the leader threatened menacingly. Yu Qingxian stood up, grasping her suitcase, and made to leave. She could no longer tolerate it. She had merely sought a quiet refuge from the snow, only to have these individuals intrude with such poor attitudes. As she attempted to depart, the 3 men grew increasingly displeased and brandished their guns at Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu. "We're merely passing through." Shi Xingyu's raspy voice reached their ears. Though somewhat hoarse, it was indeed the language of humanity. Upon hearing him speak, Yu Qingxian cast a discreet glance at the 3 men and discerned that they seemed to comprehend. This indicated that Shi Xingyu was indeed employing human language. It appeared he had no desire to engage in conflict with these humans. But was Shi Xingyu truly Such a benevolent zombie? Could it be due to her presence? Yu Qingxian regarded Shi Xingyu with newfound respect, but remained skeptical of the intentions of those who so readily brandish firearms. Passing through? Who are you? Her boyfriend? One of them jeered, attempting to circle around Yu Qingxian. Clearly, her long hair and the hem of her down jacket revealed her femininity at a glance. My sister, Shi Xingyu replied. Having uttered this, he instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yu Qingxian, shielding her from view. Although he was unaware of these individuals and Oppo's motives regarding Yu Qingxian, he instinctively sought to protect her. Upon hearing that she was his sister rather than a girlfriend, the malicious grins on the faces of the men widened. One of them attempted to bypass Shi Xingyu to approach Yu Qingxian when a gunshot rang out, leaving a bloody hole in the center of his forehead. Before either of the remaining two could react, Yu Qingxian pulled the trigger again, delivering 2 more shots that extinguished their lives. She showed no mercy, for she understood that had she and Shi Xingyu been mere ordinary humans, they would have faced a dire fate. Regrettably, despite retaining human consciousness, her detachment from humanity rendered her indifferent when she was human. Shi Xingyu began, but Yu Qingxian interrupted. I have stated before, I do not protect all humans. My gun was not meant for myself. Yu Qingxian directly set down his suitcase and stepped over the few corpses that were still emanating warmth. Chapter 39. The fire of gossip rose instantly. The 3 gunshots fired by Yu Qingxian drew the attention of those nearby. After all, the sound of gunfire in their vicinity indicated that it was one of their own. The leader, an ability user, initially intended to send someone to check on the situation. If the woman was attractive, they would bring her back. If she was not, they would forget about it. Observing their demeanor, there seemed to be nothing worthy of robbery. Thus gunfire seemed unnecessary. Had a conflict erupted? If so, it appeared that both the man and the woman were far from ordinary. Their approach was directed towards the city center. Were they ability users? The 3 shots likely alerted not only them, but also the few young girls imprisoned in the room. Just over 10 minutes later, the door to their confinement suddenly swung open. However, it was not their captors who entered, but rather a girl completely wrapped up for warmth. Yu Qingxian, upon seeing the 8 young girls in the room, felt little surprise. She released the doorknob and turned to leave. Meanwhile, the individuals in the room had already been dealt with by Shi Xingyu, who was currently absent, presumably having taken a few people to feed. Yu Qingxian squatted before one of the corpses, rummaging through it until she discovered a set of keys. She then retraced her steps to the previous room and tossed the keys inside. Their vehicles were parked downstairs. As long as the girls wished to survive, there would always be a way. The girls appeared quite young, likely students. Their ability to endure in such dire circumstances demonstrated their determination to live. As Yu Qingxian departed from the place, heavy snow continued to fall outside. The scent of blood would not spread quickly, and she wondered where Shi Xingyu had gone to feed. There were 2 victims. One was the leading ability user, while the other, seemingly more enticing, was likely a mutant. Such discerning taste in prey. While descending the stairs to retrieve her suitcase, Yu Qingxian's ears perked up. It seemed a convoy was approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, she lay flat on the ground, pretending to be dead. Upon Shi Xingyu and Oppo's return, he nearly stumbled at the sight of her feigning death. What purpose did this serve? Fortunately, he had come back. Otherwise, Yu Qingxian would have undoubtedly been mistaken for a corpse. He swiftly scooped her up with one arm while gripping her suitcase with the other, and they vanished from the room. Outside, the snow continued to fall heavily. Once outside, Yu Qingxian instructed Shi Xingyu to halt. They crouched in the snow. At this point, Yu Qingxian ceased her charade of being lifeless. The convoy halted before the building, and a man clad in a black trench coat emerged from the vehicle. In Yu Qingxian's eyes, even in the entertainment industry, few could rival his attractiveness. Had she ventured out too infrequently? Or was her consumption of videos lacking? How had she never encountered such striking men before the apocalypse? This one was the epitome of a male lead. As snowflakes settled on her head, Yu Qingxian and Oppo's gaze remained fixed on the man descending from the vehicle. Shi Xingyu cast her a puzzled glance. Why had she stopped pretending? Just as she marveled at the man's handsomeness, another SUV sped into view, almost brushing against where the man stood. Yu Qingxian recognized this vehicle. Although it was not the most familiar, it indeed belonged to Gu Wanqing. The moment the vehicle came to a halt, the man and Oppos, as subordinates brandished their firearms, aiming at Gu Wanqing's car. Yet, Gu Wanqing displayed no fear, not even casting a glance at the man, as she turned and headed towards the unfinished building. Wan Qingxian also exited his vehicle and approached the very building where Yu Qingxian had just pretended to be dead. Despite the blizzard outside, the distance was not great enough to prevent Yu Qingxian from overhearing their conversation. It turned out that these individuals were affiliated with those who had previously kidnapped the families of official technology personnel. Eventually, due to disputes, they had split apart, with some deeming the kidnapping of officials a death sentence, leading to their eventual separation. However, these people had imprisoned the young girls, ruling over them in this place. Yu Qingxian observed when Qingsheng entered the first floor, where he discovered the 3 corpses. After confirming their demise, he rose to his feet. They had spent several days searching for this location. Having received information from Qing Tian regarding the existence of a gang that had kidnapped several girls in the suburbs of H City, the specific suburb remained unknown. Consequently, Gu Wanqing had been on the lookout for these individuals for days. The gunshots, which had seemed like an illusion, had indeed drawn them here. At this moment, when Qingsheng was certain that the gunfire they had heard in the snowstorm was no figment of their imagination, he surveyed the surroundings, withdrew his gaze, and exited the building. Gu Wanqing also led the 8 young girls down the stairs. They were now clad in thick clothing, and Yu Qingxian could surmise the origin of these garments. However, it was of no concern to her. Gu Wanqing was doing good deeds, and she saw no need to intervene. As the 8 girls reached the ground floor and gazed at the vehicles, Gu Wanqing inquired whether any of them could drive. After confirming that someone could, she organized the distribution of the vehicles. As for the man, Gu Wanqing had no time to attend to him just yet. Once when Qingsheng departed with one vehicle and another in tow, Gu Wanqing finally began to negotiate with the man. It appeared they were acquainted. Yu Qingxian, observing their conversation, felt the flames of gossip ignite within her. She retrieved her binoculars, bringing Gu Wanqing and the man and Oppos' faces into sharp focus. In truth, she could have seen them clearly without the binoculars, even hearing their words. Thus, Shi Xingyu was utterly baffled by her insistence on using them. From their dialogue, Yu Qingxian discerned that the man was named Shun Yanli, the boss of an underground arms dealer. Gu Wanqing's relentless pursuit was to find him. Shun Yanli possessed a considerable arsenal of firearms, and the authorities were concerned he might harbor ulterior motives. After all, Shun Yanli had been a criminal long before the apocalypse, albeit one who had concealed his identity well, leaving the authorities with no evidence to apprehend him. In Gu Wanqing and Oppos' eyes, Shun Yanli resembled a cunning old fox. Little did they anticipate encountering each other in this place. Given that Gu Wanqing's vehicle bore an official license plate, Shun Yanli and Oppos' men were undoubtedly aware that she was affiliated with the authorities. As Yu Qingxian eavesdropped, her curiosity piqued. If Gu Wanqing was the female protagonist, then Shun Yanli must be the male lead, right? Yet, the sniper who had been following Gu Wanqing also exuded a compelling aura. Indeed, where there was a male lead, a male secondary character must follow. Yu Qingxian felt a pang of regret for the sniper. Although he had arrived first, love knew no bounds of timing. Meanwhile, Shi Xingyu remained in perplexity, unable to comprehend Yu Qingxian's fervent chatter. Yet, he could see that her expression mirrored that of a long-starved zombie suddenly encountering prey, an intense focus mingled with an appreciation for the delectable. Shi Xingyu, bewildered, turned his gaze back to the man and woman, wearing a blank expression, utterly confounded. Chapter 40, then you might as well invite them back, Yu Qingxian remarked, her gaze shifting from Gu Wanqing and Shun Yanli to the car, where a smiling face met her eyes. Pei Yuanan rested his hand against the car window, his head tilted and supported by his hand, staring intently at Yu Qingxian, as if he could truly see her. Noticing he had not drawn his weapon, Yu Qingxian felt a sense of relief and extended a finger. Pei Yuanan mirrored her gesture, then raised his finger in a playful and Oppos' peace and Oppos' sign. In that moment, Yu Qingxian realized that this boy could indeed see them. Although they were silent and concealed in the snow, even Gu Wanqing and Shun Yanli were oblivious to their presence. Yet Pei Yuanan seemed to have been watching them for a while. Run! Hurry! The people around the protagonist were not to be trifled with. Shi Xingyu, caught off guard, was swiftly pulled along by Yu Qingxian. One hand clutched her suitcase while the other gripped her sleeve. It was the first time Shi Xingyu had witnessed Yu Qingxian move with such speed, almost in a frantic, directionless dash, leaving her puzzled. As they ran, Yu Qingxian glanced around before heading towards the seaside. "Why are you running?" Shi Xingyu, allowing herself to be dragged along, finally inquired as Yu Qingxian's pace slowed. "Are we supposed to wait to be caught?" Yu Qingxian replied. "Someone beside Gu Wanqing can see us, but we can see them too. What's the issue?" Shi Xingyu questioned, baffled. "They're zombies, not ghosts. As long as they have eyes, they can see. The problem is significant. If we had no cover and were seen, that would be one thing, but we are hiding in the snow. If we are spotted, that would be entirely inappropriate." Yu Qingxian suddenly stopped and looked at Shi Xingyu earnestly. They were concealed under thick snow, and it was unlikely anyone would suspect that a living person would hide beneath it. After all, living beings require a certain warmth. Hiding in snow would be akin to courting death. Thus, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't occur to anyone that there were people beneath the snow. Of course, if zombies were buried in the snow, they would not remain stationary if they caught the scent of flesh and blood. Listening to Yu Qingxian and Appo's explanation, Shi Xingyu quickly understood. They had been buried in a substantial layer of snow, invisible to the average observer, especially considering their white down jackets. A human would have to scrutinize closely to notice them. If something had caused Yu Qingxian to panic, it must be something serious. Yet, as the snowfall continued, visibility was limited to mere meters, with white all around. It was uncertain how long this snow would last. As the snow intensified, so did the wind, making Yu Qingxian feel as though she were not in the south, but rather in the north. Had she possibly taken a wrong turn? Yu Qingxian felt the need for a compass to ascertain her bearings, but being near H City, everything should be normal. She paused to search for a signpost. The official base lay 300 kilometers northeast of H City. However, with over 2 months into the apocalypse, the major bases were likely still under construction, as they would require long-term usage, making sturdy walls crucial. After finally spotting a sign, she attempted to consult her map, but the fierce wind made it nearly impossible to unfold. Thus, she decided to seek shelter in a nearby building. The proximity to a large city ensured there were plenty of structures available. Upon entering, she encountered several zombies. Initially, Yu Qingxian had no intention of dealing with them. Yet as soon as she settled down, the zombies gathered around, groaning in hunger, unable to find peace amidst their noise. She had no choice but to usher them out one by one until the room fell silent. Shi Xingyu leaned against the window, observing as Yu Qingxian expelled the zombies, and remarked, "They will freeze to death." "Then you might as well invite them back," Yu Qingxian said nonchalantly. "If they freeze, they freeze. There are plenty of zombies that have already met that fate." Shi Xingyu was speechless. Yu Qingxian recalled the name on the sign and located it on the map. Upon seeing the name of the town, a red mark she had drawn was nearby. This realization was unsettling, as they were less than 100 kilometers from the official base. Clearly, running around aimlessly had led her astray, and she had lost track of time before stopping. Nonetheless, she was now within 100 kilometers of the base. Although startled, she felt no concern about being captured in such weather. After all, to catch her, one would first have to contend with Shi Xingyu. It seemed that the old cow could still serve as a bodyguard, and if necessary, she could push him out to take a hit. With that thought, Yu Qingxian turned a glance at Shi Xingyu, wondering if he was truly so fragile. If he were to perish, it would likely happen behind her, given her own vulnerability. Having determined her direction, Yu Qingxian observed the storm outside without haste, choosing to wait for the blizzard to subside within the shelter. She settled into a sofa chair and perused a book she had salvaged from an unknown bookstore. Her suitcase mostly empty save for a foam-protected camera. In her previous life, she had enjoyed watching travel videos, writing, and reading various books. With nothing else to occupy her time, it was the perfect opportunity to immerse herself in literature. The heavy snowfall persisted for several days, accumulating to the height of the second floor. Yu Qingxian opened the door, only to find the snow blocking her view. Fortunately, the snowfall had ceased outside. Shi Xingyu observed her venturing out, but did not stop her. She resembled a small hamster, tirelessly digging her way through the snow. Shi Xingyu followed closely behind, dragging her suitcase. The snow had reached the second floor level, and although it was the apocalypse, it did not possess the purity of untouched snow, instead coated in a layer of gray dust. If humans consumed water melted from such snow, they might risk zombification themselves. What gave Yu Qingxian the confidence to wager on humanity's survival? Shi Xingyu pondered that this snowfall might claim a multitude of lives. Yet, she also recognized the validity in Yu Qingxian's thoughts. If humanity lost, zombies would likewise lack the means to survive. Zombies primarily fed on living beings, with 90% of their diet consisting of humans. If humanity were to vanish, the zombies would ultimately starve. Conversely, if humanity prevailed, advanced zombies could blend in among humans, finding ways to procure fresh flesh and blood to thrive in the human realm. However, individuals like Yu Qingxian would struggle to survive in such a world. She seemed to be allergic to humanity itself, a peculiar affliction, being human yet intolerant of her own kind. "Are you sure about the direction?" Shi Xingyu queried, unable to see the sky and uncertain if Yu Qingxian was heading in the right way. "It should be correct. I and amp, oppose, and moving away from the base," Yu Qingxian replied, withdrawing her hands and gazing upward. After making that statement, she fell into deep thought. Shi Xingyu patiently awaited her conclusion. "Why don't you jump up and check?" Yu Qingxian suggested. Shi Xingyu responded with a sigh. He had expected Yu Qingxian to be unreliable, but asking him to leap 4 or 5 meters was rather unreasonable for a zombie. He was a zombie, not a spring-loaded toy. Chapter 41. She required no response, though Shi Xingyu inwardly scoffed. He nonetheless found a way to ascertain their direction. Yu Qingxian had indeed not strayed off course. Despite trudging through several meters of snow, she was walking a straight path. However, Shi Xingyu doubted Yu Qingxian's desire to enjoy the scenery. Given the thick snow, venturing outside was quite a challenge, let alone relishing the sights. Was Yu Qingxian genuinely serious about sightseeing in this post-apocalyptic world? The changes wrought by the apocalypse did not merely affect humanity. Animals and plants underwent transformations as well. Some flora had even become carnivorous. Of course, Shi Xingyu had yet to witness such phenomena, nor had Yu Qingxian. Nevertheless, she harbored an intention to observe these mutated plants, though Yu Qingxian had not anticipated encountering them. After 7 or 8 days of travel, the snow had diminished somewhat, yet it still lay 1.5 meters deep. While Shi Xingyu and Appo's chest remained above the snow, Yu Qingxian's head barely protruded. Naturally, upon reaching a town, she would see numerous zombies with only their heads visible above the snow, which brought her a modicum of comfort. At this juncture, she was still nearly 700 kilometers away from Dongfang Garden. In other words, after 7 or 8 days, she had only covered half the distance, and that was without much rest. Indeed, traversing in winter was exceptionally arduous. On the 9th day, Yu Qingxian spotted an extraordinarily peculiar rose tree from a distance. The peculiarity lay in the stark contrast of the vibrant red roses amidst the blanket of white. It was a magnificent sight. Despite its strangeness, Yu Qingxian could not deny its beauty. She promptly ascended a nearby building, camera in hand, eager to capture the moment. Shi Xingyu did not follow her. He preferred to remain on the ground floor, unless compelled by the allure of the view. Shi Xingyu had contemplated the idea of encountering mutated plants, and now that he was uncertain whether this particular specimen was dangerous or benign. Yu Qingxian, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. She had never beheld such a vast expanse of roses before. If only some sunlight would grace the scene, morning or evening light would be splendid. Peering through the window at the sprawling rose garden, Yu Qingxian mused about whether these roses could be propagated. Yet, she had no time to tend to them now. Perhaps once she visited all her desired locations, she could cultivate some flowers. If she could gather seeds, she might store them for a future where she could settle in a secluded place and plant roses in her garden. as if in response to her thoughts. The heavy clouds above parted after 20 minutes, allowing beams of sunlight to cascade onto the snow-covered roses. Yu Qingxian gasped in delight. Xingyu, come up quickly. Don't take the stairs, it's too slow, she exclaimed, excitedly tapping the wall. Xingyu was taken aback by her enthusiasm. It had been 2 months, and this was the first time he had witnessed Yu Qingxian so animated. After all, it was merely a flower. What was so captivating? Yet, unable to resist her fervor, he climbed up the exterior wall. However, before he reached her floor, the sight of the red roses, framed by lush green leaves, made his mouth water. To him, it resembled an enormous piece of fresh meat, leaving him perplexed about Yu Qingxian and Amp, Oppo's, as excitement. Upon reaching her window, he found Yu Qingxian snapping a picture of him. Suddenly, he recalled how she had consistently asked him to pose against beautiful landscapes and buildings. Though it was her journey, she had not once included herself in the photographs with the scenery. As he entered the room and turned to gaze outside, the gentle sunlight bathed the red roses. Yet Xingyu could not appreciate the beauty of the scene. He was merely a zombie, devoid of any human aesthetic sensibilities. Yu Qingxian discerned that Xingyu did not share her appreciation for beauty. Nevertheless, when confronted with a stunning sight, she felt an irresistible urge to share it with someone. With only Xingyu by her side, he became her sole confidant. Although he may not perceive the allure of the view, he noticed a hint of color returning to her otherwise pallid complexion. Xingyu was curious about her past, yet he felt no inclination to delve into it. After all, he was a zombie, indifferent to the memories of humanity. Yu Qingxian, noticing his gaze, explained, "In the first 28 years of my life, I rarely traveled. You know, my health is not conducive to venturing out, and my parents tragically passed away in an accident while traveling, which only deepened my aversion to going outside." She sighed wistfully, reflecting on whether things might have been different had she accompanied her parents on that fateful journey. Since their demise, Yu Qingxian's life had turned upside down, and she had resigned herself to a monotonous existence. Little did she anticipate the advent of the apocalypse, which ultimately gave her the courage to step outside her confines. If I were still human, or possessed the consciousness akin to yours, perhaps I could engage with you on this topic from a human perspective, she mused. Xingyu could grasp her words, but failed to fully comprehend their implications. Her sudden inclination to share her thoughts suggested a yearning for dialogue. Surprised by Yu Qingxian's desire to explore human sentiments, he questioned, "So, what prompted you to bring me along?" "But it was you who followed me, wasn't it?" Yu Qingxian retorted. She had never expressed a desire for companionship and had bid farewell to Xingyu twice already, yet he always persisted in following her. To Yu Qingxian, Xingyu resembled a collectible figurine. Many enthusiasts of mobile games or anime often carried plush dolls or standees of their favorite characters for photos. In a way, having Xingyu pose for pictures was akin to documenting her adventures with a cherished figurine. Chapter 42. You need only regard humanity as your adversary. Yu Qingxian and Oppo's words awakened Xingyu to a profound realization. It was indeed he who had shamelessly clung to Yu Qingxian. It was he who required her presence, rather than the other way around. When she shared the scenery with him, it was likely merely an instinctive reaction, not a necessity for his company. Upon this reflection, Xingyu contemplated that Yu Qingxian, in her human form, was perhaps a peculiar anomaly. In a crowd, she would undoubtedly be the type that elicits disdain. As a human, you must have been quite unlikable, unable to even fulfill the most fundamental human trait of sociability. He couldn't and Oppo's help but say. His curiosity was piqued. What words could possibly resonate with Yu Qingxian? As she packed her camera, Yu Qingxian countered, "Not at all. I got along splendidly with my classmates when I was in school. Don't paint humanity in such a negative light." After a moment's thought, she added, "Of course, do not idealize humanity either. However, this advice holds little significance for you. You need only regard humanity as your enemy." They were now zombies, positioned in direct opposition to humanity. If one believed that all humans were benevolent, it would undoubtedly lead to grave consequences, nay, to the loss of life. While Xingyu pondered her words, Yu Qingxian had already gathered her belongings and was descending the stairs. Typically averse to inconvenience, she never complained when it came to witnessing beautiful sights. At that moment, Xingyu grasped that humanity encompassed a myriad of personalities, much like zombies. By the time he caught up with her, Yu Qingxian had already descended 2 flights of stairs. He heard her muttering to herself, perfectly managing a dialogue with no need for a response from anyone else. Her self-questioning and answering were executed with remarkable finesse. However, her desire to pluck a rose seemed perilous. It remained uncertain whether this mutated plant would also absorb zombies. This concern lingered in Yu Qingxian and Appo's mind. If the plant had transformed into a carnivorous species, she would certainly reconsider. The prospect of carrying a plant that could potentially bite her was intolerable. Interestingly, there was no snow surrounding the rose. It appeared that snow had never settled upon it. Yu Qingxian stealthily crawled across the snow, tossing a few snowballs at the rose. Yet it remained unresponsive. She threw a few more, but to no avail. Glancing at the snowballs in her hand, she turned to Xingyu, who stood at a distance, guarding her suitcase with an expression that suggested he feared the rose might consume her. When Xingyu noticed Yu Qingxian looking his way, he was puzzled. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a well-formed snowball struck his face with precision. Although it did not hurt, he was perplexed by her actions. Was it possible that the rose's fragrance could affect the consciousness of both zombies and humans, prompting them to attack their own kind? With this thought, Xingyu rushed forward and hoisted Yu Qingxian back. Confused, Yu Qingxian wondered what Xingyu was doing. Did the rose truly pose a threat? However, it was not until Xingyu set her down and exchanged thoughts that they realized it was all a misunderstanding. You are indeed quite dull. A tedious zombie must have been equally uninteresting as a human, Yu Qingxian quipped after regaining her balance. And you are hardly amusing yourself, Xingyu retorted, having spent enough time with Yu Qingxian to respond like a human, which surprised her. Indeed, I too am quite dull, she conceded. Ultimately, after Xingyu's investigation, it was confirmed that this was a mutated rose, one that bore no interest in zombies. It had merely adapted to be more resistant to cold. However, it remained uncertain whether it would also lack interest in humans. In any case, the rose was deemed safe. Once Yu Qingxian ascertained its safety, she dove into the patch of roses with the enthusiasm of a child. This was one of the rare moments when her emotions were so openly expressed, leaving Xingyu baffled as to why she found such joy in a mere plant. When Yu Qingxian finally emerged from the thicket of rose bushes, she was fragrant, her clothing torn by thorns, clutching a large bouquet of roses. She had also collected several rose seeds, and though she had never contemplated planting flowers before, she resolved to seek out books on cultivation. With this thought in mind, she directed Xingyu, like a stubborn ox, to the town and Appo's bookstore, uncertain if such literature would be available in a town like this. Upon entering and browsing, she found only novels and study materials for students, which did not disappoint her overly much. She selected a few novels that piqued her interest and returned those she had finished reading to the shelf. Was this a form of barter? With books in hand, they resumed their journey eastward. Initially, she had assumed that the further north they ventured, the deeper the snow would become. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the snow diminished as they traveled north, sparking her curiosity. The weather in this post-apocalyptic world was indeed capricious, with southern temperatures seemingly swapping places with those of the north. Wait, I intended to see snow in the north. However, contemplating the southern snow led her to consider exploring the northern flowers instead. Thus, her plans shifted from seeking snow to searching for blossoms. Having lived long enough, one could witness all sorts of oddities. At that moment, Yu Qingxian felt a sense of fortune in retaining her human consciousness. Without it, she would not have been able to experience these vivid scenes. As for the bouquet of roses she had gathered, she transformed them into a bookmark specimen. Xingyu remained perplexed by Yu Qingxian's actions, but did not intervene. As they approached the eastern garden, Yu Qingxian discreetly scanned the area for any signs of survivor bases. After all, this region was densely populated. A single base could hardly suffice. Moreover, she had not gathered intelligence on humanity for 3 months now, leaving her anxious about potential oversights. Entering someone else's stronghold would spell disaster. February in G City, exhibited an unusually warm atmosphere. This was not merely a sensation felt by Yu Qingxian. The absence of thick snow and the self-recharging suitcase indicated ample sunshine. Yet, she did not feel lethargic, suggesting that the sunlight was not harsh. Perhaps it was reminiscent of a spring day with temperatures in the 20s. Xingyu trailed behind Yu Qingxian, his suitcase now fully charged, rendering his assistance unnecessary. Yu Qingxian perched atop her suitcase, leaning over the handle, stealthily navigating the streets. Xingyu remained utterly oblivious to her intentions. Unbeknownst to her, her cautious demeanor appeared rather clandestine in his eyes. Chapter 43. Beware of Human Peril. City G is situated at the easternmost edge, a fair distance from the coastline. Once a renowned coastal city, it was celebrated in ancient times as a prominent harbor. However, it has now transformed into a quasi-inland metropolis. Yu Qingxian surveyed the streets, observing the wandering zombies, and felt a sense of relief. It was evident that the city remained under the dominion of the undead. Yet, just as she exhaled in relief, gunfire echoed in the distance, causing her to dart into an alley, clutching her suitcase tightly. Any noise generated by humans sent her heart racing, making her as skittish as a startled bird. Xingyu followed Yu Qingxian into the narrow passage. Once they entered the alley, a convoy of 5 vehicles approached in the distance, indicating a significant number of individuals. Indeed, in a large city, even a team of supernatural beings seemed to boast a considerable roster. Yu Qingxian watched as the 5 vehicles passed before her, closely followed by a throng of zombies. These undead appeared to have undergone some evolution during the winter, moving with an alarming speed that surpassed that of an ordinary human. In this apocalyptic era, relying solely on human legs would render one incapable of outrunning the undead. As she observed the sprinting zombies, Yu Qingxian couldn't help but muse. If these zombies participated in a marathon, there wouldn't end amp, oppos, be enough medals to go around. Xingyu, perplexed by her comment, replied calmly, at this speed, they are bound to starve. Yu Qingxian dismissed his incongruous response, acknowledging that these zombies were indeed faster than herself. However, she felt her physical abilities had improved since her transformation into the undead. If the zombie virus was indeed a form of evolution, she would agree wholeheartedly, though she questioned the merits of such an evolution. If only the zombies could choose not to consume humans, it would be a far more favorable scenario. From any perspective, the zombies exhibited glaring weaknesses, but if those vulnerabilities were safeguarded, they could become quite formidable. Their enduring stamina allowed them to persist for extended periods with minimal sustenance. Yet, their compulsive attraction to the scent of blood was undeniably a flaw. Clearly, only the more evolved zombies, like Xingyu, would suffice. As Yu Qingxian contemplated this, she glanced at Xingyu, noticing the drool forming at the corner of his mouth. She refrained from commenting, realizing that the insatiable nature of zombies was unchangeable. Haven't you just fed on 2 humans? Why the sudden craving? She couldn't resist teasing him. Xingyu retorted, it's not recent. It's been nearly a month. As a rapidly evolving high-level zombie in this dystopian world, a month between meals would certainly be a point of mockery among his peers. Yu Qingxian remained silent. She hadn't eaten in 3 months and felt no hunger pangs, nor did she desire sustenance. The presence of a supernatural team in the vicinity indicated the existence of a survivor base nearby. However, it was also plausible that this team had traversed a great distance. Regardless of the scenario, it was clear that lingering in this city was unwise. As Yu Qingxian watched the horde of zombies pass, she bent down to assist a small zombie that had collapsed on the ground. The little creature, presumably around 5 or 6 years old in its former life, now joined the fray, chasing after the others. Yet, after a brief pursuit, it lost its target and began to wander aimlessly, indicating that the convoy had left the range of the zombie's olfactory senses. Nevertheless, a faint aroma still lingered in the air, dissipating within a minute, signaling that the humans had definitively vacated the city. Turning back, Yu Qingxian mounted her suitcase and continued toward the city center, her destination known as the Eastern Garden. Despite the abundance of zombies within the city, they posed no hindrance to her or Xingyu. They arrived at the Eastern Garden without incident. The garden remained largely intact, only overgrown due to lack of maintenance over the past 3 months. This was inconsequential to Yu Qingxian. She approached the entrance, queued briefly, collected her ticket, and entered the park, still seated atop her suitcase, a tourist's map in hand. She resembled a genuine visitor, unconcerned by the surrounding undead or her own nature as one of them. Yu Qingxian earnestly admired the scenery, occasionally pulling out her camera to capture moments. Xingyu trailed behind her, observing the surroundings without finding anything particularly noteworthy, remaining oblivious to her thoughts. At that moment, Yu Qingxian's mind was devoid of any profound reflections. She simply savored the sights in her own unique way. Previously, while watching travel videos for inspiration for her writing, she understood that certain experiences could not be authentically conveyed without personal involvement. Authors, by their very nature, craft intricate narratives, weaving a tapestry of reality and fiction that brings their characters to life in the reader and Appo's imagination. Though Yu Qingxian lacked such literary prowess, she found joy in her own creative endeavors. As she absorbed the scenery, Yu Qingxian began to comprehend why many authors cherish travel. Yet, she no longer sought the same motivations. Her journey was influenced by the aspirations of writers, the values instilled by her parents, and the encouragement of a neighborly elder sister. Most importantly, it was the step she took beyond her confines. Had she not yearned for exploration, she would likely still be confined to her home, lying on her bed, awaiting the depletion of her energy, ultimately dissolving into blood and bones, then becoming mere soil. Now, however, Yu Qingxian felt immense gratitude towards herself for stepping out of that room. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she decided against further exploration, opting instead to exit the garden and find a hotel to rest. Xingyu was perplexed by her choices, yet he sensed he had learned something from her. As a powerful zombie, one should not be overly ostentatious. Humans were not inherently fragile. Perhaps it was time for him to part ways with Yu Qingxian. Zombies were never social creatures, and he held no concern for her safety at the hands of humanity or the jaws of other zombies. They were fundamentally different beings. Yu Qingxian could not fathom a zombie and Appo's mindset, just as Xingyu could not grasp the essence of a sentient undead like her. Thus, when Yu Qingxian looked at Xingyu standing at the doorway, bidding her farewell, she felt no surprise. Farewell, and may we meet again this autumn. Let's not forget to revisit Autumn Color Lake, she remarked, her expression devoid of sorrow. Xingyu simply nodded in response before vanishing from the entrance of the hotel room. Zombies were, after all, creatures that fed on humans. Xingyu had likely been a gentle soul in life. Even in his current form, he instinctively avoided harming humans during his feeding, never seeking to prey upon them. It was indeed a challenging existence. Chapter 44. It was not herself who killed him upon awakening. Yu Qingxian found herself disoriented by the absence of Xingyu, as it was customary for him to sit by her bedside, watching over her. The sudden realization of his absence was indeed unexpected, yet it merely registered as a fleeting discomfort. Taking her time, she rose from her slumber. With the snow melted and the sun shining brightly, she adorned herself in a lovely dress. She descended the stairs, carrying her suitcase, and changed into a new-style dress that, while contemporary, bore the essence of ancient attire. This ensemble, practical for movement, harmonized beautifully with the surrounding classical garden. Even her posture, while seated atop her suitcase, was more graceful, opting for side sit rather than a straddle. Truly, one's attire can influence their demeanor. Yu Qingxian perched upon her suitcase, which glided steadily through the garden. Amongst the greenery, zombies roamed, their clothing surprisingly fitting the garden's ambience. She took out her camera and began capturing photographs of these undead beings. However, after just a morning of exploration, the camera's battery nearly depleted. Fortunately, her suitcase was equipped with a charging function. She sought out a sunlit spot to recharge her suitcase while leisurely wandering nearby. She felt no trepidation regarding the zombies stealing her belongings. A fresh piece of meat might warrant concern, but not her camera or suitcase. Standing beneath a pavilion, she gazed at her sunbathing suitcase and camera, pondering whether she should indulge in childhood aspirations. With that thought, She allowed her suitcase to bask in the sunlight while she ventured into a nearby shop. Upon her return, she cradled several sketchbooks and a handful of pencils, which sparked fond memories of her youth when she would draw on the walls of her home, preferring solitude over conversation. Yu Qingxian reflected on her past, recognizing a blend of social anxiety and a hint of introversion, though not an absolute seclusion, as she could still engage when she desired. However, she often found no reason to connect with others. Upon returning to the garden, she discovered that her suitcase had fully charged, and her camera was now a third charged. After placing the camera back in the suitcase, she resumed her stroll, sketchbook and pencil in hand. As the suitcase glided steadily beneath her, the pace was slow, akin to a leisurely human walk, while its fastest speed rivaled that of an electric scooter. No wonder such a suitcase could command a price exceeding several tens of thousands. In a world unscathed by apocalypse, Yu Qingxian mused that she might have merely admired it from afar, never imagining it would accompany her through tumultuous times. Thus, her first drawing became a tribute to her suitcase. She dismounted, circled the slowly moving suitcase, and halted it before kneeling to observe it from every angle. She sketched numerous renditions and ultimately selected her favorite, presenting it to the suitcase with pride, declaring it her finest work. Though the suitcase remained silent, she remained unperturbed, reveling in her positive mood, at least for the morning. As the sun began its descent in the west, a subtle fragrance wafted to Yu Qingxian's nostrils, one distinctly belonging to the living. Each individual bore a unique scent, such as Gu Wanqing's invigorating aroma or the faint essence of a nearby youth. The boy seated in the back exuded a scent reminiscent of plants, devoid of sweetness or meaty undertones. If they were to partake in a meal, it would surely be exquisite. However, Yu Qingxian felt no appetite, even for a being as exceptional as Gu Wanqing. The rich sense of ordinary humans reminded her of the fleeting allure of a shop's aroma, which dissipated upon entering, rendering her appetite non-existent. This was why she harbored no desire for human interaction. Proximity alone satisfied her hunger. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She had been consuming all along. Unlike typical zombies that required flesh, or advanced ones like Shi Xingyu who could abstain for periods, her sustenance derived from inhaling the essence of humanity. As long as individuals were nearby, their aroma constituted her nourishment. Pondering this, she wondered if Shi Xingyu could perceive the scent of humans. Yet, silence greeted her inquiry. He was absent. Yu Qingxian rose, observing the encroaching zombies, and whimsically beckoned one toward her. Naturally, they could not comprehend her gestures, driven solely by primal instincts. Unable to communicate, not lingering on this matter, she resumed her seat atop the suitcase, continuing her garden exploration. The subtle fragrance lingered in the air, but she dismissed it, aware of its distance from her. As evening approached, the scent gradually faded, not abruptly, but dissipating gently. This phenomenon reminded her of the moment she witnessed a man's demise. It had also occurred during previous killings. Thus, someone must have perished. Navigating through the garden with her suitcase, she passed through another gate encircled by zombies, thwarted by barriers. A slight tilt of her head revealed a lifeless body nearby, not a victim of zombies, but one who succumbed to blood loss. Kneeling beside the deceased, she glanced back at the ravenous zombies clamoring to advance, waving her hand as if shooing away small animals. They, of course, remained oblivious to her motion. With the zombies unable to breach the barriers and the pathway sealed by a large gate, only she, retaining human consciousness, could open it. This very gate had severed the man's chance at survival. If only I had moved faster, perhaps he would still be alive, Yu Qingxian lamented, observing the lingering regret etched upon his face. Yet, she felt no guilt. After all, it was not she who had taken his life. Chapter 45. A face that clearly belongs to the villain. Yu Qingxian's gaze shifted from the man's face to his hands, which still gripped a gun. Well, it's fortunate I didn't rush here. Otherwise, I would have walked right into your bullets, she remarked. After saying this, the man attempted to holster his weapon. But as he did, he fired a shot at the floor. Indeed, he had disengaged the safety. It was evident that he would shoot at the slightest approach of a zombie. Even if he knew he would perish here, he would not allow a zombie to harm him. If those people pursued him, he would fight back to the bitter end. But why such desperation? In the end, death awaits us all. Yu Qingxian felt a sense of helplessness. After uttering these thoughts, she bent down to grasp the corpse by its legs and drag it away, leaving a trail of crimson blood on the ground. Yu Qingxian felt as if she were a janitor in the apocalypse. How many people had she buried now? 3 in the hospital, the man from earlier, and now another one. That made 5, all men. Thank goodness there were no women. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to face one. After all, there's always a hint of tenderness in same-sex encounters. She dug a grave and unceremoniously tossed the man into it, glancing at his lifeless form. The man was quite handsome, appearing to be in his youth, perhaps a few years younger than herself. As she contemplated this, she continued to cover him with dirt. There were no coffins to be found, nor time for cremation. The flames would not burn hot enough. They would merely crisp him. Additionally, zombies were averse to high temperatures, and so was she. With these thoughts in mind, she buried the man before nightfall, even compacting the fresh earth. The soil would mask the scent of blood, preventing the corpse from being unearthed by zombies. Yu Qingxian looked at the grave, which lacked even a small mound, and pondered that if grass grew over it, no one would remember this person in Appo's existence. After properly burying him, she repositioned her luggage. Since Lin Yuan had already been explored, she would continue her journey northward. However, as she entered a narrow alley, she heard the sound of vehicles. No pleasant aroma wafted through, indicating the windows were tightly sealed. These individuals were indeed cautious, ensuring no scent escaped, but it could also be mere coincidence. Peering out from the alley, she observed several modified vehicles stop at the back entrance of the garden 3 minutes later. These vehicles were well equipped, even featuring protective nets on the windows, quite professional. In fact, Yu Qingxian was only 10 meters away from them. However, if they spoke inside the vehicles, she would be unable to hear them. If they rolled down the windows, she might catch snippets of their conversation. Yet, she was ambivalent about their discourse. After all, she could not simply knock on their windows and demand to listen. Yet, fate favored the curious. The occupants rolled down their windows. Oh, they bore fierce, menacing expressions, truly villainous faces reminiscent of those from television dramas. Until now, Yu Qingxian had only encountered characters resembling protagonists. Surely, she would not face a villain this time. Were they cleaning up? One man glanced toward the garden and Appo's back entrance. But as the window lowered, a horde of zombies converged upon them, their growls drowning out his voice. This made Yu Qingxian want to shout in frustration. After days of waiting, how could she let their foolish sounds overshadow her chance to observe? Crouching in the corner, she exuded an aura of discontent. The occupants of the vehicle seemed equally displeased with the zombies in Appo's racket and yelled in response. To her astonishment, the zombies actually fell silent. Yu Qingxian was taken aback. This person was impressive. He could silence the undead. The occupants of the vehicle, surprised by the sudden quiet, noted that these lower-tier zombies could not breach the defenses of their modified car. At that moment, the zombies were blocking their view, preventing them from noticing the body nearby. However, with such severe gunshot wounds in a city overrun with zombies, survival was improbable. Most critically, the shot had struck the man lung. No matter how resilient he was, he would inevitably succumb to his injuries, suffering a painful death. Even the strongest would ultimately perish at the hands of their own weapon, becoming fodder for the undead, unable to leave behind even a complete corpse. Yu Qingxian listened with delight, piecing together the narrative. So, the betrayal of the supernatural team led to the demise of its former captain. This meant the man she buried was, in fact, the leader of a supernatural squad. But then again, if he had been an ordinary person, he would never have been able to find safety after such grievous wounds, especially after having to scale multiple 1.5-meter barriers. Such a talent had truly met his end. Just 20 minutes prior, she had buried him. What a pity. In any case, these individuals were merely here to confirm whether he was dead. To navigate through a city teeming with zombies, they certainly possessed remarkable skills. Yu Qingxian, however, did not wish to be discovered by them. If they found her, she would be left with no choice but to resign herself to fate. Retreat was imperative. Her moment of intrigue had come to an end. Stealthily, She grasped her suitcase and departed, careful to make no noise. Indeed, humanity posed a great danger. Yu Qingxian felt grateful that her heartbeat had ceased. Otherwise, she believed it would resonate for miles. Carrying her suitcase, she hunched over and crawled away from this perilous place. Once she felt she had reached a safe distance, she set down her luggage. First, she needed to find cover. Just because there were numerous zombies in a large city did not mean she could act recklessly. There were still individuals like Yu Qingxian who could maneuver freely in such urban environments. Henceforth, Yu Qingxian's days would be fraught with challenges. It dawned on her that life as a zombie was not so easily endured. She began to entertain the notion of locking herself away in a room. If she remained inside, she would not have to confront humanity. Yet, in an instant, she kicked open the door, cursing the idea of confinement. She still had a country to traverse on foot. But first, she needed to assess her route. Should she seek to pilfer some human intelligence? Wandering aimlessly could cost her life. Given that 2 supernatural teams had arrived in this city within 2 days, it indicated the presence of a survivor base nearby. These teams appeared formidable, having orchestrated a coup, suggesting that they were composed of many strong individuals. If a leader lacked the capability to command their subordinates, they would surely be replaced. Thus, these individuals likely hailed from a newly established official base. What might such a large base look like? She longed to see it. Perhaps she could sneak a peek, take a few photographs? How exhilarating! With these thoughts swirling, Yu Qingxian began to formulate a plan. First, she knew she had to maintain a safe distance, as there were likely defenses established several kilometers away, if not more. After all, this would be a place where humanity would reside long-term, and they could not allow zombies to breach it easily. Thus, the scenarios depicted in novels, where zombies besiege a city, leading to its abandonment, would never materialize. It was not that Yu Qingxian was overly optimistic. Rather, the nation she inhabited was indeed capable of such fortifications. Chapter 46. Are you here to play mahjong? Yu Qingxian pondered this thought, undoubtedly with a sense of caution. Her first course of action was to discreetly trail the groups of supernatural beings. Previously, she had evaded human presence, but now she chose to follow them. Naturally, she had to be wary of certain superhumans with keen eyesight or acute hearing. However, her objective was not merely to linger behind humans. She sought to ascertain their general direction, which sufficed. Any location frequented by humans would inherently be deemed safe for them. Thus, it followed that she could proceed in the opposite direction. Once she had established this plan, Yu Qingxian began to use her heightened senses to detect human presence. Initially, she had anticipated waiting several days to encounter humans. Yet to her astonishment, G City was teeming with people. Indeed, these individuals were not residing in the heart of G City, but rather on its outskirts, where the zombie population was sparse, making escape relatively easier. She could sense the presence of 2 groups, likely numbering in the dozens. This suggested the proximity of a significant stronghold. As there were numerous large cities within several hundred kilometers, most of those venturing out would have congregated in these urban centers, where the abundance of zombies also meant a greater number of survivors and, correspondingly, superhumans. Otherwise, the daytime ambush she had witnessed would not have occurred. Yu Qingxian safely stowed her suitcase and cautiously approached with her binoculars. First, she needed to ascertain the number of individuals in each group, which were situated merely a few hundred meters apart, likely a tactical decision in case of a zombie encounter. Crouched atop a building, she scrutinized the vehicles belonging to the 2 teams below. They remained parked outside, not venturing indoors. It was evident that humans had displayed remarkable adaptability and response capabilities. Both groups had modified their vehicles, equipping them with reinforced tires impervious to nails and even mounting machine guns atop their roofs. Clearly, 3 months had afforded humans ample time to develop self-defense mechanisms. As Yu Qingxian observed the vehicles, she glanced upwards and noted that the windows were covered with light-blocking film. This material allowed those inside to see outside clearly while preventing outsiders from perceiving any light emanating from within. After all, zombies were drawn to light. Any illumination would likely attract both zombies and mutated birds. However, this film only protected against ordinary zombies, higher-level variants would pose a far greater threat, necessitating combat. Upon closer inspection, Yu Qingxian discerned that the survivors nearest to her were likely the same group she had observed during the day, prompting her to exercise even greater caution. Just as she prepared to retract her binoculars, she noticed a creature resembling a giant bat affixed to the exterior of the building where the group was temporarily residing. Upon closer examination, she realized it was not a bat but a zombie, retaining a humanoid shape with its hands and feet connected to blackened flesh, adhering to the wall. This grotesque transformation made it appear bat-like. Clearly, this was an evolved high-level zombie, presumably waiting for an opportunity to strike at humans, likely planning its assault under the cover of darkness. It was evident that evolved zombies were considerably more formidable, adept at choosing the optimal moment for attack. Yu Qingxian, however, had no intention of warning the humans. If they were incapable of handling such a zombie, venturing into a city rife with the undead was tantamount to courting death. Eventually, around 1 or 2 and Oppos, clock at night, the zombie sprang into action. It shattered a window, and chaos erupted within as human screams filled the air. Yu Qingxian crouched at the window, intently observing the turmoil inside. The pandemonium was palpable through the broken window, as the surprise attack from this advanced zombie was indeed quite shocking. The screams attracted nearby zombies, causing them to converge on the source of the commotion. The humans, realizing the futility of their gunfire in attracting more zombies, prioritized eliminating the high-level zombie before attempting to escape. Meanwhile, another group of superhumans, situated 100 meters away, began to stir. Yu Qingxian deemed it improbable that they would come to the aid of this beleaguered team. Even if they did, the risk of being manipulated into becoming bait was too great. The Black Thunder team, in particular, had developed a notorious reputation for such tactics, especially since their leader had gone missing weeks prior. It was rumored that the leader and Oppos' disappearance was a result of foul play, though no evidence substantiated these claims. 3 days ago, someone had reported sighting the Black Thunder team and Oppos' leader alive in G-City, seemingly evading detection. Their encounter with the Black Thunder team might very well be an attempt to eliminate the former leader. A team capable of turning on its own leader and using members as bait was unlikely to receive any aid. Thus, in Yu Qingxian and Oppos' eyes, the other team, upon discovering the high-level zombies' attack, hastily packed their belongings and fled. This development surprised her. She had expected both teams to collaborate in subduing the advanced zombie, as its core would surely be valuable. Even if they could not acquire the core, they might still obtain useful equipment from the other team. The thought of the core weighed heavily on her mind, reminding her of the burden she carried in her backpack. She suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to return the core to Shi Xingyu. Given his speed, she had no idea where he might be now. With her phone rendered useless, even if it worked, she could not contact him. Yu Qingxian sighed as she crouched at the window. She would have to carry this core until autumn, when she could finally return it to Shi Xingyu. After observing for approximately 20 minutes, she witnessed the superhumans successfully subduing the high-level zombie. However, as hundreds of zombies began to encircle them, someone would need to divert their attention to facilitate the team and Oppos' escape. Alternatively, they could resort to explosives, but the proximity of the zombies to their vehicles posed a significant risk of collateral damage. Just as Yu Qingxian pondered how the team would navigate this peril, 2 individuals suddenly leapt from the second floor and sprinted in her direction. The zombies pursuing them, unable to enter through the now-closed doors, shifted their focus to the fleeing pair. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining occupants of the building swiftly descended and fled in their vehicle. In that instant, Yu Qingxian comprehended that the 2 were being used as bait. Initially, she believed such scenarios were confined to fiction, yet recalling numerous social headlines, she found it unsurprising. Who would have imagined that the charming young man with whom she had communicated so effortlessly would resort to such desperate measures? The 2 individuals, now cast as bait, ran for their lives, understanding that their survival hinged on evading the zombies. Yu Qingxian observed the approaching horde and considered the slim chances of survival for the 2. However, ultimately, those who had gained entry into a team of superhumans were unlikely to be inept. Chapter 47. she is quite fair the two individuals dashed forward with remarkable speed, one of them leaping onto the car roof before vaulting up to the second floor. After all, standing atop a vehicle is inherently perilous. However, if the second floor they ascended was teeming with zombies, then that individual would indeed be walking into the jaws of danger. Yu Qingxian stood atop the building, eager to observe how the remaining individual would escape. She watched as the youth swiftly retrieved an object from a small pouch at his waist and hurled it backward. An explosion followed, sending the corpses of the zombies flying in an instant. The thunderous sound reverberated far and wide, particularly piercing in this otherwise serene city. With Yu Qingxian's acute hearing, the blast resonated as if it had detonated directly in her mind. Indeed, having such sharp hearing could be a double-edged sword. Yu Qingxian remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the two figures evading danger. Those chosen to serve as bait could hardly be considered inept. If they were truly incompetent, the zombies would have seized them the moment they descended. Clearly, those capable of serving as bait must either be swift or skilled, and it was evident that the two she observed possessed considerable ability. However, would the vehicle that had driven away return for them? Yu Qingxian turned her head towards the distant street, where a horde of zombies was approaching, and she deemed it unlikely. With hundreds of zombies already present, it was unreasonable to risk the entire team's safety for those two. Thus, it was apparent that they had been abandoned. She pivoted and walked towards another room on the opposite side of the building, confirming that zombies had also gathered there. Even those on her own floor were becoming restless. When Yu Qingxian returned to the window from which she had been observing, she found that the two individuals had vanished. Yet, she could still detect two lingering scents, indicating that they had not perished and had not strayed far from their previous location. In contrast, the scents of the two team members had dissipated, suggesting they were now at least a kilometer away. To retrace their steps would likely prove challenging. Yu Qingxian waited for approximately 10 minutes, but the two team members did not return. Of course, it seemed that the two bait had survived, though the ground floor was now swarming with zombies. Yu Qingxian hesitated to descend, fearing that she might be crushed in the throng of the undead. Although she was not particularly short, her slender frame made her vulnerable in a push against the zombies. Upon reaching the first floor and observing the zombies outside, she turned and sought another route. The back street was relatively clear of zombies, prompting her to open a window and climb out. It appeared the two bait had temporarily found a safe spot to hide, as their scent remained stable, suggesting they had not moved. However, it was understandable. With zombies below, who would dare to stir? Yu Qingxian made her way back to the location where she had left her suitcase. The distance was not great, merely a few hundred meters, yet the dead-end and narrow alleyway, populated by zombies, discouraged human presence. Sitting atop her suitcase, she pondered her situation. Primarily, she lamented her inability to communicate verbally. Otherwise, she might have been able to glean information from the two individuals regarding the status of the official base. Given the vastness of Huaxia, it seemed improbable that merely 5 bases would suffice. At the very least, more than 5 would be necessary. Thus, Yu Qingxian needed to ascertain the locations of these bases. The greater the number of superhumans, the broader the scope of human activity. Encountering so many survivors at the onset of the apocalypse hinted that as humanity gradually adapted to confront the zombies, she could not afford to act recklessly. She had no means of evolving or transforming into a human like Xingyu. Even if she concealed her facial wounds, she would still be recognized as a zombie. Finding the mother and daughter pair posed a challenge. While questioning them might yield answers, the risks outweighed the benefits. After much contemplation, Yu Qingxian decided against it. They were members of a superhuman team, adept at exterminating zombies. Approaching them would undoubtedly place her in peril. Reluctantly, she resolved to continue her journey. On the other side, the two youths hid within a building, gazing down at the throngs of zombies below, enveloped in silence. Their role as bait was anticipated. As they were affiliated with a former team captain, the vice captain certainly would not allow them to survive. Yet, they must endure, for they were determined to find their captain. They refused to believe that he had perished. As they contemplated their escape from the encirclement of zombies, they suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers from the adjacent street. Coincidentally, today marked the Lantern Festival. But in this apocalypse, who would dare set off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Upon hearing the firecracker and Oppos, S report, the zombies began to shuffle towards the sound. The initial crackle did not last long, and the zombies had not fully dispersed when a second round of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by fireworks. The two youths were astonished. Amidst the apocalypse, someone was unafraid of death. Who could be so audacious as to celebrate? Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian, the one igniting the fireworks, found them quite beautiful. Upon noticing the zombies turning towards the street, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Happy New Year, everyone!" Although the New Year might have been celebrated a month prior, the sentiment remained. The zombies, drawn by the fireworks, halted their advance when they encountered only a single zombie in the vicinity, standing in rows along the street, watching Yu Qingxian's display. From the lingering aromas, it was evident that the two bait had moved. Clearly, the zombies had been led away by her distraction. Yu Qingxian retrieved several electronic firecrackers from behind a box and affixed them to a few zombies. After activating them, she dragged her suitcase away. The zombies adorned with firecrackers were soon engulfed by the masses of others. Yu Qingxian felt a twinge of guilt, but proceeded to leave. Her intention in diverting the zombies was to facilitate the escape of the two bait. Whether they succeeded or not was beyond her concern. However, Yu Qingxian was taken aback when the two bait unexpectedly circled back, arriving at the location where she had set off the fireworks. From her vantage point above, she observed their furtive movements as they appeared to be searching for someone. After watching them for a few minutes, it dawned on her that they were looking for her. "No, if you've been saved, why come looking for me?" Yu Qingxian thought. She believed she had already aided them. If they were not intent on fleeing, but rather seeking her out, they risked plunging into danger again. She resolved not to intervene further. Having previously assisted humanity, she could not impede the zombies feeding this time. She was, after all, quite fair. Nevertheless, as Yu Qingxian continued to observe the two, she noted their agility. It was clear they were not ordinary individuals. Even without awakened powers, their physical prowess was commendable. They vaulted across rooftops with the ease of leaping over a shallow ditch. Such talent would not willingly serve as bait. Chapter 48. How unfair to a zombie. The two boys only caught sight of the zombies downstairs. Yet no sign of humanity was in sight. The only peculiar detail was that several zombies bore flickering electronic firecrackers. A hint of confusion crossed their minds. But they understood that lingering on the rooftop was not an option. They needed to devise a means to find a vehicle. Survival in the city depended upon it. Perhaps their underlying motivation was their captain, but at that moment, it appeared otherwise. Yu Qingxian observed them for a while before turning away. Clearly, they had not vacated the area immediately after escaping danger. Instead, they headed deeper into the city. This indicated that the decision to act as bait was self-imposed. Since it was a choice of their own making, it bore no relevance to her. Yu Qingxian proceeded downstairs, mounted her suitcase, and set off toward the direction where the two presences had vanished. Around 5 o'clock, the horizon began to lighten. Suddenly, Yu Qingxian halted by the roadside, quietly seated on her suitcase, waiting for the sun to rise. The buildings at the city's edge had collapsed for reasons unknown, with vines climbing over the remnants. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the green leaves to flutter. Captivated by the leaves, Yu Qingxian couldn't resist approaching and plucking one to adorn her head. The leaf swayed atop her, inexplicably uplifting her spirits. "Ah, I am the village chief of slow sheep," Yu Qingxian exclaimed. After uttering this, she gathered more leaves to crown herself. "The troubled village chief of slow sheep," she added. As she engaged in this whimsical behavior, the dawn gradually illuminated the sky. In her previous life, Yu Qingxian often lived in a nocturnal rhythm and had rarely witnessed a sunrise. She had seen one from the cross-sea bridge, but that had been with the express purpose of witnessing the dawn. Never had she waited for the sunrise as she did today. As she gazed upon the slowly ascending sun, a gentle breeze caressed her. It was no wonder that many people yearned to travel. This was Yu Qingxian's first authentic experience of being on a journey. She did not remove the vine from her head, but instead continued to focus on those vibrant green leaves. However, basked in sunlight. The leaves began to wilt after half an hour. As she wandered through a town, she noticed it was built along both banks of the river. Dragging her suitcase down the stairs, she could still discern signs of what had once been a bustling locale before the apocalypse. Yet, the staircases and some railings effectively obstructed the zombies from emerging from this ancient town. As she descended, Yu Qingxian observed the swaying zombies, momentarily hesitating. In an instant, all the zombies turned to face her. Had they not lost interest so quickly, she might have wondered if she had inadvertently stumbled into a world before the apocalypse. The zombies she encountered seemed to have undergone some evolution, displaying heightened sensitivity and quickness in response to sound. Their clothing was tattered, and many bore ghastly wounds. With flesh hanging loosely and bones exposed, some even dragged their innards about. Losing interest in Yu Qingxian, the zombies resumed their aimless wandering. Feeling somewhat awkward, she merely nodded at them before continuing down the street with her suitcase in tow. The shops lining the street had gathered dust due to neglect. Various grasses and plants had sprung up through the cracks in the stones, which astonished Yu Qingxian. Just 3 months without human presence had led these plants to flourish wildly. Perhaps the current weather was particularly conducive to their growth. Yu Qingxian retrieved her camera and began to photograph the charming shops by the riverside. Most of these establishments were cafes, bars, and a few bookstores. Upon spotting a bookstore, she entered without hesitation. The interior was tidy, devoid of any disarray. Behind the bar, 2 zombies were present. However, one lay lifeless on the ground, while the other appeared relatively healthy. Due to the bar's enclosed design, the zombies remained inside and did not venture out. Yu Qingxian politely apologized for the disturbance before taking her suitcase upstairs. The second floor, however, was in disarray. As a tourist site, it had seen its share of visitors, and the floor bore numerous bloodstains, now darkened and less terrifying. Yu Qingxian placed her suitcase at the foot of the stairs and proceeded to inspect the zombies. She encountered the dismembered remains of humans, though they had rotted beyond recognition. Indifferent to the grotesque scene, she compassionately guided the wandering zombies downstairs, escorting them out of the bookstore. She also freed the zombie that had been trapped behind the bar for 3 months. Yu Qingxian was uncertain if this establishment belonged to that particular zombie, but as a human and an adult, she felt it was her duty to allow them to clock out. "You can go play now. If you wish to return, just stand at the door for a moment, and I will let you in," she said. The zombie, clad in the bookstore and Oppo's uniform, was easily recognizable. However, was it appropriate to remain in work attire after hours? Yu Qingxian contemplated changing its clothes, but when she turned around, the zombie had vanished without a trace. Indeed, whether human or zombie, those leaving work moved with remarkable speed. She removed all the bodies from the bookstore, burying them in the flower bed. While it might seem a disservice to use the flower bed as their resting place, it was the only act of kindness she could offer. By the time she completed these tasks, afternoon had descended. Yu Qingxian finally realized the extent of her efforts to create a peaceful reading environment. Standing at the door, she gazed at the setting sun before turning back into the bookstore. Upon ascending to the second floor, she observed the emptiness and began collecting scattered books from the floor, returning them to the shelves. She then fetched water to clean and wipe down the entire reading room. By the time she finished, night had enveloped the area. Although her vision remained relatively unaffected in the dark, she instinctively pressed the light switch, only to find no change. Even though she did not require sleep, there were moments when she felt compelled to rest. After ascending the stairs, she slumped into a chair, her body resting on the desk. After a brief reprieve, Yu Qingxian retrieved her charging cable and connected it to the backup power source in her suitcase, hoping to recharge her phone. Her phone had not seen a charge in months, but that was not the most pressing concern. The real issue was that it refused to power on. Although it was an older model, and many apps and games were no longer functional, the photo gallery and message history were still accessible. Yet, it now failed to boot up, causing her considerable anxiety. She was hesitant to strike it too forcefully, fearing she might inadvertently break it. Though when T turned on, it did indicate that it was charging. Yu Qingxian concluded that she either needed to find someone to repair her phone or resort to self-teaching. However, she lacked faith in her technical abilities. With only one phone and uncertainty about her capacity to fix it, it seemed wiser to seek assistance. Truly, Was it not excessively burdensome for a mere zombie? Chapter 49. She needed to move on to the next stop. Yu Qingxian was entangled in a dilemma, pondering whether to learn to repair her phone herself or to seek assistance from someone else until dawn broke. Ultimately, she opted for self-education. Since she had resolved to learn independently, she recognized the necessity of consulting tutorials. Lacking any prior knowledge in this domain, she felt daunted at the prospect of navigating this task without a mentor. Yu Qingxian mused that she could endure a decade or so of learning. Yet her phone could not afford to wait that long. Frustrated, she began to tap her fingers against the table. Her academic pursuits during her school years seemed utterly irrelevant in this post-apocalyptic world. Yu Qingxian gazed at her fully charged phone, perplexed by its refusal to power on. If it could charge, why would it not turn on? She had previously contemplated acquiring a computer to transfer all her data, but now her phone lay inoperative. She wondered if it had succumbed to the extreme cold during the heavy snowfall. It was indeed possible, as her phone was known to shut down automatically in low temperatures. Yet, having arrived in a warmer environment, surely it should function again. Placing the phone on the table, Yu Qingxian opened the nearby window, allowing the sunlight to pour in. She turned and retrieved a book from the adjacent shelf, as if preparing to settle down in this town. Her morning would be devoted to reading, followed by a leisurely stroll at noon and perhaps a half-hour respite at a restaurant. Even the absence of someone cooking for her, and despite her lack of appetite, she felt compelled to engage in these activities. After all, such pursuits were typical for tourists. After sitting in her chair for a while, Yu Qingxian finally rose to leave. Embodying the essence of a carefree traveler, she felt no need for a mask, nor did she attract curious glances, and there was no sudden intrusion of conversation from strangers. Of course, even before the world changed, she had rarely encountered such interactions. Yet, the necessity of communication, no matter the undertaking, had always been a source of discomfort for her, as she truly struggled with social engagement. As she passed a dental clinic, a gust of wind swept through, lifting her hair and prompting a fleeting memory. She paused to gaze at the dental office, and for reasons unknown, recollections long buried resurfaced in her mind. At that time, she was already 20, an adult expected to manage her own medical visits, yet she felt like a 3-year-old, clinging to her mother and Appo's, him trailing behind her. The dental visits consisted solely of her and the dentist, while her mother waited outside. The dentist had spoken only a few words, yet she could not contain her tears, leading the practitioner to assume her weeping was due to pain from the anesthesia. She could only cover her eyes and plead for silence from the doctor. Reflecting on it now, she imagined the dentist must have thought her unwell, a rather unfortunate predicament for the doctor. Indeed, being human could be an exhausting endeavor. There were those like her who found it challenging to connect with others, and those who, out of necessity, had to interact with a myriad of personalities. Yu Qingxian leaned closer, pressing her face against the glass door, peering inside. The clinic was devoid of zombies, but many of its instruments had vanished, likely taken by survivors. It was understandable, as such items were invaluable in a world ravaged by chaos. Yet, this observation led her to a realization. If survivors were scavenging from here, it implied that this location might still hold humans. Surely, she would not be in danger. Yu Qingxian turned her gaze towards the roads flanking the river. The number of zombies was not significant, most congregated at intersections, drawn by the occasional passing vehicles. As a result, when she descended the steps, the area was teeming with the undead. She meandered back to the bookstore, spending the afternoon snapping photos with her fully charged camera. Sometimes she captured images of houses. At other times, the flowing river and even the zombies, along with blooming flowers. All in all, these were activities she would have never engaged in while alive. After 5 days in this town, Yu Qingxian had traversed its entirety from one end to the other. Although the town pulsated with commercial energy, likely the subject of frequent online ridicule, its sudden stillness rendered it unexpectedly beautiful. Standing at the far end with her suitcase in tow, she gazed up at the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds. A few birds chirped as they soared overhead, eliciting a gentle smile from her. It was time for her to embark on the next leg of her journey. She waved farewell to the town, uncertain if she would return to find it reclaimed by humanity. Yu Qingxian mounted her beloved suitcase and continued onward, estimating that she would soon catch sight of the official base. After 3 more days of travel, she arrived at a small town devoid of zombies, instantly recognizing it as reclaimed human territory. However, the absence of residents rendered the place eerily silent. Cautiously, she inhaled, confirming the lack of human presence before climbing to the top of a tall building. Using binoculars, she scanned the horizon, finally spotting a distant black dot on the skyline. Though it appeared minuscule from her vantage point, the sheer height of the walls suggested a formidable structure. Her curiosity about the newly established survivors' base intensified. Yet, approaching such a sanctuary would not be a straightforward endeavor. For humanity, sighting the base signified a glimmer of hope. Thus, how could she draw closer to this new haven? After all, only in inhabited areas would one find technicians capable of repairing electronics. Surely, someone would be alive to mend her phone. Yu Qingxian yearned to transform into a living being, rushing towards the base to fix her device. The longer she delayed, the slimmer the chances of a successful repair seemed. In her agitation, she paced anxiously within her quarters, when suddenly, she detected a distinctly human fragrance. Startled, she realized that people were approaching. Terrified, she stealthily concealed herself in her room, relieved to find that these individuals showed no intent to ascend the stairs. They appeared to be engaged in some clandestine transaction. She overheard snippets of conversation regarding a black market located 50 kilometers east of the base, where anything could be traded, albeit without official protection due to the diverse nature of the goods exchanged. However, the individuals frequenting the black market possessed considerable skills, capable of modifying vehicles or procuring firearms. Thus, they garnered the protection of various supernatural squads, who occasionally assisted in clearing out nearby zombies. Yu Qingxian found herself taken aback by the details. If it was indeed a black market, then concealing her identity and communicating silently via a tablet should suffice. Moreover, acquiring medicine and food would be quite manageable for her. Yet, she wondered what lay 50 kilometers east of the base. Regardless, having a direction was a positive development. Cautiously, she observed the vehicles below, which appeared to be engaged in a transaction. Yu Qingxian crouched on the upper floor, listening intently to their dealings, eventually learning they were trading crystal cores. After 20 minutes, the two parties departed the premises. Only once she was certain they had left did she venture downstairs. Just as she was about to depart, she noticed a piece of paper beneath her feet. It appeared to indicate the location of that place. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Yu Qingxian picked it up and tucked it into her pocket. Chapter 50. She definitely does not want maggots. Once Yu Qingxian determined her destination, she hesitated no longer. Little did she know that less than 20 minutes after her departure, a vehicle arrived. The occupants disembarked and searched frantically, but the crucial note eluded them. Could it have fallen here? It an Appo's. That's not in the car either. Could the wind have blown it away? One person questioned, perplexed. Such an important item. How could it be lost? If it truly fell here, it must still be nearby. No one would have picked it up. It couldn't and Amp, Appo's, tea had been blown away. But who would come to this place? The one who misplaced the address was equally distressed. In just 20 minutes, how could someone have happened to pass by and picked it up? Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian, blissfully unaware of their return, sped away on her small suitcase. She had discerned the precise address. It would take her around 200 kilometers to circumvent the area. However, for Yu Qingxian, this distance was not daunting. Even traversing a city teeming with zombies posed little difficulty for her, as she found the challenge rather manageable. The more pressing concern was her skin color. Yu Qingxian resolved to enhance her appearance, at least to appear less terrifying. For the first time in ages, she scrutinized her reflection in a makeup mirror. It had been a long while since she had seen the gaping cracks on her lips. As she examined her face, she noticed that the fissures seemed to have been forcibly torn open by her own fingers, leaving her left cheek grotesquely marred. Surprisingly, there were no signs of decay, which startled her, considering many zombies had already begun to rot. Perhaps it was due to the winter or the intense sun exposure prior to it. In any case, numerous zombies had succumbed to significant decay. Yu Qingxian had avoided looking at her face for months, fearing this very issue. However, it now appeared that she need not worry. Yet, with the rising temperatures, she had to attend to her facial wounds. Even if they were not painful, the prospect of flies laying eggs on her face, leading to a mouthful of maggots, was decidedly unpleasant. Yu Qingxian concluded that wearing a mask would be wise, but first, she needed to stitch her face. Wandering through the hospital, she eventually found surgical sutures. She pondered whether her body would absorb them. If not, what was the point of choosing them? After much deliberation, she used the sutures to stitch her face, rendering it less horrifying. After half an hour, she managed to make her face somewhat presentable. She even tightly wrapped the claw marks on her wrist with bandages, determined to prevent any maggots from infesting her. Yu Qingxian had not realized there was an issue with her eyes until she compared them to a photo in a nearby book. It dawned on her that she had indeed transformed into a zombie, albeit with some aesthetic filter obscuring the truth. Her eyes, upon closer inspection, bore no resemblance to those of a living person. After much contemplation, she concluded that thoroughly concealing herself was imperative. However, if she bundled herself too tightly, it would arouse suspicion. Certainly, being a zombie had its conveniences, but also its complications. Yet, she could not forego repairing her phone. Ideally, she would transfer all her data to a new device, allowing her to manage things independently in the future. Yu Qingxian opted for a more concealing outfit, donning long pants and sleeves. The thin base layer concealed her skin tone without making her appear foolish for wearing too many layers in the heat. With a mask and a fisherman's hat, she indeed looked like a person. Although she was a zombie, her physical capabilities had significantly increased since her transformation. Climbing 20 flights of stairs now felt effortless. Once she ensured her appearance was devoid of flaws, Yu Qingxian turned her attention to communication. She had always thought she spoke human language, only to realize that what came out of her mouth was not comprehensible. This led her to question whether her written words would be understood by humans. Uncertain of whether her writing could be deciphered, she decided against writing at all. Instead, she took a tablet, charged it, and opened a notes app. After typing her thoughts, she had the system read it aloud to ensure the text conveyed her intended message. A sigh of relief escaped her. Her mind remained intact, and her intentions mirrored those of humanity. With the ability to type, she no longer feared being at a loss for words when spoken to. With everything prepared, Yu Qingxian set off towards the black market. Yet, a flicker of concern nagged at her. Alone, what if she attracted unwanted attention? She dismissed the thought. Death was not new to her. After all, she had already died once. Fortune favors the bold. Should her phone repair go smoothly, she would consider it a triumph. Regardless of the outcome, she felt she had little to lose. Having never visited a black market before, she packed several boxes of anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, and pain relief medications, believing these would hold significance in the apocalypse. This was her only chance. If she did not perish at the hands of those in the black market, she doubted she would muster the courage to return. All her courage, accumulated over 28 years, soon to be 29, was staked on this moment. Upon arrival, she discovered the black market was subterranean, situated beyond the safety confines of the base. A nearby town, 10 kilometers away, still harbored numerous zombies. The audacity of those operating a black market in such a perilous location was astounding. Yu Qingxian feared body searches. A mere touch would reveal her icy, already lifeless form. Fortunately, the two guards at the entrance merely glanced at her, noting her appearance as that of a solitary girl, which was indeed uncommon. They allowed her entry. Inside, the lighting was adequate. It was unclear whether the electricity was sourced from elsewhere or generated on-site. As she ventured down the corridor for approximately 2 minutes, Yu Qingxian found herself in a bustling underground marketplace. Although not crowded, it boasted a variety of shops. Unsure where to find someone to repair her phone, she scanned her surroundings and gravitated towards an establishment that appeared to specialize in electronics, as it displayed several phones and walkie-talkies on its counter. Approaching the counter, she rapped gently before conveying her intentions through her tablet. The attendant looked up and queried, "Repairing your phone?" Nowadays, hardly anyone uses those. They prefer this new type of communicator, which has a longer range and adapts to the current magnetic fields. Would you like to switch? Yu Qingxian shook her head, resolute in her desire to merely fix her phone. Chapter 51. She simply did not want to live upon seeing Yu Qingxian shake her head. The shopkeeper ceased his attempts at persuasion and requested her mobile phone instead. He did not question why she chose to communicate through text rather than speech, for in this post-apocalyptic world, those who were mute, while few, certainly existed. Anyone brave enough to venture into such a place was not to be underestimated. Repairing phones is not a difficult task, but what do you intend to use as payment? The man inquired. After all, there are others in the base who can also fix phones. Why come to this location? In response, Yu Qingxian retrieved a sealed box of antipyretics from her backpack and placed it on the counter. The sight of the unopened medication nearly made the man and Oppos' eyes pop out of their sockets. It was well known that even the ability users within the base rarely had entire boxes of medicine to spare. The scarcity of pharmaceuticals in the current market was dire. Although the authorities were urgently addressing the situation, the aftermath of the apocalypse had rendered all plants and water contaminated. Producing new medicines was a formidable challenge, especially regarding medicinal herbs, which had become exceedingly difficult to acquire. The available stock had already been claimed by ability user teams and the government. In some major cities, hospitals were simply inaccessible. Therefore, when Yu Qingxian produced a box of antipyretics, it was akin to placing a pound of gold on someone else's table pre-apocalypse. The man promptly took the medicine and assured her, "Rest assured, I guarantee to repair your phone and adapt it to suit the current magnetic field, ensuring it remains functional for at least 5 to 10 years. Although Yu Qingxian was skeptical of his words, she refrained from contradicting him. Noticing her silence, the man assumed her acquiescence and even offered her a stool to sit upon, which she accepted. Unbeknownst to her, she was oblivious to the gazes of those around her. The fisherman's hat proved to be exceptionally effective, obscuring the upper half of her face and shielding her from prying eyes. Sitting on the chair, she withdrew a book from her suitcase to read, adhering to the proprietor's estimate that the phone repair would take 1 to 2 hours. As soon as she settled in, she became inconspicuous. "I truly did not know your note was in my pocket. It must have fallen out," one voice lamented, tinged with remorse. The two individuals had delayed their plans for several days, causing them to miss out on valuable items. Fortunately, these items were not one-time offers, and they had already secured future reservations, thus incurring minimal loss. As they conversed, they exited the underground black market. Their voices were low, but Yu Qingxian and Oppos' keen hearing caught every word. The scent they carried was unmistakably similar to what she had encountered days prior, confirming her suspicion that the note in her pocket belonged to them. Yet, she kept her head down, unwilling to glance at them. Although she had picked up the note, she had no intention of returning it. She remained oblivious to their presence, claiming ignorance. Once the pair departed, she resumed her reading. Approximately 2 hours later, the shopkeeper announced, "Your phone has been repaired. While its exterior has changed, the internal content remains intact, and both the operational and inherent memory have significantly increased, ensuring you need not worry about memory depletion for at least 3 to 5 years. Listening attentively, Yu Qingxian reached out to accept her phone, her hands clad in sunblock gloves, concealing the color of her skin. She opened the device to inspect it, finding that the chat history with her parents and numerous photographs were all intact. For the shopkeeper, repairing phones was not an extraordinary task. During his time at the base, he frequently encountered individuals seeking phone repairs. Many had lost their loved ones in the calamity, making the revival of their phones a matter of great significance. Confirming that her phone, despite its altered appearance, retained all its contents, Yu Qingxian nodded at the shopkeeper, returned her book to the suitcase, and placed her tablet and phone back in her backpack. She did not linger, turning to leave the underground black market. The shopkeeper waved at her departing figure, calling out, "Should you wish to repair anything else in the future, do remember to find me." Yu Qingxian paused, considering his words, then turned back and typed on her tablet to convey her message to the proprietor. Upon seeing her interest in the locations of the major official bases, the shopkeeper produced a map for her. "Take this map as a gift. It contains information about the official bases, all of which are recruiting strong individuals. I believe you would be welcomed at any of them," he stated enthusiastically. Taking the map, Yu Qingxian discovered it resembled an electronic screen, marveling at how technology had advanced so rapidly in just 3 months since the calamity. With this realization, she placed another box of anti-inflammatory medication on the table before turning to leave, disregarding the shopkeeper and Oppos as calls behind her. This successful facade brought a sigh of relief, but she understood that such triumphs were not guaranteed to repeat. Yu Qingxian harbored the unsettling feeling that her current success had consumed a lifetime and Oppos' worth of luck. Sitting atop her suitcase, she journeyed northward, having pinpointed the locations of the official bases. The map undeniably facilitated her navigation, preventing her from becoming disoriented. Yu Qingxian tucked the map into her backpack and opened her phone, where messages from her parents awaited her, along with a myriad of photographs. Her parents had a passion for travel, often venturing out to explore the world, capturing moments to share with her, knowing she preferred staying at home. As she perused the photographs, Yu Qingxian found herself momentarily entranced. Her parents had shared images of breathtaking landscapes, yet she had never truly appreciated them, often focusing solely on her parents rather than inquiring about their adventures. The last photograph they had sent her was taken on the morning of the day they perished in a car accident, accompanied by a message announcing their intention to witness the earliest sunrise in the country. After that, silence enveloped her. She had not even received a call until the authorities arrived to deliver the news of her parents' passing. At that time, her phone displayed several missed calls with no contacts saved. Strangely, she felt little sorrow upon learning of their demise, almost a sense of liberation. Her will to live had been entirely anchored in her parents' existence. Despite their love and a reasonably stable life, she could not comprehend why she had succumbed to despair. Yu Qingxian bore no traumatic past nor dark memories. She simply found herself devoid of the desire to continue living. Chapter 52. Perhaps it's more affectionate to raise a dog. Yu Qingxian gazed at the message sent by her mother, dated over 3 years ago. At around 2 in the morning. It was the last message her mother had ever sent. Baby, Mom and Dad are off to catch the earliest sunrise. I'll send you photos. Yu Qingxian seldom revisited these chat records. She had always been emotionally detached, to the extent that even her feelings towards her parents were chillingly sparse. As her relatives often remarked, having her was less affectionate than raising a dog. She concurred with this sentiment. Thus, after her parents passed away, she ceased all contact with those relatives, uncertain if any of them remained alive. With this thought, Yu Qingxian pulled her mind back. She had arrived at this place, so she might as well witness the sunrise her parents yearned to see. Having determined her next course of action, a sense of ease washed over her. In the past, it was always her parents capturing scenic views for her. Now, it was her turn to present them with the beauty of the world. She intended to behold the sunrises her parents missed and the landscapes they had once admired. Yu Qingxian also longed to understand her parents and Oppo's love for her and to reciprocate that affection. With her destination in mind, she felt no urgency. She accessed the map provided by the owner and activated the navigation system. The map, oddly lacking a charging port, was merely a thin sheet, even thinner than her tablet. Inputting her destination revealed a distance of 3,000 kilometers. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian instinctively double-checked the map, confirming her calculations were correct. 3,000 kilometers would take her at least a month to traverse, especially given her leisurely pace. The speed with which she had previously arrived was solely due to Shi Xingyu's company. Now, alone, she would meander, avoiding any rush. After all, traveling was not a task to be hurried, but an experience to be savored. Except, of course, for catching trains or planes. Her mother often lamented about missing flights due to her inability to rise early. Yu Qingxian had suggested booking afternoon tickets instead, but her mother insisted on specific morning flights. This sentiment was one Yu Qingxian felt she would never comprehend. With her suitcase rolling along the roadside towards the north, she had no intention of taking a straight path. Although direct routes were quicker, she preferred to meander along the edges, avoiding human encounters. March had arrived, and she had promised Shi Xingyu they would visit Autumn Lake in the fall, so she couldn't afford to delay her journey. If she waited too long, the lake would freeze over, and that would be unfortunate. With that in mind, she quickened her suitcase and Oppo's pace. However, she had not anticipated the bewildering prices in this post-apocalyptic world. A single box of medicine could be exchanged for a new phone with substantial storage. sufficient for her to take 1,000 photos daily for 6 or 7 years. Yet, she owned a camera and had no need for a phone and Oppos as photography capabilities. Yu Qingxian opened her camera only to find it set to the front-facing lens. She was taken aback upon seeing her reflection. Her phone held tens of thousands of photos, all taken by her parents, as she rarely captured images herself, let alone selfies. Although she had taken numerous photos of Shi Xingyu, they had never taken one together. After all, he had been her steadfast companion for 3 months, helping her with her suitcase. They would take a photo together in the fall. With that thought, she posed in front of the camera, flashing a peace sign, capturing her first selfie in over 28 years. As Yu Qingxian examined her reflection, she noticed her dull, grayish complexion and eyes devoid of moisture. She had once thought that colored contact lenses could mask her unusual eyes, but they dried out quickly. Thus, she abandoned that idea, realizing that it would necessitate frequent eye drops. Moreover, since she was not truly living among the living, there was no need to put herself through such trouble. One crucial point remained. She must prevent any flies from lingering around her. Flies were notoriously opportunistic, capable of laying eggs even on living creatures, let alone her decaying body. Particularly since she felt no pain, she would remain oblivious to any maggots writhing within her. This unsettling thought prompted her to consider soaking in a medicinal bath to investigate. With that in mind, Yu Qingxian turned towards the city, finding a bathhouse, and after confirming the location, she headed to the hospital for some insecticidal medication. She submerged herself entirely in the medicinal solution, with only her head above water. The shore held several internal deworming medications, which, although potentially harmful to her body, were inconsequential in her current state. After all, she was essentially a corpse, preserved only by the zombie virus that prevented her from decaying as a typical corpse would. However, the eggs were a different matter. Even zombie larvae would likely succumb to such a potent insecticide. After consuming 2 large bottles, she surrendered to slumber in the water for half an hour. To her relief, no eggs or maggots floated to the surface, assuring her that she was free of any infestations. Emerging from the bathhouse, she washed her hair, using bottled water. She had feared her hair would fall out with a simple tug, but thankfully, it remained securely attached to her scalp. Moving forward, she resolved to be more cautious and keep flies at bay. After her medicinal bath, Yu Qingxian left the bathhouse, reeking of insecticide. As the weather warmed, flies began to swarm around the zombies. It was uncertain whether these flies were of the undead variety or simply ordinary ones. Regardless, flies were bothersome creatures. Mosquitoes, too, were a nuisance. Perhaps due to her potent insecticide scent, the flies that typically clung to other zombies seemed to avoid her. Yu Qingxian was stunned to witness the flies steering clear of her, so she approached them. Indeed, it was no mere illusion. The flies actively evaded her. As she darted about, observing their avoidance, a triumphant expression spread across her face. Finally, she could relish in the absence of flies clinging to her. However, this triumphant demeanor caught the attention of another zombie lurking at the intersection. This zombie stood in the shadows, fixated on Yu Qingxian. Sensing the gaze, she turned to find a zombie clad in a green tracksuit, stained with dark splotches, likely blood. Its high ponytail was somewhat disheveled. Most notably, this zombie possessed red eyes. Red eyes in Advanced Zombie, Chapter 53. Could it be that she wishes to recruit me? Yu Qingxian learned from Shi Xingyu that her head lacked a crystal core, which alleviated her concern about other zombies targeting her. Nevertheless, she still felt a twinge of anxiety. Although her head was devoid of a crystal core, her backpack contained one, a level 3 zombie crystal core. Surely, this advanced zombie was not interested in the core nestled within her pack. However, it was not hers. She intended to return it to Shi Xingyu. For now, she decided to initiate communication. "Excuse me, can you understand my words?" Yu Qingxian ventured, taking a bold step in her social endeavors. She felt remarkably courageous. Upon hearing her words, the female zombie took a step closer, causing Yu Qingxian to retreat 3 paces in surprise. Clearly, this zombie comprehended her. The female zombie, intrigued by the unexpected communication with a lower-level zombie, had initially approached for the crystal core. The reason for a low-level zombie carrying a core was inconsequential to her. She merely desired to obtain it. However, she never anticipated that this little zombie could engage in dialogue. In truth, she had evolved towards a more intelligent form among the savage zombies, sacrificing some combat abilities. In a world like this, mere brute strength without intellect would not suffice for survival. She had witnessed a zombie of a higher level perish at the hands of humans, which prompted her own evolution. Thus, she recognized that no matter how formidable one might be, lacking intelligence rendered one vulnerable to humanity. Consequently, she chose to relinquish some combat prowess in favor of evolving into a more cerebral zombie. Yet, evolving into an intelligent zombie was no simple feat. It required the capacity for thought even in one's lower-level form, enabling a gradual progression towards higher intelligence. At present, the female zombie was unable to ponder deeply, such as why this lower-level zombie could converse with her. Instead, she straightforwardly declared, "I want the crystal core from your backpack." Yu Qingxian was taken aback by the directness of the zombie. Even Xiao Ji, who seemed quite forthright, would typically test the waters first. This zombie, however, was refreshingly candid. This forthrightness led Yu Qingxian to believe that the zombie might be reasonable. "I'm sorry, but I cannot give you this crystal core. It belongs to another zombie," she replied, prioritizing honesty. "Is that so? How unfortunate," the female zombie responded. The two zombies regarded each other across the thoroughfare. Strangely, Yu Qingxian felt no embarrassment. Had she been facing a living person, she might have been mortified. "I will take it," the female zombie proclaimed. She sensed that the crystal core Yu Qingxian carried was exceptional, its energy far surpassing that of ordinary cores. If she could not obtain it willingly, then she would resort to force. Yu Qingxian had not anticipated such brazen behavior from the zombie. Although capable of communication, this zombie did not possess the same human-centric thought processes as Shi Xingyu or Xiao Ji. Despite her intelligence, she adhered to a survival of the fittest mentality. If one desired something, one must take it by force. Yu Qingxian pressed her hand against her backpack, contemplating how long she could withstand a confrontation with the zombie. She stood still, her gaze fixed on the female zombie, refraining from speech. If possible, she wanted to avoid conflict, whether with zombies or humans. She aspired to be a kind individual or zombie, much like her parents, who were often described as gentle. However, she could not part with the crystal core. The female zombie was indeed intent on seizing it. In the realm of zombies, compassion for fellow undead was a foreign concept. After all, only by growing stronger could one survive in such a world. How could one allow their food to become more powerful? Yet, as she faced this small zombie, the female zombie felt a flicker of trepidation. It was as if this little zombie was not an ordinary undead creature, but a formidable being that instilled in her an overwhelming sense of helplessness, even prompting thoughts of fleeing. Yet, she could perceive the wariness emanating from the little zombie. The coexistence of such conflicting energies within a single zombie was perplexing to her. When Yu Qingxian witnessed the female zombie suddenly retreat 2 steps, she mistakenly assumed the zombie was about to charge at her. Without a second thought, she grabbed her suitcase and bolted. The female zombie, confused by Yu Qingxian and Appo's sudden flight, thought perhaps the little zombie had spotted a danger and followed suit. However, this action only reinforced Yu Qingxian and Appo's belief that the zombie was indeed intent on claiming the crystal core. Perhaps it would be better to relinquish it. When she next encountered Shi Xingyu, she could offer an apology. After all, it wouldn't do to be harmed over a mere crystal core. The two zombies ran in tandem for 10 minutes before Yu Qingxian could no longer suppress her curiosity. "Do you truly desire this crystal core so much?" she inquired. The female zombie, taken aback, retorted, "Are we not in danger?" This question halted Yu Qingxian in her tracks. She turned to the female zombie and pointed at her, saying, "The danger is you. You wish to take it, so I had no choice but to flee." The female zombie had not anticipated that Yu Qingxian's flight was prompted by her intent to seize the core. However, she realized that if she were to truly forcefully take it, she would be unable to succeed. Thus, she relinquished that notion. Yet, it was clear to her that this little zombie seemed unaware of her own capabilities. Are you not going to consume this crystal core? The female zombie asked Yu Qingxian. Zombies sought strength through consuming humans or crystal cores. Ideally, consuming a being with special abilities would yield even greater benefits, as zombies could mutate and awaken extraordinary powers. They were indeed considered higher life forms. I cannot eat it. It belongs to another zombie, Yu Qingxian replied, maintaining her stance. Although she suspected that consuming the core would not harm her, it was sure Xingyu's possession, and giving it to her would be a waste. She had no desire for strength or immortality. This concept, however, was evidently lost on the female zombie, who questioned why this core remained in the possession of the little zombie and why she would not consume it. There are no stronger zombies nearby, so why not eat it? She pressed again. Because it belongs to another zombie, I cannot consume it. Yu Qingxian reiterated, unbothered by the repetition. The female zombie tilted her head slightly and approached a nearby zombie, swiftly removing its skull and extracting a crystal core with practiced ease. She then approached Yu Qingxian, the core still smeared with brain matter. Eat, I offer it to you, the female zombie stated. Yu Qingxian, observing the gruesome core in the female zombie and Oppo's hand, glanced back at her, feeling as though she was being treated like a younger sister. Surely, she is not attempting to recruit me? Chapter 54. So, you have no desire to grow stronger at all? Yu Qingxian naturally refused the offer. No, thank you. You can have it yourself. As she spoke, she released her grip, causing her suitcase to thud to the ground. After uttering those words, she turned and mounted her suitcase, preparing to leave. The female zombie, taken aback by Yu Qingxian's rejection of the crystal core, attempted to pursue her, intent on forcing the core into her mouth. This startled Yu Qingxian. Was it possible that there existed a tradition of gifting among zombies? Yet, this was far too aggressive. The female zombie appeared to be slightly younger, clad in athletic wear that exuded a youthful aura. Although she wasn't into amp, Oppo's as youthful as a high school student. The remnants of nail polish on her fingers suggested she was likely a college student. Of course, she could also be a working individual who had changed into sports attire for exercise. Advanced zombies bore no scars unless they were killed outright. Otherwise, their regenerative capabilities were formidable. It could be said that the zombie virus represented a form of evolution for humanity. When the female zombie heard Yu Qingxian and Amp, Oppo's refusal, she was somewhat surprised. If Yu Qingxian would not consume the crystal core from the advanced zombie, why would she decline the one that the female zombie had prepared? It was a gift from her to Yu Qingxian. The way lower-level zombies expressed submission or loyalty to their superiors was by offering their best possessions. Thus, the female zombie quickly understood that the crystal core had been presented to this zombie by others. However, she believed the core was rightfully hers. Perhaps this little zombie was not entirely sentient, hence her ignorance of the core and Oppo's edibility. Yu Qingxian remained oblivious to the female zombie and Oppo's thoughts. Had she known, she would likely have deemed it unworthy of argument. Since they're in Amp, Oppo's nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Noticing the female zombie and Amp, Oppo's silence, Yu Qingxian waved goodbye and activated her suitcase to move forward. The female zombie, seeing this small zombie take off, chased after her. She failed to comprehend why Yu Qingxian opted for such a slow mode of transportation. What was this peculiar object beneath her? Yu Qingxian had not anticipated the female zombie and Amp, Oppo's speed. Of course, from sure Xingyu and Amp, Oppo's swift strides, it was evident that advanced zombies were swifter than ordinary humans. However, she did not expect it to be this rapid. If you possess intelligence, you must be a sentient zombie. Surely your innate speed exceeds that of this clunky suitcase. The female zombie caught up effortlessly, merely walking briskly alongside Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian glanced at the female zombie with curiosity. Clunky suitcase? Do you have any idea how expensive this luggage is? She thought, bemused by the zombie's dismissal of its value. Nonetheless, she dismissed the notion of explaining human values to a zombie. So you're quite fast? Yu Qingxian inquired, looking up at the female zombie. Regardless of how one assessed the situation, she felt that sure Xingyu and Xiao Ji were of a higher caliber than the zombie beside her. Thus, those two zombies would undoubtedly be swifter. Reflecting on her situation, Yu Qingxian realized she had been fleeing for over 10 minutes, but was still pursued by Shi Xingyu and Xiao Ji. Clearly, their speed was impressive. After all, why do you think humans reinforce and enhance their vehicles? The female zombie remarked, casually flipping over a nearby car. Yu Qingxian was left astonished for an entire year. So, advanced zombies were this formidable. How humbling. Yet, it made sense, with powerful entities like Gu Wanqing on the human side, if zombies were too weak. The balance of power would be skewed. In this apocalypse, it was impossible for one side to dominate. It was a survival test where only the victors endured. Strength did not guarantee victory, but the victors were invariably strong. In this survival test, Yu Qingxian felt like a mere observer, existing outside both realms. She understood that if zombies were aware of her human consciousness, they would undoubtedly reject her as an anomaly. Conversely, if humans discovered that a zombie possessed human awareness, they would not hesitate to eliminate her. As a human, she could not integrate into the human world. Indeed, as a zombie, she could not belong to the zombie world either. Yu Qingxian gazed at the overturned vehicle and then at the female zombie. Of course, this is only feasible with smaller cars. With larger vehicles, I would undoubtedly be unable to flip them. At that point, I would need to damage the tires to render the human vehicles uncontrollable. The female zombie continued to explain to Yu Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian suddenly recalled the vehicles belonging to the abilities team, which had specialized tires. It was not solely to prevent punctures from hard objects. It was also because zombies understood that damaging a vehicle and Oppos S tires could bring it to a halt. Realizing this, Yu Qingxian finally understood that the female zombie was instructing her on how to hunt humans. Wasn't it said that zombies did not assist one another? Why was this female zombie teaching her to hunt? Yu Qingxian merely nodded in acknowledgement without speaking. The female zombie, perceiving her reluctance, directly pulled Yu Qingxian down from her suitcase. Yu Qingxian was compelled to stop the suitcase and was led to the front of a car. Try to flip it and see, the female zombie urged. However, this suggestion seemed utterly preposterous to Yu Qingxian. A compact car weighed at least over a ton. The idea of flipping such a vehicle was sheer folly. Yet, witnessing the female zombie and Oppos' earnest expression, Yu Qingxian felt compelled to give it a try. She approached, exerting all her strength, but could only manage to lift one wheel slightly off the ground. Even then, it soon settled back down. Yu Qingxian lacked the strength to overcome the weight of the car. The female zombie, surprised by Yu Qingxian and Oppos' inability to flip the vehicle, sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from this seemingly weak little zombie. Zombies may be devoid of loyalty, but they instinctively feared strength. This was why higher-level zombies could command lower ones, not out of unity, but due to instinct. Yet, despite her apparent weakness, where did that formidable aura come from? The female zombie scrutinized Yu Qingxian, noting that the little zombie showed no signs of discouragement despite her failure to flip the car. So, you truly have no desire to grow stronger? The female zombie inquired, puzzled. Given that this little zombie was inherently an advanced one, why not harness that potential? If she were to strive, wouldn't she become a more powerful zombie? However, should this little zombie become formidable, the female zombie would have no choice but to submit. But she had no means to eliminate her. If the little zombie sensed a threat, that overwhelming pressure would descend upon her in an instant. Moreover, her original aim was solely the crystal core possessed by this little zombie. If she could not obtain it, she would have to seek other means of self-improvement. Yu Qingxian was somewhat taken aback. This was not the first time a zombie had uttered such words. Shi Xingyu had expressed similar sentiments. She did not comprehend why. If zombies thrived on strength, this female zombie would wish for her to become stronger. I have no interest in becoming strong. Yu Qingxian shook her head. For someone who lacked enthusiasm for life, the notion of growing stronger as a zombie seemed absurd, akin to expecting a first grader to assist a college student in passing an exam. She had no desire to become the sovereign of all zombies or a savior for humanity. At present, all she wished was to admire the scenery and gradually decay. Chapter 55. Until we meet again, Yu Qingxian felt a profound sense of relief upon realizing that the female zombie had not pursued her. Earlier, She had fed at a crystal core and had just witnessed it overturn a vehicle. Remaining in that location any longer might have led the zombie to initiate an assault on humans. Although she had taken lives before, she found herself contemplating her own lack of resistance to the act of killing. As for her proficiency with firearms, it stemmed from her desire to accurately depict such scenes in her novels, prompting her to experiment with them firsthand, though she had never anticipated that such skills would be put to use. Waving farewell to the stationary female zombie, she called out goodbye. Perhaps we shall meet again someday. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that the likelihood of a future encounter was negligible. After parting ways with the female zombie, Yu Qingxian continued her journey northward, reassured that her decision to leave the city was beneficial for the advanced zombie. In its quest for evolution, it would inevitably encounter conflict, not only with humans, but also among its own kind. This left her pondering the peculiar demeanor of these advanced zombies, who, despite their formidable nature, seemed surprisingly amiable. Refraining from immediate aggression, Yu Qingxian, holding her phone, turned to capture a photo of the female zombie before stowing her device away. At that moment, she longed to contact Shi Xingyu to return the Level 3 crystal core, feeling as though she carried a ticking time bomb that instilled fear in the zombie. If her next encounter was with a less understanding zombie, she doubted her ability to safeguard the crystal core. Despite her musings, she had no genuine desire to discard the crystal. Responsibility was a foreign concept to her. She had often failed to uphold promises made to her parents. However, she recognized the necessity of returning what was not hers. Yu Qingxian had often lamented the weight of her backpack, which indeed felt heavier burdened by another and Appos as belongings. Suddenly, she retrieved her umbrella from her backpack, unfurling it to shield herself from the sun. While zombies were impervious to temperature, they remained corporeal beings with inherent vulnerabilities. Observing the other zombies migrate toward the shadows, she realized the temperature was rising. Was it typical for northern springs to be so warm? Checking her phone, she noted a temperature of 27 degrees. The time had also been accurately set by a vendor, sparing her the need to guess the date or day of the week. March had indeed arrived, but the northern climate had transformed significantly. It was as if the temperatures of the north and south had exchanged places. Continuing her journey northward for over 20 kilometers, she suddenly heard the sound of approaching vehicles. With the reinforcement of modern vehicles, she could discern their presence from great distances. Instinctively, she halted her luggage and sought refuge in a nearby village. After a few moments, a convoy passed by. Although she couldn't and Appos, to ascertain the strength of those within the vehicles, it was evident that anyone emerging from a base would possess considerable prowess. As she observed the convoy, Yu Qingxian consulted her map, noting a larger city ahead, significantly more prominent than the one she had traversed earlier. It was one of the more renowned cities in the north, reminiscent of City G, yet still over 100 kilometers away. This reminded her of City G, a hub frequented by various ability user squads, leading her to speculate that the nearby City S would likely be similarly populated. She pondered the safety of that urban area and, after careful consideration, resolved to circumvent it, as it lay directly in her intended path, with no alternative routes available. The sight of other survivors heightened her apprehension. As the apocalypse dragged on, the strength of humanity and Appos, as ability users would inevitably increase. She found herself reflecting on the challenges of simply enjoying the scenery. Sitting atop her suitcase, she examined her map, contemplating a detour to explore the ancient capital. However, the allure of such an idea clashed with the harsh reality of her situation. The ancient city and Appos' name floated before her, invoking a mixture of surprise and inevitability, given its historical significance as the capital of various dynasties. It was improbable that this location would devolve into a zombie paradise. Nonetheless, the establishment of a base amidst such a horde of zombies was a remarkable feat. Though Yu Qingxian might not have the opportunity to visit the ancient capital, witnessing humanity's resilience in constructing a stronghold in such dire circumstances filled her with admiration. Regardless of the trials faced, the nation remained steadfast. She deliberated on whether to proceed, but found herself already moving in that direction. Even transformed into a zombie, her innate curiosity as a human persisted. Despite her social anxieties, she had once been an adept online navigator, unable to resist the allure of unfolding events. Traveling from her current location to the capital would require only a few days. Yet, she could not foresee that her next encounter with humanity would occur amidst a battle between humans and zombies. She recognized the individuals on the opposing side as humans by their uniforms, their familiar colors invoking a sense of reverence. Meanwhile, a multitude of zombies besieged the capital's base, driven by a formidable advanced zombie that surpassed all she had previously encountered. Even her dulled senses detected the threat emanating from this creature. Initially intending to pass through, Yu Qingxian found herself nearly trampled by the throngs of zombies pushing forward. Consequently, she had no choice but to ascend the nearby stairs with her suitcase in tow. The capital was expansive, with only the ancient palace encircled, gradually expanding outward. The zombies in the outer city sought entry into the base in pursuit of sustenance. However, Yu Qingxian and Appo's focus was not on these zombies or the soldiers engaged in battle with them, but rather on the advanced zombie standing atop a high building. Chapter 56. The killer of the dead. Yu Qingxian had never sensed an overwhelming presence or danger from anyone, be it human or zombie. Thus, when Shi Xingyu informed her of Gu Wanqing and Appo's formidable strength, she felt nothing of the sort. However, at that moment, Yu Qingxian was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this particular zombie. An instinctive sixth sense alerted her to its power. She understood that this zombie was immensely strong, capable of slaughtering anyone at will. As she gazed up at the creature on the rooftop, she felt an instinctive urge to retreat. It was wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, she descended the stairs and took a different route. Yet, in the instant she averted her gaze, the zombie on the roof sensed something amiss. It turned its attention towards Yu Qingxian, feeling a chill as if a powerful entity had laid eyes upon it. Retreating, the zombie waved its hand and roared at the horde of zombies advancing towards the human stronghold. Even the frontline zombies heard their king's command, and the horde, poised to launch a massive assault, suddenly withdrew like a receding tide. This bewildered the soldiers stationed at the front lines, who remained vigilant, uncertain if the zombies might return with renewed vigor. Zombies have retreated? Gu Wanqing, having just received the notification about a powerful zombie that had instigated the horde, rushed to the capital base only to hear the sudden withdrawal. Yes, it had retreated just 10 minutes ago. After half a month of relentless assaults, this was the first instance of a zombie retreat, and the reason remained under investigation. A military officer beside her, upon spotting Gu Wanqing, immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his respect evident. Clearly, Gu Wanqing held a higher rank than he. Listening to him, Gu Wanqing took the report from his hands. Numerous peculiar occurrences had transpired in recent months, including the enigmatic non-carnivorous zombie and the powerful one that accompanied it. A week prior, she had encountered that zombie, which seemed quite taken aback upon spotting her, as if it had intended to ambush their convoy, but had abruptly leapt away after locking eyes with her on the hood of her vehicle. This unexpected behavior puzzled her, as she had faced high-ranking zombies before, each encounter resulting in fierce battles. While her side had suffered losses, they remained within her manageable limits. This particular high-ranking zombie was the most formidable she had encountered, yet had chosen not to attack their convoy. Though she was perplexed by the reasons behind its withdrawal, Gu Wanqing knew she could not simply capture that zombie for questioning. Her current mission was to eliminate the commanding zombie behind the horde. While the cause of the horde and Appo's emergence was still unclear, other bases had experienced minor zombie waves. But the continuous siege on the capital base for half a month was indeed abnormal. Gu Wanqing perused the photographs and reports. The figures captured were blurry, yet unmistakably zombies, not human. This indicated that this particular zombie was the source of the incessant zombie tide over the past fortnight. Understood. I shall convey this to the higher-ups, she stated, taking the documents before pausing to toss a box of chocolates to the officer, expressing her gratitude for his hard work. He stood at attention and saluted her as she departed, leaving the others behind to wonder why their leader treated such a young woman with such deference. Yu Qingxian was taken aback by the retreat of the zombies. She had expected the zombie king to lay siege to the entire base. The sudden withdrawal left her confused, especially as nightfall approached. While a daytime retreat was somewhat understandable due to the heat diminishing their activity, nighttime would enhance their capabilities, akin to creatures like bats and owls. Night was the optimal time for zombies to assault human strongholds, yet this king had chosen to abandon the attack. Though her curiosity piqued, Yu Qingxian refrained from probing further. She could not simply approach the zombie king to inquire about its sudden retreat. Ascending a particularly tall building, she pressed the elevator button out of habit, despite knowing there was no power. To her astonishment, the elevator began to operate, suggesting that the building had electricity. The doors opened to reveal several zombie corpses. Yet Yu Qingxian paid them no mind as she wheeled her suitcase inside and pressed a button for the top floor. The elevator continued its ascent, and Yu Qingxian crouched to examine the zombies, discovering bullet wounds on their foreheads, indicating the area had been traversed by humans. Suddenly, she glanced up at the elevator and Oppo's camera and quickly climbed atop her suitcase to detach it. If the elevator operated, perhaps the camera was also functional. Although she was certain there were no living beings within the building, the possibility of someone monitoring her from the camera lingered in her mind. This was not a secure zone, yet the building had power. Perhaps she was being overly cautious, but better safe than sorry. She discarded the camera onto the floor, and at that moment, the elevator halted. As the doors opened, Yu Qingxian emerged, dragging her suitcase, and caught sight of the distant base. Though she could barely make out the structures inside, towering walls surrounded it. Newly constructed within the past 3 months, not part of the original imperial city. From her vantage point, the walls appeared to rise at least 20 meters high. The rapid construction of such formidable fortifications within 3 months spoke volumes of the resources available. Moving aside, she stepped onto a large glass walkway that afforded her a clear view of the activity below and around her, including the powerful zombie that had evoked such a strong sensation within her. To her surprise, the creature had followed her. Yet curiously, she felt little fear. As she watched the elevator and Oppo's number climb, it eventually chimed to a stop, and a young zombie emerged. Clad in a sleek jumpsuit, it appeared rather appealing. Yet its eyes were not the familiar crimson of high-ranking zombies. Instead, they gleamed a striking gold, reminiscent of a feline's, with slitted pupils. Yu Qingxian quickly took a photograph of it with her phone. Should this zombie attempt to harm her, she would leave behind a note on the image, labeling it, "The Killer of the Dead." Chapter 57. The outcome remains uncertain. It is indeed difficult to ascertain who shall emerge victorious. Yet, it is evident that this particular zombie appears quite wary of her. As Yu Qingxian raised her phone to capture a photograph, the creature instinctively shielded its forehead. Clearly, this zombie possesses an awareness of its vulnerabilities. Regrettably, the device in her hand is merely a mobile phone, not a firearm. Although she does possess a gun, it would prove futile against a high-level zombie, given their remarkable speed. Upon observing Yu Qingxian retract her phone, the zombie and Oppo's golden eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. This is unmistakably a zombie, seemingly lacking in combat prowess. However, what perplexed it was the fact that her movements and behaviors closely resembled those of a human, even demonstrating the ability to wield human tools. Thus, the two zombies exchanged glances, each unsure of the other's stance. Yu Qingxian, uncertain of the zombie's intentions, refrained from initiating any overtures of friendliness or speech. Conversely, the creature seemed disinclined to engage with her, simply fixating its gaze upon her. After 3 minutes of silent observation, Yu Qingxian took a step back and inquired, "Excuse me, is there something you need?" She felt compelled to dispel the palpable awkwardness. Oddly enough, she sensed that her transformation into a zombie had rendered her somewhat gregarious, as she found herself initiating conversations with fellow zombies. The male zombie, upon hearing Yu Qingxian's overture, displayed no significant astonishment. It was the first time he encountered a zombie that evoked a sense of threat. After all, the zombies throughout the city were subservient to him. Lower-tier zombies willingly bowed to his authority. From the moment he became a zombie, he retained his consciousness, despite having lost his memories of his previous life. He understood that humans were his sustenance, and he existed above all other beings. Within this base, he sensed the presence of something he desired. Unfortunately, despite numerous attempts over the past 3 months, he had yet to breach this stronghold. Even a horde of zombies was powerless against it. The appearance of Yu Qingxian, in his eyes, signified a rival vying for the same coveted item. Her willingness to communicate suggested she perceived herself as formidable. "Did you come here to obtain that item as well?" the male zombie inquired. Yu Qingxian and Amp, Oppo's mind was awash with questions, her thoughts forming a question mark above her head. She was perplexed by the meaning of the zombie and Oppo's words. "What item?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. She was unaware of what could possibly compel this creature to lead so many zombies in an assault on the base. The male zombie, taken aback by her apparent ignorance, pressed further. "If you did not come for that item, then what is your purpose here?" He found her intriguing. Outwardly, she appeared to be a lowly zombie, yet the aura she emitted indicated otherwise, signifying her status as a high-level zombie capable of exerting pressure upon him. Thus, he chose to approach her, believing that if they united forces, they might indeed acquire that item. He was not averse to sharing it with her. However, it was evident that she did not perceive the presence of that item within the base. "I came here to tour," Yu Qingxian replied candidly. Yet, this zombie was not particularly amenable to conversation. When she inquired about the item, he offered no response. Upon hearing her words, the male zombie questioned his own comprehension. "Touring? A zombie? Tourism?" he echoed, bewildered. "Yes, but what exactly is that item you mentioned?" Yu Qingxian reiterated her inquiry. The male zombie admitted, "I am not entirely certain, but I can sense that something within this base is exceptionally alluring to me." His words rang true, for he could feel a powerful force emanating from the base, a force that brought him comfort and compelled him to pursue it. Yu Qingxian turned her gaze towards the base. "Something attracts him? I feel nothing, absolutely nothing." Meanwhile, within the base, tension mounted as the high-level zombie from the capital, capable of commanding other zombies, prompted heightened vigilance among the inhabitants. Consequently, several buildings capable of surveilling the base were deliberately electrified to activate their monitoring systems. The photograph of the zombie previously captured was obtained through these cameras. After more than 10 days, they again detected a high-level zombie triggering the elevator, but this time there were not one but two. The first zombie, donned in a hat and dragging a suitcase, appeared less like a zombie and more like a human. Most importantly, the monitoring equipment had been dismantled by the entity. Thus, they concluded the initial figure was indeed human, not a zombie, as zombies would not engage in such behavior. It was baffling that a person would venture into the most zombie-infested area rather than using the designated safe passage. The task of linking the electrical circuits between these buildings had resulted in significant casualties, and the teams assigned to this mission had never anticipated returning alive. Despite the peril, they had accomplished their objective, earning the title of heroes. Curiosity surrounded this human, yet they could never have anticipated that mere 5 minutes after dismantling the surveillance, the very zombie they had been searching for would appear on screen. Thus, they tracked the human and Amp, Oppo's movements, but the cameras failed to capture the individual and Amp, Oppo's likeness, as their instinct for self-preservation was remarkably acute. At this moment, Gu Wanqing and Wen Qingsheng entered the monitoring room, accompanied by Pei Yuanin. He cast a glance at the screens and leaned against the doorframe in silence. Pei Yuanin had not expected to see that petite zombie again after more than a month. However, she was now completely shrouded, making it difficult for an average observer to discern her true nature. What could be the reason for her disguise? Was she attempting to masquerade as a human? "Pei Yuanin, come and assess the strength of this zombie," Gu Wanqing urged, directing her gaze towards a monitor displaying the creature. This was Pei Yuan and Amp, Oppo's, and Amp, Oppo's unique ability, though he had not fully disclosed its capabilities. Not only could he identify whether someone had been infected by the zombie virus, but he could also determine the strength of the zombie and how many humans it had consumed. In summary, his ability was remarkably potent. Pei Yuan and Amp, Oppo's, approached the screen, noting that this zombie was classified as level 5 or higher, belonging to the ranks of zombie kings. He He withheld the information that Yu Qingxian was also present. Upon hearing this, Gu Wanqing pointed to the entirely black-clad figure nearby. "Is that person a human or a zombie?" she inquired. Pei Yuanin remained silent, recognizing his reticence. Gu Wanqing did not press him further. Pei Yuanin oppose, and was known for his selective disclosure. He would only speak the truth when he felt inclined to do so. Typically, one could trust only about 2 out of 10 statements he made. However, in matters such as these, he was not prone to deception. If a confrontation were to arise between him and this zombie, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. Chapter 58. Though she admired Gu Wanqing, had not anticipated the rapid evolution of the zombies. The reason her abilities surpassed those of ordinary individuals was due to her awakening at the tender age of 19. It was on that fateful night over 3 years ago when a shower of meteors fell, resulting in numerous calamities. She was among the fortunate survivors of that incident, her luck allowing her to endure. Yet, despite her survival, she was plagued by severe headaches and a peculiar energy within her body that could wreak havoc. Ultimately, she found herself confined to a laboratory, where various instruments were employed to dissipate this potentially explosive energy. During that time, she encountered Yu Qingxian, another survivor from the same disaster. Like her, he had awakened his abilities 3 years prior to the apocalypse. However, his powers were exceptionally unique, and Gu Wanqing seldom permitted him to utilize them, as each usage inflicted harm upon his body. Moreover, in the current state of the world, his abilities were not yet necessary. At this moment, Yu Qingxian was unaware that their movements had been detected. She found it perplexing that this high-ranking zombie capable of commanding hordes was drawn to something within the official base. However, she could not discern what that something was. Nonetheless, she did not intend to hinder the zombie and oppose as pursuits. "Good luck. I wish you success," she instinctively remarked. Yet, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized the implications. If the zombie succeeded, wouldn't that mean the base would be compromised? Pondering this, she glanced back at the formidable walls of the base, feeling that an assault seemed implausible. "How long have you been controlling the horde to attack this base?" Yu Qingxian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having only witnessed such scenes in novels and films, seeing it unfold before her was captivating, especially as many fictional bases fell easily to such attacks. "Half a month," the zombie replied honestly, specifying the duration. Upon hearing that a horde had been besieging the base for such an extended period without breaching its gates, Yu Qingxian felt a profound admiration for the human warriors. If she were alive and could swiftly reach the base, would she also be able to survive? That seemed unlikely. After all, the survivors within the base also needed to labor, particularly in these early days of the apocalypse. Many resources had to be rebuilt from the ground up, likely necessitating the official distribution of food to ensure everyone had sustenance, which probably encouraged all individuals to contribute through work. Yu Qingxian reflected on her own lazy disposition, concluding that it was best not to pursue such thoughts. After all, although she resided in an old community, her home was filled with modern conveniences. Disliking dishwashing, she possessed a dishwasher. A robotic vacuum took care of cleaning, and her washing machine was an all-in-one washer-dryer. Indeed, for over 20 years, particularly the first 25 due to her parents, she had seldom engaged in any manual tasks. Without access to various high-tech products, Yu Qingxian felt like a mere inept person. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that those who managed to survive in the apocalypse were remarkably brave individuals, people she deeply admired. Suddenly, Yu Qingxian fell silent, leaving the zombie opposite her somewhat taken aback. To him, it seemed that a zombie like her should have little trouble blending in with humans. Yet for him, it posed some difficulty. The moment he exited the elevator, he nearly mistook her for a human due to her striking resemblance. "Shall we cooperate?" the male zombie proposed, initiating the conversation. "I'm afraid I must decline," Yu Qingxian replied calmly. Collaborating with a zombie essentially meant leading the undead to assault the base. She had no intention of aiding the zombie king, nor would she join him in attacking humans. She was not deranged. After stating her refusal, she grasped her suitcase with one hand and took out a map with the other, confirming that this building was indeed a local landmark. She realized it offered a panoramic view of the entire city. Since she had come this far, she wanted to take in as much as possible. It was rumored that entry to this building once required a ticket, yet now it was free, and the city's scenery had remained relatively intact. Viewing the city from this vantage point was an experience she had yet to undertake. Her visit to this skyscraper was not solely to observe the current state of humanity's base. She also intended to appreciate the scenery. With the thought of being there, she was determined to thoroughly explore the city's iconic structures. After all, with the zombie king attracting human vitality, she could simply roam about as an exceedingly ordinary zombie. Observing Yu Qingxian's refusal, the zombie felt perplexed. There were plenty of ability users in the base, and if he could gather a few more, they would grow stronger. The humans in this base are quite delectable. With your strength, you should be able to handle the strongest ability user here, he insisted, undeterred. If this zombie could enlist her help in dealing with the most troublesome ability user in the base, it would be a significant advantage. However, should she fall to an ability user, he would eliminate a competitor. Although she seemed disinterested, or she grew hungry, despite her gentle demeanor, she could merely be well fed. Yu Qingxian had no inkling that the zombie considered her capable of confronting the strongest ability user in the base. "Brother, you are overestimating me," she exclaimed, playfully patting the zombie's shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. "Your imagination is impressive. Asking me to deal with the strongest ability user in the base is akin to requesting me to resolve the relationship between humans and zombies." Yu Qingxian mused, finding the latter task seemingly more feasible. After expressing her thoughts, she withdrew her hand and perched herself on the suitcase, beginning to move. This building likely housed numerous surveillance cameras. If humans were monitoring the footage, did that mean she was being observed? Whatever, she concluded, dismissing any concerns about being recognized. What were the odds of encountering someone familiar on the monitors? Yet, it appeared she had no acquaintances to worry about. Well, let them watch. I have a zombie king by my side. Who would dare approach? Yu Qingxian accurately guessed the thoughts of those watching the surveillance. Even though this person seemed connected to the high-ranking zombie, none dared to send anyone near the building. The individual seated in the chair turned to Gu Wanqing. Noticing his gaze, spread her hands in a gesture of apology. "I have other tasks to attend to. My mission is to protect this individual at all costs. Perhaps you should ask him if he agrees to my involvement." She pointed toward Pei Yu and Appos, and, feeling overwhelmed by her responsibilities, having traversed the nation, she was already burdened. And since some tasks could only be undertaken by her, refusal was not an option. While Pei Yuan had not clarified whether the other was human or zombie, Gu Wanqing could assert with complete certainty that the other was indeed a zombie. Encountering a non-carnivorous zombie was already a legendary occurrence in itself. Chapter 59. My bodyguard is not forlorn. Upon hearing Gu Wanqing and Appos' words, the man and Appos' gaze shifted to Pei Yu and Appos, and whom merely tilted his head and smiled. "I and Appos am sorry, but my bodyguard is not available for loan." The man was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed the zombie tide would not arrive tonight. Thus, it was prudent to inform the public that the danger had been temporarily alleviated, allowing everyone to enjoy a restful night. Aware that her involvement was no longer necessary, Gu Wanqing waved goodbye and exited the surveillance room, followed closely by Pei Yuan and Yu Qingxian. The remaining personnel in the surveillance room exchanged puzzled glances. Gu and Appos' assertion rang true. Without the impending zombie tide, it was unreasonable to keep the public underground. Although the weather had warmed, remaining in the subterranean confines was not suitable. Consequently, after enduring half a month in the underground, the populace finally emerged back into the light. Suddenly, Yu Qingxian's phone chimed. Upon checking, she realized her device had entered the signal range of the base and received a message. Level 1 alert has been lifted, and there will be no zombie attacks tonight. Everyone can sleep soundly. Surprised, Yu Qingxian reflected on the fact that the survivors at this base had been living underground for the past fortnight. It must have been quite arduous for them. However, for someone like her, accustomed to a more reclusive lifestyle, residing underground presented a novel experience. With this thought, she glanced back at the male zombie, trailing leisurely behind her. But why had it suddenly retreated today? This question had piqued her curiosity. After all, if they had persisted for half a month, why the abrupt withdrawal? Zombies do not tire, nor do they feel pain upon being vanquished. If they maintained their assault with such intensity, they might have truly breached the base, assuming, of course, that fortune favored them. Yet, given the nature of the people in her country, there would undoubtedly be individuals willing to sacrifice themselves for the protection of others. Perhaps there were even those with extraordinary abilities who might attempt to take the zombie down with them. Thus, providing a respite for humanity also afforded an opportunity for the zombie. Yet, the zombies themselves remained oblivious to such strategic considerations, driven only by the primal instinct to seize a living being. Was that not your warning to refrain from attacking human strongholds? The male zombie spoke. Although Yu Qingxian had not explicitly stated it, he had indeed sensed the commanding pressure. Ultimately, he understood that this was not an opportune moment to assault human territory. Yu Qingxian, upon hearing his words, marveled at the zombie and embarks' propensity for fanciful thinking. Clearly, not all zombies were as communicative as Xingyu. You are quite the imaginative zombie. Are you not? I said nothing of the sort. It was your own bravado that led me to glance away, she replied. She had never uttered a word against attacking human bases. The zombie appeared taken aback by her response. Despite having sensed it, she outright denied it. Nevertheless, the human stronghold could strike back at any moment. He needed to ascertain the true purpose of this zombie and embarks' presence here. Claiming to be on holiday? He could scarcely believe it. Thus, he dismissed Yu Qingxian's remarks. Not that she cared whether the zombie believed her or not. From this vantage point, surveying the city was an experience she had never encountered. She had read about this building, noting its open-air terrace, though the elevator did not reach the top, as it belonged to the private domain of the affluent and influential, resulting in almost no photographs being circulated. As Yu Qingxian approached the building and embarks' signage and ascended the staircase, she felt the wind brush against her. Setting her suitcase aside, she hoisted her backpack and camera as she made her way to the rooftop. Once atop, the force of the wind was nearly overwhelming. However, a few zombies swayed unsteadily on the upper level, still clad in opulent attire. Reflecting on her previous fervor to research such garments for her novels, so her wealthy characters would not reflect her own humble circumstances, she now realized that the quality of the uniforms worn by the servers far surpassed that of the decaying apparel of the affluent undead. Disregarding the zombies, Yu Qingxian approached the edge and peered down. The height was staggering. A fall from this height would undoubtedly lead to obliteration. How high? She gasped, nearly succumbing to a fear of heights. Retracting her head, she turned to observe the swaying, wealthy zombies. Indeed, a commoner like her could scarcely fathom the tastes of the elite. What kind of person dines on a rooftop in such blustery conditions? A warm meal would turn cold in less than a minute. Do those who come here prefer their food chilled? She pondered, shaking her head. Surely, it could not be the case. This was a domain of the affluent, and in winter, one would expect it to cater to guests. Thus, it was improbable that it was truly open air. There must be heating and wind protection in place. It was likely the harshness of the apocalypse that allowed such conditions to persist. Finding a chair, Yu Qingxian removed the vest from the server and poured herself a drink from a bottle she had taken from the counter, carelessly spilling it onto the chair. As she wiped it down, her gaze fell upon the now empty bottle. Initially, she thought she had misperceived it, but upon inspecting the bottle more closely and comparing it with her phone, she confirmed it was indeed the exorbitantly priced wine she had written into her novel. The $3 million wine that the female protagonist downed in one gulp upon her first encounter with the male lead. Though there were pricier wines, those were often singular bottles, unsuitable for her narrative's conclusion. Only a limited edition wine, not truly a one-of-a-kind vintage, would suffice for her story's finale. She could never afford even a single bottle, and yet here it was, used as a mere cleaning agent. But why was such an extravagant bottle casually displayed so close to her? Turning her attention to the glass cabinet, she realized it resembled a display case rather than a storage unit, indicating that the wine was meant for exhibition, a symbol of opulence. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, that single bottle might be less valuable than a loaf of bread. Why should she lament its fate? With this thought, She resumed polishing the chair with the vest, effectively utilizing the wine bottle for its final purpose. Otherwise, it would have languished atop the roof. Contemplating further, Yu Qingxian poured another drink into the prestigious bottle before returning it to the cabinet. To waste a $3 million bottle of wine felt somewhat guilty, though fortunately, no one was watching. This place likely lacked surveillance cameras. After all, the individuals frequenting such a venue were powerful. If footage were to circulate, it would pose significant issues. Although devoid of cameras, a zombie had witnessed Yu Qingxian and Appos' every move. Perplexed by her startled demeanor, it scuttled beneath the table, looking left and right. This location served as the epicenter of the zombie tide, and since the last human incursion, he had allowed most of his kind to encircle the area. Thus, it was utterly implausible for humans to breach this stronghold. What was she afraid of? Chapter 60. You must have never seen as Yu Qingxian turn around. She spotted a zombie standing at the staircase, gazing at her. Although it was evident that this particular zombie often indulged in whimsical thoughts, the golden eyes that met hers now bore a hint of disdain. What does it mean to be caught peeping at other zombies while exhibiting such a look of contempt? Yu Qingxian cast a fleeting glance at it before diverting her attention. The alcohol on the chair quickly evaporated, and Yu Qingxian, unconcerned, slumped into the chair. Above her head, there was no obstruction, and to her astonishment, she beheld the Milky Way in the sky above the bustling city. This sight filled her with wonder. After all, she had only seen the stars in her childhood while living in the countryside, and those memories were now more than 2 decades old, nearly forgotten. Gazing at the stars, Yu Qingxian took out her camera and captured several photographs. Was it possible to witness such a breathtaking night sky in this place before the apocalypse? Ordinary people could only behold the glow of streetlights and neon signs. While many of those lights were indeed beautiful, Yu Qingxian felt that anything that shone did so at the expense of itself. Of course, this notion was not entirely accurate. Yet, sitting here, casually admiring the stars, was a luxury she could scarcely have afforded in her former life. Rarely did she feel inclined to disregard the presence of the zombie, and she beckoned it over, saying, "Come here." Upon hearing her words, the zombie ambled closer, oblivious to her intentions. Unlike her, it showed no concern for the dust-covered chair and simply settled down beside her. Yu Qingxian pointed towards the sky, saying, "Isn't the starry sky beautiful? You must have never seen anything like it." The zombie, upon hearing her, lifted its gaze to the heavens. It could not comprehend the source of Yu Qingxian and Appos' joy, but sensed her happiness nonetheless. "Quite ordinary," the zombie remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxian felt a strange familiarity with its words. Ah, yes, Shixing had once said something similar about the beautiful sunrise. Nevertheless, she paid it no mind. After all, she could not expect a zombie to appreciate the beauty of the scenery, just as the zombie could not compel her to gnaw on a live cow. That was beyond her capabilities, and thus she did not press the zombie for understanding. "Do you have a name?" she inquired after taking a few more photos of the starry sky. The zombie had forgotten everything about its human past upon its transformation, living solely with the thoughts of a zombie henceforth. Humans were food, and zombies existed only to consume the living. "No," the zombie replied, even though it possessed independent thought. Yu Qingxian found its reasoning utterly incomprehensible. "Really? I have a name," she said. The zombie turned its gaze towards her, but she was unfazed by its stare, speaking more to herself than to it. "My name was changed by my parents because I was not fond of interacting with people. I prefer to stay at home. As for what I used to be called, I no longer remember." Her voice was soft, and the wind was so loud that the nearby zombie failed to catch the latter part of her words. When the wind finally subsided, the zombie caught sight of her face through the strands of her hair blown by the breeze. She smiled and said, "Then let me give you a name. How about Yi?" "As you wish," the zombie responded, devoid of any emotional response even in this moment. It accepted the name simply because this human was stronger than it was. Thus, the zombie king, feared by all zombies within a radius of several hundred kilometers, acquired a name through Yu Qingxian and Appos' utterance. Having finished admiring the stars, Yu Qingxian felt a sense of accomplishment from having named the zombie king. However, She soon realized that these advanced zombies were rather clingy. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say they were clingy zombies. Until dawn broke. Yi did not leave her side. This was a creature that had once commanded other zombies to attack the base, yet now it sat beside her, watching the stars throughout the night, and then accompanying her to witness the sunrise. On the rooftop, a garden flourished, and the morning sunlight streamed in from a distance, casting an orange glow that reminded Yu Qingxian of orange gummy candies. I should look for some orange gummy candies later, she mused, although she could not taste anything. The sudden desire for orange gummy candies became an obsession for her. She did not ask Yi where to find them, but surely there must be some in the shopping mall. Yu Qingxian descended the building and made her way towards the mall. Fortunately, this area was bustling with life, offering a plethora of goods. While Yu Qingxian searched for orange gummy candies, Yi trailed closely behind her. This behavior reminded her of Shi Xingyu, who had also followed her in a similar manner. Were zombies akin to small dogs, so eager to follow her? After half an hour, Yu Qingxian finally located the orange gummy candies, the most expensive brand no less. She popped one in her mouth, only to find it utterly flavorless, neither delicious nor distasteful. Noticing Yi standing by, watching her intently, she extended a piece towards him, saying, "Would you like to try?" Yi showed no interest in human food, but accepted it nonetheless. He placed it in his mouth, chewed for a moment, and then spat it out. "Disgusting," Yi remarked. Yu Qingxian was not surprised. If human food were enjoyable to zombies, life would be far less complicated. It was akin to a meal one had prepared themselves that smelled as foul as a latrine. After spending 2 days in this city, Yu Qingxian prepared to leave. Throughout those 2 days, Yi had remained by her side. Although he was likely the zombie king, in Yu Qingxian's eyes, he resembled a whimsical little dog. Clearly, one should never name any living creature, for doing so would inevitably lead to attachment. Nevertheless, Yu Qingxian regarded Yi with the same fondness one might have for a small dog or cat. This sentiment, however, was likely a unique perspective only she could grasp, given that Yi was a zombie king, a creature perceived as brutal by humanity. "I must continue northward and 1T linger here. You can do as you wish." Yu Qingxian bid farewell to Yi at the edge of the city. Yi did not respond, nor did he follow her. He remained fixed in place, reminiscent of when she first encountered him, perched atop a high building, his gaze devoid of emotion. Yu Qingxian paid no heed to whether Yi could see her. Yet she waved her hand in his direction, hoping that when they next met, he would still be alive, if they were to meet again. After witnessing Yu Qingxian and Appo's departure, Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had initially thought this human might be here to contest him for something, but that was not the case. While he could not comprehend Yu Qingxian's thoughts or actions, he did learn something from her, to refrain from organizing the zombies to assault the base. Indeed, if he prevented the zombies from attacking, the food would come forth on its own. However, this time, the food felt particularly formidable, which made Yi more cautious. As expected, the higher the level of a zombie, the more acute their senses became in the face of danger. If he continued to lead the zombies in an assault on the city, that formidable food might very well turn against him when he least expected it. Chapter 61. A shelter from the sun. Yu Qingxian was unaware of how many days she had spent in this city, granting a brief respite to the base within. Regardless, the decision not to attack the base was not hers to make. Thus, the outcome was inconsequential to her. Perched atop her suitcase, she continued her journey northward, having already invested half a month to reach this remote location. On the 1st of April, Yu Qingxian squinted at the towering tornado that had suddenly appeared. This spectacle left her somewhat astonished. Why was there such a massive tornado in her country? Coastal cities might experience such phenomena, but this was the north, hundreds of kilometers away from the shore. Although she was still at a safe distance, she could no longer maintain her footing. The tornado must have swept in from the sea, accompanied by a deluge of rain. After being carried along by the wind for several hundred meters while clinging to her suitcase, she finally realized the need to find shelter. Having never experienced a typhoon, she was taken aback by the sight of the tornado. Yu Qingxian took refuge inside a building and retrieved her camera to capture the moment. While zombies signified the apocalypse for humanity, it was this spiraling tornado that felt far more apocalyptic to her. The sound of wind and rain pounded against the windows, creating a cacophony. She set down her camera and nestled into the sofa. The rain-soaked window obscured her view of the outside world, and the howling winds made it seem as if she were the only person left in existence. Yet, amidst the chaos, Yu Qingxian felt an unexpected sense of security. Every time it rained, that comforting feeling enveloped her. She had never pondered why the sound of rain brought her solace until now. It was not the rain itself, but the knowledge that she was sheltered from its fury that provided her with peace. Cocooned in the sofa, she listened to the storm and oppos, a symphony outside. An hour later, the ground beneath her began to tremble, akin to an earthquake. However, she recognized it as the approach of the tornado. As she leaned closer to the window to observe, a zombie bird flew past. Following closely behind was a zombie dog. It appeared the tornado was nearing the town. The northern plains provided little resistance, allowing the tornado to advance unimpeded. Yu Qingxian was uncertain whether the concrete structure could withstand the tempest. Surely, it would endure better than a wooden dwelling. Thus, she remained inside, though she questioned the resilience of the windows. Just as her thoughts settled, the window shattered with a violent crash. A powerful gust of wind surged into the room, whisking away light objects. Yu Qingxian clutched her hat, her long hair whipping against her face. The wind was ferocious. While not particularly tall, she was slender, and during the spring's blustery season, winds over 6 on the Beaufort scale could easily topple her. After a moment's consideration, she removed her hat and stowed it in her backpack, securing her suitcase to the sofa with a strap. Using the curtains, she tethered herself to the sofa as well, bracing against the howling winds. The interior walls offered some protection, but the outside zombies were not as fortunate. Some were even swept away by the tempest, flying past the window of her refuge. Yu Qingxian had never imagined she would witness such scenes from a movie unfold before her eyes. A zombie soared past with remarkable speed. If she were an ordinary human, it might have appeared merely as a fleeting shadow. Fortunately, her unique perspective allowed her to discern the details clearly. The fierce winds persisted for half an hour. Yu Qingxian even retrieved her phone from her suitcase, propping herself on the sofa to record the unfolding drama outside. What if another zombie flew by? Her luck was fortuitous. The tornado swept through the neighboring houses, carrying several zombies past her window. Gradually, the wind and oppos' intensity diminished, suggesting the tornado had moved on. The commotion within the house subsided, allowing her to finally untie herself from the curtains. She approached the window, gazing back at the now weakened tornado. As anticipated, the winds lessened the further inland she ventured. Had it maintained its initial strength, the concrete buildings would likely have been uprooted from their foundations. Clutching her camera, she snapped photographs of the tornado, seizing the rare opportunity to observe it up close. After capturing her shots, the rain continued to fall unabated. The tornado would likely dissipate after traveling another 100 or 200 kilometers, but the rain showed no sign of relenting. As dusk approached, the winds had calmed considerably, and the rain lightened somewhat. Yu Qingxian did not rush to leave. Instead, she chose to wait for the rain to cease. However, the downpour persisted for several days without any indication of stopping. Deciding she could wait no longer, she mounted her suitcase, umbrella in hand, and departed from the small town. The number of wandering zombies had diminished significantly, likely swept away by the tornado, their fates unknown. Whether they would survive the fall was uncertain, but if their heads remained intact, they might still live. Not long after leaving the town, her suitcase ran out of power. She was left to pull it along on foot, navigating through the remnants of homes ravaged by the recent hurricane and the scattered remains of zombies. Limbs littered the roadside, and even a severed head lay nearby. Yu Qingxian paused to examine it, picking up the head, its eye socket vacant, and placing it aside. She dug a small hole and buried it, reflecting that becoming a flesh-eating zombie was not a choice made willingly. In truth, Yu Qingxian wished for humanity's triumph, as only then could the remains of the zombies be properly dealt with. In her culture, honoring the deceased was paramount. Even grave robbers were scorned for their desecration of the dead. She contemplated the small mound of earth before her, suddenly reminded of the bouquet of flowers Gu Wanqing had placed at her grave. She reached into her pocket and discovered rose seeds nestled within. Gently, she planted one at the edge of the tiny mound. "This is for you," she murmured. "I want to oppose. Plant many. Whether it sprouts is up to you. Care for this seed well, and one day it may provide you shade from the sun." Yu Qingxian spoke to herself, not expecting a response from the buried head. Life in this apocalyptic world was undeniably challenging. If reincarnation were possible, she hoped to be born into an era of peace in her next life. With a final glance at the small mound, she turned and walked away. Chapter 62. Apologies, but you may as well stay submerged. Yu Qingxian trudged along, burying the remnants she encountered along the way. Whenever she stumbled upon dismembered limbs, she would inter them beneath the earth, for after all, mere severed limbs could not confirm the demise of a zombie. However, a solitary head or half a head might indicate true death. 2 days passed, and at long last, Yu Qingxian no longer encountered any dismembered remains, which brought her a sense of relief. She felt as though she was on the verge of becoming a mole spirit. Thankfully, after burying a few corpses, she had stowed several entrenching tools in her suitcase. Otherwise, digging with her bare hands would have truly transformed her into a mole spirit. As Yu Qingxian journeyed further north, the weather grew increasingly stifling. Even on rainy days, temperatures soared above 30 degrees Celsius. It was no wonder that even without the sun, she felt lethargic and devoid of energy. She longed to point at her suitcase and demanded to move. Nearly half a month had passed without a single day of sunshine. Thus, her suitcase had remained dormant for the entirety of that time, forcing her to drag it along. But at this moment, Yu Qingxian found herself utterly disinclined to move. She arrived in a county town and passed by a bedding store, its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows beckoning her. Inside, a large bed appeared invitingly comfortable. Standing beneath the eaves, she leaned against the glass for a moment before pushing open the door and stepping inside. The store showed no signs of zombie presence. The interior was devoid of the undead. Yu Qingxian placed her suitcase beside the bed, lifted the covers, removed her shoes and clothes, and lay down. The softness enveloped her, a delightful sensation. In what felt like an instant, she found herself awakening in the latter half of the night. The rain outside had ceased, and glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 3 in the morning. The battery was nearly depleted. If the sun did not emerge soon, Yu Qingxian would find herself unable to continue. It was not merely a physical inability. It was a psychological exhaustion. Propped up on the bed, she gazed out through the glass and noticed the moon illuminating the sky. This signified a clear day ahead. Wonderful. Finally, she could bask in the sunlight. She felt as though she might have begun to mold. In any case, she desperately craved the sun. Zombies were said to need sunlight. Uttering such a thought might even terrify other zombies. Who would have thought a zombie would relish the sun? Indeed, that included Yu Qingxian. Just a few hours prior, she had eagerly anticipated the sun's arrival. Yet she could not resist unfurling her umbrella. After a brief experiment, having been exposed for less than an hour, she experienced a sharp pain. This revelation astonished her. She had believed that zombies were impervious to pain. However, excessive sunlight could indeed elicit a sensation of pain throughout her body. No wonder the zombies shunned the sun. It was a purveyor of destruction. Of course, zombies were transformed by a viral infection, which is precisely why they feared sunlight. Previously, Yu Qingxian had dismissed zombie novels as mere fiction, but now she understood that zombies genuinely feared the sun. It was not the corpses that recoiled from light, but rather the virus animating them that dreaded the sun's rays. Furthermore, viruses were susceptible to high temperatures. Thus, an increase in global temperatures to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius would surely eradicate the zombie population. Yet, such extreme heat would also spell doom for humanity, would not? This line of thought was troubling. It would mean sending all life on this planet to its demise. Holding her umbrella, Yu Qingxian observed the flickering lights on her suitcase. She refrained from mounting it immediately upon its activation, opting instead to allow the sun to replenish its battery. At the very least, a full charge would grant her additional time before she might again face the prospect of enduring another stretch of relentless rain. Although she harbored a disdain for the sun, she could at least shield herself with her umbrella. Without sunlight, her suitcase would indeed run out of power. Yu Qingxian did not set off until noon. As she crossed a river, she noticed that the water level had risen significantly, and many corpses floated upon its surface. Among them were the bodies of zombies, as well as those of zombified animals and mutated creatures. Some were swept downstream, while others had washed ashore. As she approached, a swarm of flies erupted into the air, yet they steered clear of her. Yu Qingxian felt vindicated in her decision to immerse herself in medicinal baths. However, she realized that the presence of corpses along the riverbank could lead to the outbreak of infectious diseases. Standing at the water and Appo's edge, she noted that the river had encroached upon the land. This explained why the bodies had washed ashore, either stranded or obstructed by trees and debris. Lifting her suitcase above her head, she made her way toward the bridge. The water along the bank was shallow, only reaching her calves. Clearly, the hurricane and rains from half a month ago still had repercussions. If this small river swelled so much, one could only imagine the state of larger rivers. Upon crossing the river, Yu Qingxian did not attempt to retrieve the corpses floating within. The reason was simple. They had deteriorated beyond salvage. A mere touch would cause the flesh to dislodge from the bones, which reminded her of the instant noodles she had forgotten to eat after soaking for 3 hours. Thus, she was uncertain how to handle such decayed remains. If they were intact while submerged, any attempt to retrieve them would result in disintegration. Could any infectious disease compare to the zombie virus? After a mere second of contemplation, she abandoned the thought of corpse retrieval. Turning back to face the bodies, she bowed slightly and murmured, "Apologies, but you may as well stay submerged." With that, she turned resolutely away and departed. Her shoes and pants were soaked, yet she did not rush to change. Instead, she donned fresh attire. The previous garments had served to envelop her completely, but now, she had little need to interact with humanity. Yu Qingxian slipped into a lovely little dress and a pair of stylish shoes. The heat of the day was fitting for such attire. However, as she gazed at her legs, she noticed that her skin no longer bore the same depth of hue as before. Of course, it remained a shade of bluish gray. Previously, Yu Qingxian resembled an eggplant that had been dyed gray, appearing far from human. Yet now, the color had faded slightly, transforming her initial appearance into that of someone with bruises all over. With a bluish-gray hue diminishing, a tinge of green had emerged, evoking images of potatoes sunbaked under the sun. Why could she not possess a more normal complexion? Never mind. At least she had not turned entirely black like the other zombies. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Qingxian settled onto her suitcase, umbrella in hand, and continued forward. She pondered whether carrying an umbrella was overly conspicuous. Perhaps a sun hat would suffice? This notion seemed plausible. After all, as long as her head was shaded, she would be fine. The zombie virus resided within the brain, so as long as she prevented her head from overheating, the virus might dissipate, leaving behind a mere corpse. Initially, Yu Qingxian had felt no compelling reason to persist in her existence. However, now she sensed a flicker of purpose, albeit faint. Of course, should a person suddenly emerge with the intent to harm her, she would not resist. Chapter 63. Proving one's presence. Yu Qingxian had initially been apprehensive about the rain. However, following the previous downpour, the temperature soared with each passing day. As she approached the river again, she noticed the water level had diminished significantly. Several aquatic undead lay desiccated on the riverbed. Placing her suitcase by the bank, she descended onto the riverbed with a stick in hand, curious to ascertain whether these waterborne zombies could survive outside their element. Prodding at the decayed creatures with her stick revealed that they were utterly lifeless, indicating that freshwater zombies were not as resilient as their marine counterparts, who had managed to venture ashore. After crouching by the river for a spell, she was suddenly startled by the sound of vehicles. In a panic, she quickly ascended the bank and hoisted her suitcase, seeking refuge beneath the bridge. Several cars passed overhead before coming to a halt at the bridge and Appo's edge. Hearing the vehicles stop caused her to press her body against the underside of the bridge, wondering if she had gone unnoticed. What were these humans up to? Her instinct to hide was not born from fear of being harmed, but rather an ingrained habit of evading human presence. In the aftermath of the flood, drought had set in, complicating survival further. The recent hurricanes at the beginning of the month had been truly terrifying. The occupants of the vehicles merely lowered their windows to survey the river and Appos as condition. Indeed, this was a critical period for recovery and development, fraught with challenges. Not only did they contend with the threat of zombies, but also with the trials posed by nature. While the undead could be vanquished, natural disasters were beyond human control. Hurricanes, for instance, were not subject to human manipulation. One could not simply pause them. Even modified vehicles could not approach a hurricane closely, for not everyone possessed the courage to draw near such phenomena. "Are you referring to Qin and that person named Wen Chong?" one individual remarked. "Those two are utterly abnormal. Who would dare chase after a hurricane?" Yu Qingxian, overhearing this conversation, felt a twinge of confusion. She did not recognize those names. It was only when someone called out to Gu Wanqing that she became aware of her identity. The youth known as a Sheng remained a mystery to her, while the dog was called Xiao Tian. Indeed, that Wen Chong carries no weapon, only a baseball bat. "I heard she single-handedly took down a level 3 zombie not long ago," the initial speaker added. Their dialogue seemed like ordinary banter, yet for Yu Qingxian, it was nothing short of remarkable. A girl wielding a baseball bat. She was familiar with that figure. The little girl was indeed Wen Chong, who had slain a level 3 zombie. It was no surprise that such a peculiar individual possessed great strength. So, Qin was the companion of this little anomaly? Yu Qingxian could scarcely believe she would hear their names in this place. Clearly, these individuals were formidable within the survivor community, well known among those who remained. Naturally, she too had gleaned this information. The people in the vehicles were likely scouts from the base, inspecting the situation. The past month had been a relentless cycle of hurricanes and rain, now followed by blistering heat. In such conditions, humanity naturally harbored concerns about what calamities might unfold next. It was as if humankind was on the verge of being rendered obsolete by the earth. Yet, despite these challenges, humanity must persevere. After capturing a few photographs, the vehicles continued on their way. It seemed the occupants had come to assess the river and Appos state. Once the sound of the departing vehicles faded, Yu Qingxian emerged from her hiding spot beneath the bridge. Although the riverbed was indeed parched, her chosen concealment had not been. Her little shoes were caked in mud. Setting her suitcase down by the roadside, she gazed at her mud-splattered legs. She needed to find a place to wash up. With her muddy shoes, she trudged forward, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Upon reaching a small town, she searched several faucets, only to find them dry. Turning her attention to the supermarkets, she sought bottled water. After visiting several stores, she finally succeeded in her quest. It was evident that the supplies in this town had been thoroughly depleted by other survivors. After cleaning her feet, she changed into a fresh pair of shoes and even located a full-length mirror to check her appearance. Removing her mask, she examined her face. Satisfactory. There were no signs of decay, nor any signs of healing. For Yu Qingxian, the absence of rot was a considerable blessing. Her skin, however, had taken on a distinct greenish hue, likely due to prolonged exposure to medicinal solutions. Whether this condition could be reversed remained uncertain. While she had always held a fondness for the color green, it was less appealing when it manifested upon her skin. She even sought out a sun hat to shield herself from the sun and Appos rays, but ultimately found it insufficient. Hence, she opted for an umbrella, which proved to be the most suitable solution. Yu Qingxian took her phone and snapped several photos of herself in front of the mirror. She had never truly grasped why so many people enjoyed photographing themselves. In the past, she had not understood, yet now she found herself beginning to comprehend. Life was fleeting in this world, and no one could predict when misfortune might strike. Capturing photographs was a way to leave memories for those who cared about her. Glancing at the photos, she felt a sense of futility. Who would even see these pictures? Nevertheless, she had taken them. So she decided to pose with the stone at the town and Appos entrance, which bore the town and Appos name. It would serve as a memento of her visit. By the time Yu Qingxian reached the easternmost edge, it was already late April. She pondered whether she would reach the autumn colors this year at her current pace. In the square, a few zombies meandered about, and after surveying the area, she settled on a suitable spot to await the sunrise. As the camera recorded, it was still before 3 in the morning when she noticed the golden light rising on the horizon, piercing through the darkness. Was this what her parents meant by watching the sunrise. Turning to the camera, she leaned in closer and whispered softly, "Mom and Dad, I see the sunrise you wanted to witness." With that, she stepped aside, allowing the sunlight to flood the lens. Yu Qingxian watched the sun ascend, glancing at the time. She wondered what time the people of this city rose. Surely, they did not wake at 3 in the morning? She mused, having never contemplated this question before. Once the sun had fully risen, she stopped the recording. As the sunlight illuminated the area, the surrounding zombies instinctively sought shelter from its rays. At that moment, Yu Qingxian caught a whiff of human scent, just as she tucked the camera into her suitcase. She looked up to lock eyes with a figure standing on the steps in the distance. To her surprise, she had encountered humans here, and they were clad in uniforms, officials, no less. Chapter 64. Who stares into others and amp, oppose, eyes aimlessly? Yu Qingxian, unlike her usual tendency to flee at the sight of others, stood upright. The leader and amp, oppose, gaze, however, did not linger on her. Instead, it was evenly directed towards all the zombies. Following him, a dozen individuals wielding shields positioned themselves around a few others. At last, Yu Qingxian caught sight of a hint of red in the hands of the person behind the leader. Suddenly, she comprehended something. She then glanced at the flagpole. Indeed, this was the border. Even in the apocalypse, they would not allow anyone to take advantage of the situation. It was Yu Qingxian and Oppo's first time witnessing the national flag being raised in the morning. The zombies in the entire square surged towards those people. Yet, despite their charge, they were not killed. Rather, they were repelled by the shields. When the flag ascended, those individuals removed their hats and saluted the zombies before finally opening fire upon them. Yu Qingxian, wheeling her suitcase, positioned herself at the edge of the square, taking in the entire scene. By the time she gathered her thoughts, the zombies had been dealt with. She crouched behind a fence, her body concealed by a flower bed, rendering her invisible to those people. Yet, she could see them clearly as they tended to the zombies' remains before carrying their bodies away. The square was left with only the flag fluttering in the wind. No wonder there were so few zombies in this square. It turned out that people came to clear them away periodically. Once those individuals departed, Yu Qingxian emerged from behind the flower bed with her suitcase in tow. She stood beneath the flag for a while before pulling out her camera to capture a photo. Indeed, the sight of that red hue brought her a profound sense of reassurance, even as a zombie. However, she couldn't help but ponder, if in the future, it were the officials who ended her existence, would she receive a salute then? Oh, the thought of being so respected in death made Yu Qingxian consider pre-selecting a coffin, lying down to find a comfortable position before receiving that final shot. With this thought, she took out her phone and added a new item to her to-do list: find a beautiful coffin. Yet, as a zombie, would she even be granted a complete corpse? Perhaps a lovely urn would suffice, preferably one that matched her style. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yu Qingxian sat atop her suitcase and departed the city. The number of zombies in the urban area was rather sparse. It was likely that the presence of station troops had deterred survivors from fleeing to other bases over the past 6 months. Initially, she had felt a tinge of fear upon entering the city. However, it now appeared that even as she walked the streets, she would encounter no survivors. When Yu Qingxian left the city, she made sure to take a photo with the cityscape. After some contemplation, she realized she ought to find a device capable of printing photos. She had seen such options on shopping apps before, capable of linking in various ways. She wondered if there were any that could connect to her camera. A few pretty notebooks and pens to print the photos onto would surely create a beautiful compilation. Having never engaged in such journaling before, she thought it might be a delightful endeavor to try now. Thus, she needed to procure notebooks and pens first. Typically, such items could be found at bookstores near schools. Yu Qingxian opened the map and noticed a high school nearby, so she made her way in that direction. However, halfway there, she sensed something amiss. The scent of numerous humans wafted towards her, seemingly emanating from the school ahead. Yu Qingxian abruptly halted her suitcase, contemplating a realization. In truth, schools, once cleared of zombies, would serve as ideal gathering spots. They housed numerous dormitories, cafeterias, and exercise fields, making them the most suitable bases for survivors. It was no wonder that students often felt trapped within their schools. Yu Qingxian chose not to advance further. This retreat was not born of fear, but rather a desire not to frighten the humans. She presented as a clear zombie. In this day and age, humans should have become aware that some advanced zombies possessed intelligence. Not all evolved zombies succumbed to barbarism. Thus, humans needed to exercise extreme caution when confronting zombies. While intelligent zombies could mimic human appearances, their eyes still betrayed their true nature. Advanced zombies might have red eyes, but not all were uniformly so. For instance, Yi had golden eyes, while Shi Xingyu and Xiao Ji sported red ones, each exhibiting distinct patterns. But what set them apart remained a mystery to Yu Qingxian, who gazes into the eyes of others without purpose. Though she was an intelligent zombie, each one was unique, and thus their eyes would vary. For instance, among zombies of the same rank, the savage ones would undoubtedly possess superior combat power compared to their intelligent counterparts. Otherwise, Shi Xingyu would not have been pinned down and forced through multiple walls. Yet, considering this, human ability users of the same level could utterly dominate zombies of equal rank. A novice ability user could contend against a second-tier zombie. If particularly gifted, they might even battle a third-tier one. Of course, survival might still hinge upon luck. However, second-tier ability users could certainly face off against third-tier zombies. Although she understood these dynamics, Yu Qingxian remained uncertain how to gauge the strength of others. Individuals like Shi Xingyu, Xiao Ji, and Yi could easily ascertain each other and oppose as capabilities. It seemed that the stronger the zombie, the more acutely they sense human strength. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Qingxian altered her course towards the outskirts of the city, seeking notebooks elsewhere. She surmised that soon enough, this city would revert to human control. She felt fortunate to have arrived promptly. Had she delayed a few months, traversing the city to witness the sunrise might have become impossible. She proceeded westward. As she passed along a highway, she suddenly halted. Before her lay a series of barbed wire barricades, marked with danger signs and official insignias. This location, Yu Qingxian scanned her surroundings but found no landmarks. Yet, she swiftly retrieved her map to ascertain her current position. Upon recognizing the name, her face paled. This was the site of her parents' car accident, less than 20 kilometers from where she intended to watch the sunrise. Leaning against the fence, she realized it was likely an electrified barrier, now dormant due to the power outage. This highway had been newly constructed, indicating that the original road had been sealed off. Oh! Yu Qingxian recalled not having seen her parents in damp, Oppo's remains. Officials had told her that the car had caught fire, leaving nothing but ashes. Even the matter of closing their household registration had been handled by the authorities. She had only attended the funeral briefly before returning home, hardly concerning herself with the subsequent arrangements. In retrospect, her relatives had been quite accurate in their assertions. Raising her had proven less affectionate than nurturing a dog. Surely, no parent wished to raise a child as cold-blooded as she was. Chapter 65. Indeed, it was a high-level zombie come to take her life. Yu Qingxian reached out to tear apart the iron mesh, then advanced towards that place. Yet, the closer she drew, the more her head began to throb. It reminded her of the sensation she experienced at the water park, although this discomfort was not as intense as before. Previously, it felt as if her eyeballs were about to burst. Now, this headache was merely a familiar ache from her chronic sleep deprivation. After traversing through several layers of barbed wire, Yu Qingxian finally discerned the scene ahead. Before her lay a vast, charred pit, filled with peculiar fragments that emitted a faint glow. However, this location appeared devoid of any other presence. Without hesitation, Yu Qingxian leapt down into the abyss. Despite the expectation of feeling no pain, she was suddenly struck by a sharp, needle-like ache in her head, accompanied by a flurry of vivid images. Yet, they were not her own memories. Rather, they were echoes of events that had transpired here, seemingly captured by these crystals. Standing in the center of the pit, Yu Qingxian was bombarded by flashes of that fateful night. The sky erupted with a blinding light, akin to a lightning strike, before plunging into darkness. This haunting scene replayed incessantly before her eyes, revealing the truth. Her parents had not perished in a car accident. but rather due to the sudden appearance of that blinding light. As the images flickered, the light seemed to slow, and gradually she began to perceive the objects within it. They were crystal formations, each the size of a human brain, and there were many of them. It was only in this moment of brilliance that she had overlooked other glowing entities in the sky. This implied that countless such crystals had fallen across the earth in an instant, resulting in innumerable tragedies, including the loss of her parents. The images continued to flash before her, yet Yu Qingxian felt her strength waning. Indeed, this place posed a danger not only to humans but also to zombies. However, she felt a strange sense of acceptance in facing her end where her parents had met theirs. With that thought, she collapsed onto the ground. As the sun set, the sky darkened further, and the crystalline fragments in the inky pit continued to shine. Even her own body flickered in the dimness. It was not until midnight that she awakened once more, realizing she was still alive, much to her disappointment. With great effort, she managed to rise to a kneeling position. The sky was murky, yet stars were visible, indicating that it was now nighttime. Yu Qingxian turned her head to gaze at the moon, confirming the time. She had likely been unconscious for about 7 hours. By now, she had acclimated to the pain induced by the crystals. In the daylight, their glow had been difficult to discern, but now they were vividly apparent. After all, even though zombies were unrestricted at night, luminous objects would stand out starkly before their eyes. As long as the sun did not rise, even the faintest glimmer would be magnified 1,000-fold in the eyes of the undead. This was the reason for their attraction to light. After all, zombies were once human, and deep down, they still recognized that where there was light, there were humans who represented sustenance. Yu Qingxian stood up and began to collect the crystalline shards. Yes, her parents had died here, and with no remains to honor, she decided to keep these as mementos. However, although these crystals had shattered, there must still be larger fragments remaining. Nevertheless, it seemed that the authorities had sealed off this area, suggesting that the larger crystals had been removed. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Could this crystal be what attracted Yi? Yet, these crystals posed dangers to both zombies and humans. Or perhaps, over the past 3 years, the government had modified these crystals, purging them of their harmful properties. What, then, was this harmful substance? Was the zombie virus? If the state had indeed eliminated this threat, how could the apocalypse have unfolded? How could it have transpired in the blink of an eye? Yu Qingxian slapped her forehead in realization. Was she foolish? With so many countries around the globe, it was naive to think that if one nation managed to control the situation, others would follow suit. Bending down like one would to collect beautiful pebbles by the river, Yu Qingxian scoured the ground for more fragments. As dawn approached, it was clear that it was already 3 in the morning. She tucked the collected crystalline shards into her pockets before she climbed back up. She then twisted the torn wire back into place. Though it was evident that the mesh had been tampered with, yet she had made an effort. There was little she could do to restore it to its original state. To avoid being caught for her misdeeds, Yu Qingxian quickly mounted her suitcase and fled. In truth, one of the few advantages of the apocalypse was that her suitcase had remained untouched for several hours. How fortunate! Of course, she did not mean to imply that others were prone to theft. Well, perhaps she did harbor such thoughts, especially considering that during her school days, someone had stolen her phone right out of her pocket, leaving her terrified to step outside for 3 months. The silent act of taking her phone had been utterly chilling. It was frightening to think of what that person might do undetected. Recalling this, Yu Qingxian became increasingly vigilant, clutching her backpack protectively. Though the surroundings were empty, devoid of even zombies, if anyone or anything were to witness her cautious movements, she would forever be associated with the notion of secrecy. Upon entering the next city, Yu Qingxian noticed that the number of zombies was considerably greater than in the previous town. Elated, she made her way toward a bookstore in the city center, knowing that it held what she sought. As she stepped inside, she suddenly felt a rush of wind behind her. Startled, she turned to see a shadow lunging towards her. In a panic, she slammed the glass door shut, but it was clear that the door would not deter her pursuer. The figure effortlessly passed through the glass barrier and landed before her. Yu Qingxian gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a high-level zombie come to claim her life. However, As she recognized the figure, her expression shifted to one of icy calm. Her pupils narrowed to mere pinpricks. It was old Neo returning home. Shi Xingyu observed the once terrified Yu Qingxian transform back into her familiar, determined self upon realizing who stood before her. Had she not just widened her eyes in fright? He had even caught a glimpse of the colors in her irises. They were not simply one hue. What was it? Shi Xingyu was perplexed. Yet he had not anticipated encountering Yu Qingxian here. It seemed she could run quite swiftly. He had assumed she was still hiding somewhere. Perhaps she did not need his protection after all. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he watched as Yu Qingxian approached, tugging at his hair and examining his clothes. Yu Qingxian scrutinized Shi Xingyu, noting that his hair had grown longer and his complexion had darkened, resembling Ye's more closely. Moreover, she fixated on his heterochromatic eyes, one golden and the other red. He had indeed evolved further, suggesting that Shi Xingyu was progressing toward becoming a zombie king. However, his pace was alarmingly slow. She resolved to introduce Shi Xingyu to Yi next time, hoping Yi could mentor him on how to ascend further. Chapter 66. With the old bull supporting her, Yu Qingxian was not solely observing Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu was equally attentive to her presence. Had it not been for his sighting of her suitcase and the sounds that accompanied it, he would have felt entirely oblivious to her existence. Her aura was becoming increasingly faint. Despite his own growth and strength, he found it ever more challenging to perceive her presence. It appeared that she had indeed made progress over these past months, as she had become increasingly elusive. What, then, was the purpose of this zombie, who neither enhanced its offensive capabilities nor elevated its level, but rather endeavored to conceal itself? Yu Qingxian regarded Shi Xingyu thoughtfully before inquiring, "But how did you find me?" Recognizing him eased her anxieties. "I was pursued here," Shi Xingyu replied candidly. After all, he had already been subdued by her once, rendering any pretense unnecessary in her presence. "Huh?" Yu Qingxian exclaimed, surprised as she gazed at Shi Xingyu. "You? Being pursued? That seems unlikely. Was humanity's evolution over these past months truly so formidable? It and Amp, Oppos, that's that little freak you mentioned. I don and Amp, Oppos, T know why, but she and Amp, Oppos, has been fixated on me for over a month, and I can and Amp, Oppos, to shake her off. Not even with a hurricane," Shi Xingyu explained. Upon hearing hurricane and little freak, Yu Qingxian instantly recalled the previous mention of Wen Qian chasing after the hurricane. So, she was pursuing Shi Xingyu. Realizing that Shi Xingyu had been targeted by Wen Qian put him in considerable danger. She could not remain close to him, lest Wen Qian discover her whereabouts. "If you and Oppos, being pursued, Shuden and Oppos, do you go elsewhere? What brings you to seek me out?" Yu Qingxian observed Shi Xingyu with a hint of exasperation. "I was heading somewhere else, but I didn't and Amp, Oppos, to expect you to move so swiftly, nor did I anticipate encountering you here," Shi Xingyu admitted, equally perplexed. He had previously bid Yu Qingxian farewell, never envisioning this unexpected reunion. "Then you should leave now. Go to another place," Yu Qingxian urged, gesturing towards the door. Shi Xingyu was taken aback. He expected her to genuinely push him away. While a zombie's emotional capacity was typically non-existent, he found himself puzzled by her insistence. Was it truly his fault for being targeted? The thought made him somewhat irate. "Do you not know why that little freak has set her sights on me? Do you want me to hand you over to her right now?" he retorted, pointing towards the exit. "Really, and Oppos, that's difficult enough for me to achieve a breakthrough, and now you want me to leave?" He felt exasperated. Despite retaining a semblance of human consciousness, Yu Qingxian exhibited no shred of human compassion. Upon hearing Shi Xingyu and Amp, Oppos' threat of surrendering her to the little freak, Yu Qingxian promptly fell silent. If he truly handed her over, she knew she would be powerless to resist, and there was a genuine fear of being gruesomely dismembered. "I apologize, I was mistaken. Please don't hand me over," she implored, kneeling before him, sincerity lacing her tone. Shi Xingyu observed her, bemused. He believed that Yu Qingxian never truly acknowledged her own capabilities. Yet, in a peculiar way, he found this endearing. Given her nature, if she were to comprehend her own might, she might very well attempt to lead all zombies to leap into the sea in despair. Anyway, I only came to check on you after spotting your suitcase, thinking that if a human had killed you and taken your belongings, I could avenge you. I didn't expect to find you here, Shi Xingyu remarked. He had barged in without recognizing her true identity. Yu Qingxian, hearing his intent for vengeance, hastily waved her hands. No, there's no need. If I die, just remember to take my body and bury it. Look, I designed my own coffin. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone to show Shi Xingyu her coffin design. Shi Xingyu gazed at the strange lines, utterly confounded. Even as a zombie, he struggled to discern her artistic representation. What is this that you and Amp, Oppos, V drawn? He finally inquired. Yu Qingxian, encouraged by his interest, explained it and Amp, Oppos, S.A. coffin, complete with an urn and a casket for the body. She was quite pleased with her creation, but upon noticing Shi Xingyu and Oppos' bewildered expression, she realized he likely wooed and Oppos. T recognized such things after becoming a zombie. Of course, she had no intention of mocking him. Yu Qingxian proceeded to search for a suitable notebook for journaling, along with pens of various colors, while Shi Xingyu remained silently by her side. Though she had been away from the old bull for some time, her actions felt somewhat constrained, particularly during moments without power when she had to drag her suitcase. Once she gathered her items, she placed them in her backpack. Just as she zipped it up, a familiar scent wafted towards her, the unmistakable aroma of humanity. One she recognized well. It belonged to the little freak. Indeed, Shi Xingyu had truly caught the attention of that individual. Yu Qingxian turned to him, insisting, "Run. Head in the opposite direction. The farther you are from me, the better." With that, she grasped her suitcase and dashed out of the store, heading westward. However, Shi Xingyu remained rooted to the spot. He believed it might be worthwhile to converse with the human. Although he had crossed paths with her a few times, she had never acted aggressively. Thus, he reasoned that her pursuit of Yu Qingxian might not stem from a desire to harm her, but rather from another motive. Are you truly prepared to run for the rest of your life? Do you not intend to converse with her? Shi Xingyu remained still, observing Yu Qingxian's retreating figure. Even among advanced zombies, there existed a willingness to negotiate with reasonable humans. After all, humanity recognized that zombies were once human and had cultivated their own intelligence, allowing for potential dialogue. Yu Qingxian halted, taken aback by Shi Xingyu and Oppos' words. She had never considered the prospect of negotiation. Even when she was human, she struggled to engage in meaningful conversations, let alone as a zombie. She deemed such discussions unnecessary. But why did Shi Xingyu appear so certain? Could that little freak truly engage in negotiation? After several months, when Qian finally detected the presence of the little zombie once more, it seemed that once she had locked onto the advanced zombie, it was a straightforward path to locating the little one. Yet, curiously, they had not fled. Why was that? It was odd. Over the past month, she had attempted to negotiate with the advanced zombie multiple times, only for it to walk away each time. If it had genuinely intended to confront her, while she could claim its head, the cost would be considerable. Thus, upon spotting the two zombies at the entrance of a bookstore, when Qian was taken aback. Due to Shi Xingyu's presence, the surrounding zombies had retreated several kilometers away. Qian quickly spotted Yu Qingxian. While he had learned from Qian that she was a little zombie, he was still quite surprised. She sat atop a suitcase, clad in a vibrant green outfit paired with a white dress. The male zombie, with whom they had clashed several times, stood nearby. Yet this time, the little zombie did not flee. She turned her gaze towards the two individuals in the car, who also looked back at her. Yu Qingxian had anticipated feeling fear. Yet strangely, she did not. Perhaps it was merely because there were only two of them. Nevertheless, she felt reassured with the old bull standing steadfastly by her side. Chapter 67. I will also keep it to myself when Qian employed the system once more to assess Yu Qingxian's abilities, only to discover that her combat prowess had diminished. Previously rated an 8, it had now plummeted to a mere 5. Not only had there been no progress, but there had even been regression. Indeed, if not for the system and Amp, Oppos, as confirmation, she might not have even noticed the existence of this feeble little zombie. Its presence was waning. As a zombie, being so weak raised questions about its survival in this apocalyptic world. The answer remained uncertain, for this little zombie seemed to be thriving. When Qian confirmed that the surrounding zombies were several kilometers away, her gaze falling upon the male zombie, but she quickly shifted her focus back to Yu Qingxian. Xingyu realized he was being ignored. In this era, both humans and zombies seemed to regard him, a high-level zombie, with disdain. Truly, the world had fallen into disarray. Qingxian did not exit the vehicle. Initially, he had presumed that the individual who delivered his medicine was a formidable expert and had intended to recruit them. However, upon learning from Wenqian that this person was a zombie, he abandoned that notion. His 3 team members had remained at the official base. For the zombies had grown increasingly powerful, and Qingxian would not permit those 3 companions to accompany him. Thus, he left them at the official base. He was not fond of lingering in one place for long. More importantly, Qingxian found himself somewhat attracted to Wenqian, who was equally unwilling to remain at the base. Even alone, she sought to depart. Qingxian understood that Wenqian was not as gentle and in need of protection as her name might suggest. Yet, he could not help but follow her. Still, he was perplexed by her unwavering fixation on the little zombie. He did not inquire further, nor did he feel compelled to know. Thus, Qingxian and Appo's attention remained fixed on Yu Qingxian, eager to discern the unique traits of this little zombie. Indeed, it was quite exceptional. He had never encountered a greenish zombie before. Yet, he was curious as to why this little zombie would assist humans. Feeling the gazes of the 2 upon her, Yu Qingxian tugged at Xingyu, attempting to hide behind him, but to no avail. He effortlessly pulled her into view. "They do not understand what I say," Yu Qingxian declared. She had already attempted this with the mother and daughter duo. Humans could not comprehend her words. In response, Xingyu remarked, "Is it because you do not wish to communicate with humans? Try speaking in a human manner." Yu Qingxian, taken aback by Xingyu and Appo's suggestion, displayed a hint of confusion. She had always communicated in this manner. However, since Xingyu had suggested it, "Perhaps you should speak for me," she retreated further behind him. Xingyu exclaimed, "Sister, come out and speak for yourself." Yet this time, he chose not to pull Yu Qingxian into view, instead directing his attention toward Wenqian. "What is your purpose in pursuing us? Let me make it clear. Just because she does not consume humans does not mean I share the same restraint. I have refrained from acting against you solely out of consideration for her. If you continue to pursue us, I will not be so lenient." Xingyu had become quite adept at speaking human language, shedding the previous hoarseness. His voice now resonated like that of an ordinary boy, not particularly melodious, yet not unpleasant either. Given that Yu Qingxian's ears had been attuned to various radio dramas and anime, what might be perceived as an ordinary voice could well be considered pleasant by ordinary humans. In that moment, Yu Qingxian pondered whether her favorite voice actors were still alive and if she should seek out a photograph with them. Previously, when those voice actors made appearances, there were too many fans, and she had been too timid to approach. Wenqian observed Yu Qingxian's rapt attention on Xingyu. Pondering what thoughts occupied her mind, she then redirected her gaze toward Xingyu. The notion of 2 zombies cohabiting was indeed surprising to Wenqian, especially considering the system had stated that zombies would not exhibit such behaviors. Particularly, it was inconceivable that 2 powerful zombies would congregate. However, perhaps lower-level zombies could do so. Thus, Wenqian reasoned that Yu Qingxian was under Xingyu's control. Yet, the current situation suggested that the dynamics between the 2 zombies appeared reversed. "Apologies. I'm merely curious about this zombie. Her compatibility has not only failed to increase after her transformation, but has actually declined. I have longed to investigate this matter, but I harbor no ill intent." When Qin spoke, from the male zombie and Appo's words, she discerned that the little zombie did not consume humans. This implied that she likely retained some vestiges of human conscience. Otherwise, she would not have assisted Qin in procuring medicine. However, the extent of that conscience remained unclear to Wen Qian, presumably not much. If she still possessed human awareness, she would likely seek to integrate into the human world rather than linger among her fellow zombies. Hearing Wen Qian and Appo's remarks, Xingyu narrowed his eyes, clearly skeptical of her words. Just out of curiosity, you have followed Yu Qingxian for over half a year? I find that hard to believe. He quietly asked Yu Qingxian, do you believe her? Yu Qingxian shifted her gaze to Wen Qian's face before retracting it. Tell her to stop following me. As for Shi Xingyu's question, she chose to ignore it. Shi Xingyu had long grown accustomed to her behavior and conveyed her message to Wen Qian. Upon learning Yu Qingxian's words from Shi Xingyu, Wen Qian seemed poised to say something but ultimately opted for silence. Rest assured, I will not appear again. Your affairs will remain my secret, she stated. Wen Qian had assumed that this zombie would share a common language with her. Yet, it appeared that even if they were both outcasts, it did not imply they would be compatible. After uttering these words, Wen Qian turned and returned to the vehicle, erasing the two zombies from the system. There would be no further tracking of this little zombie. As Qin started the vehicle, he glanced at Yu Qingxian, expressing gratitude for the previous medicine. Having spoken these words, he raised the car window, and the vehicle passed by Yu Qingxian and Shi Xingyu. Shi Xingyu observed the car disappear down the street before turning to Yu Qingxian. To her, the human and Apos' gratitude evoked no response. I thought you performed a good deed simply for this and Apos. Thank you and Apos, Shi Xingyu remarked, somewhat taken aback. Such acts for humans typically brought joy. Yet, Yu Qingxian seemed unaffected. Her expression unchanged. I did not perform this act for the sake of hearing thanks. Rather, it brought me satisfaction, and that is all, Yu Qingxian replied. She acted solely to please herself. Perhaps she belonged to the selfish category of individuals who could not thrive in a community. She needed to ensure her own happiness before considering others. Her good deeds stemmed from her desire to act, not for any external validation. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Yu Qingxian noticed Shi Xingyu staring at her, prompting her to wonder what captivated his attention. She was not an extraordinary beauty. What are you staring at? Did you sew your face together? Shi Xingyu inquired. Only now do you notice? My sewing skills are rather impressive, aren't they? Yu Qingxian replied, tossing her hair with pride. Quite poor, Shi Xingyu stated candidly, noting the crooked stitches that marred her face. Fortunately, it was her own visage and not that of another zombie that had been disfigured. Chapter 68. What an excessive demand. Yu Qingxian was well aware that zombies lacked the capacity for appreciation and would not hold grudges against her. However, she suddenly recalled an item. Without hesitation, she retrieved the third-level crystal core from her backpack and returned it to Shi Xingyu. This crystal core is for you. You have no idea how arduous it was for me to carry it while being targeted by those zombies, she said as she handed it over. Finally, she could rid herself of this burdensome object. Shi Xingyu, taken aback by the sight of the undamaged crystal core being returned to him, could scarcely believe that Yu Qingxian had managed to carry it for 2 whole months without consuming it. Who was she trying to deceive? He did not believe that Yu Qingxian had truly suffered. As long as she remained vigilant, it was unlikely that any zombies would dare to confront her. Yu Qingxian, unfazed by Shi Xingyu's exposure of her fib, perched herself atop her suitcase. She activated it, and Shi Xingyu instinctively followed alongside her. Instead of consuming the crystal core, Shi Xingyu placed it into a pouch at his waist. Yu Qingxian glanced over and noticed a small pouch affixed to his waist, bulging with an unknown contents. But it mattered little now that the crystal core had been returned. You and Apos, re-nearing a promotion, Arin and Apos, to you? Yu Qingxian inquired, to which Shi Xingyu affirmed, yes, quite soon. If it weren't and Apos, T for being chased by that little pervert, I might have already advanced. However, he felt stuck at the moment, unsure of how to proceed. Hearing his words, Yu Qingxian suddenly remembered his striking golden and red eyes and remarked, I and Apos, V, encountered a level 4. 5 zombie before, it and Apos, has quite a rarity. Likewise, Shi Xingyu replied, undeterred. After all, he had never encountered a zombie that did not consume humans. I had initially planned to return the crystal core to you at Autumn Color Lake in September, but I did not expect to meet you here. So, will you still go in September? Yu Qingxian mused, concerned she might not be able to visit Autumn Color Lake due to her many desired destinations. Of course, you mentioned it before, Shi Xingyu replied. Yu Qingxian turned to him. Does it even matter how the scenery looks? You, as a zombie, cannot appreciate it anyway. Shi Xingyu chose not to respond. While he acknowledged the truth in her words, he felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction. In any case, We should go and see, he concluded. Indeed, let us go. After saying this, Yu Qingxian suddenly looked at Shi Xingyu again. I happen to know a zombie who is above level 5. If you have any questions, I could take you to meet him and let him enlighten you. This revelation surprised Shi Xingyu. She knew other zombies, even those of higher rank than himself. Yu Qingxian and Appo's experiences over the past 2 months have been rather eventful. I doubt that zombie would teach me anything. He would probably crush my skull instead. Shi Xingyu replied candidly. He did not believe that such a powerful zombie would tolerate his existence, especially since he was on the verge of level 5. The stronger zombie would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, rather than coexist peacefully. Why do you say that? Yu Qingxian asked, puzzled. After all, she found I to be quite gentle as a zombie, aside from his penchant for daydreaming. Of course, like Shi Xingyu, he lacked the capacity for appreciation. Because I wish to crush his head as well, Shi Xingyu answered honestly. If the other was stronger, he would have to submit or face death. Zombies held their own pride. They could not be subordinate to others of their kind. Such a stance would only empower the stronger zombie, leaving the weaker ones without fresh blood and flesh. It was imperative to be the dominant one. Yu Qingxian realized the truth in this. There was no notion of cooperation among zombies. Only by consuming more flesh could one grow stronger. Otherwise, even with a crystal core, they risked being devoured by other zombies. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she fell silent. Noticing her silence, Shi Xingyu reached out to stop her suitcase, then adeptly pulled out the handle from the back. Yu Qingxian was taken aback by his unexpected cooperation. I can only escort you out of the city. I wanted Appo's to accompany you further, Shi Xingyu remarked. Having begun to understand Yu Qingxian, he preemptively stated what she had yet to ask. Yu Qingxian did not respond, and Shi Xingyu was indifferent to her silence. He had previously mentioned that he was not like her. He was a true zombie and could not refrain from consuming humans for her sake. Moreover, her inclination to save others seemed utterly baffling to him. In her presence, he felt perpetually under her control, even without her uttering a word. Despite her insistence on freedom, her very demeanor radiated an aura of restriction and prohibition. Upon reaching the city's edge, Shi Xingyu released the suitcase belonging to Yu Qingxian, who activated her own. We and Appo's, LL meet again in September. Don't die, as I want to be able to contact you, she said, waving to him as a farewell to their brief encounter. No one could predict what tomorrow held in this world, not humans nor zombies alike. Yu Qingxian retracted her hand, opened the map, and continued her journey westward. Shi Xingyu observed as she walked away without a backward glance, and he tapped the pouch at his waist. One excessive demand, he mused. This world was rife with formidable humans and zombies alike. He could only hope that by September, he would still have his head intact. As Yu Qingxian turned back, she realized that Shi Xingyu had already vanished from sight. She contemplated whether she should wish him a safe journey, though it seemed futile to do so with a zombie. She entered her desired destination into the map, which displayed her route and even indicated which base would be suitable for a resting stop. Upon reviewing the route, Yu Qingxian found it utterly unfeasible, as it directed her straight into a crowd. Reflecting on this, she retrieved a photograph from her backpack, one featuring herself with her parents. They smiled radiantly, while her expression remained devoid of emotion. She felt like a failure, even unable to muster a smile for a photo with her parents. She gazed at the photograph, yet not a single tear fell. She knew full well that had it been anyone else in her position, tears would flow freely. Yet, she felt no inclination to cry. Nevertheless, she understood the significance of her parents in her life. From a young age, she struggled to integrate into human social circles, particularly during her teenage years, when the discomfort around strangers or even acquaintances became unbearable. During that period, her condition escalated from an inability to communicate normally in childhood to experiencing feverish symptoms after any interaction, no matter how brief. Even visits to the doctor yielded little understanding, as she could hardly absorb the advice given. But why was it that after becoming a zombie, these symptoms seemed to diminish significantly? Yu Qingxian remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the reason. Chapter 69. Once again feeling the chill within, Yu Qingxian's next destination was a place she had longed to visit. It was the very location where she had once expressed a desire to behold the snow. However, It appeared that snow was no longer a feature of this place. Instead, it was a realm of blossoms. Yet, given that this location was typically cloaked in deep snow, could flowers truly flourish here? Perhaps a visit to a flower shop would be prudent. If flowers were absent, she would simply scatter seeds as she journeyed. In any case, surely spring would bring forth blooms next year. Even amidst the harshness of winter, life would find a way to blossom come spring. While Yu Qingxian intended to select flower seeds, she found herself in a quandary upon seeing the myriad of seeds available. Which ones could thrive in the northern climate? Yet, glancing at the sunlit outdoors, she realized her worries were unfounded. She abandoned the notion of traditional seeds and sought out those mutated flowers that had emerged in the aftermath of the apocalypse. There were plenty by the roadside. These flowers were stunning. Although some had yet to bear seeds, others already had them. Yu Qingxian placed her suitcase and backpack aside, intending to venture into the thicket. She recalled the last time she had traversed through a rose bush, which had torn her clothing. However, she cautiously positioned her belongings near the roadside, wary of the possibility of being discovered by any passing survivors. Though in such desolate areas, it was likely that days could pass without encountering another soul. So her concerns were somewhat alleviated. With purposeful strides, Yu Qingxian crossed the drainage ditch and entered the brambles. Yet, after only a few steps, it seemed that something had ensnared her foot. It was not that she felt trapped. Rather, by the time she realized what had happened, she found herself suspended upside down. Her long skirt had flipped over, obstructing her view. As she pushed the fabric down, she caught sight of a magnificent morning glory entwined among the thorns, its vines ensnaring one of her legs. Struggling to see her leg, she observed the green leaves and beautiful flowers adorning the vines. Gazing at the blossoms, she exclaimed, "I'm blooming." However, she could not remain in this predicament for long. Although evening was approaching, the sun would rise again the following morning. If she remained suspended, she would surely be scorched by the sun's rays. Yu Qingxian reached out, attempting to grasp at the air, but the morning glory seemed to sense her intention and lifted her higher still. At that moment, she was suspended over 10 meters above the ground, and in a precarious position. In this unusual perspective, she could survey the area around her. It appeared to be a vegetable garden, now overrun with various vine-like plants. The morning glory, which traditionally required support from other plants or fences to thrive, now had the strength to hoist her, weighing 90 pounds. Indeed, the apocalypse had imbued many things with extraordinary power. Even she, once a recluse reluctant to leave her room, had embarked on a journey. Thus, no matter what transpired in this world, Yu Qingxian found it hard to be astonished. Nevertheless, she wished to be released. The morning glory, however, could not comprehend her words. Instead of lowering her, it began to twirl her like a windmill. Yu Qingxian crossed her arms, being tossed about by the vine. Strangely, she felt no sense of congestion. It seemed that becoming a zombie had its advantages. Yet, the morning glory, sensing her sudden silence, seemed displeased and flung her away. Yu Qingxian landed on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest in a starfish position. As she sat up, her gaze met that of a pair of striking eyes. However, this was neither a zombie nor a human, but rather a large white dog. Judging by its appearance, it was larger than any dog she had ever encountered. After a 3-minute gaze between the two, Yu Qingxian finally realized this was a mutated dog, much like the large wolfhound that accompanied Gu Wanqing. Yet, she had never owned a dog or a cat, although she had once cared for a tabby cat that had grown up alongside her. When that cat passed away at the age of 10, she had cried profusely, not due to her parents' demise, but for the loss of her feline companion. In that moment, she felt the chill of solitude envelop her once again. The dog was immense, its collar seemingly impossible to break, tightly constricting its neck. What once provided a sense of security had now become a threat to its life. Yu Qingxian understood it might perceive her as a human, seeking assistance. If it were a zombie, it might have lunged at her by now. Rising to her feet, she approached the large white dog, which did not retreat. "I wonder if I can manage to break this," she mused, realizing she had no knife. Grasping the collar, she was met with a potent fragrance. Indeed, the collar was deeply embedded in its flesh. As she held onto the collar, the mutated dog trembled in pain, yet refrained from instinctively biting her. With both hands gripping the collar, she pulled with all her might, and the collar snapped. It had been rather loose and was not meant to restrain it. Thus, the mutated dog had grown to such a size without succumbing to strangulation. It had merely been trapped in that collar for over half a year. Yu Qingxian glanced at the dog tag, reading the name, Tyrannosaurus rex. "Is this truly your name? Tyrannosaurus rex?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she looked at the large dog. Now that the dog lay on the ground, freed from its burden, its taut muscles relaxed. The bleeding had ceased, showcasing remarkable self-healing abilities, likely the very trait that had saved it. Observing the collar in her hands, Yu Qingxian noted it was nearly worn through, marked with numerous scratches. However, due to the collar being embedded in its flesh, the dog, regardless of its strength, could not have torn it off. Standing up, she carried the collar to the edge of the drainage ditch, where she crouched to wash the blood from her hands and the collar in the flowing water. She then placed the collar by the water and damp. Oppose, its edge. Tyrannosaurus rex staggered over, but it appeared to have gone a long time without food. Its size was deceiving, largely due to its fur, as it bore little flesh. Alas, this was all Yu Qingxian could offer to help. Little did Yu Qingxian anticipate that capturing a bird would prove so arduous. The birds, having undergone mutation, were now exceedingly agile. Fortunately, her perseverance bore fruit. Eventually, in the dead of night, she discovered a nest of eggs. She took the entire nest, with the two birds chasing after her, pecking at her. Upon returning home after evading the birds, Yu Qingxian found Tyrannosaurus rex peacefully sleeping. This left her bemused. Why was she exerting herself so for a dog whose owner she did not even know? Oh well, it was a one-time endeavor. Once this mutated dog regained its strength, its combat prowess would surely surpass her own, so she had no need to worry. And as for the dog's owner, there was no need for concern. Your Tyrannosaurus rex is still alive. Chapter 70. Will I die on this path? Yu Qingxian fed the Tyrannosaurus 5 mutated bird eggs. Naturally, 5 bird eggs would not suffice to satiate a normal child, let alone a large mutated canine. Yet it was all she could offer. Initially, she had contemplated capturing a few mutated birds, but ultimately, she had to settle for the entire nest of eggs. Yu Qingxian silently mourned for the 5 bird eggs. My apologies. After consuming the 5 eggs, the Tyrannosaurus seemed to be in slightly better condition. Although it did not feel entirely satisfying, it was certainly better than having a corpse and a dog staring blankly at one another. Yu Qingxian was unaware if the owner of the Tyrannosaurus was still alive. If they were, why would they abandon this dog? Thus, it was highly likely that they had perished. Yu Qingxian certainly could not take the large dog with her. It was a mutated creature, perpetually bleeding, and had yet to be devoured by zombies, which was enough to attest to its ferocity. As she exited the room, dragging her suitcase, the Tyrannosaurus, which had just closed its eyes, immediately stood up to follow her. After taking just 2 steps, Yu Qingxian felt her skirt being clamped by the creature's jaws, causing her to pause. Despite her stubbornness, she pulled forward with force. The Tyrannosaurus refused to let her go, and in the ensuing struggle, her already delicate skirt was torn in 2. Upon hearing the fabric rip, Yu Qingxian turned to see the Tyrannosaurus holding a piece of her skirt in its mouth. The creature seemed to realize its misstep, promptly lowering its head in submission. However, Yu Qingxian paid it no mind. She opened her suitcase and retrieved another skirt. Voil, I have a spare. She looked at the Tyrannosaurus with pride. It turned out that her previous skirt was already soiled with mud from morning glories and needed replacing. As the Tyrannosaurus watched Yu Qingxian change into her new skirt and strike poses before it, its eyes sparkled with excitement. It had just committed a faux pas. Yet Yu Qingxian did not chastise it. Discarding the ruined skirt, she turned to face the Tyrannosaurus earnestly. I do not know if you can comprehend my words, but I must convey this. Yu Qingxian explained patiently to the Tyrannosaurus. She lacked the means to care for such a large creature. Perhaps Gu Wanxin or Wenchang would be capable of doing so. Firstly, I am a zombie who does not consume food, and I am rather inept, unable to provide for you. Though I could fetch dog food, I certainly could not carry a sufficient amount. Yu Qingxian continued her explanation, detailing the desolate areas she traversed, either deserted or infested with zombies. The Tyrannosaurus could not accompany her. If they encountered a high-level zombie, this mutated dog would surely become a delectable feast. Thus, she believed it would be best for the Tyrannosaurus to forge its own path. Noticing that the Tyrannosaurus seemed to grasp her words, Yu Qingxian stepped out of the courtyard. Suitcase in hand. The courtyard appeared modest, with low-hanging structures, perhaps to retain warmth. Yet, the temperature in this place was exceedingly high, making such low buildings stifling. As Yu Qingxian exited the courtyard and continued onward, she had intended to search for flower seeds. However, the temperament of the morning glories was too volatile, tossing her about during the day. What if she ventured back and ended up devoured by the morning glories? In this post-apocalyptic world, plants might consume living beings or even zombies. After walking approximately 1 or 2 kilometers, Yu Qingxian sensed the Tyrannosaurus trailing behind her. Despite its earnest efforts to conceal itself, its enlarged form made this endeavor futile. With its head hidden, its entire body remained exposed. Yu Qingxian sighed in exasperation. She had only ever cared for cats, and that was nearly 2 decades ago. Now, managing such a large dog felt like an insurmountable challenge. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus had an owner. She had merely released its collar. It was not as if she had performed some grand gesture. So why did it insist on following her? Yu Qingxian resolved to ignore it, believing that if she continued on her way, it would eventually leave her side. Yet, 5 days later, the Tyrannosaurus was still behind her. Sometimes it would stray for a few hours, only to return again. Standing on all fours, its back already surpassed 1 meter in height, and when fully erect, it would likely reach over 2 meters. Yu Qingxian found herself increasingly resigned to the situation. Nevertheless, she paid little mind to it. Over the past few days, she had encountered various wildflowers by the roadside, and she would enthusiastically photograph them, crouching to find the perfect angle. Originally, these petite flowers grew alongside the road, but through her lens, they seemed to elevate the sky itself. After reviewing her photos, Yu Qingxian felt a swell of pride. Her photographic skills had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past few months. Though she lacked innate talent, she believed that with enough practice, quantitative changes would yield qualitative results. At that moment, as she observed the road lined with hardy trees, she noticed that they were nearly withered from the intense sun. After all, these trees were resilient to cold, not heat. However, as she passed a small hill, she spotted a solitary crimson pine among the yellowing trees. This was no ordinary red. It was a hue reminiscent of blood. Yu Qingxian stood at the base of the hill, unwilling to approach. She took 2 steps back and captured an image of the blood-red pine. It appeared strangely beautiful, yet undeniably ominous. She understood that such peculiar entities in a post-apocalyptic world were often fraught with danger. While this pine might yield some utility if cut down, Yu Qingxian chose not to ascend the hill and instead continued onward. Having found few flower seeds, she resolved to search the nearby town. If she could not find seeds suitable for this climate, she would bring some back from the south to plant come spring, assuming she remained alive as a zombie by that time. Consulting her map, she realized she had reached the northernmost region of her country. In the past, this area in June would have only been a few degrees above 10. Now, even with an umbrella, she felt somewhat lethargic. Checking her phone, she discovered the temperature was a staggering 42 degrees. No wonder she felt so listless. The heat was overwhelming. Yet, would she truly perish on this road? If death were inevitable, she would prefer to choose a more graceful exit. With that thought, Yu Qingxian decided to halt her journey. She retrieved her entrenching tool, preparing to dig a grave for herself. However, as she crouched down, a sound startled her. Instantly, she grabbed her suitcase and scrambled down into the roadside ditch, lying flat against the ground. Although it felt like a futile gesture, it was all she could do in that moment. The oppressive heat dulled her senses of taste and hearing, making it impossible to run any further. Fortunately, the ditch was relatively deep, about 1 meter high, originally designed to drain melting snow. Now, devoid of snow, it was parched, with about 50 centimeters of soil atop it, overgrown with wild grass. It provided her with ample cover. Chapter 71. Do not hesitate. Just go at this moment. Yu Qingxian lay motionless in the ditch, suddenly reminded of the Tyrannosaurus. She wondered if that foolish dog had found a hiding place. However, She thought it wouldn't be a problem if it hadn't hidden, as many teams of supernatural beings kept mutated animals to assist them in battles. Thus, her concern for the Tyrannosaurus was overshadowed by her own worries. As she observed the vehicle in the distance, she noticed a group of people disembarking. They meticulously scanned their surroundings before ascending a small hillside. Yu Qingxian watched them intently and glanced at the summit, instantly discerning their objective, the blood pine. Indeed, this mutated plant was not immune to the clutches of humanity. Thankfully, they were not there to apprehend her. Yu Qingxian dared not move, crouching in the ditch while casually grabbing a handful of grass to place atop her head. Below, 4 or 5 individuals stood guard with their firearms in front of the vehicle, while the rest cautiously made their way up the hill. She noticed that some of them wore specialized helmets and carried devices resembling fire extinguishers on their backs. She was uncertain of their purpose, but their full armament suggested they had already scouted the area. Perhaps others had suffered misfortunes at the hands of this tree. She was unsure what utility a blood-red pine could possess, but she could hear some distant rumblings followed by explosive sounds. The individuals in front of the vehicle were startled and glanced towards the summit, where a sudden blaze erupted, flames spiraling upward, driven by the wind. Yu Qingxian hesitated to take out her camera, opting instead to snap a few photos with her phone and record video. Moments later, several figures came rushing down the hillside. "Get in the car." The fire consumed the tree. The leader appeared frantic, glancing back as if something menacing pursued them. The group hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, which sped away as soon as they were aboard. Yu Qingxian gazed at the inferno atop the mountain, watching the vehicles vanish from sight. She pondered the implications of such an act, setting fire to the mountain. She had no idea if the flames would spread to engulf several hills. Of the more than a dozen who had ascended, fewer than 10 returned, clearly indicating that many had remained behind. After waiting for half an hour, the fire on the mountain showed no signs of spreading. She heard the rustling of leaves, and a wisp of blue smoke rose from the summit, followed by an eerie silence. Cautiously, Yu Qingxian climbed out of the ditch, brushing off the grass from her head. A nauseating odor wafted towards her, hinting at the fate of those who had ventured up. She retrieved her suitcase from the ditch, observing the charred remnants of trees. Yet the blood pine stood defiantly, almost glowing, its colors seemingly more vibrant than before. In that moment, Yu Qingxian understood this tree was carnivorous. Its existence in such a locale posed a significant safety hazard, and it was only natural for humanity to seek its eradication. Perhaps the blood pine possessed medicinal or other valuable properties. She refrained from approaching it, instead taking several photographs, aware that with so many individuals coveting it, it might soon be uprooted. As night fell, Yu Qingxian finally arrived at a quaint little town. The streets were not paved with concrete, but adorned with beautiful cobblestones. The houses were constructed of timber, featuring large glass windows seemingly designed for admiring the snowfall. However, Yu Qingxian could only see the pines. This area, once perpetually blanketed in snow, had revealed its rocky underbelly as the snow melted, creating a unique landscape. Green grass sprouted between the rocks, and Yu Qingxian mused that this place would be ideal for grazing cattle or sheep, given the rocky height surrounding it. She found a charming little building with a great view and settled in. After tidying up, she ventured out into the night. The temperature had indeed dropped significantly, invigorating her spirit. She traversed the town and climbed a high mountain, where she could overlook the entire settlement. Turning northward, she glimpsed another country in the distance. However, that land was sparsely populated, alleviating her fears of a zombie incursion. After a moment of contemplation, she returned her gaze to the town, realizing it was merely a quaint locale to admire the wintry pines. The bustling city, over 10 kilometers away, was where humanity thrived, offering activities like sledding on frozen lakes and skiing. Although she felt a tinge of regret for not being able to partake in such amusements, she had no strong desire to engage in them. Nevertheless, as the early hours of the morning approached, Yu Qingxian set off towards the neighboring city, known for its plethora of entertainment. The 10-kilometer journey took her 2 hours due to the winding roads. Surrounded by mountains, she noted the vast expanse of the birch forest, which had yet to don its autumnal golden hues. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves felt like applause from the trees flanking her path. Suddenly, she halted, raising her hand to wave at the trees, playfully exclaiming, "How polite!" A smile graced her face as she recalled seeing videos of others traversing various woods during the day. This was her first experience walking through such a forested pathway at night. She sat atop her suitcase, unable to resist singing a tune about the birch forest. Although the scene lacked snow, the atmosphere was still enchanting, and Yu Qingxian felt joyous. After navigating the forest path, she returned to the road and finally reached the city of M as dawn approached. However, just north of this location lay a prime spot for witnessing the northern lights. She considered the timing, realizing that the best period to view the auroras was after September, arriving during the peak of summer, amidst significant climatic changes on Earth. Yu Qingxian felt as though she were on a journey, reminding herself that when the opportunity for travel arises, one should seize the moment without hesitation. Consulting her map, she followed a particularly conventional travel itinerary, intending to visit the northernmost outpost first, the most remote town in the country. Yet, she approached with caution, having detected a pleasant aroma in the air, indicating the presence of humanity. This realization made her wary, especially given her previous experience in the earliest Sunrise City, which also housed a military presence. Fortunately, the area was sufficiently vast, allowing her to pass through unnoticed. Sitting on a distant bench, she turned to gaze at the fluttering red flag. After observing it for a while, she took out her phone to snap a photo alongside the national flag. Chapter 72. Are these individuals geniuses? Yu Qingxian did not witness the aurora in this location. Instead, she proceeded to her next destination as night fell. Little did she expect that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was trailing her. After more than a week of recovery, the dinosaur appeared somewhat rounder than before. Previously, it would avoid her gaze, as if aware that she would not intentionally drive it away. It now displayed itself without reservation. Yu Qingxian paid it no mind. She simply pulled her suitcase along, following the directional signs. In such a tourist hotspot, there was no need for a map. Signs adorned every corner. At this moment, she no longer possessed a map given to her by a shady character in the black market. Instead, she held a brochure obtained from the ticket office. Every time she arrived at a location, she took photos with the stone monuments of the attractions. Glancing at the images on her phone, Yu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. Viewing the pictures of herself alongside those iconic structures reminded her of her parents. She quickly opened her album to find the photos her parents had sent her. Indeed, she stood in the same spot where her parents had once stood. However, it took her too long to comprehend the significance of the photographs her parents had shared. Now, 3.5 years later, she began to grasp their meaning. People may perish, and landscapes may change, yet traces of their existence linger throughout the world. Yu Qingxian was not alone. Her parents accompanied her in spirit. As she stared at the photographs, she swiped to the right and found yet another image of the same scenery. Her parents truly exhibited immense patience. Not only were there photos and videos, but also various textual explanations. Yu Qingxian set aside the brochure and chose to appreciate the sights through her parents' words. Though different, she opened the video to hear her mother and Appo's voice. The scenery captured in the video mirrored the view before her eyes. She gazed into the distance, listening to her mother and Appo's voice as if the three of them were traveling together. Following the visuals in the video, Yu Qingxian ascended the observation platform along the riverbank, taking in the serpentine beauty of the landscape. The view was expansive, allowing her to see far into the distance. She tucked her phone into her pocket, cradled her camera, and began taking photographs. Yu Qingxian was uncertain whether this abrupt shift in climate was temporary or a new normal. Nevertheless, since she was there, she was determined to capture the moment. However, through her camera lens, she noticed a peculiar black creature crawling out of the river. Quickly, she stowed her camera and retrieved her binoculars to observe the creature. It appeared to be a large fish, yet it sported claws. Its gaping maw revealed a multitude of sharp teeth. Oh, what could that be? The fish had ventured on a land. No, she had seen fish on land before, but none of them were this large. It seemed capable of swallowing her whole, and it was crawling toward her homeland. Yu Qingxian blinked, unable to suppress the urge to shout at the strange fish to retreat to the other side. As she contemplated whether the fish would consume zombies, a zombie deer staggered past her, its head nearly falling off. The fish responded by extending a long tongue, ensnaring the zombie deer. Though she could not hear the commotion, Yu Qingxian felt a twinge of pain in her bones. So this monstrous fish feasted on zombies too. The enormous creature crushed trees as it crawled up the riverbank, making its way toward the city. Just as Yu Qingxian grew concerned, several off-road vehicles approached along the road. Upon hearing the noise, the fish halted. Yu Qingxian glanced around, clutching her suitcase as she crouched behind a trash can, peering cautiously at the unfolding scene. A handful of individuals disembarked from the vehicles. However, they were not clad in uniforms, indicating they were members of a supernatural task force. Yu Qingxian scrutinized their faces, relieved to find she recognized none of them. As she observed them skillfully using a fishing net to capture the creature, Yu Qingxian couldn't help but cover her face in astonishment. Were these individuals geniuses? She thought about how the fish had grown legs and no longer required air to breathe. Naturally, it could venture ashore. Yet, the zombie transformation had ensnared her thoughts, making her forget that this fish was no longer ordinary. To her surprise, these individuals employed a fishing net, clearly a specialized one, as the zombie fish struggled in vain to escape. However, upon realizing its predicament, the fish began to spit a corrosive saliva, capable of inflicting severe harm if it made contact. Yet, it was evident that these individuals had encountered the mutated zombie fish multiple times before, allowing them to easily evade its corrosive spittle. When the fish lashed out with its powerful tongue, one of the individuals swiftly severed it with a knife. They then unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their submachine guns, which were fitted with silencers, rendering the noise minimal. After a fierce struggle, the zombie fish lay motionless. The leading man approached, unsheathed his knife, and pried open the creature's head to extract a crystal core. Yu Qingxian watched their practiced movements and couldn't help but cradle her head in disbelief. How many zombies must they have slain to acquire such skill? However, their presence naturally attracted more zombies, but these individuals seemed unfazed. After collecting what they sought, they promptly returned to their vehicles. As the zombies drew closer, the vehicles surged forward, crushing the undead beneath their wheels before speeding away. Several of the knockdown zombies quickly regained their footing and charged after the vehicles, moving with the speed of sprinters. Yet as the zombies followed the cars, they drifted out of Yu Qingxian and Appo's sight. She stowed away her binoculars, placed her camera back into her suitcase, and tucked her phone into her backpack, preparing to depart from the area. Indeed, she was too close to humanity. Furthermore, it was clear that these individuals possessed considerable combat experience. They were not ordinary folk. With suitcase in hand, Yu Qingxian stealthily exited the vicinity. She avoided the main road and instead took a narrow mountain path, which was unsuitable for wheeling her suitcase and required her to carry it. The trail was overgrown with wild grass, indicating that no humans had traversed this area for quite some time. After walking for a spell, she turned to see the Tyrannosaurus Rex following closely behind her, having concealed itself so well. Clearly, the dinosaur had hidden itself far better than she had. As she observed the Tyrannosaurus, it suddenly bared its teeth. Just as Yu Qingxian felt puzzled, the dinosaur leapt over her head. She then looked ahead and discovered several zombie deer obstructing her path. Unperturbed, Yu Qingxian pulled out her phone and snapped photos of the nearby zombie deer. Don't worry, those zombie deer shouldn't be interested in eating zombies, right? After taking her pictures and tucking her phone away, she remarked. Indeed, she had no reason for concern, as the zombie deer were not approaching her, but were instead fixated on the living Tyrannosaurus. The dinosaur barked at the zombie deer, causing them to take a few steps back, though it was merely a feigned retreat to gather momentum. Realizing she could not dissuade the situation, Yu Qingxian opted to ascend higher, allowing the area to be claimed by the Tyrannosaurus and the zombie deer. She secured her suitcase and began recording with her camera. The epic showdown between the Tyrannosaurus and the zombie deer was about to commence. Who would emerge victorious? The answer would soon be revealed. Yu Qingxian even thoughtfully added sound to the video. Chapter 73. The zombies that followed me have all starved away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex possesses an extraordinary self-healing ability, a fact that Yu Qingxian was well aware of. However, when she witnessed the creature crackling with electricity, she couldn't oppose to help but feel astonished. It appeared that the Tyrannosaurus was not merely a mutated animal, but rather a being endowed with supernatural powers. With its body enveloped in electric energy, it charged forward and effortlessly tore apart the head of the first zombie reindeer. The zombie reindeer's brain splattered across the ground, its body swaying precariously before collapsing with a resounding thud. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus had considerable combat experience. It knew precisely how to eliminate zombies. After all, for over half a year, it had endured daily wounds to its neck, and the undead were exceptionally sensitive to the scent of blood. Surviving for such an extended period with a fatal injury proved that the Tyrannosaurus truly lived up to its name. The few zombie reindeer were dispatched swiftly by the Tyrannosaurus. Yet, instead of departing immediately, it began to rummage through the heads of the fallen reindeer with its claws. Yu Qingxian listened intently as the Tyrannosaurus finished its task and emitted a series of sounds directed at her. She wondered if perhaps a skull was caught in its foot and naturally approached to investigate. To her surprise, the Tyrannosaurus presented 2 crystal cores before her. Yu Qingxian thought to herself, I'm monkey at the zoo? Why does everyone want to feed me? It was one thing to receive offerings from advanced zombies, but even a dog? Did she really look like she was on the verge of starvation? You can have it. No need for me. You eat it. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating her refusal. Upon seeing her decline, the Tyrannosaurus lowered its head and swallowed the 2 crystal cores. Yu Qingxian returned to the spot where she had just been sitting, pulling her suitcase behind her as she continued her arduous journey. She had no idea how long she had been traveling when she realized she had arrived at a ski resort. However, upon merely glancing at the entrance, she noted that the area was devoid of snow, rendering skiing impossible. The resort was populated by zombies clad in ski attire, evidently former tourists. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed a place where several dogs were confined. Regrettably, these dogs had all transformed into zombie canines, having gone over 6 months without sustenance, with many already perished. Only a few remained alive, and judging by their appearance, they were so starved that they had resorted to cannibalism, looking quite ferocious. Yu Qingxian hesitated to approach and open the gate, fearing the dogs might bite her. After wandering around, she stumbled upon a sled. An idea sparked her mind, and she decided to pull the sled out. Originally intended for reindeer, she thought it would be perfect for harnessing the Tyrannosaurus. With excitement, she called the creature over and haphazardly tied the sled to its body, securing her suitcase in a safe spot before taking a seat. "Let's go," she exclaimed. The Tyrannosaurus complied, charging forward. Although the ground was devoid of snow, the smooth terrain posed no challenge for the creature, as it galloped energetically with Yu Qingxian in tow. Seated on the sled, Yu Qingxian felt elated, even as her hat was swept away by the wind, necessitating her to dismount and retrieve it. Clutching the hat with one hand and holding onto the sled with the other, she resolved to wear a hat with straps next time to prevent it from being blown away. Perhaps influenced by her joyful demeanor, the Tyrannosaurus frolicked even more, at one point closing its eyes in bliss. Suddenly, Yu Qingxian found herself being led directly into a thicket of trees. After a struggle to extricate herself from the overturned sled, she spotted the Tyrannosaurus sitting nearby, squinting its eyes and panting, its large tail thumping against the ground with a rhythmic thud. Observing its proud demeanor, she playfully gave it a light smack. "How can you be so pleased when we've just crashed? If I were a living person, I could have been seriously injured," she remarked, pulling a branch that had lodged itself in her thigh. If she were still alive, that branch would have been enough to inflict excruciating pain. However, as she examined the gaping wound, she noted that while no blood flowed, a small amount of blood plasma could be seen. Although her body had been lifeless for over half a year, her blood had not fully congealed. The Tyrannosaurus approached her, its tongue flicking out to lick the wound on her thigh. Yu Qingxian found its actions puzzling. Was it attempting to comfort her? "I am not in pain. You needn't worry," she reassured, reaching out to stroke its large head. After saying this, she pushed the creature into oppose as head away and prepared to adjust her skirt. To her astonishment, she noticed that the wound inflicted by the branch was gradually healing. This could not be attributed to her own abilities, if she possessed such powers. She wooed and oppos, to be wandering around with half a face in tatters. Thus, it must be the Tyrannosaurus and oppos, has supernatural gift. Was it not an electrical or lightning-based ability? Did this mean the Tyrannosaurus possessed dual powers? Moreover, such abilities were typically reserved for protagonists in apocalyptic novels. Well, what a remarkable creature you are. A true protagonist. Dog. Yu Qingxian mused, contemplating the idea of narrating the apocalypse from a dog's perspective, finding it rather appealing. She gazed at the Tyrannosaurus, her creative instincts stirring. In her journey thus far, she had encountered 3 individuals resembling female protagonists, one who appeared to be a male protagonist and oppos, as Underground Emperor, and now a dog that seemed to embody the essence of a hero. But who was she in this narrative? Was she merely an NPC tasked with identifying the protagonists? As this thought crossed her mind, she began to ponder. Firstly, the protagonists were indeed formidable, yet they were not without flaws. Their lives were often fraught with peril, encountering events that occurred once in a decade, a century, or even a millennium. While it may be exhilarating to charge through hordes of zombies from the protagonist's perspective, Yu Qingxian, as an ordinary person, would simply wish for salvation. However, protagonists in typical apocalyptic tales are rarely altruistic. They often turn a blind eye to those in need, especially when their own safety is at stake. Yu Qingxian bore no ill will towards those who held the mantle of heroism. She merely contemplated how different things might have been if such abilities resided in the hands of military personnel. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she pulled herself back to the present. Yet, the thrill of a good story remains paramount. In the apocalypse, human life is often deemed worthless, with some lives considered less valuable than a mere loaf of bread. Moreover, human nature is frail and susceptible to temptation, if even the protagonists could be swayed. How could ordinary individuals resist? Rising to her feet, she patted the Tyrannosaurus on the head. If you were to follow someone powerful, you wouldn't oppos, to have to worry about food in the future. But with me, it seems even meals are a challenge. Perhaps you should consider leaving. After all, the zombies that once trailed behind me have all starved away. Yu Qingxian spoke earnestly. Whether human or zombie, those who accompanied her would inevitably face a 3-day hunger cycle, along with the dubious honor of leading in daily step counts on social media. Chapter 74. Surely, they cannot be here to ski? Upon hearing Yu Qingxian's words, the Tyrannosaurus Rex merely flicked its tail, showing no intention of departing. Noticing its inertia, Yu Qingxian bent down and untied all the ropes from its body. As for the sled, she had no intention of dragging it back. After all, such an item was of no interest to anyone. If perchance the autumn lake froze over this winter, it would indeed present an opportunity for skiing. Why hadn't she thought of this last year? Had she known, she would have asked the old ox to take her ice skating. If the river hadn't frozen in September, she would have gone boating instead. Contemplating this, she added it to her phone's memo. She gazed at the list of tasks she had compiled: the grasslands, the deserts, and the pristine lands, with a desire to revisit the canyons and rainforests. That seemed to suffice. As she pondered, she retraced her steps, continuously scrolling through her phone's camera roll to confirm the places her parents had visited. Many destinations did not appeal to her. They seemed too cumbersome. She reassured herself that reaching this point was already quite commendable. Navigating through the horde of zombies, she hoisted her suitcase and continued westward. The further she ventured, the more she would traverse ancient capitals that had endured for millennia. This locale was not the current capital. It had served as the seat of power in various dynasties. However, it was still a considerable distance from her present location, likely requiring 10 days to half a month to reach. Yu Qingxian was set to cross this mountain range, once teeming with wildlife. Of course, now it could be inhabited by zombie creatures or mutated animals. Regardless, they posed a significant danger to humanity, yet for Yu Qingxian, it felt remarkably secure. Moreover, a road traversed this mountainous terrain, flanked by beautiful trees she had previously glimpsed in numerous travel bloggers' videos. She tidied her belongings, realizing that her suitcase, initially containing only a camera, was now brimming with items. When she opened her suitcase to inspect its contents, she was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated a light departure. Yet her journey had led her to acquire numerous possessions. Setting aside her books and camera, she turned her attention to the several sundresses she had packed, all long, strapless designs that took up little space. Next, she spotted the bouquet of roses she had tucked away. She had kept a few as bookmarks, shoving the remainder into her suitcase. Originally thinking they had wilted, she was astonished to find the roses still vibrant. Picking up the bouquet, she noticed a smaller bunch beneath it, a gift from Yu Qingxian. Even that petite bouquet appeared to have regained some vitality, prompting a flurry of questions in Yu Qingxian's mind. She could not fathom why flowers that should have perished were now flourishing. Her gaze fell upon a small bag in the corner, containing the crystal shards she had collected. Could this be the reason? Setting the flowers aside, she retrieved the bag, opening it to spill the shards onto her palm. They emitted a captivating glow, the dust that had previously clung to them now absent. They resembled beautiful, dark orbs, reminiscent of something she recognized, crystal cores. However, the cores contained little of their essence, unlike the shards, which seemed on the verge of overflowing with energy. Yu Qingxian surmised that the crystal cores found within zombie and superhuman bodies were akin to these shards. It was the energy within these substances that empowered zombies and enabled humans to evolve. Even her two bouquets thrived due to the influence of these crystal shards. Thus, was it the peculiar energy within these crystals that allowed the deceased to rise as zombies? Yet, wherein and oppose, T-zombies the result of a virus? Confounded, Yu Qingxian dismissed her musings, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. After organizing her belongings, she placed the two bouquets back in her suitcase and returned the crystal shards to their bag, nestling it beneath the flowers. Flipping through her books, made from plant materials, she wondered if they too had sprouted. Upon inspecting her book, she discovered the rose bookmark had indeed taken root, intertwining with the pages. With no choice but to find a spot to bury the book, she realized that it was better for the living root to be planted in soil. Suddenly, she recalled the seeds in her backpack. Surely they hadn't oppose, tea sprouted as well? With this thought, she promptly buried the flower before retrieving her backpack. Inside, she found only a few items: photos of her and her parents, her phone, a small comb, and a dozen bags of shampoo and body wash, along with the rose seeds. In her eyes, these seeds resembled tiny pomegranates, yet they appeared fresh, as if just picked, without any signs of sprouting. This revelation brought her relief, but then she remembered she had collected the seeds for future planting. Pondering this, she returned to the book she had just buried. The half-rose, though only partially intact, was thriving beautifully. Yu Qingxian felt no urgency to leave. Instead, she awaited the moment this half-rose would truly take root in the earth. After a few days, she noticed the rose's stem beginning to sprout, confirming its vitality. With this assurance, she lifted her suitcase in preparation to depart. During the day, she had taken refuge beneath a tree, venturing out only in the morning, afternoon, and night to explore. She had even tried on a pair of skis, only to feel like a waddling duck, prompting her to discard them immediately. As she sat on a bench stretching, a sound caught her attention, causing her to spring up. A vehicle approached. Grabbing her suitcase, she dashed into the nearby woods, hiding behind a thicket. This spot had been her imagined refuge from when she had stood on the small square before the ski resort. If someone were to come, this was her escape route. The location was several hundred meters from a ski resort, and it seemed unlikely that survivors would wander into the forest without reason, providing her with a modicum of comfort. Crouching behind the foliage, she peered through the gaps in the leaves and spotted the vehicle, which seemed familiar, as though she had seen it a few days prior. When the occupants disembarked, Yu Qingxian recognized them as the group responsible for slaying the zombie fish. However, she was uncertain of their intentions here. Surely, they could not be here to ski, given the absence of snow. Chapter 75. Loyalty to humanity cannot be erased by a mere virus. Certainly, had Yu Qingxian encountered this group of individuals at that time, she would not have felt a sense of unfamiliarity. After all, during their previous gathering in that small town, she had rallied zombies for a festivity. However, Yu Qingxian remained oblivious to the fact that among those she had saved were several members of this very group. The leader of this squad also did not anticipate that the savior they had sought for so long, the one who had rescued them last year, was merely a few hundred meters away on a nearby hillside. Their journey from the south to the north was driven by the belief that survival would be more feasible in the northern regions. The cold climate allowed for prolonged food preservation, and southerners were not accustomed to winter. Yet, who could have imagined that as they trekked northward, the temperature would only rise? The zombies had evolved, and they had established themselves in the capital's base. Thus, there was no longer any need to risk a return to the south. Nevertheless, during this period, they had not abandoned their quest to find their life-saving benefactor. However, after more than half a year, their efforts had yielded no results. Currently, a significant portion of the crops cultivated in the ground had mutated despite the existence of reserves in several official bases. As members of the Ability User Squad, they were not inclined to consume the provisions provided by the base. Furthermore, they possessed the capacity to fend for themselves, naturally reserving those supplies for those in dire need. Additionally, ability users inherently needed to hunt zombies to acquire crystal cores. This ski resort, with its expansive terrain and favorable visibility, was relatively sparsely populated with zombies, making it an ideal locale for their hunts. It was also likely that the ski resort had stored food supplies. Although fresh food might not be preserved, many items had a considerable shelf life. Most importantly, in this apocalyptic world, as long as food was not putrid, it could be consumed. Thus, they set about clearing the zombies from the ski resort. Yu Qingxian, who initially crouched, soon laid flat on the ground. She observed as these individuals dispatched the zombies with the same ease as chopping cabbage, systematically cleansing the entire ski resort. Indeed, ordinary people would falter at the sight of zombies approaching, but these strong individuals handled it with the finesse of progressing through a video game. As the zombies evolved, so too did they. The world was never devoid of the strong or the heroic. After watching them for a while, Yu Qingxian took out her phone and snapped a photo before rising to leave with her suitcase. Half an hour later, the Tyrannosaurus Rex arrived, clutching a gigantic rabbit in its jaws. The rabbit, barely clinging to life, had not yet succumbed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex placed the rabbit before Yu Qingxian and nudged it toward her with its long snout, conveying a clear message. If she would not consume crystal cores, then she should eat live prey. Yu Qingxian felt that this Tyrannosaurus Rex was quite concerned about her dietary habits. However, she genuinely had no need to eat. You should eat it yourself. I really don't and amp. Oppos, team need it, Yu Qingxian implored. In this apocalypse, capturing live prey was indeed a daunting challenge. So she believed it unnecessary to expend such resources on her behalf. After staring at Yu Qingxian and amp, Oppos' face for several minutes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, convinced that she was not deceiving it, proceeded to devour the rabbit. This rabbit appeared to have mutated as well, nearly half her size. Yet for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was merely a couple of bites. It even swallowed the fur and bones whole. At that moment, Yu Qingxian pondered whether this creature would evolve to the point of consuming humans. But then again, it seemed improbable, even if it regained some wild instincts. The loyalty ingrained in its bloodline towards humanity could not be easily obliterated by a mere virus. Yu Qingxian listened to the Tyrannosaurus Rex crunching on the rabbit, the sound grating on her ears. Fortunately, she soon found herself on a road flanked by trees, the scenery quite pleasant. Sitting atop her suitcase, she opened an umbrella. However, as she gazed at the darkening sky in the distance, a sense of worry crept into her heart. Would there be another torrential downpour? Her concerns were soon validated as raindrops began to fall heavily. The downpour was sudden and intense, leaving Yu Qingxian scrambling to find shelter. This road, designed for self-driving excursions, was not particularly crowded. It was most popular in autumn, the time when this road and the surrounding mountains were at their most breathtaking. Yu Qingxian, perched on her suitcase and struggling to shield herself with her umbrella, found the Tyrannosaurus Rex less fortunate. It huddled beside her, quickly becoming drenched. Glancing at the sky, Yu Qingxian took out her phone to check the weather. However, the distance from the base rendered her without signal, and the last updates were 3 days old. Nevertheless, The information from 3 days prior indicated that the Huashi base had predicted a formidable rain cloud approaching their country, one that had already caused flooding in numerous regions. Accompanying the rain was a cold front, suggesting that once it fell, the rainwater would freeze. Survivors in the vicinity of various bases were urged to return for refuge as swiftly as possible. After absorbing this information, Yu Qingxian stowed her phone in her backpack. Looking around, she saw no shelter from the rain. Remaining in her current position was not an option. Therefore, she lifted her suitcase and, umbrella in hand, continued forward. As night fell, she finally spotted a camper van by the roadside. The door was ajar, and the interior was devoid of occupants or zombies. Yu Qingxian recognized that this camper could serve as a temporary refuge. Upon entering, she noticed the Tyrannosaurus Rex attempting to follow her and halted it. "Shake off the water before you come in." The creature obediently spun around like a giant top, expelling most of the water from its body before leaping into the van, causing it to sway slightly. Yu Qingxian then closed the camper and embarks door. She sat in the camper for a while, reaching out to touch the table, which was coated in dust and spotting bloodstains on the walls. This camper had belonged to a couple, as evidenced by a photograph she removed from the refrigerator, depicting two smiling faces. Presumably, they had stopped here to rest, unaware that one of them would become a zombie. She gazed at the darkened bloodstains on the floor, stretching from the bedside to the door. Any traces of blood outside had likely been washed away by the rain. Yu Qingxian found a pot to collect rainwater and used it to clean the camper's dust. As dawn approached, she settled into the living area of the camper, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already climbed onto the bed and fallen asleep. The bed, measuring approximately 1.5 meters, was just about large enough for the creature. It seemed that even mutated animals like the Tyrannosaurus Rex required rest. After a brief period, she made her way to the driver's seat, drawing back the curtain and taking a seat. The keys were still in the ignition, so she attempted to start the vehicle. The engine and embarks roar roused the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which whimpered like a puppy until it heard Yu Qingxian and embarks' voice and curled back into slumber. After starting the vehicle, Yu Qingxian checked the fuel gauge and discovered that only a small amount had been consumed. She opted not to drive away, turning off the engine instead. Returning to the living area, she noted that the heavy rain showed no signs of abating, and the drainage ditches along the road were flowing with water. It was uncertain whether this area would become inundated. However, it seemed unlikely, as this location was situated halfway up a mountain, and even in the event of flooding, it would likely remain untouched for the time being. Chapter 76. All good dogs, as Yu Qingxian gazed at the time displayed on her phone. It transitioned from 5 in the morning to approximately noon. Outside, the relentless downpour showed no signs of abating. The water in the ditches by the roadside had begun to swell and churn with urgency. It was evident that the previous information had not been erroneous. The message had been relayed from the Huashi base to the Huabei base, and she had received this communication 3 days prior while still within the confines of the Huabei base. Now, having exited Huabei's territory, she had yet to enter the communication range of the Huashi base, estimating she still had several hundred kilometers to traverse before reaching her destination. However, with the torrential rain obscuring visibility beyond 5 meters and temperatures steadily dropping, the conditions were increasingly precarious. Just days earlier, the temperature had soared above 40 degrees. Yet since the onset of the rain, it had plummeted to just over 20, and it continued to decline. Yu Qingxian was only aware of this drastic change when she checked her phone again at 3 in the afternoon, discovering the temperature had dipped to a mere 10 degrees. Such a significant drop posed a formidable challenge for humanity. Yu Qingxian, umbrella in hand, stepped out of the vehicle to inspect the tires. Several had lost pressure and appeared quite deflated. Unsure of how to inflate them, she realized she was out of network range and thus unable to receive any assistance. Fortunately, her map still functioned, albeit limited to locating her position. It was not nearly as effective as the modified phone her older brother had equipped her with. Once out of signal range, her phone would become as useful as a brick. Crouching beneath her umbrella, she examined the deflated tires before rising to test the vehicle and embarks doors. Having watched numerous travel vlogs featuring motorhomes, She had gleaned some knowledge about the storage and supplies typically housed within. With the hope of discovering something that could aid in inflating the tires, she opened the rear compartment, only to be startled by the sudden drop of a severed arm. Instinctively, she reached out to catch it, but the limb was already in a state of severe decay. Fully opening the compartment door revealed the lifeless body of the female vehicle owner, curled up within. The extent of decomposition left her uncertain whether the woman had succumbed to injury or starved after transforming into a zombie. With a heavy heart, Yu Qingxian gently placed the dismembered arm back, returned the umbrella to the car, and wiped her hand with a towel before retrieving a shovel from the trunk. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, having descended from the bed, was instructed to remain inside the car while Yu Qingxian closed the door and walked towards the forest. It was apparent that the female driver had likely sought refuge in the trunk after being injured, but regrettably, she had not survived. Despite having spent the last several months avoiding such grim realities, confronting a deceased woman was not as harrowing as she had anticipated. Carefully, Yu Qingxian lifted the corpse from the trunk, emptied a plastic container of clothes from the other compartment, and placed the body inside. The downpour continued unabated, complicating her efforts to dress the corpse in clean garments. For reasons unknown, a lyric floated into her mind. The cold, icy rain lashes against my face. After changing the woman into fresh clothes, the container quickly filled with rainwater. Yu Qingxian secured the lid and propped the box upright to drain it, humorously likening the task to preparing a meal. Once sealed, the rainwater could no longer infiltrate the container. She transported the box into the forest, selecting a spot with a clear view where she could dig a grave. Those who embark on self-driving journeys surely cherish their freedom, and this location possessed remarkable scenery, even if obscured by the relentless rain. After burying the female driver, Yu Qingxian plucked a rose from the bouquet and placed it atop the makeshift grave. Gazing at the modest burial site, devoid of a headstone, she felt she had done all she could. With her hands clasped together, she offered a sincere prayer. May she find peace in the afterlife. Although humans could not comprehend her words, her heart was genuine. Having dealt with the unfortunate woman's remains, Yu Qingxian was drenched, resembling a drowned rat. She looked skyward, the rain pelting her as if someone were splashing water from a bucket. As she entered the vehicle, water trailed behind her, transforming her into a waterlogged specter. Sticking her tongue out at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which lay on the bed with its fur appearing even fluffier from the rain. She retrieved her body wash and shampoo from her backpack and unashamedly bathed at the door. After all, no one was there to witness. Once she had washed herself and her hair, she returned inside, donned a dress, and started the engine. With power restored, she found the owner's hairdryer and dried her hair. As the sky darkened, she meandered through yet another day. The motorhome's tires had deflated completely, making it impossible to drive, and the torrential rain rendered further travel untenable. Although she could brave the elements, her substantial luggage could not. Thus, Yu Qingxian decided to stay in the motorhome, a decision that extended into a week. Nestled halfway up the mountain, the location remained dry, yet the ceaseless rain mirrored a leaky roof. Such a deluge would undoubtedly inundate lower-lying areas. Reports of an impending cold front added to her concerns. Though she felt no immediate chill, a glance at her phone revealed the temperature had dipped to around 3 degrees. While this was still bearable, the persistent heavy rainfall posed a dire threat. On the 9th day, the rain had eased somewhat, though the skies remained overcast, accompanied by gusty winds. Checking her phone again, she noted it had plummeted to -5 degrees. The precipitation had transformed from rain to hailstones, which clattered against the roof of the vehicle. Realizing she could no longer linger in someone else's Oppo's motorhome, she reasoned the small hail could not harm her. After some deliberation, she began to pack her belongings. Upon noticing her activity, the Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly rose to join her, eager not to be left behind. The motorhome contained a bag of dog food, and as Yu Qingxian had never encountered the owner's small dog, she decided to feed it to her companion instead. However, she could only spare a small bowl of food each day to sustain the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fortunately, the creature spent most of its time sleeping and remained still, leading Yu Qingxian to believe it understood that following her might lead to hunger, and perhaps it would choose to depart. After all, it was free to go wherever it pleased. Taking her umbrella, Yu Qingxian exited the vehicle, carefully bringing down her luggage. The Tyrannosaurus Rex eagerly squeezed out after her, anxious not to be confined within the motorhome. Amused by its frantic demeanor, Yu Qingxian chuckled, knowing she would never confine a living being in an inescapable place. The prior door closure had merely been a precaution against the heavy rain, which could dampen its long fur, despite its mutation making it appear quite large. Yu Qingxian could still discern its canine lineage. Although she had previously refrained from obsessing over its exact breed, she no longer felt the need to do so. Regardless of its breed, all dogs are inherently good dogs. Chapter 77. Uncertain whether the electricity would affect her, Yu Qingxian donned an outfit belonging to a female driver, which she found rather agreeable. Along with it, she took 2 raincoats. One enveloped her suitcase, while the other was draped over the head of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its massive size rendered the raincoat a tight fit for its head, yet the adorable yellow duck design added a whimsical charm. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus, with its head covered, appeared undeniably endearing. Yu Qingxian took out her phone and snapped a flurry of pictures of the creature. A large white dog sporting a tiny yellow duck was simply irresistible. The Tyrannosaurus remained still, allowing her to photograph it while grinning amiably. As Yu Qingxian exited the RV, she ensured the door was securely closed. However, after a few steps, she sensed something amiss. The ground was icy. Initially manageable, she soon encountered a slope that caused her to slip. Yet, this had no effect on the Tyrannosaurus, whose claws could likely scale nearly vertical surfaces. Consequently, Yu Qingxian, who had been walking ahead, found herself in a state of disarray, as if her legs belonged to another, less coordinated being. After 3 minutes of struggle, she conceded defeat. The wind buffeted her umbrella, and she found herself not advancing, but rather sliding backward by half a meter. Resigning, Yu Qingxian stowed her umbrella in her backpack and grasped the Tyrannosaurus's fur. Forward, she commanded, with one hand clinging to the creature's mane and the other hauling her suitcase. She was unable to gesture forward. Fortunately, the intelligent dog understood and began to pull her along. Thus, she glided across the icy ground, her tiny shoes providing no traction. This made her contemplate returning for a sled. She worried that holding onto the Tyrannosaurus' fur might cause it to shed. What if it became bald? Thankfully, the creature's robust fur remained intact as they traversed the hillside, where the terrain evened out, eliminating the incline. However, the hail that fell upon the Tyrannosaurus melted, leaving it damp, while the hail on Yu Qingxian and damp, Oppo's person showed no signs of melting. This momentarily puzzled her until she realized she lacked body heat. The temperature of the air was her own. Resolving to acquire a thermometer in the next town, she could monitor her temperature at will. Yu Qingxian removed the raincoat from her suitcase and hopped on top, not activating it, but instead propelling herself forward with a push. The suitcase glided swiftly, and she found her pace significantly enhanced by inertia. The surroundings became clearer. Though hail still fell, it lacked the torrential intensity of earlier. Passing through a grove, she found herself in an ideal location for leaf watching. Below the road, a small creek was said to be picturesque, and with luck, she might even spot wild moose or other enchanting creatures. The mere thought of these deer-like animals evoked a sense of ethereal charm within her, fueling her excitement as she rushed forward, even if only to encounter the remnants of the undead. However, before she could approach, the thunderous roar of water reached her ears. As she drew nearer, the trees parted to reveal not the beautiful creek and pool she had anticipated, but rather a tumultuous flood, muddy and fierce, with many trees uprooted on either side. Even the road bore traces of water, some of which had frozen. Yet, the floodwaters themselves remained unfrozen, as the temperature had not plummeted to such extremes. If even the small stream had transformed into a 10-meter-wide river, what would that imply for the larger waterways? Yu Qingxian moved forward, glancing towards the mountains. While the road indeed wound through the mountains, it was constructed along their base to minimize disruption to wildlife habitats. Setting her suitcase by the roadside, she leaped across the waterway, gazing down to find the landscape submerged in murky floodwaters, resembling a vast, brown mirror. The once charming pools and grassy patches had vanished. She retraced her steps to retrieve her camera, eager to document the transformation into a veritable ocean. Fortunately, as she departed, she had fully charged her suitcase and camera using the RV and Oppos, as power source, alleviating her concerns about battery life. Yu Qingxian maintained a cautious distance from the floodwaters. Despite appearances, she was uncertain whether her weight might trigger a collapse of the ground beneath her. Thus, she filmed from several meters away. On the opposite bank, a few zombie animals had gathered, likely attracted by the scent of the Tyrannosaurus and Oppos' flesh. Unaware of the flood and Oppos' peril, they attempted to cross and were swept away. Not only did the undead creatures gather across the water, but others also approached from the mountainside behind her. Initially, the Tyrannosaurus had shielded Yu Qingxian and Oppos' suitcase, but as the zombie animals lunged, it was compelled to engage. Yu Qingxian was unconcerned for the Tyrannosaurus' safety. Instead, she switched her camera from video to photo mode. She turned to see the creature's demeanor shift dramatically. The cute yellow duck raincoat was instantly torn to shreds, and its once sleek fur bristled with electricity. Yu Qingxian quickly grabbed a piece of the raincoat to stand on, mindful that water conducts electricity and uncertain if she might be shocked. Yet, her worries proved unfounded. The Tyrannosaurus adeptly wielded its electric powers, each bolt striking true against the zombie animals. As the electric shocks connected, their heads burst apart, leading Yu Qingxian to wonder if the Tyrannosaurus had secretly implanted explosives within them. Truly, it was a formidable creature. However, the flood and Oppos' diminishment remained uncertain. As Yu Qingxian stowed her camera, she noticed the hail had ceased. She glanced skyward, but the thick clouds showed no signs of dispersing, and the wind began to rise. Observing the splashes of water, she saw them transform into ice in the wind. How cold must it be to freeze water instantaneously? Once more, she retrieved her camera, activating the video function and placing it atop her suitcase. She was prepared for a prolonged wait. If the splashes could freeze mid-air, perhaps the floodwaters would follow suit, though it likely wouldn't be immediate. The chilling air did not keep her waiting long. In less than half an hour, the flow of water diminished. Yu Qingxian looked up the mountainside, noting the trees had begun to don a frosty white appearance, as if dusted with powdered sugar. Chapter 78. Now a rigid, ice-cold corpse around 4 in the afternoon. As twilight descended, the 10-meter-wide flood ahead had completely succumbed to the biting chill of the air. Although the current had noticeably slowed, it still gurgled incessantly, resembling a series of small mounds on a brownish-yellow surface. Yu Qingxian gazed at the scene, envisioning it as jelly cascading down from the mountains. However, she recognized this as an opportune moment to traverse the icy expanse. Without hesitation, she seized her camera, grabbed her suitcase, and made her way across to the opposite bank. As she approached the small bridge, Yu Qingxian picked up a stone and hurled it onto the ice. The stone shattered the surface, creating a shower of sugar flakes before sliding off into the distance, indicating the ice's formidable strength. After successfully delivering her suitcase to the other side, she turned her camera downward to capture the desolation wrought by the flood. Trees lay uprooted in the areas washed away, a testament to the flood's devastating force. Upon peering further down, she beheld a vast expanse, the flood behaving like a reckless brute, disregarding the original creek bed and rampaging through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. Thus, from her vantage point, she could see what appeared to be an immense ice sheet rather than a body of water. Once she finished her photography, Yu Qingxian switched off her camera and navigated across the ice. The Tyrannosaurus Rex followed, but she noticed its fur had become encrusted with ice. Even the mutated canine, drenched and shivering, was unable to generate warmth. Yu Qingxian reached out and patted its head, finding it rigid. If it didn't warm up soon, the creature would likely succumb to the cold. Consulting her map, she spotted a town approximately 10 kilometers away at the foot of the mountains. Deciding not to linger, she hastily pulled her suitcase along, accompanied by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, toward that destination. The creature needed warmth and sustenance. This marked one of her swiftest escapes, driven by desperation. Upon reaching the town, Yu Qingxian sensed a lack of living essence, which somewhat reassured her. Yet, she soon encountered a significant number of zombies, remnants of the tourist area. After scouting for a well-insulated shelter, she led the Tyrannosaurus Rex inside and set off in search of a lighter and an axe. After more than 10 minutes, upon returning, she found the Tyrannosaurus Rex trembling by the sofa, which proved ineffectual at providing warmth. Resolutely, she swung her axe at the sofa, gathering anything that could catch fire. With her lighter in hand, she ignited the pile of chopped sofa pieces, mindful of the unpredictable duration of the cold. She stepped aside to avoid the flames, while the Tyrannosaurus Rex inched closer. Within moments, steam began rising from its body, resembling a giant steaming pot. Watching it huddle by the fire, Yu Qingxian finally smiled with relief. "Stay warm here. I'm off to see if there's any dog food or edible provisions in this town." As she rose, the Tyrannosaurus Rex followed suit, prompting her to reassure it. "You and Oppos, re so big, yet so timid." Upon hearing this, it settled back down. Yu Qingxian opened the door and ventured outside, where a horde of zombies had gathered. Unperturbed by the safety of her companion, she proceeded toward the supermarket, anticipating that such establishments would stock essential supplies. However, as she neared the entrance, she felt an unusual heaviness in her legs. Initially dismissing it as a figment of her imagination, she soon realized her limbs felt as though they were rusting, making even bending a challenge. Understanding the perilous drop in temperature, she glanced back to find the zombies frozen in place, resembling popsicles. A wave of urgency washed over her. She needed to return quickly, as she too required the comforting blaze. Inside the supermarket, she discovered a plethora of items, including sausages. After a thorough search, she filled her bags with dog food and sausages before heading back. However, her pace had considerably slowed. It felt as if she was transforming into a block of wood. Just as she began to falter, the Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged to find her, swiftly rushing over and gently grasping her with its jaws to lead her back. When she was set down on the floor, the sound of her body thudding against the ground resonated. She was not merely a cold corpse now, but a rigid, ice-cold one. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, displaying remarkable intelligence, even understood how to open and close doors. Nudging Yu Qingxian toward the fire before tearing into a bag of dog food it had found, Yu Qingxian stood like a statue beside the fire. After 10 minutes, she finally regained mobility and plopped down beside the blaze. Noticing the Tyrannosaurus Rex had already devoured 2 bags of food, she moved her suitcase closer to the fire, mindful of preserving her precious belongings from the frigid air. Even without checking the temperature on her phone, she could surmise it was well below freezing. Peering out the window, she noted the zombies at the door remained immobilized. She couldn't help but wonder what formidable new zombies might evolve during this time. As for her intended journey to Autumn Color Lake in September, it was now clearly out of reach. Given that the distance from her location was nearly 5,000 kilometers and it was already mid-July. With time on her hands, she descended to the upstairs, chopping up any combustible materials she could find to ensure the fire did not extinguish. She felt relatively warm, though the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not stray far from the flames. Hence, the task of gathering more fuel fell solely to her. She rummaged through the wardrobe of the dwelling, retrieving several blankets for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After donning a padded coat and warm shoes, she felt grateful that this region had maintained a cold climate even before the apocalypse, providing ample warm attire. She even discovered thermal foil, wrapping herself in it for additional insulation before donning her thick winter clothing and stepping outside. This time, she planned to use a cart to collect more dog food and provisions for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, determined not to venture out daily only to become an ice sculpture. Perhaps her thorough preparations had paid off. She no longer felt the icy grip that had previously engulfed her. With renewed vigor, she made several trips back and forth, emptying the supermarket of its goods and gathering a substantial amount of water, ensuring the Tyrannosaurus Rex had enough to drink. As she contemplated checking for other supermarkets in the town, a sudden crash echoed in front of her, toppling the buildings ahead. Amidst the swirling dust, Yu Qingxian discerned a figure nearly 2 meters tall. There was no scent, merely a zombie. Chapter 79. Stop, you dog thief. Yu Qingxian fixed her gaze upon the zombie. adopting a strategy of stillness, mirroring the creature and Appo's own immobility. As the dust settled to the ground, she finally discerned the true nature of the undead being before her. Stripped of clothing, its skin glistened as if clad in black plastic, reflecting the dim light. Its eyes appeared unnaturally pale, while its mouth stretched grotesquely to the sides. A sense of familiarity washed over Yu Qingxian. She felt as though she had encountered this zombie before. Suddenly, when the creature parted its lips, a fleeting memory struck her, its resemblance to Venom. However, the similarities were superficial, as it bore a closer likeness to a sun-baked, ebony figure. The zombie uttered a few words, leaving Yu Qingxian utterly bewildered. She could not comprehend its speech. It was a foreign zombie. The proximity to the border was undeniable. Despite the presence of officials in the area, complete containment was unattainable. However, she never anticipated that a zombie could have illegally crossed over. Not only had it crossed, but it had also undergone a transformation, becoming stronger yet more grotesque. Observing its agility unaffected by the cold, she realized that this foreign zombie had evolved towards an extreme in the frigid environment. If such evolution led to this grotesque form, she certainly wished to avoid it. Yu Qingxian and the zombie failed to communicate, each unable to understand the other. Yet, she sensed that the creature was fixated on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the only living being nearby. As expected, upon realizing the futility of their interaction, the zombie turned its attention toward the direction of the T-Rex. It dawned on Yu Qingxian that the foreign zombie was indeed heading for the dinosaur. In a fit of frustration, she tossed her gloves to the ground, only to retrieve them moments later and dash towards the house. You and Amp, Appo's, after animals? Go home and eat your own. She thought indignantly. This is someone else in Amp, Appo's, dog. You dog thief, stop right there. She reflected on her life. Had she ever fought for anyone? The answer was no. Yet here she was, risking everything for a mere dog. Night had fallen, and the temperature outside had plummeted. Clearly, seeking a peaceful journey in the apocalypse was far from simple. Even in the absence of an apocalypse, one would encounter myriad challenges. Yu Qingxian pursued the zombie and arrived just in time to see it battering the door. In a panic, she rushed to grab the nearly 2-meter-tall creature. The sensation of its flesh was unsettling, yet she gripped it firmly. I know you and Amp, Appo's, hungry and want to feast on living beings, but that dog is mine. I warn you, I am acquainted with several formidable zombies and humans. If you dare lay a finger on my dog, I will unleash them upon you. She tugged at the zombie, attempting to pull it away while continuing her incessant warnings. What had this foreign zombie consumed to become so terrifyingly evolved? It was clear that indiscriminate consumption had led to its current state. Yu Qingxian pondered the T-Rex and Appo's survival in such frigid conditions. The dinosaur could not escape the fire and Appo's warmth. She forcefully pushed the zombie outside before entering the house. Without her interference, the zombie resumed its assault on the door. The T-Rex, alert and watchful, bristled with tension, emitting a low, cautious growl. Yu Qingxian scanned her surroundings for an appropriate weapon, but found none. Guns were futile against such high-level undead. In desperation, her gaze fell upon the blazing fire. Seizing a flaming leg of a stool, she approached the door. Just as the zombie threatened to breach the entrance, she flung the door open. A gust of cold air rushed in, momentarily extinguishing her makeshift torch. Without hesitation, she thrust the flaming stool leg into the zombie's mouth. Zombies, regardless of their rank, were universally averse to high temperatures. However, Yu Qingxian had not anticipated the overwhelming power of her fiery weapon. The moment the flames met the zombie, it ignited like a gas reservoir. The creature was instantly engulfed in flames, and all she could hear was its agonizing scream before it was consumed by fire. As it staggered back, an explosion erupted, sending flames skyward before quickly extinguishing. In the spot where the zombie had stood, only a pile of charred remains remained. Yu Qingxian was taken aback. The moment she had grasped the zombie, she sensed something was off. Whether human or undead, one could feel bone beneath the flesh. Yet, when she gripped this zombie, it felt as though it had no bones at all. She had assumed that if the flesh had decayed, it might have become flammable. However, she never expected it to explode. It was as if the creature harbored a significant amount of hydrogen within. Unaware of her own injuries, she felt no pain. It wasn't until she looked down to see her cotton jacket ablaze that panic set in. She hurriedly patted it out and rolled on the ground until the flames extinguished. Not only had her jacket burned, but her long hair had also suffered significant damage. Yu Qingxian lay on the ground, reluctant to move. The T-Rex, however, ventured out of the room, rummaging through the ashes. Moments later, it returned, clutching a crystal core. Yu Qingxian rose, noting that the door was now precariously wobbling, likely to break with the slightest touch. Cold air streamed in, threatening to extinguish her hard-won fire. She hastily fetched nails and planks to secure the door. She could at least escape through the side door. It was imperative to maintain warmth within the room, adding more firewood to the blaze. She set out to find a mirror and scissors. Though she cherished her hair, she could not allow the singed strands to hang awkwardly. Upon locating a mirror, she gazed at her reflection, horrified to see her hair singed and shriveled from the heat. With careful precision, she began trimming the burnt ends. After more than 10 minutes, she finally managed to cut away the scorched locks. Fortunately, she had not gone bald. The hair on her forehead remained unscathed due to her hat, but the sides near her ears required complete removal.